Welcome, everyone, to the 2026 Pokemon World Championships. We are back here after 10 years, bigger and better for this year's World Championships. We got Pokemon XP as well. There are so many exciting things. So here on your Countdown Show, we want to break it all down for what you want to be watching and experiencing this entire weekend. Hi, everybody. I'm Joshua. I'm going to be talking about Pokemon Unite. We got Amanda talking about Pokemon Go, Ethan talking about the Pokemon trading card game, and Rosemary talking about the Pokemon video game. We obviously have so much to talk about. The competition is so exciting. These halls are already packed with competitors and fans alike. But we have a lot of major things to talk about, one of which we are sitting on right now. This stage is incredible. Everyone is already getting a first look at it. Rosemary, what's one of the coolest things you've seen either here or at the convention so far?
Well, I got to agree with you. This stage looks amazing, but it isn't just the stage. We have so many activations all around San Francisco. There's even a Pokemon Go stamp rally, so you can see some of what San Francisco has to offer. It's going to be impossible to do everything this weekend.
That's true. How about you, Ethan?
Yeah, I mean, these events year after year continue to grow and expand. There's more and more to do each year. The competition becomes even more intense as players continue to hone their skills in all the games. It's going to be an incredible weekend.
Yeah, just bouncing off of that, 30 years for Pokemon, like you said, Rosemary, 10 years now for Pokemon Go. It's been absolutely incredible, especially as a Go player, to see everything there has been to do in San Francisco.
Yeah, I mean, this event, I said bigger and better right during the intro. It really is. I'm so excited for all the competition that's going to happen on this main stage. But this convention hall goes for what seems like miles that direction, and there is Pokemon everywhere surrounding us. I wouldn't have it any other way. It is so, so fun. But our job is to focus on what's going on here on the main stage and in the tournament hall all weekend long. So we want to talk about what you should be looking to watch this weekend. We're going to start off with some major storylines. So, Rosemary, what is a major storyline of the video game that people should be paying attention to?
Well, the highlight of the weekend is that this is the first World Championships for Pokemon champions. And what better way to be able to kick off this game's life cycle than to crown a world champion? We got Mega Evolution back. It's going to be just such a great display for all of our top trainers around the world to show what they've got for Pokemon champions.
Awesome. And how about TCG?
It's really around that one big bad Pokemon, Dragapult EX. You can't run and you can't hide from him. He is everywhere, especially with top trainers bringing him to the World Championship. So we're going to see if there's another deck that could dethrone it. We had a similar metagame 10 years ago. Two very dominant decks, very dominant archetypes, and it was actually a rogue deck that was able to take the tournament down. So who knows, we could see another surprise back in San Francisco after 10 years.
Ooh, I love that. A look back is so fun. I know we have the museum as well here in the venue. I'm not sure if that rogue deck is featured. I sure hope it is. There's a lot of cool moments throughout TCG's history. But how about for Pokemon Go, Amanda? What should we be looking forward to watching all weekend long?
So I feel like Go is in this unique position right now. We're kind of at the Venn diagram middle between the video game and Unite, because as the video game has moved on to a new thing, this will actually be the last season for Go to have an individual world champion, as we are moving to 3 versus 3 for the World Championships next season. So that's a big accolade that I think a lot of people are really hoping that they'll be able to claim.
Yeah, I mean, you've had a few world champions already, and one more to take that solo throne is so exciting. Pokemon Unite, we are in a bit of a sweet and sour situation. It is the final time for Pokemon Unite at the World Championships. However, we could not have picked a bigger stage, bigger venue to crown our final world champion. That is going to be the major storyline to watch. There is going to be one final team raising that trophy at the Chase Center this weekend, by the way. We're switching venues and going to one of the biggest that San Francisco has to offer for our grand finals. That is going to be just incredible. I cannot wait to see all the competitions all day long on that championship Sunday. It's going to be a lot of fun. So that is why we think you should be watching, but maybe you're asking, who should I be watching? Well, that's our next job. So Rosemary, what players do we have to watch in the video game over the weekend?
It was so hard to just narrow it down to 3 competitors because it is the World Championships and we've got the top trainers from around the world that are going to be competing here this weekend. But we've got Wolf Glick, Marco Silva, and Ko Tsukide as your players to watch for the video game. Wolf Glick needs no introduction. This man won the World Championships 10 years ago, and now it could be his time to get a second title. He came off the back of a second place at the first regional championships that we had in Pokemon Champions, and he's always a meta innovator. He thinks about what is going to be strong and how can I beat that, and that's why he had Mega Steelix at that regional championships. Marco Silva from Italy is going to be our next player to watch. He is a 3-time international champion. Only one of few competitors that can say that they've even won twice. But he's missing the elusive World Championship title. So that's why eyes are on him this weekend to see if he can finally claim that. Last but certainly not least, Ko Tsukide. He is a world champion from the seniors division in 2019, but Ko has been on an absolute international tear this season, top cutting both the international championships that he attended as well as the Japan Nationals just a couple of months ago. So if there's anybody that you should be keeping an eye on in Japan, it is Ko.
Wow, I mean, a absolute lineup there on the VG. We had people cheering in the crowd just for the player cards on players to watch. So yeah, some huge faces of the community here at the World Championships. So exciting. I know the trading card game is no exception though. Ethan, who should we be watching over the weekend?
Of course, this year, no exception, we've got international talent coming from all over the world. Our 3 players to watch are from a mixture of different regions. Yoshiyuki Yamaguchi, player for many, many years, had a great season coming over to a regional championships in Houston and taking it down. Eyes are definitely on him to see if Japan can win a world championship on their 10th anniversary. Tord Reklev, no introduction for this man, did the global circuit, the Grand Slam, the only player to win all 4 international championships, is also missing that elusive world championship title. Got so close in Yokohama. He's still looking for that championship win. And of course, our defending world champion, Riley McKay, can't ride off the back of Gardevoir this year, but he's a very talented player. We'll have to see what deck he decides to bring this year to see if he can become a repeat champion.
Interesting. Okay, so maybe even a rogue option for Riley McKay. We'll have to see. I know you're already talking about Big Bad Dragapult. Do you think all 3 of these players to watch are bringing the notorious, maybe infamous Dragapult this weekend?
I know I can probably speak for Tord. Now, Tord has played Dragapult to a lot of different events, but he loves his trade ability on Zoroark. He played that to the North American International Championships where he made top cut. I wouldn't be so shocked to see him come back with another innovative Zoroark build and try and take down this Tord.
And isn't that not the spirit of the World Championships? Trainers with their iconic partner Pokemon. I mean, that just fits the bill. How about for Pokemon Go? Any players to watch that we should have our eyes on?
Oh boy, there are so many talented Go players. And I know that we say in Go, since we've been a little bit relatively more new to the scene, that we haven't had any repeat world champions. But the keyword is yet, because the first person we want to look at here is Beelzebub, last season's Anaheim world champion. He is from India, but he's actually had a chance this season to play a couple times in North America and also international championships and has top cut during those. So he is still really going through this season quite ferociously. Next up, we have Nighttime Clasher. We're going to call him Mr. Worldwide at this point because he's been playing in North America, Europe, and Oceania. He also got first place at the Latin American International Championships. He is also leading NA on the leaderboard, so definitely a player that wants to be able to get this World Championship title. And last, but again, we can't say last but not least. We're always saying it, but we have to really say this because the Spanish sensation Pato Man is arguably the best trainer in Pokemon Go right now. I think you could ask 10 trainers, and probably 10 out of 10 will say that he's had the best season. He was the champion of EUIC 2 years in a row. He was our finalist last season in Anaheim, and I think a lot of people are wondering if he's going to take it all the way this year.
I love that. I mean, the World Championships always has that vibe. It's a championship of champions every single time. Feels like Pokemon Go really leaning into that this time around. Well, I gave everybody else the chance to say 3 players to watch. I'm, of course, going to allow Unite to talk about 15 players to watch, and they're going to be sectioned off into 3 different teams. We have some teams coming from all over the world, of course, just like every title. And the first one we got to talk about is Fennel from Japan. This team is unbelievable. To tell you the truth, it doesn't feel like they know how to lose the video game at any point in time. Every single championship that this team has been a part of this year, they have won, and they are former world champions in Honolulu just a couple years ago. This team is looking on a whole nother level. Moving on to the next team, though, in North America is Root Dignitas. Zugrug, not a huge fan of Umbreon there. I am. I got a pin for it. But Zugrug leading the way for Root Dignitas. This team is looking amazing this year. Champions at LAIC and at NAIC this year, as well as a really strong performance in the Asian Champions League. A lot of players on that team hunting for a World Championship title, but this could be the one to do it. Take a look at their group stage later on the Unite show, though. Crazy start for their tournament. And after them, we have the reigning world champions, Peru Unite. Who last year in Anaheim were able to dominate the competition in the arena. They're looking to do so again. Bit of a strange season for this team, ups and downs, but they are on the up going into the World Championships when they won the Latin America Regional League, taking down teams from Brazil, Latin America, South, and North. So doing an amazing season. They look poised to be a real contender at this tournament. So that is going to be what the major storylines we think you should be watching this weekend, and some of the players that you should be watching. But we also want to give you even more reasons to be watching the World Championships, as well as all the broadcasts associated. We got drops, we got distros. Rosemary, what are we giving away in the video game?
Well, well, well. We do have an Incineroar that you can grab inside Pokemon Champions for just watching 60 minutes of the stream. And alongside of that, we are also giving away some other in-game items so that if you don't want to use Incineroar on your next team, you can actually get a recruitment for a new Pokemon and train it up. So make sure that you're sticking around and watching the stream.
Yeah, with the recent launch of Champions, it's a lot of new resources. Even if you're a new player, these seem like great drops that you could add to your collection. Maybe get some of those Pokemon recruited onto your team. Ethan, I know the trading card game, you got a few of these lined up. So what's going on in the world of drops in the trading card game?
We've got a whole mixture of things. Look at all those things you can get within the Pokemon trading card game live. Of course, those exclusive Worlds accessories, deck box, some cosmetics for your avatar. There's a mixed Zero Aura playset, the Mega Zero Aura EX. It's got 2 of the special art rares, so, you know, nice way to bling out your deck a bit, as well as a special Worlds loot crate. Get all of that from watching the stream. It's going to be plenty of awesome action this weekend.
Awesome. Yeah, I mean, huge shout out to Ethan, by the way. At home, I'm sure you can read that just fine on your screen, but that is some small font that Ethan was able to read on the monitor that we have in front of us. So, peek behind the curtain there, but great work, Ethan. That's in the trading card game for Trading Card Game Live. But how about for Pokemon Go? What do we got for drops?
Yeah, Ethan's eyesight is impeccable, but for Go, there's also some very cool things that you are going to be able to do just by watching. And the main thing, you can see him raising that trophy there. You will be able to get a Tinkaton based off of Beelzebub's team last year that he was able to take that World Championship. Not only that, you're going to have a little choose your own adventure for watching 30 minutes. You can choose between going down a Lickitung, Totodile, or the Wooper path. So I don't know, Zoinks, what would you pick if you're playing?
Oh, I'm going Totodile.
All the way?
Please. I love that
Wooper.
Pokemon. I mean, it wouldn't even be a choice. You're going Wooper?
Yeah, Clodsire is so good.
Ethan, what are you picking?
I agree, Clodsire is pretty cool.
right.
I gotta
You
love
going
that little
Lickitung
guy.
now?
I have to go to Licky Licky is probably going to be the major Pokemon in our meta, so pay attention to that this weekend. But yes, you're going to want to make sure you're watching because you'll get Elite TM as well, so you can use that to take away a charge attack on your Pokemon.
Oh, I love that. Prepare for future competitions, even in the Pokemon Go season. That's a great job, a great time to do it right now. Pokemon Unite, we got some really cool drops this time around for the World Championships. Of course, we got your classics, that World Championship sticker, but we also have license art, and then one of my favorite drops that we have ever had. If you watch Worlds for 45 minutes, you actually get a license of Pokemon that you can play in-game, one of the 5 Pokemon that Peru used to win that game-winning match in Anaheim last year. Leafeon, Psyduck, Zacian, Inteleon, and Crustle. Those middle two, Zacian and Psyduck, those are going to be meta-relevant threats this weekend. They are going to be banned. They are going to be picked. We're going to see a lot of them on the Pokemon Unite broadcast. So we have so many rewards that you could be getting for watching any of our games. I know in the Pokemon XP broadcast, we also have things to be given away. So check out so many amazing moments at this year's World Championships in 2026, which is, well, not exactly a rerun, but a return. As 10 years ago, the World Championships was held here in San Francisco. Love getting the chance to showcase Pokemon to this incredible city yet again. And that's got us in the nostalgic mood a little bit. So we want to say one of maybe our favorite competitive memories of all Pokemon. Rosemary, how about you?
Well, being in San Francisco, it just makes me remember our time in Japan just a couple of years ago. Another way that we could commemorate a huge milestone for the Pokemon franchise. And so to see how the city was set up for everyone to enjoy and how San Francisco is now, it's just a great time to be a Pokemon fan.
Absolutely. Ethan, how about you?
Got a flashback to 10 years ago. What a tournament it was before in San Francisco. The change in size from a hotel ballroom to now this incredibly expansive convention center. Really seeing that rogue deck take down the tournament, shocking the entire world. I'm really curious to see if we'll have that happen.
Awesome. Rapid fire for you, Lundberger.
I mean, I think at the same point, too, just being able to be in a stadium last season was such a big thing for Go. Going from a stage to a stadium is absolutely incredible, and we're going to get to go ahead and do it again this year.
I cannot wait. I've loved all the World Championships that we have had in previous years. It has been so fun, but like I said, we are getting bigger and better for this year's Pokemon XP and World Championships. San Francisco has been home to legendary Pokemon moments across so many of our titles, but this year it is going to be so fun. So let's throw it to our opening ceremonies.
stand at the start of a new day, looking out on a new adventure. No one knows where the road will take us. Ready, set, 'cause now it's time to go. Maybe we can finally see who we're meant to be. Every step of the way tells a story. Every challenge will show us who we are. Now we ride side by side to glory. Together you and I will touch the stars. And then we'll do it all over again. 'Cause even if we lose our way, we'll always say, here we go. Here we go again. And it's even better than last time. Here we go. Here we go again. Memories last at a lifetime. It's a new day, we our way with all our friends. Here we go again. Look around, see familiar faces. All of us on a path to the unknown, standing tall on the edge of greatness. See you when we're walking victory road. And then we'll do it all over again. 'Cause even if we win the day, we'll always say, here we go. Here we go again. Memories last a lifetime. It's a new day, we our way with all our friends. Here we go again. Here we go. Here we go again. Memories last at a lifetime. It's a new day, do it our way with all our friends. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go again.
Hello, trainers, and good morning. To start things off, we are about to take you on a musical journey from the past through the present. Celebrating 30 years of Pokémon, we'll start today by bringing you the great music of Kanto. I'm your conductor, Charlie Rosen, and we are the 8-Bit Big Band. Thank you so much. Please enjoy. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Well, that journey through Kanto was actually only just the start of our program this morning, trainers. Now, join me as we travel across generations to celebrate the amazing 30-year legacy of Pokémon. Thank you so much.
Hello, 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 and welcome to the 2026 Pokemon World Championships and Pokemon XP. While we're at it, let's give it up one more time for our fabulous dancers and the 8-bit big band. I mean, come on. No matter when you first discovered Pokemon, I hope hearing those medleys from our orchestra transported you back to some happy and cheerful memories. Hi, I'm Gabby Durden. I'm your host for this weekend's festivities. And just like you, I've loved Pokemon since I was a small child, forming my first core memories. So I'm beyond honored to be here on this stage, coming to you live from San Francisco, California. This weekend is extra special for all of us. One part of our event commemorates the hard work of our trainers as they conclude their journey to become world champions across 4 titles. Pokemon Champions, the Pokemon Trading Card Game, Pokemon Go, and Pokemon Unite. And even more adventure awaits with our first ever Pokemon XP, where we couldn't be more excited for you to join us for activities, panels, attractions, and much more throughout the weekend. All right, 2 incredible events, 1 unforgettable weekend, and you better believe we're gonna make sure it's one for the record books. But I think we should get things started, shall we? It is my pleasure to introduce to the stage the president and CEO of the Pokemon Company, Mr. Tsunekazu Ishihara.
ポケモントレーナーの皆さん、こんにちは。ポケモンワールドチャンピオンシップ2024、そしてポケモン XP にようこそ。
Hello, trainers, and welcome to the 2026 Pokemon World Championships and Pokemon XP.
会場にお集まりいただいた皆さん、そして世界中からライブ配信をご視聴していただいている皆さんに、まずは心より感謝申し上げます。
First, I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to everyone gathered here today, as well as all of you from around the world joining us online.
世界チャンピオンの座をかけて競技に挑む方も、ご家族やご友人とともにポケモン XP を楽しむために来られた方も、この場で一緒にポケモン30周年を迎えられることを大変嬉しく思います。
And whether you're here to compete for the title of World Champion, or you've come with family and friends to enjoy Pokemon XP, I'm truly delighted that we can all be here together on Pokemon's 30th anniversary.
ポケモン XP での数々の体験から日曜日にケースセンターで行われる決勝戦まで、この週末はたくさんの楽しみが待っています。トレーナーの皆さんにとって忘れがたい週末になることを確信しています。
And from all the exciting experience we have waiting for you at Pokemon XP to the World Championship Finals we're going to have at Chase Center on Sunday, this weekend is sure to be a lot of fun and one that I think trainers will remember for many years to come.
ここにたどり着くまで戦い続けてきた選手の皆さんの努力、情熱、そして挑戦し続ける姿はいつの日かこのステージに立ちたいと願う未来のトレーナーたちの憧れとなり希望となっています。
And to all of the competitors who have battled their way here, truly your hard work, passion, and determination inspire future trainers who dream of one day standing on this very stage. You truly represent both an aspiration and a source of hope for the next generation.
皆さんが今日ここにいることが次の世代への夢をつないでいます。そのことに誇りを持って最後まで全力で競技を楽しんでください。
Just by being here today, you are helping pass those dreams on to the future. Take pride in that and enjoy every moment of the competition as you give it your best to the very end.
それでは健闘をお祈りしています。
And with that, I wish you all the best of luck in your battles.
Mr. Ishihara, for setting the stage oh so beautifully. Ooh, 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 ooh. I can feel the energy in this room. I can sense the excitement to compete. More than 2,000 trainers have descended upon San Francisco to test their skills and fight with all their might to become the next Pokémon World Champion. Competitors, the time has come. Please make your way over to the play tables to kick off your matches. And before we get into the action, our casters are prepped to walk you through everything in store this weekend. So everybody, let the 2026 Pokémon World Championships begin!
A Pokemon event, 30 years in the making, and a Unite World Championship, 5 years in the making. Our final Pokemon Unite champion will be crowned here in just a few short days. Hi, everybody. Jake, your resident content cowboy here. Yee to the ha. I am joined by the one and only Zoinks to start our broadcast today. Zoinks, what an unbelievable weekend we have, and also one of the craziest day ones possible.
Yeah, I mean, we couldn't have planned it any better. What a epic group stage we have set for you in day number one, but this entire weekend is just going to be unbelievable. I cannot wait. Already taking a look at our groups. These teams have come from all around the world, and you got the chance to actually do this group stage draw. Jake, you did a great job.
You're the first person to say that. Thank you so much. I've been asking everyone if I did a good job, and everyone just seems to stonewall me. Taking a look at these groups here, we have some unbelievable teams. These are the World Championships. There isn't a single dud amongst these groups, but there are some real bright lights as we move through them. Teams that we expect to get very, very far in the competition. As I bounce down to Group F here, I'm looking at a team like Fennel.
Yeah.
Group F for Fennel, a team that could easily be seen on Championship Sunday in the huge Chase Center with 20,000 people watching Japan once again win our World Championships. There are so many other teams that we want to highlight here. Why don't you take your pick, Zoinks?
Yeah, no problem. I mean, let's keep it in Japan for a little bit. Let's talk about Reject down in Group H. Obviously, one of the most exciting groups we're going to be talking about all weekend long, but this team has Overlord, a two-time world champion from North America who went overseas to play in Japan. This player has had a great season so far, a lot of silver medals. However, at this World Championships, they could take it all, but we got so many regions getting out of Japan. We got Peru Unite from Latin America South defending their title here after a really wild season, but winning the Latin America Regional League.
Peru Unite is the kind of team that wins when it counts. And you know what I've noticed? That seems to count, as they are our reigning world champion, beating Japan last year in Anaheim. They are in Group G with some stiff competition. Komai, extremely strong team out of EU with multiple players who have been on that grand final stage before. So this is going to be very exciting. Group H, as we talked about before, the H stands for holy. What happened here, Reject, Root Dignitas, Stamina Esports. The only people excited about Group H are you and me, everyone at home, and all of the other teams. But for the 3 teams in Group H, this is the craziest group I have ever seen on the world stage. This is unbelievable. 3 teams that you could say could make it to the grand finals, maybe win the entire thing. And one of them, Zoinks, is going to be heading home here today.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. I mean, you can't look any direction and miss a storyline in this one. Obviously, we have Overlord versus our former teammate in Otter. It's a natural rivalry between Japan and North America. But Reject has some beef with Stamina Esports from last year, as that was the team that dispatched them from the group stage in the first place. So many interesting things to look at in that group. And like you said, so many incredible teams here that we could be talking about. 2 that I'm actually interested in how they're going to look over the weekend is in Group B and C, and it's BH3 Esport and Gremio Esports as well. These 2 teams, dominant runs during the regional league.
Yes.
Top of the pile in both of their respective regions in EU and in Latin America, but on that main stage have struggled to get those major results. This is going to be that major chance. They are in that top seed side of these group stage draws and have a chance to break away from their norms and make it into that bracket stage in day number 2.
And an interesting thing about both of those squads is they were unbelievable in their groups, EU and LATAM respectively. However, both of them didn't win the top spot. Komai taking down BH3, and then Peru Unite taking down Gremio, at the time Force. So this is a really interesting situation for these teams. So consistent all year long, but can they perform when it matters? Can they win when everything is on the line? And this weekend, everything is on the line. As we're taking a look at these groups, we should probably let you know exactly what's going to happen here with these groups. There will be 2 teams progressing forward from every single group that you see. So a group with 3 teams, 1 team will be heading home, and a group with 4 teams, 2 teams will be leaving here today. Every single match counts. The difference between even losing to a team 0-2 as opposed to 1-2 is so important, Zoinks.
Yeah, tiebreakers have taken down phenomenal Unite teams in every single World Championship. So you got to be on your A game, not for nothing, because you are playing for some major cash prizing as well. The first place of this tournament will be walking away with $100,000 awarded to the team. That's a $20,000 payout for every single player at this event.
Yeah, I can tell you when I look at this prize pool, it just makes me upset. Why can't I have some of the prize pool, I always say. But they point out very reasonably that I can never compete at this level.
Yeah, it's the temperament they take that conversation in stride with is truly incredible. The rage you bring in and their temperance, very, very impressive.
I gotta say, everyone here is so professional with how they handle me when I'm having a tantrum. It's just really nice the way everyone handles it. But all joking aside, this is amazing. A $500,000 prize pool on the line for these squads. It is going to be unbelievable. All of this, of course, leads to Championship Sunday. It leads to the Chase Center, which we got to walk around a little earlier, and I can tell you it's going to be the craziest thing you've ever seen on the world stage for Pokemon on Championship Sunday is going to be unforgettable. It is going to be incredible.
Yeah, the arena show in Anaheim was such a highlight. Maybe my favorite moment from any World Championships ever, and we have leveled up so much with the Chase Center. It is going to be a giant venue packed to the brim with fans and players cheering on Pokemon competitors, and it'll be an epic conclusion to Pokemon Unite at the World Championships in a major, major way.
No question about it. Let's take a look at our format for this weekend. Throw it on the video. Woo! On the video.
Oh, it's over there.
Let's dive into the format for Pokemon Unite at the 2026 Pokemon World Championships. The best teams from around the globe are here to compete for their share of a $2 million prize pool and the coveted title of Pokemon Unite World Champions. The competition spans 3 days. Day 1, teams compete in group stages in a best-of-3 round-robin format with only the top teams remaining. On Day 2, those top teams compete in a single elimination bracket, battling in best-of-3 matches until the semifinals, which shifts to best-of-5.
The final 2 teams will compete in a winner-takes-all best-of-5 series on Championship Sunday. These teams have been competing all year round just for this momentous occasion. Let's see who will rise to the top and become your 2026 Pokémon Unite World Champions.
Thank you very much, past me.
That was incredible. I was about to thank her and you, but that's my mistake. We have to thank
past me.
Yeah,
I did that in the past. Every time I record that, by the way, I swear my energy's way better. And then I hear it, I'm like, come on, man, give me a little something, Jay. This is World Championships right now.
Yeah, it's true. But hey, you explained the format extremely well. So you definitely fit the bill in that one. I can't wait. We talked about a group stage, single elimination, all ending with an epic best-of-5 on Championship Sunday. That's going to be exciting. In the meantime, though, we got some best-of-3 to be talked about in that group stage. We are working in our map selection format, but I believe we'll be starting on Groudon for the entirety of this tournament as the set-in-place first map. And after that, it'll be up to the teams to decide where we go into games 2 and 3.
That's right. The losing team has the option of choosing either the map or where they want to go. Either, starting first, starting second here. A lot of teams might want that priority pick in drafts so they get that first Pokemon.
Yeah.
I've noticed other teams totally fine with kind of allowing that pick to go to the other side, almost counter-picking 2 in a row, which I think is really exciting. Groudon, my personal favorite map, by the way.
Absolutely.
I absolutely love it, but teams have some really interesting styles, and there are certain teams that have wildly different win rates depending on the map. Our first matchup of the day is probably the craziest matchup. We have to start with it. It's going to be Root Dignitas from North America, Reject from Japan. They are getting ready on the big stage right now. This is the run back from ACL. We saw Dignitas dispatch Reject at the start of the day. Reject climbing all the way through the losers bracket at ACL to run back into Dignitas and then beat them. So, as you mentioned, Zoinks, there are 8 million storylines to this. This is one of the most important matches that you are going to see this entire weekend. With no exaggeration, this means so much, and we're starting with it.
I love it. We are kicking off the tournament with an absolute heater, clearly. Storylines surrounding these teams, of course, in their previous history, but how about these players as well? Like some storied players on both sides. Pee-wee, one of the kind of elite members of the Pokemon Unite community who has been able to play in every single World Championship since the get-go, as well as a lot of members of that Root Dignitas team. So seeing this clash is going to be extremely interesting. Stylistically, these teams also do some really fun things. Reject at Asia Champions League was really fun to watch with kind of their lack of defender play across the board. They don't really have that traditional tank player. They make up for it in spades with some really interesting strategies.
And we're also, of course, looking at 2 teams with very different strategies, very different takes on the game, and people that are playing at the absolute highest level. I mean, every single player that you were looking at on these 2 squads could be considered the best in their role. Incredible. So we talked earlier about Otter. For my money, he might be one of the best attacker players to ever do it. Unbelievable. And then you know, looking over, of course, to a team like Reject, we have to mention the 2-time world champion Overlord, leaving North America, heading to Japan, like a complete change of scenery for him, trying to figure out exactly how he was going to make it work in a completely different meta, a completely different region, and now once again rising to the top, considered one of the best teams in the world. And it cannot be overstated, the winner of this match, it is so unbelievably important. If you walk away with a 2-0 against the other squad, it does not mean that if you beat Reject here, or Reject beats Dignitas here, that team is gone. No. But man, the match coming forward for them against Stamina is going to be insane. You beat Reject right now, or you beat Dig right now, you are feeling great.
Yes, oh my word. I mean, we're starting it off in a major moment. We're also excited to see this match, but yes, it is one of the most important matchups we are going to see all day long, and these teams are going to be locked in for this one. I'm sure these teams have been doing their best to prepare specific strategies for one another. That's one of the best parts about the World Championships. Having this pre-show happen a few weeks or even a month before the event gives teams a little bit of time to try to find niche strategies that they can either build for the entirety of the tournament or specifically prepare for the opponents in front of them.
You know, since we last saw a lot of these teams, Zoinks, the meta has shifted around a lot. I think it's something really interesting. Of course, we've had a ton of huge releases recently. Sol Galeo and Reshiram coming to the game. Both of those are too recent to play here in our World Championships. However, we are looking at a possible situation where Yveltal, Palkia are making their way, Quaquaval, Skeledirge, Megani, like so many things that have not seen competitive play. And I think there are so many question marks out there. What actually is the meta going to look like? As we are taking a look at the hall here, this place is unbelievable. And that's just a quarter of one side of this entire event.
Yeah, this is a fraction of the event we are taking a peek at right now. There is so much to see and experience this year's World Championships, of course, with the addition of Pokemon XP as well. There's multiple broadcasts taking a look at everything all over the venue, but here on the main stage is where we're going to be focused on for this show. And like you just mentioned, we are starting off with this absolutely incredible one. Love the Unite backdrop for our stage this time around, by the way. That castle, a fun note. I don't know if anybody at home can see it quite yet, but there's some unknowns hanging out on the top of our little fort behind the Unite player stage. You can see them there, and they do got that SF look.
Oh, yeah, that is very cool. I love it. Yeah, I mean, the level they have gone to for this event is unmatched from anything I've seen from Pokemon. And I've seen some really amazing stuff between Yokohama and London, Honolulu, Anaheim. This tops all of it. It is going to be a very special weekend. So, of course, we start with a very special matchup here. I think this is the matchup that everyone wants to see first. At ACL, Zoinks, Dignitas 2-0's Reject to start the tournament, and they looked incredible. Reject looked shaky. Now, Reject later came back and got their revenge against Dignitas, but Dignitas started incredibly solid, and I do feel like the way this match starts is going to be so important. If Reject can disrupt Dignitas, if they kind of throw them off of their game a little bit, I think Dignitas is going to be in trouble. If they cannot do that, we might see that flawless Dignitas playstyle that we have seen throughout this season. There are some matches when you watch Root Dig and you think there's absolutely no team that can beat them right now. But I do feel like they can get shaken.
Yeah, it's an interesting spot to be. The other half of this coin is, I feel like both of these teams tend to be day two teams. When we talk about them in these major tournaments, Root Dignitas and Reject, sure, they've had some big wins early on in these events, but when we tend to see the most success out of these rosters, it's when something clicks into the day two of competition and they start to look unbeatable. Obviously, Reject's got a few players that have looked like that on multiple different rosters, but yeah, Root Dignitas glued together like this with this look, I can see that, but there has never been a tournament, or maybe the context within a tournament, where starting strong has been more important. This is the one to do it.
Yeah, no question about it. The run back from ACL, they started very strong, Dignitas, winning 2-0. Reject obviously does not want to let that happen again, but as I said, they were able to come back, and it's so funny how this happens in Unite. And Hinder, who is on Dignitas, has said this to me. There's something so difficult about beating a team twice.
Yeah.
For whatever reason, the first time, it feels like something you can do, but the second time, really tough. Well, here we are, the third time between Dignitas and Reject to start our day at the World Championships. We are heading into our draft. Groudon is our map, and we're taking a look at the bans here.
Okay, yeah, Comfey being banned away makes a ton of sense for me with Root Dignitas. This has kind of been a ban from them for, feels like a couple of years now. Machamp being banned, really interesting from Reject. They were one of those teams that was making that Machamp Espeon combo look elite at the Asia Champions League.
Here we go. Zugrug looking for our first pick here. They're grabbing Blastoise right away. Now, this is a Pokemon that's gotten so much play in our eastern regions. It's always been a powerful defender, but I am shocked to see it first. And that's going to give Reject the opportunity to grab some insanely powerful all-rounders. They instantly lock in Zacian, and they take Mew away from Otter, who, I mean, what a counter pick.
Yeah, I feel like that is a great choice. Now, they are leaving things like Psyduck and Snorlax on the table here. That is going to be the biggest gap or surprise for me with Reject leaving it on the table. And okay, Ender also going to leave the Psyduck, and they're going to lock in the Eldegoss. But I mean, Zealot on the Quab.
I love to see it. I feel like this Pokemon has had such a glow up since it got released. Multiple buffs. And now it does feel like if you can get online with this early and start winning, it is hard to shut it down. Another Pokemon that I absolutely love is Eldegoss right now. Feels very powerful. Over to the side of Reject, another all-rounder grabbed.
Yeah, and you're going to pair it with the Clefable, right? So a very big brawl playstyle will enable those amazing heals from Clefable. And right now, Root Dignitas don't have a ton of poke damage to add into that anti-heal category, but how about this? Espeon and Alolan Raichu getting put together in tandem.
You absolutely love to see it. Espeon probably the strongest attacker in some of these compositions. So. The secure potential is just unbelievable from it. And Alolan Raichu, also another Pokemon that just recently got buffed and came right back into the meta. Overlord with our final pick here. We're going to have to see how these Pokemon switch around, but that is Urshifu. Most likely we are going to be seeing the Water Bear, right? Those rapid strikes moving around the battlefield very quickly. Once it hits level 5, it's one of the best things going in the game. Hopefully for Dignitas, they can slow that down. For Reject, once that thing starts cooking, it might take over.
Yeah, there's a lot of crowd control on the side of Root Dignitas to try to interrupt these combos, slow down the Urshifu a bit. Espeon stuns as well as Blast Twist just being a constant problem. I think that's why we're seeing that double attacker slot into the bottom for Root Dignitas. They are going up against a brawl-heavy composition. They want to keep at that medium range, get a ton of damage done, and also play it safe, avoid that physical damage. The Reject's going to have to rotate really early to some of these major objectives and set the fight on their terms. Make Root Dignitas come to them.
Yeah, if I'm looking at this here, Toon, I feel like on the Alolan Raichu, that could schmoo. That can get away from the Urshifu a little bit. Blastoise with some, great screens, pushing them away. The Surf, the Hydro Pump. Otter, I'm worried about. I think Otter is the target here for Reject, right? If they can get to that Espeon, this will be big trouble for Dignitas. So we're going to see a huge clash between these two strategies, between these two titans. To start our day, we are taking a look at our battleground. Thea Sky Ruins with Groudon hanging out in the center. Here we are, the first match of the World Championships. Root Dignitas, your purple team. Reject, your orange team. Let's get this thing started.
This is so fun. I can't wait.
I know, it's amazing.
I love this stuff. All right, World Championships are back, and Satake already dominating the bottom path. That makes sense. Obviously, Eevee, even in the early game with Espeon having some decent secures, that is a big Pokemon on the opposite side. Satake is going to be using that Pokemon to dominate as quickly as they can and get a level advantage.
Espeon online immediately right here, and they are looking for that secure. They move in, going for Zugrug, but they are able to take the experience there up to our top path. Toon scoring already.
Wow, all right. That is some major focus from Root Dignitas to get a KO early. Ender on that Eldegoss just A-pressing into the enemy side, and Toon's going to be doing the same with that Sword Power Alolan Raichu.
Wow, Overlord in a lot of trouble and gets caught right away by Toon. That new Stored Power buff looking incredible as they head towards these birds right now, seeing what they can take, actually trying to get Pavone to move in here. Finally, the secure Zealot evolves here. Quaxley is gone.
Man, this Alolan Raichu or maybe anti-synergy into Reject is really interesting. Those auto attacks that are boosted autos that chain into multiple enemies make Clefable's close quarters healing kind of a detriment sometimes. You saw Urshifu getting chased down by a little boosted attack as the Clefable brought it closer to them. Tough look, but so far, Reject need to find a way back into this early game.
Yeah, and now we have it here in the center of the map. 15 seconds till Regidrago. The question is, does anyone want to fight over it? Otter hiding in the tall grass here. Satake not able to contest this. Zugrug with a beautiful reposition of that experience right there, and every little point matters. Overlord now not yet level 7, but looking for a fight.
Yeah, they want to push this damage onto Regidrago. Toon waiting in the wings. A lot of damage from Pavone already.
here we go. Overlord looking for their moment, having to peel back right here. Pavone healing up the team. Reggie Drago getting low. They have good secure potential on the side of Reject, but absolutely set there by Dignitas. The Solar Beam was perfect, by the way, but it just couldn't get it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that play by Reject is probably correct. You've already started losing that fight. You lost some leverage. You played your only out in the long-range damage from you, but Root Dignitas just set up that play extremely well. Zugrug, even at this War Turtle level, is able to dominate so much space in that middle of the map. The stuns from that Pokemon are devastating to deal with.
Overlord moving in, Zealot in a lot of trouble right here, having to peel back towards this goal zone as 4 members of Reject just decide to put the points in the top path. We have 4 members of Dignitas in the bottom path. These teams are splitting. Zealot's in a lot of trouble, chasing him into the central area, and they pick up the KO.
All right, that feels like Overlord moving again. This Urshifu chasing down that level 9. But the counter scoring is happening for Root Dignitas. Massive overdunk, putting them at 141 and in pole position to take down that Reggie that spawned on the bottom side of the map.
That's right, the bottom Reggie is being worked on. It was Reggie Rock taken there by Inder the Eldegoss. Now we have 4 members of Dignitas deciding where they want to go. Pavone moving to the top of the map. Zugrug is with them. That is all 5 members. Are they going to push towards the top path and the top objective?
Zealot moving around this map is Kokwava. I will never not laugh at the movement animations of that Pokemon, but they are getting within range, and now that they finally hit their final evolution mark, have a bit more to bring to the fight. Big surf engage by Zugrug.
Oh, Overlord moving in, peeling back there to the HP recovery from Pavone. A huge surf, and Overlord saved right there by a coaching from Mew. Not in trouble. Regieleki getting very low, and it goes over to Dignitas. Both objectives now in their hands.
Yeah, another situation where Blastoise just soaks up so much damage and attention that Toon has all the room in the world to take down that major objective. Reject are trying to play from behind right now and steal some EXP, but Zugrug again! And Espeon from the other side.
Espeon moves in, huge side shot. Here comes Zugrug with the eject button. They're looking for Overlord. The Hydro Typhoon doesn't take them down. Pavone peeling back with the heals. Reject is running away from Dignitas right now as Pavone recognizes it is going to need to put up a screen so that Reject does not go down. 5 members of Root Dig now in the central area of Reject, and just for a moment we have a bit of calm as Pavone gonna go ahead and stack up a little bit.
Yeah, to try to get back up to that Unite move probably, as they will eventually get knocked out here, but they're gonna take a decent amount of time off the clock. Otter gonna take that last hit. Root Dignitas just playing a remarkable early game. Reject having to play to their outs as now we have Satake into the opposite side as well. Quabble will get that KO. Overlord seeing if they can trade one back, but it will not happen.
Haruto looking for 40.
Whoa.
Oh my gosh, that final kick moving forward here. Zealot's in some trouble right now, though. There are 2 against 1 in this top path, trying to stop them from scoring, but realize it might be a fruitless endeavor. That goal zone is going to go down. Incredibly close match. Pavone in so much trouble right now. If the healing core of Reject goes down right there, they can't take this fight. But now, Overlord moves forward. Reggie Steele at half, ripping through it with the stored power. Here comes Satake, but no, once again, Otter with the beautiful secure.
Yeah, that double attacker duo are so strong, and now they have a damage buff to work with. Eventually, the Blastoise will go down. Something I wanted to say before, too. Root Dignitas able to force 2 fights during that Regirock buff last time around. Really, really impressive stuff, and punishing that central area invade that Reject has tried a few times. Now, all things considered, Reject, after that really big overdunk on the top side, have kept the scores quite close, but Root Dignitas has so much working in their favor. Momentum and experience are all in favor of this NA squad right now.
Otter looking for some experience here on the Reggie Drago as we have Reject, kind of an easy secure for them in the top path. Regieleki walking. Drago should go over here to Dignitas. Overlord possibly trying to get there, but no, just a little too late. Couldn't get enough vision for Pui there. Couldn't get the secure. And now we have Reject on a bit of a mission in the central area, looking for 2.
Oh man, timing just a little bit off there to catch them into that tall grass. Unite move will take them down though. That Nova Blast from Haruto will find the last hit, and that's onto the enemy central area player.
And here we go. Haruto now peeling off as we have Reject fighting at this goal zone. Zugrug, however, the water wall pushing them back. The absolute tide sent out from this Pokemon pushes back all members of Reject, and they realize they just can't take this goal zone now. Zealot, Satake fighting in the top path here. Kokwabble actually zoning out the Zacian very well.
Yeah, I mean, the HP could be more different, but with some enhanced AO synergy uses for the Zasha, that maybe they were looking for the fight, but in the end, it'll be Quaquaval hanging out in that top path basically the entirety of this match. Eventually had to forego that goal zone, but that will be both the Eldegoss and that top path all-rounder, picking up a lot of EXP.
Zoinks, this match has been incredibly close so far.
Yeah.
A lot of fights going both ways. It feels like Dignitas has had the upper hand in some of the bigger engagements, big plays from the Blastoise, and huge secures, and now they kind of got an objective for free here in the bottom path.
Yeah, I mean, that is a lot to work with, especially for Reject, and they're playing the aggressive route yet again. Watch your mini-map. Look at where this orange team is rotating to. That is a 50-point attempt with 2:20 left on the clock, so it won't be in double scoring, but still 50 points will give Reject the lead. Haruto is caught out, though. That means the Surfetch has to dive away, and they will make it back to the safety of the Clefable.
Yeah, Clefable with the healing right there. Huge screen. The question is, who's going to start this fight? This is going to be huge. Big-time Solar Beam. Overlord's moving in.
Oh, that's so much damage already. Zogrug the only one to take real estate as Groudon is dominated by Root Dignitas so far. Poke damage from you is not going to be enough to push away Root Dignitas, and they have already picked their target. Overlord is down!
Overlord's down. Groudon's being hit right now. Zealot is peeling back towards it. Zogrug right now looking to push them away from the objective. Dignitas in a great position, but they have incredible secure from Reject. They are not moving forward with Groudon. They're trying to take Mew. We have two attackers on the side of Dignitas looking for the KO, but no, it does not go down. Overlord now coming off a cooldown here. He's back.
Now that is going to be Mew totally forced into the recall. That's too much damage and they can't safely make it back to Clefable. You see Zogrug pivoting to the top side of the map to prevent exactly that. Satake will be able to dodge away with that enhanced agility, and still Root Dignitas dominate the Groudon pit, but they're still behind. Big push!
Huge push. Satake having to run back now. Haruto in some trouble. Zealot looking for a fight, but they are behind. 1 minute left on the clock. Zogrug at half HP as we have Dignitas starting this objective. Mew is around it. Zogrug moves in. Huge Hydro Typhoon. Massive push. Haruto is down. Pavone has to run. 5 members of Dignitas are still standing, but they are behind, and here comes Overlord.
Reject is so resilient. Overlord goes in for the combo, and Satake takes down the Espeon. Reject will not quit. There's only Zogrug left, the last defender of this Groudon, but Reject still hold the lead, and they have a clear shot at that tier 1 goal zone.
Wow! Dignitas completely wiped in that fight that was heading their way. Overlord moves in. We talked about this player before, and for good reason. The 2-time champion cleaning up Dignitas, and it doesn't even look like they need the Groudon. 141, 298. Reject with an amazing game 1.
I mean, what an amazing game from them to execute. They, like I said, resilient every step of the way, never giving in to Root Dignitas's, let's face it, dominating position around that. I really do think that comes down to a final decision. Zogrug buys so much time and space on that Blastoise. The call is made to take the fight instead of taking that Groudon in that moment with that advantage. And Reject, they're able to walk out of that Blastoise move. That is unbelievable, and they are going to take game number 1.
Now, let's be clear here with this game 1. Both teams are stressed. Even after Reject wins that one, that was close. Dignitas had an incredible position in that final fight, but we just had an amazing moment here from Reject. And I will also say, throughout most of this match, Dignitas seemed to have their number every time they came to this big team fight. It was just in these final moments, of course, where, you know, everything is on the line that things really went well for Reject. This right here was huge. They were looking for Overlord. They end up getting Overlord very early here in this fight. However, they couldn't capitalize on it, which is amazing plays here from Reject. Overlord was looking for it. They go down. This was the moment Dignitas needed to make something happen, and look at this, Zoinks.
This is the major moment, right? Espeon Unite move and Blastoise, and eventually Root Dignitas has to make the call to take the fight. Only Alolan Raichu is not going to be enough firepower to rip down this Groudon, and so they Toon and Otter have to rotate into this fight. The problem is, they make it out. All they lose is this Surfetch. Pavone splits one way, Peewee another, and they're all able to retake this fight with the help of the Urshifu. Overlord, I mean, at the 11th hour, saving this game.
Unbelievable play right there. And you know, something that will probably be talked about from Dignitas there is the fact that Blastoise splits, right?
Sure.
Blastoise peels away, looks for the Mew, right? Looks for Pui on the side of Reject. Doesn't really make a lot happen there and is not able to protect Dignitas from Overlord moving in here. Our player of the game with the play of the game, of course, it takes a village. Every single member of Reject having their moments right there. Shout out also to Pavone. Never really going down.
Oh, no.
A constant source of healing for the team. If on a razor's edge many times, and if that Pokemon gets taken down, you can't have the refights on the side of Reject, but they were not going down in most of those moments. Only getting knocked out a single time. Pretty incredible here.
Yeah, so impressive. This healing supporting the entire team. And then Haruto and Satake kind of having these abilities to negate a little bit of that crowd control, right? Some well-timed attacks or even that empowered agility from Satake, able to dodge out a few times and return to the Clefable or to a goal zone for healing. Root Dignitas struggling to close out some of these major KOs with this Espeon and Alolan Raichu.
Yeah, I mean, look at that Clefable. 116,000 HP healed, and you can really see that was a huge difference maker for the team. This is our heat map here. It's showing exactly where Overlord was most of the map. They were in their center area, so they spent some time there, but yeah, all over the place. And that's what Urshifu can do. You see how much time they spent in the enemy central area.
Yeah, it's sometimes out of aggression and trying to push their lead, and oftentimes out of trying to make a comeback in this game. Remember, the levels were really in favor of Root Dignitas, at least by one kind of across the board. It did feel like Reject was looking for any way to come back in this series and gain some EXP. Oftentimes that can come from some central area invades. And Urshifu, one of those Pokemon that can get that done.
This is a really tough final fight for Dignitas because in multiple points they had the advantage.
Yeah.
They just couldn't seem to close it out. And one thing that was also tricky about it, they were slightly behind on the scoreboard, which was really smart from Reject. They didn't go for the bottom objective right at the end.
Nope.
They actually put some points on the board, putting them above Dignitas, meaning that Dignitas is in this really scary spot where you have to do something here, right? You have to be the team that ends up making a play. And I think we both saw the same thing.
Yeah, a big green dragon in the middle of our screen. That is correct. We got Rayquaza. I know you were talking about this before. Talk to me about Root Dignitas and Rayquaza.
So I cannot verify this, but I have seen this thrown around, and you know what? When I see something on the internet, I just seem to believe it, buddy. Apparently, Root Dignitas' win rate on the Rayquaza map is almost 100%. It might even be like 100% when
we'll
they're
round up
playing
to 100%.
I love when we do that. It's one of my favorite things that you can possibly do. As we're taking a look at our bans here, things are looking pretty dang similar between these two squads. For Alligator still getting an insane amount of ban priority here. Machamp and Zugrick says, no, I'm taking the Blastoise. I'd happen to agree. I thought he was unbelievable last game.
It was phenomenal. One of the best pieces of that composition when we were watching it happen. I do love that we were seeing an identical draft because it does mean that every stat on our screen is 100% so far, which I do find quite funny. Every single one of the bans is a run back as well as our picks across the board. Otter will return to the Espeon, picked a little bit higher in priority this time around though.
And now we're seeing another couple of picks here for Reject. They might be switching it up, though. Are they going to take away a pick from the side of Dignitas? We'll see. They loved that Surf Fetched. Game number one. We have Snorlax being hovered here. So far, we have the exact same composition, which honestly, I don't think is unfair. Both teams
did great. It was a very close game. Oh, here we go. Finally, we have a bit of a swap. The Quavel we will not see into game number two. Instead, a Garchomp will be available. Kind of back to sell its roots a little bit. One of their Pokemon that they made a name for themselves at in competition. Final hover from Toon is really interesting, and we're going to walk in a Snorlax. Excuse me?
So, I'm not exactly sure what we're looking at here.
Okay, great.
I love the Metagross pick. This is very exciting. If Toon is on, this Snorlax playing, okay, he's moving over to Blastoise, I was going to say. This does make sense. We've seen Blastoise played in this position, but I was thinking, man, if they're going with everything on the line, Flail-Lax right now from Toon, I'm here for it, but wow, that is wild. The healing on the side of Reject, really incredible here. We have a single curse item from Dignitas, but it's a great one on Otter. I mean, if they can hit a big-time, you know, side shock into a side beam, chain all of that, give them all some of that, you know, curse debuff, that could be big. Reject here, I mean, I don't know. I'm feeling pretty good into this double defender, but we're going to have to see. Dignitas obviously has cooked up something.
It is a bit of a dip in damage, though, right?
Huge.
Like, I mean, you're losing the Alolan Raichu and picking up the Blastoise. I think damage numbers-wise, Garchomp and Quabbel, we're just going to kind of call it a wash. But still, that is a big change-up for Dignitas. Instead of playing for some of these big bursts of damage or even ongoing, they're going to play that crowd control contest up against Reject, adding Blastoise into the mix. We are going to be getting into game number 2. One of the most important matches of any World Championships we have ever had to start the day off here in San Francisco. And already it has started electric. Let's get into game number 2.
All right, Root, Dignitas, your purple team. Reject, your orange team. Reject up 1 game right here. And even if Reject wins this series, Dignitas desperately would like to win a game right here, right? It matters so much in a group of 3.
Yeah, a group stage, you cannot sleep in a single moment of this one. I recommend you don't sleep this entire tournament. It's going to be exciting all the way through. Zugrug pushing forward against Pee-wee right now, and we're actually going to get a chance to get a few stacks in. As this Snorlax, we're talking about iconic players and Pokemon combos. I feel like Zugrug and the Pool Party Snorlax, that's a classic.
It is a big one, without question. Otter right now looking still for their level 4, seeing if they can secure that right here, and they do. Nice big secure. Dignitas playing so well early. Overlord right now, though, looking for a huge play, and Otter doesn't know what's coming.
All right, that early tackle in from Overlord, but they take about half of Pee-wee there for the backup. And that has been an interesting duo to watch so far for Reject as they've played through this game number 1 and the early parts of game number 2 is the Overlord and Pee-wee combo. That Mew coaching, it seems like it's always there to back up one of their carries.
Overlord right now kind of loves this fight. I know they're getting pushed around here by Dignitas, but look at that massive gyro ball. Here comes the Garchomp, though, with the Dragon combo. Is this going to push Reject back?
Overlord with a big KO and all those shields being gained by the gyro ball. Another big pull by the Gabite, but they will eventually fall. Haruto chasing down into the enemy Flux Zone with the help of an eject button. And that goal zone is not going to be standing for very long, or at least extremely low, as so many stacks end up going in Reject's favor.
Really amazing here for Reject. We're at 7 minutes. That's a level 9 Metagross. They are evolved. They have their Unite move. They're way ahead of Dignitas. Strangely enough, highest level on the board for Dignitas, the Snorlax.
Okay, well, not the central area player potentially, but hey,
it is Flail.
Still dominating the bottom path. We do got the Flail-lax ready to go. A bit of offense never hurts. Some would say it's the best defense. Zugrug certainly of that opinion so far.
I mean, it's really powerful. The lower its HP gets, the stronger it becomes in some of these fights, and it can scrap really well with a very scrappy team. You know, Surfetch, Metagross, those Pokemon want to fight. Well, so does Flail-lax.
And I know this is not irrelevant in terms of numbers, but the sound it makes when you get hit by a flail is intimidating enough for me to want to recall the base. So.
I without question, it's a great sound. It's intense. It shakes the screen. The big punches in bunches from Zugrug. Overlord now, though, still the biggest thing going. Level 10.5. And that Metagross loves to fight multiple members of the enemy team. That gyro ball, when it hits people, it gets a huge shield. The more enemy players it hits, the bigger that shield becomes. It makes it really hard to shut this Pokemon down.
We are still going to be focusing with that Magnet Rise on the tenacity here. Haruto going to try to push in with that detect. Zugro going to push him up against the wall, and these little engagements fighting over experience are going to be so important, especially for Root Dig. It's a nice little pull back by Toon, and then surfing Overlord, trying to get them in range of their Garchomp.
Garchomp moving in with the Unite move here. We have the Mew coming to help. Blastoise goes down. Big time unit from the Garchomp. They are all stuck in the sand tomb that was created by Overlord. He actually created the perfect arena for Garchomp to slash back and forth and rip through Reject.
We have multiple pool party Hollowware on the side of Root Dignitas. I did not think that Reject was going to be the one hosting that event. That is a tough look, and yeah, Root Dignitas is going to be happy. But all that EXP they got to feed up to Garchomp.
Yeah, huge stuff there. 117, 141 right now. Reject's still ahead, and we saw how important that was near the end of the game last game, right? It meant Dignitas was the team that had to make a play. They're still in that position right now, but we're only halfway through this match here. An incredibly important game for these two teams, two of the best in the world. You want to win these series, and Reject's already up. Easy, secure here for Dignitas. Easy, secure for Reject. The objectives go back and forth.
All right, so Regieleki is going to be walking towards that tier 2. We're at that 4.5-minute mark. Often teams will kind of play it a little bit safer and get some EXP, but however, Reject, not one of those teams. Instead, pushing into that enemy central area, allowing that vision that Regieleki is providing to know that at the very least, Blastoise will not be there to stop them.
Yeah, they know that. They could decide to head towards this goal zone, but instead they're just pressuring the side of Dignitas, trying to keep this level lead that they have mounted. It's so important. And with them in this central area and no good vision for Dig, someone wanders in here and they are going to regret it, as we now have Reject deciding how long they want to stay here.
Yeah, we have the Flail Wax and the Espeon down on that bottom tier 1 hovering. I don't know if they have vision of the Surfetched either, who is roamed out over there. Zugrug is checking pieces of the tall grass, but that Surfetched has now recalled. Yeah, currently, Dignitas are just throwing moves into tall grass, searching anywhere they can. They're going to find the Metagross first.
Yeah, Metagross is found. They're actually going to have to peel back here. Only 2 members of Reject. They might look for a score in the bottom half. Ooh. Somehow, Pavone with the follow me, of course, makes it out again. And now they're heading towards the bottom goal zone, but Zugrug is there to push him back.
Yeah, a great stop with this Snorlax jumping right into the fray. Haruto in a dangerous spot now, but they will just kind of strafe away from that Garchomp that is Toon's Blastoise taking a ton of damage. Wow. But it's actually Pee-wee's Mew the first to fall. And we're at the 3-minute mark.
Yeah, Satake in some trouble right now, having to peel back as Root Dignitas is looking towards the central area. They're just happy to take that fight, though, and all of this experience right there. Huge pick. Great stuff from Dignitas. Incredible pressure as well. Pavone, I feel like they just recognize they can get away with anything right now.
Yeah, exactly. It's Clefable seemingly immortal on the map. And yeah, these levels are starting to get out of hand, Spraggles. We got a 13 on the Garchomp. Reject hunting for a lot of breakpoints. Level 11s across the board. Finally, the Zacian hitting that level 12.
Here we go. Second burst, same as the first. We have the bottom objective here before our Rayquaza heading over to Dignitas. Top objective, the Regieleki heading over to Reject. 30 seconds now until Ray. And again, we cannot stress this enough how important this match is. If Dignitas can even take a game here, let alone win the series, but if they can even take a game here, that would be so preferential to going 0-2 in this group stage.
Yeah, Regieleki will be a non-factor in terms of hitting the goal zone. Overlord taking a lot of early poke damage, but that's what the Clefable's for, backing them up immediately.
Here we go, just a few seconds until Rayquaza, and it looks like Dignitas is ready for it, pushing members of Reject out of the pit. Full HP as they're moving forward for a fight. Pavone in some trouble in the top path, but no, peeling back. Otter getting caught!
That's a huge KO. That Surfetch gonna take that knockout, and we have a push by the Snorlax. That Power Nap knocking out multiple targets, and now Ender joins the fray, taking down their opposing support player as the Clefable's down for 10 seconds.
And here we go, Haruto looking for the Garchomp right here. They could definitely win this brawl, but the Pollen Puff keeps them alive. Big time Dragon Claw combo, and now everyone is gonna peel back. Overlord looking for a fight with 4 members of Dignitas. We have the Espeon coming back right now. We have the Clefable coming back, and it looks like we're heading back in for another scrap.
Overlord's gonna be that main target, of course. Already brought down to half HP. Make that 0 as Espeon will take that last hit. We do have the limit outrage for the Garchomp. It's gonna be cleaning up on the damage front. Rayquaza brought down to about half HP. We have the Zacian hanging out above the pit on the top side. Satake knocks airborne, and the Blastoise pushes them even farther. Otter and tune. A perfect combo, and that's Ray down.
Let's go, Dignitas, evening this thing up here. The score's going in 217, 317, looking for another hundo burger as the Unite Mics have coined it. 417 to 149. We have got a game on our hands, Zoinks.
Rude Dignitas cleaning up in a major way. A lot of those mistakes from game number 1, you're not seeing them going into game number 2. Great stuns across the board. Having Blastoise and Snorlax on your team is so formidable in that final fight, and Reject could just not find a way to move safely around the middle of that Rayquaza pit.
Now the question is here, will Reject select the map? Knowing that Dignitas loves Ray and won with it, another beautiful fight from them. The only difference I feel like here from game 1 to game 2 is Dignitas did recognize this time when they had their advantage, it's go time.
Yeah.
We have to finish right now. We are not putting ourselves in this position once more to actually let the match slip through our fingers. You couldn't ask for a better way to start our day. All tied up in this best of 3. And as I mentioned earlier, can't stress enough how important it is that this is going to a game 3. That puts so much pressure on the third team out of this group, Stamina.
Yeah, Stamina in a dangerous spot. Both these teams going to essentially have a point, if we want to call it that way, in their group stage standings. Stamina is going to need to keep pace against either of these two teams, and that is going to be the same way around. Let's take another look at that game number 2, because it was phenomenal across the board. So much tankiness on these teams, so we're seeing these fights last a long time, but geez, that Garchomp was moving from Zealot.
Yeah, the Garchomp was big. It took a little while for the Blastoise to get online, but here was that huge moment. The, mausoleum set up by Overlord for the side of Reject, and with all of the crowd control that was hitting the Metagross, he couldn't bring the walls down for that moment, so they all were stuck there. And then here is our fight. Huge Dragon Claw combo catch right here. Pavone just never seems to go down, and there was Otter kind of in no man's land getting caught by Reject, but one goes back the other side, and they all just kind of have to take a breath.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of resources used by Reject as well to kind of get out of a Snorlax Unite move. That stun, I mean, we see the Clefable have to fly into the opposite side, trying to back them up, but in the end, I mean, Espeon hitting some major shots. You see Otter just hanging out in the wings, making sure to hit at that opportune moment. And yeah, this burst damage onto Rayquaza, just phenomenal.
Got to shout out Zugrug, of course, right there, holding down that choke point with the block, pushing Mew out, because Mew is the secure tool from Reject right there. It could steal it away easily. We've seen it done a million times. And you know what? A huge MVP for the Flail-Lax. I absolutely love to see it. Zugrug right there. This is the Eos cookie, the Rocky helmet. They want to be in your face the entire time throwing those punches, but also the ability to throw up that wall, give themselves so much time in a fight, reposition their opponents. Such an incredible game number 2 here. I mean, I couldn't ask for a better start to our day.
Yep.
This is electric.
I am loving this so far. I mean, very similar drafts in game number 2 that we saw into game number 1. I'm extremely curious where we go into game number 3, but I do think our biggest question mark is where are we going to be playing in game number 3? What map are we going to? Because Rude Dignitas clearly love this Ray.
Yeah, I mean, I got to agree. If I'm Reject, I think I'm taking away map.
Oh, I'm picking Groudon
I think
immediately.
I'm either Groudon or Kyogre, whichever one we like best, right? With how, kind of healing focused they've been, they might love to brawl with a Kyogre,
yeah.
That being said, either way, I could see them not wanting Ray again. However, that gives Dignitas the advantage of that first pick again, which they've used to take Blastoise both of our games. Clearly a standout Pokemon in this tournament so far.
Would you consider swapping out one of your bands if you're Reject to put the Blastoise away for game 3?
Well, it's hard because look at what their options are. They've got to get that Feraligatr out of there. I do think Feraligatr is probably the best thing going on Eos Island right now. There are a few Pokemon in that position. One that has been completely absent that I know we've all been thinking about is Yveltal.
Yeah.
Not a ban, not a pick. Feraligatr, however, I'm not shocked. This might stay the top ban throughout the tournament.
Okay, yeah, I think it's a very, very good chance. Rude Dignitas feels like a little, I want to almost call them character bands, but focus bands that we are seeing on their side of things. Focus bands, just multiple multiple. This time it's plural. But the Comfey Blissey Serena, I could see that in multiple matches as we go forward in our tournament. Maybe the Serena is a specific reject choice. Sasaka is just so good on that Pokemon.
Comfey is also a particular kind of broken. It is the only supporter that can really track with any character you put it on, opening up opportunities for things like Zoroark combos to make it out there. Pokemon that just love to go extremely deep onto the enemy side of the map, dive into their backline. Nothing can protect you like Comfey can.
Right.
So by banning Comfey, you shut down an entire strategy. Zoroark is powerful. Zoroark Comfey is overpowered.
Yes.
And they get rid of that entire play.
Yeah, that's a nasty look. I don't think Ridiculous is looking to play into, or at least as often as they can help it, they're going to be putting that combination to the other side. And Reject, on the other hand, we've seen some interesting stuff from them in the past as well. I know Overlord loves that Delmise. I think that would be an interesting pick to pick up. However, they have been playing more of a damage-focused role with the Urshifu and the Metagross now in these last 2 games.
There are a few Pokemon I would love to see from Overlord here. My number one has got to be Dodrio. I don't know that it will play particularly well into what Dignitas is throwing at it, unfortunately.
Snorlax Blastoise, that's a tough look.
It's not what I want to see when I pick the three-headed bird, right? But I recognize how unbelievably good Overlord is on this Pokemon, and with how Reject plays, you'll notice the pressure from Reject. If you were to split the map right down the middle, some teams play just like that. This is my side, this is your side, we're going to take the objective fights. I'm going to, basically near the center, I'm going to try to secure every single thing I can. Reject, I think they have a more holistic approach.
They blur those lines, for sure.
All the way onto the other side, that's ours too. They take everything they can, and Dodrio is one of the best Pokemon to do this. I know Overlord has been running it. The only question is it going to work into a composition like this? I don't know.
It's a really tricky spot. And Game 3, we're forcing these teams to make difficult decisions in a very important stage of the tournament. These 3-team groups, they can be nasty, and especially when we have this level of teams making up this group. I can't wait. I can't wait to see some of these other matches as well throughout the day, especially check out some of our feature stage matches. I mean, we have so much exciting tournament in front of us. This is the best World Championships we ever had.
It is without question the best World Championships. It is without question the last World Championships. And it is without question the best way to start in the craziest group we have ever had here. Zoinks, Dignitas, Reject, and I really do think, of course you want this match. More than anything, you want to go ahead and win this thing. No question about it. Both of these teams having a game, though, it could be, if things don't go well here, it could be that life preserver. It could be that thing you grab onto that moves you into day 2.
We've seen pop-offs on stage. I don't know if we've ever seen pop-offs of relief from both teams so far this early in the tournament, and I do think they are both feeling that way. But you're right. There's so much on the line. There's so much storied history between these teams. They want this win right now if they can help it. And I mean, they have had 2 chances to take a look at how the opposition is playing, where they rotate, how they move. That tall grass that Overlord was hanging out in multiple games now on the enemy side looking for an ambush, that might not work as well going into game number 3. And we are headed to Kyogre, so getting the big 3 throughout our best of 3 so far.
Yeah, Kyogre, they do not want to see Rayquaza again, as we're taking a look at our bands, looking very similar to our other games here. We've got the Comfey, we've got the Blissey. It looks like Serena is going to be that final ban here for Root, Dignitas, and now Reject. The question is, are they going to keep up with the Machamp ban? They were on blast list for a moment here.
Wow, Snorlax would be really interesting. I mean, if you ban away the Snorlax, you are anticipating a first pick Blastoise, right? Like, you just have to
100%.
On the other side. So Reject has to have a game plan to stop the dominance of this Pokemon, because Zugrug and, well, Toonslim in the last game have looked phenomenal on this water-type Pokemon.
Wow, and look, they're taking away a lot of tools here. Immediately grabbing the Machamp. They take away the Espeon from Dignitas. Now, of course, Otter has a lot of different Pokemon that Otter could be playing here right now. So I'm not sure exactly what is going to happen. Otter on Espeon has looked phenomenal, but Otter looks phenomenal on Mew. Otter looks phenomenal on a Alolan Raichu. Otter looks phenomenal on a ton of Pokemon, and of course, we settle into the Mew, Ender on the Duck.
Interesting. Okay, a Pokemon that I expected to have even higher of an encounter rate so far, but absent in games 1 and 2 from Ben or Pick. But now Ender going to be adding that one to the repertoire. This makes sense. The Machamp, Espeon, they loved that trio of Psyduck at the Asia Champions League, so it makes sense. Ender wants to take that option away.
And now they are taking the Eldegoss for themselves.
Standard
a Pokemon
Lucario?
that's getting standard Lucario. That is what we were seeing. Base model Lucario, which could be extreme speed. Oftentimes, if you're playing this Lucario and not going Mega, it is because you are not playing the Power-Up Punch.
If they play Power Up Punch, we have questions for the interview. we have questions lined up.
I'm loving this bird comp, baby.
Yeah.
We've got the Talonflame Zealot back on the Quaquaval looking to fight Overlord now with our final pick. We're going to see how they want to play this. He's moving around this Dodrio.
Oh, that would be
it's
so
looking
exciting.
pretty good. Let's see what he wants to lock in here. I love this choice.
Yeah.
Once again, I thought it looked great in that last game. And if anyone on the side of Dignitas wants to get close to this thing, all of a sudden it's just this unbelievable tanky wall.
A Pokemon, it's so difficult to deal with. I do think its Blastoise matchup is pretty solid as well. It's not going to be getting that KO on the other side, but that natural tenacity that Metagross can kind of play with will help it in some of these engagements against that Blastoise.
I want to ask you, Psyduck, unbelievable, right? Of course. How do you like it into this comp from Reject? I don't know that I see as the big moments as much.
Yeah, to me, it looks like more of a counter pick. We don't want Reject to have that Pokemon. Again, that Espeon Machamp Psyduck combination is so terrifying in some of those combo looks. You are taking that away. But I do think early game, having that Psyduck to apply a little bit of extra pressure could be a major point for them to work with.
Yeah, it absolutely could as our teams are getting ready here for game number 3. Such an important one. Our battleground. Hey, we got the hat trick. We did them all here. Groudon, then Rayquaza. Now, finally, Thea Sky Ruins with Kyogre in the center. This match is so important. One of these teams might not be making it through groups, and that will change the entire texture of our tournament. All tied up. Root Dignitas, your purple team. Reject, your orange team. Game 3.
Well, we've seen some flexes in the draft so far, Spreckles, and now we have ended up with Otter on their Mew and Zugrug on this Blastoise that crushed it in game number 1. That is what I call a formidable bottom path, and Overlord already getting pushed around.
Yeah, Overlord getting pushed around right there, but they did get the secure. Zugrug moving forward right here. Haruto in the top path, seeing if they could steal something away from Root Dig, but so far things are going great for Root Dignitas. That is going to go over to the side of Reject.
All right, Ender on this Psyduck. They're going with no traditional healing for this composition. Instead, going to rely on shields and damage reduction from the help of the Psyduck Unite move as their major influences in the final team fight. However, on the opposite side, Reject have swapped into the Eldegoss, who can put out a ton of healing, but it's going to be more focused on the Unite move for those big impact support moments.
Teams mobilizing towards the center of the map. Satake right here looking for their possible play. They move in. Huge catch right there. Otter in trouble, and there they go down. That is the delete button from Reject. Grab with the submission Machamp, and then Pui finishes them off. Another one.
Yeah, and there's Zugrug taking so much damage that Palm Puff will explode, but not in time to get the KO. Reject with a big knockout and a ton of damage to follow up in this bottom path already. These teams are fighting early.
Satake coming in once again. Otter having to eject out. This combination from Reject is so oppressive, and look at what it's done to Root Dignitas. They just have to get away from this. They can't fight.
Yeah, there is a reason we have talked about Espeon as the best in-class attacker, and you've got to witness it multiple times in this Game 3 already. That combo, that burst damage is kind of unseconded across the entire roster.
And now the question is, what is Reject going to do here? Because it really does feel like it is their decision to make as we have the Machoke moving towards the top path. Regidrago hits the map.
All right, we do have the bird combo, the duo of Talonflame and Psyduck rotating to contest around this objective, but so far neither of these teams want to push aggressively without vision of the other. We do Satake on the Machoke doing another clear of the central area, but Regidrago's already down to half, even lower.
Here we go, big time secure. Espeon once again, the fly from Talon late there.
Yeah, tough timing. Dignitas not able to combo correctly. Satake with that unstoppable. Pushing it, they're going to pull a couple as Ender takes a ton of damage. So does Toon, and they land onto multiple targets. Great body block by Zugrug, making sure that Espeon cannot get that KO.
It's an extremely scary play from Toon right there, but they are able to make it out. A lot of this experience heading over to the side of Reject, some of it being secured by Dignitas. 0-4 right now. The top path, we have our two all-rounders brawling, and it looks like it's going to be the Duck going down. Lucario winning that, and that's going to be massive for Reject. They're going to get a huge level lead now.
Yeah, Haruto now at level 7, so some Lucario choices have been made. Registeel is going to be the center of attention, though. Satake body blocking that Electro Ball. They are going to pull that Mew. The combo is there, and Reject takes that first KO of the fight.
Yeah, Reject now moving forward. Ender having to peel back. Talonflame comes in with a Unite move. They're looking for the KO on the Espeon. The objective over to Reject. Machamp with the Unite. Do they move in? No, they actually peel back. Now they can move in with a submission, and they can look for a huge play. Grabbing the Psyduck. Here comes Machamp. No need to Unite just yet. They're lining it up, and they're looking for it. They grab 2, and 1 goes down.
Yeah, big use of the Unite move from Overlord after they've already landed, and now that extreme speed Lucario's joining the battle. That Bone Rush, good for a KO streak of 2, as Lucario getting this done in the classic fashion.
This is really tough for Dignitas. I think they would have expected this Machamp possibly to be banned out. Then they first picked Blastoise. Now all of a sudden they've given up this insanely powerful combination to Reject. It doesn't look like they have an answer for it. We have Lucario in the top path outplaying the Quaquaval, almost 3 levels up. This is absolute domination from Reject out of Japan.
Yeah, so far exactly according to plan for them. It's another big pull, and of course the combo's there to follow. Mew's already down 2 and trying to get some damage on the backside with this Talonflame. They do get a ton of burst, but no KOs to follow. They gotta retreat back to that goal zone. Pee-wee and Haruto are going to be the front line between this Lucario and Espeon in this next team fight, but the objective is going to be a second thought as they're actually pushing towards this tier 1.
I honestly thought it was going to be extreme speed, but no, it is power-up punch, Bone Rush Lucario. An absolute blast from the past. Something you never see. Some really awkward math there from Reject. I'm not sure why they were so stressed, but I guess they wanted to stop Toon, possibly?
Yeah, it could be. Well, they are going to be focusing on that fight. Saiyai is going to reduce a little bit of that damage, but Talonflame has to think twice. Taking that fight on the goal zone will be a tough one. That's going to be a flame sweep, mostly just to get out of danger, as Satake and Overlord were waiting in the wings, lurking.
Ender now goes down, but you definitely trade, right? Yeah. Losing your Psyduck over losing your Talonflame. Hits the right bird for sure, as we have a score here from Zugrug. 82-152. Reject still in command of this match. Another catch right here. The Espeon combo, and I'm sorry, Dignitas. This is looking bleak, buddy. You need an answer to this.
Yeah, Root Dig not able to deal with this combo that has been a staple of the metagame for quite some time. These are meta threats, and they are proving why every single time. Talonflame, another big back cap though. They're climbing in that score. Oh, they actually see the Espeon as that low HP, but trading their KO there, not going to be an option.
Here we go. Toon actually once again making it out thanks to Ender with a massive block. Here comes the Machamp, though. There really is nothing Dignitas can do here. Toon trying to slow them down. Up in the top path, we have a bit of a KO. Some whiplash as we take a look at what is happening up there. The Lucario's fighting 4 members of Reject onto the goal zone, and wow, this is huge for Reject.
Yeah, it's starting to get gross on a massive overdone, but it doesn't matter when you're sitting at 311 points. Dignitas yet to get into triple digits, as Reject have defended both of their tier 1s on the bottom and the top side of the map. Here is the next major one that will be a Talonflame secure in the face of Satake's Machamp, but they're still here for the fight.
Yeah, and here we go. Look at Reject. Just absolutely dominating this, holding all the moves. Beautiful. Psyshock takes it down. Regieleki walks for only a 4-point overcap. The levels on the side of Dignitas abysmal at this point in the match. Reject in total control.
Yeah, and a Pokemon like Metagross just becomes unbelievable with a massive level lead, but Quaquaval able to get that KO. That is a lot of comeback experience for this all-arounder, as Zealot is chasing down Pavone next.
Yeah, here we go. Zealot coming online here, maybe saving the match here for Dignitas. 12 on the Talonflame, gonna be 13 on the Quaquaval. Regidrago being worked on. Signs of life here from Root Dig.
Yeah, great punish. I mean, Reject break 1, tier 2. They try to travel to the other, but Root Dignitas able to defend at least one of those. So good rotation. They're able to kind of keep pace with Reject so far. And I mean, you're gonna need to do a lot more than that if you want to claw your way back to a victory position with this final stretch on the horizon. horizon. 2 minutes and 30 seconds left before Kyogre spawns, and we really come alive in this one.
Beautiful unstoppable surf there from Zugra. Could have been caught, but does not end up going down. 15 seconds now until Kyogre hits our map. This fight is huge. If Reject can get a catch, as they have multiple times throughout this game, I think they can sew this thing up. Dignitas not in a great position right here, and Reject getting a ton of information. The question is, who is going to move in first? Who is going to start this fight? Overlord, and here we go, it's the wobble!
That's so much damage already. Overlord gets a little bit of the shielding, has to Unite move. They're forced to, but still is not afraid of that 1v1, and that is going to be the first KO for Root Dignitas.
Root Dignitas moving in. Talonflame with a big time Unite move, doesn't hit the wall, but it's picked up by the Machamp. Talon now is the peel back. The Hydro type move catches 3 from Reject, pushing him around. Kyogre solo, and it's Talon! Tune with the secure. The fly lands perfectly. Wii goes down. Satake has to run, and now we're looking to score. But Lucario picked up a buff on the other side. Dignitas still behind.
Oh my goodness, this is so close. That Kyogre debuff on the goal zone might make this impossible for Reject, though. They are defending against 3 players right now as Talonflame is scoring 40 points in that home goal zone, but the Lucario is matching pace. 54 from Haruto as Japan's team Reject is still holding on to this lead.
Right now, Dignitas is making a massive call. They are saying we have to take Lucario. They're looking for it. The unstoppable, trying to get out of a bad situation. 55 seconds left. Haruto using Power Punch once again, making it out. Here comes Talonflame, missing with the Unite move. Haruto in trouble. Huge fly, but is able to dodge. 45 seconds left. The Bone Rush. They're breaking their ankles. Reject is running towards their goal zone. Dig the other way.
All right, it is now just a race to score. Let's see how many points in pocket both these teams can deposit. The only defender for Team Reject will be the Eldegoss. Root Dignitas have left it all up for the offense. Lucario joins out of the battle in the goal zone, but Root Dignitas is able to deposit everything with the Hundo Burger from Zugra, and there it goes. 100 points, 635 to 657. This one couldn't be closer, but the Machamp is still scoring.
671, 635. Dignitas needs something. 7 more points. Talonflame scores again. Machamp looking for another point. They go down. Machamp scores again. I think this is Reject. I think they have it.
I can't believe it. The most important match of the day. We start. It's a photo finish. We'll take a look at that. And with our final score tally and Reject celebrating, they take it 2-1.
Wow. Reject beats Root Dignitas. Unbelievable. I mean, the Lucario making their way around that map. The Kyogre buff giving him just a little more HP, just a little more HP. The Bone Rush, the unstoppable power-up punches to avoid all of the crowd control. And then Reject scrambles to score in the home goal zone of Dig.
I no longer have any questions about power-up punch Bone Rush Lucario. I believe that question was already posed to the players on stage, and Haruto said, I bet I will give you the entire instructional, unreal finish to our best-of-3 set.
This is one of the best matches I've got to cast in the Unite Championship Series. What a brawl between these two squads. Not over for either of them, you know, looking towards the day 2, but now that Reject has won this, they feel pretty comfortable.
Yeah, oh, man, Overlord going down early in this fight, it gets so scary. Root Dignitas really making sure they get the best of this moment. You get the power-up punch, Lucario getting right into the fray, and the Unite move at the end, taking down Mew, stealing that buff. I mean, how important is this Lucario?
And this is the moment of the game right here. Haruto. This is one of the most legendary Lucario plays that I have seen. Throwing back the Bone Rush, the power-up punch pushing them away. Boop, boop. See you guys later. Another unstoppable.
Oh man, I almost like Rudik thought it was in that other patch of tall grass, the bone. You saw all 3 converge there, but able to dodge out of the way. And Rudik was able to get multiple Hundo Burgers in this situation, even with Reject defending that goal zone. The Quabble and the Blastoise both able to get major points in the game. Root Dignitas may have lost that one, but they were never out of that fight. But Reject just a step ahead.
Wow, I mean, this is the absolute highest level gameplay that you are going to see.
Yeah.
The player of the game. Power-up punch, Bone Rush Lucario from Haruto. that was a thing of beauty. You'll notice, didn't go down a single time.
Zero
Faints right there. And even in the last moment with every member of Dig looking for the KO, they just could not seem to stop Haruto. Unbelievable start to our day.
No more questions about power-up punch. Bone Rush, I have been proven. That is the moveset. Loving what we are seeing out of Team Reject from Japan, a team that has had such an interesting story all season long. Silver medals are their rivals of Fennel for the entirety of the season. This could be the chance to finally bring home a gold. Taking a look at some of these stats, though, I mean, yeah, that 53,000 looking impressive. Overlord with 9 KOs in this game and almost 70,000 damage on the Metagross, a Pokemon that you knew was going to be phenomenal this weekend.
Yeah, I felt like Metagross was going to have a pretty solid weekend here. Seeing Overlord on it, it looked really incredible. Obviously, Lucario with multiple hero plays throughout this match. I really have to hand it to Dig with how they came back from the absolute brink and actually put themselves in a position to win this thing. But this just goes to show, first off, how important that early score lead was from Reject, because even when you lose the objective, you still have a match in front of you. And also just goes to show the level at which these teams are playing. In a solo queue game, everyone's sitting in base after a moment like that. Reject makes the miss secure into a win. Well, we've got an interview up on the big stage, so why don't we send it that way right now? Take it away.
Holy smokes, that is a heck of a way to start the 2026 World Championships here, the 30th anniversary of Pokemon. I, of course, am Dupe Snacks, and the man that requires no introduction, Overlord from Reject right here. Already the fans are tuning out for you. The excitement is there, front row. They've been waiting, so they're excited to hear you talk. My first question is, what's your heart rate level right now after that match to kick off the day?
Definitely high. It was one of those games where it went past, the final objectives didn't decide who won the game. So it was until the very end, definitely heart racing, but in the moment we're calm and collected and we're trying to, think and make the correct decision. So yeah, I'm very happy.
Before we talk about that Game 3, which was just an absolute race to the finish line, I want to talk about just the draft strategy. Of course, you went with the gutter pick Metagross in Game 2. Game 2 went a little sideways for you. Still had the faith in it to choose it in the same position Game 3. What did you see across the way that Root Dig was doing that said, yeah, let's go back to this. This is going to work out for us here in the third game?
Yeah, I think in the second game, even though we lost the game, the first half of the game, the early game, is going quite well. So I thought, I don't think the character is the problem. I think we could change around some of the pieces around the Metagross and kind of keep the Metagross as the core. And it ended up, working. So that was the thought process.
Okay, great. So let's talk about this power-up punch. Bone Rush Lucario. Haruto absolutely sliding around the map, burning about 35 seconds worth of time just by themselves on 1/3 HP. Where's the inspiration for that, or is it just the kid's cracked, put him on the Pokemon and he'll move?
I mean, the kid is cracked, absolutely. I mean, I used to be the one playing the top lane, but if I were to give up the reins to someone, it would definitely be Haruto. I think he's one of the best, if not the best, top player in the world. Very, very cracked at the game. So I'm happy, to give him the top lane.
One last question in terms of the game itself. Clefable in the first game, Pavone, literally healed over half of the damage that Root Dig dealt throughout the entire course of the game. To me, it felt like a great key to success, especially when you came back off respawn with the Urshifu, keeping your all's team alive in that fight. Is Clefable something you guys have always just kind of gone to as a level of comfort? I know you went away from it in Game 3, but it looked pretty solid in Game 1 and 2.
Yeah, the Clefable is a very good pick if the enemy team doesn't have a very fast all-in composition. And since the enemy kind of like to play a little more front to back with the Raichu and the Espeon, they're more front to back heavy. So the Clefable was very good for kind of sustaining the front line and kind of keeping everyone up. And also, when I got picked off early, it allowed everyone to kind of stay calm and remember, like, hey, we have a Clefable here. We don't need to panic. We can still win team fights and slowly come back. And then that's when I came back with the Unite move. So.
It worked out great, and it looked really good. Last question, and this is a personal one to you specifically. You are a two-time world champion. if you were to become the 3-time world champion, it would be an undeniable mark that you are the best player in Pokemon Unite of all time. What does that mean more to you than a team victory here? I doubt it. You're a team guy. But just let's talk about just you as an individual right now. What would that mean for you personally?
Yeah, it would definitely mean the world to me, especially coming to Japan as a North American player and having all the difficulties that has. So it would definitely be very nice to kind of prove and show the world, you know, that anything is really possible as long as you put in the work and effort. But of course, you know, that wasn't on my mind at first. What's on my mind is I want to see my teammates become world champions. I want to see them raise the trophy for the first time. So that's, to me, what's special to me, and that's what I want to achieve.
Truly the humblest man in the game. I'll give you one more moment here to just say some words to the folks at home, and if the World Championships have taught me anything, somebody else is going to be talking to you right in this position later on today, tomorrow, and potentially even Sunday. But for now, just a quick word to the folks that are here for you and the folks watching at home.
Yeah, I really appreciate everybody that supported me and Reject on this journey. It's definitely been a long year, so I really appreciate it. We couldn't have done it without you. And yeah, hopefully, you know, this world we can make everybody proud and kind of show what we're capable of.
Incredibly well said. Everyone, Overlord! Back to the booth.
Well, Overlord, if you were hoping to make everybody proud, I think you have a great start to doing so. A phenomenal beginning for the tournament for Reject. Root Dignitas going to be taking that first loss for North America. However, a tough group. They still have the potential to make it into that day number 2.
Yeah, down but not out, without question. As I mentioned earlier, that one game could be the deciding factor in that group. We're going to have to see as the day goes on. And of course, Group H, so important to this entire tournament. I think we're watching every single game as long as, of course, they are still relevant to the tournament as we move forward. It is going to be unbelievable. I have to say, you know, as we're moving through this is our last World Championship for Unite. So we're mixing a few things around. I get to have one final cast with my buddy Zoinks. That was incredible. What a game to go out on, brother.
Unreal.
That was amazing. I love you. I'm glad we got to do this together. We're switching around a lot of pairs, so you're going to see that all day here on day 1, even a little bit on day 2. So yeah, I look forward to that. There are just so many great casters that we have, so many people that I haven't even had a chance to call a game with, but it's really good to have a run back. You and I had an amazing cast for the regionals in North America a year or so back, and now we got to cast one of the best opening games I've ever seen.
It was unreal. I mean, what a start to the tournament. We got everything. Game number 3, of course, all 3 map variants as well. We got to see that Rayquaza. I'm sure we're going to see that more from Root Dignitas throughout the weekend. And we got to see players just absolutely taking names out there on the main stage. This was so fun, but this was just the start of the tournament. The World Championships here in San Francisco are going to be incredible all day long. So we're going to jump to a very quick break, and when we come back, more group stage.
Don't go anywhere.
Don't
go anywhere.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Pokemon Unite World Championships 26. It's myself, Sofian, and Wonder Chef. And honestly, that was the best way to start group stage.
Yes, unbelievable. That easily could have been
a final,
a grand final match. Yeah,
Right.
and there's actually a pretty decent chance that could end up becoming a grand finals match. So we'll end up seeing, but I mean, yeah, amazing way to start things off, and that's really kind of what the script is, I think, going to be this weekend. It's going to be an amazing tournament. Hey, we got to close it out really strong, but we're going to get some other regions, 2 regions new from the last match. Obviously, we've only seen 2 so far, but obviously this is the World Championship, so we're going to see some pretty interesting matchups.
We definitely will. And for this one, we have a Brazilian team, Grêmio Esports. I'm Brazilian, I was trying to do it with an accent. Come on, sir. Grêmio Esports against Dark Peach, a team coming from China, which we actually haven't had. This is the moment that we finally see China in the World Championships.
Right, so we did get a chance to see that team a little bit at ACL, which was actually really nice. Of course, the first time that we saw that region at the previous ACL, they unfortunately felt like they maybe didn't quite have very much experience on the version of the game that we're playing, right? They were practicing on a very different version. They had their own qualifiers coming up, so they didn't really have a chance to play. This time around, we were like, okay, what are they going to do? And Dark Peach looked quite good, honestly. We got to see them take down one team, and I forget who it was now, but they unfortunately didn't get super far. However, for a region that hasn't had a lot of experience being able to compete on our version and in the kind of UCS in general, I was very, very impressed, and they've had quite a bit of time since then now, 4 months or so, to actually practice, and they get to bring something completely new to the table.
Oh, it's so exciting because, like you said, with China having the 500-point mode, it's so different from what we have in usual competitive play for all of these lovely 5 years of Pokemon Unite. I'm just so emotional all throughout the weekend. Please pardon me. This will happen a couple of times. But I am so excited about this one. Once again, we're in group stage. It's day one of World Championships here in San Francisco, California. And we have group stage in this last one, a group with 3 teams, but all of the other groups, we have 4 teams each. And they have the top 2 advancing into day 2.
Right, I think there might be one more group that one team couldn't make it, so it's 3. But
visas.
right, but aside from that, of course, yeah, traditionally it is going to be 4 groups, and I believe this is another one of the groups that does have 4, so just going to be a little bit more normal. And we talked a little bit about Dark Peach, of course, but we got to talk about, I'm going to say very American, Grammio. You know, it's Grammio.
Ah, that was cute. I like it. You seal of approval.
I'll try to say it, Grammio. So they are more well known, I would say, for anybody who's been following along UCS as Force, which is a team that should be very, very well known, right?
They definitely are. They were first place in Regional League in Brazil, or actually in Latam, and this Brazilian team has just completely blown everybody out the water because they were almost undefeated in the regular season. They only dropped 1 series, if I'm not mistaken, with the final record of 11-1, I would say. So really just completely consistent all throughout it. And of course, they finished that first place and guaranteed with the playoffs their spot to Worlds. And now they're here to show that they can not only win in their own region, but definitely win when they go and play against international teams.
Right. Now, of course, this is going to be one of their biggest tests. Now, they have played a pretty good amount against international teams, but this is Worlds. They're going to have to play against the best of the best. And something that really I feel like I'm going to be talking about a lot today is the fact that just because of the nature of how the season works, we haven't seen a lot of these teams for quite a while. We got to see NAIC, of course, but that was still a few months ago. And NAIC only brought some of the more North American-based teams, I would say, to the table. So some of these teams, for example, like Force, I haven't seen them like really truly compete. Obviously, I get a little bit of information like on their player replays and stuff like that, and just what I hear through people. But we don't really know what a lot of these teams are going to bring. Reject, we got to see it play a little bit more recently. Dave, we got to see play a little bit more recently. But both of these teams, for sure, could bring out some new wild options, especially with 5 new Pokemon available and legal since NAIC.
Exactly, and that is honestly, how does that happen? Like, time is definitely a construct, like a social construct, because it doesn't make sense to me. How did we get so many since then? And NAIC was already so interesting with the likes of Relegator that we haven't seen, or at least today already, being banned constantly in the first series of the day that were Dignitas versus Reject. So I wonder what we're going to be seeing here from these new Pokemon, because we saw a bit of Quackavao in the previous series as well. So this might be a moment where we get some of these new Pokemon coming into the fray as well.
I especially am always excited to watch Brazil play. Of course, Brazil, well known as one of the most aggressive regions to ever, you know, we could probably just say the most aggressive region to ever exist in Unite. I think we're at kind of at the point now where we can just say the pretty set in stone. But for example, during the main season, for anybody who wasn't watching, we had these stats as to kind of like which players had the highest average damage, the average highest KOs, and Brazil was on every single top spot, except for like we had like one player, like Celeste from NA. But aside from that, it was entirely Brazil because they just fight, they're so aggressive, and that's really their style, and it does work really well. But that does mean that their meta picks are sometimes just slightly different than what we would expect from some of the other regions, but in a very exciting way. And so with new things on the table, new Pokemon on the table, stuff like Quabbel could be there, or more importantly, the fact that some of these new picks might be taking up ban slots, which does open up the door for other picks to happen. I'm just excited to see what Brazil's going to bring.
Oh, me too. And of course, always excited for Brazil, but especially about China here, Dark Beach. Just the fact that we've seen so little of them in regards to our competitive style, differently from the version that they have in China. It's just such an important and exciting moment to see what these two teams are going to bring, because with that aggressive style you mentioned about Brazil, you're talking about a team that wants to get action from the first minute on. You're not waiting just for Swabbles Altaria, you're just going in, getting rotations, going for invades. And I want to see how these two teams are going to adapt to each other's styles, because of course, being day one of World Championships, when two teams that haven't really played against each other, this is the moment for them to actually get acquainted, get that nice handshake, have a sit down and think, okay, so this is what you do. This is your specialty. And that is what we're going to see in game one of the best of three.
There is also Yeah, there's time not only within, of course, just the first set to kind of try to feel each other out, but just the fact that we are in this format where we do have the groups and 2 teams to make it out of each group. We've certainly seen situations where a team has made it out not as the first seed out of their group and then done extremely well or even won. So sometimes, especially I feel like in the history of Pokemon Unite, we found a lot of teams that they tend to get a little bit slower starts. They need to find their groove during the day, during the weekend, but then something just clicks, and the rest of their tournament run is incredible. And we could see that from a lot of these teams that are going to be losing in our first round matches. So it's important to remember that at least for today, not for tomorrow, but at least for today, if any of these teams lose, they are certainly not out. There may be some matches later where that is the case, but at least the first rounds here, for example, both these teams, or the ones previous, obviously, as we saw now, Root Dig immediately going down, definitely still a chance to qualify for day number 2.
And I'm so excited as well because you talked about, of course, the pressure that gets just starts building throughout day 1 when things start to actually become an elimination match. Right now, like you say, just getting a lay of the land and understanding what they can do allows for more versatility, I would say, just trying to get those comfy picks out. But speaking of best of 3, that first series went to game 3, and I would love for this one to go to game 3 as well. We have Leo there on the screen. I'm sure we're getting some technical difficulties sorted out for this match to start. And Chef, you know, game 3s with the high stakes that the first series has already established, I'm just like, where do we go from here? Like, it just blows up the chart.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I do think we need to keep the expectations a little bit more realistic here. Of course, being in groups, there are going to be some, I think, a little bit more lopsided matches. And not to say that this one is for sure going to be that way, but looking at it from an outside perspective, Force, like we said, one of the most dominant teams throughout the entire season, continues to hold on to that title, has lots of offline experience, tons of experience against the best teams in the world, and now this is really, truly a wild card that they're up against. So there certainly is going to be the possibility that it's going to be a little bit more one-sided towards Force just because of their experience, or it could be the opposite where they just don't know how to play against the other team, they bring something completely new to the table, to the meta. But I do feel like compared to the previous sets where we just kind of knew it was going to be a banger, it was going to be close, no questions in our mind. This one, there's a lot of different ways it can go, which is honestly pretty scary, I think, for both these teams.
It really is. It's just that unknown factor, or unknown, if you will. I think that in this case, yes, I do see like the tendency of Grêmio just taking the upper hand and maybe Dark Peach being this dark horse in this series in particular. But like you said, maybe the innovation and just the fact that, well, what do they do? How do they do it for Dark Peach is just something that is gonna maybe make Force tremble on that basis. But like you said, just the sheer LAN experience that they've had all throughout the years, not only as Force, but also all of the players in this roster, just makes me think that they are going to be able to handle that pretty well. But again, speaking of wild cards, the 5 new Pokemon since NAIC that are now legal could be a factor here in that little bit of a mix and match.
Yeah, you know, we were talking about which Pokemon we might end up seeing that we haven't seen yet. I think we were talking about it last night, but one that I actually think we might see from a team like, well, I should say a region like Brazil, is I could see them picking up Meganium. It's a very aggressive type support Pokemon, and we haven't seen it quite yet today. Of course, we've only seen one set, but I know that there's kind of a little bit of a mixed opinion amongst the community as to whether or not we're going to be really seeing it. The support role is so incredibly important, and there are so many good Pokemon in it already, which is really funny because there's not that many supports, but they're all really good. So it will be interesting to see if anybody does end up picking it, but Brazil specifically, with the way that they play so aggressively, I could see it as a possibility, and maybe that's just me wanting to see new Pokemon on the field, but you know, it's a little bit of bias, I think. But I do think they would do really well with it. So they could be using that. They could use Quavel quite well. Again, another pretty aggressive Pokemon, as we saw from Zealot doing really well with that Pokemon last set. I do expect that we might see some for alligator bans because Brazil would also be really good with that Pokemon.
Oh my, yes, absolutely agreed. I think the take on the 2 previous Pokemon as well, on the Meganium and the Crocodile, totally on board with that, Chef. But the Feraligatr in the hands of such an aggressive team or a region like Brazil is just something too scary to deal with. Just the sheer burst that you can have with those crushes from Feraligatr. And as we have it here, it has been banned by the side of Dark Peach. As we get into the first draft here of Grêmio Esports versus Dark Peach, as Grêmio has selected a Cinderace and a Zacian. Very interesting there in the Cinderace.
Huh. Yeah, I'm not really sure what that is. They're clearly, I mean, you know what your team, or sorry, what your group is going to be, right? What teams you're going to be playing against. So there's probably some sort of information here that Grêmio has found, to be able to try and counter them. Obviously, you've got to put some research into every single team, especially if the team is a little bit less known, like Dark Peach. And again, not to say that they're not successful, it's just they come from a region that we haven't been able to compete against more than any other. So we're going to see the first pick, Blastoise, basically the first pick in almost every single game in set number 1 that we saw today, looking like it's going to be a pretty important one.
Yeah, it's such a priority that we've been seeing all across this season in general, and already today confirmed that the defenders there with the Blastoise, with the Snorlax, they have been very dominant and very just high priority pick. On the side of Dark Peach, they go for the Machamp that was also constantly banned in the previous match, plus the Psyduck, one of the most stable supporters that is different from the Eldegoss. Also stable, but on the healing side, alongside an Espeon. Whoa, okay.
All right, Palkia, yeah, very, very new Pokemon. One that I'm not nearly as familiar with, so I'm really excited to see how it plays in competitive. But we are going to see, I think it's a really smart choice to take the Espeon away now that they have those first 2 picks on the side of Dark Peach. We've seen the combo of Espeon and Psyduck be really good, and obviously Espeon Machamp is now a very famous, absolutely nasty combo. So being able to take that burst damage away from them, they've got to find another option. Looks like Palkia, I mean, again, I have not seen it as much in competitive play at all. It's a very new Pokemon. This is going to be us learning probably as much as anybody else out here.
Yep. And now on the side of Grêmio Esports, they have the Typhlosion plus the Mega Lucario. So differently from what we saw in the previous series, where we saw a regular Lucario, we're back to the Megas. And on the side of Dark Peach, they have selected there with the Palkia that Mamoswine, now plus the Decidueye, that long-range sniper type of carry.
Okay, I actually really like the Decidueye, right? So now that they have obviously the entire setup of this team on the side of Dark Peach is they've got a lot of crowd control. You can pull people and move where they end up. I mean, I guess we don't really know exactly what they're going to be going on the Psyduck, but Psychic would be a really solid choice, obviously. But you really wanted the Espeon to be able to follow that up, right? You want to be able to kind of move somebody, crowd control them, and then know exactly where to target that Psyshock. They don't have it, so another really good option is going to be the Decidueye. And another really nice choice that, another reason to choose the Decidueye is that it has so much range. And we've now committed to a lot of mid-range Pokemon on the side of Grêmio Esports. So they are going to have that poke advantage, especially when they start to get to like the final stretch and when they're fighting around the starting Groudon pit at least. I like the pick a lot.
Yeah, I like it a lot as well. I like your pronunciation of Grêmio a lot as well. We're just improving all the way as we go. I really enjoy it on both sides here. I feel like there's some very powerful, just staple, high priority picks with the Blastoise and the Espeon on the side of Grêmio. I like the Typhlosion as well. We'll see what this type of long-range carry is also going to be doing, long/mid-range against that Decidueye. But of course, you need to get those 3 evolutions completed to actually be able to really benefit from all of what you can do with these Pokemon. Skit, Grêmio Esports, your purple team, Dark Peach, your orange team, as we get into this first game of the best of 3 Group C in day 1 of Worlds.
And look at this beautiful observing that we've got here back for Worlds. Love to see it. But it's time to see where everybody's going. We see an invade actually going into the east side already, and it's going to be the Gossifleur that's already starting to be aggressive up against the Machamp. It does look like they were not able to steal away that buff. Lel, of course, one of the best Eldegoss players, I would say, in the world. Extremely strong on it, and I mean, honestly, getting him off that Pokemon is going to be probably the key point for a lot of these matches going up, but we'll see if they can take away the blue buff as well. No, 2 for 2.
Okay, so Kemsey is able to confirm both buffs there, and Leo is going to return to the top side of the map. Now, Soto takes quite a lot of damage here on 50% HP, as Leo hasn't yet evolved into the Eldegoss. We see Kiluk also on 50%, just trying to get some of that pressure in here with a gank coming from Angelzine to guarantee that Swabluataria.
Yeah, we talk about the aggression that we like to see a lot out of Brazil, and look at this, already 4-stacking top.
Okay, 4-stack as you say, and Diago takes so much damage there as the Psyduck. They have popped that headache as well, and it's going to be Grêmio coming out of top of that first little fight of the game.
And you get to see like how teams choose to fight against the aggression. And right there, Dark Peach just said, nope, we immediately see there's 4. We are backing up. We are not overcommitting. We're not going to allow this team to get that early advantage, especially they've got a pretty strong path up there. Their duo can be hard to fight, but they're holding on. Lel still needs a little bit more experience, has been starved a little bit after the failed invade, but so far, Brazil kind of doing what they're doing, but Dark Peach not giving up any KOs yet.
Absolutely not, and not giving up any experience as well, although it was Grêmio Esports who got that Swabble Otari on the top side. Their numbers are looking pretty good, especially on the champ, now hitting level 7.
The interesting choice here was to everybody to kind of stack top, right, for the side of Brazil. Like, they could have maybe tried to take away the experience from the Decidueye instead, but they chose top again, which does mean they're probably going to be pretty aggressive on that side in general.
Oh
wow, nice steal. I mean, where even were they? I actually didn't really see what their positioning was. I kind of thought they weren't in the right spot, but great way to steal that away. And again, really needed experience from the Decidueye being stolen away.
Yep, that side shock does so good. Typhlosion going in. Palkia is going to go down pretty quickly. Aster still standing. How are they still standing? They're not anymore. But maybe the Typhlosion is going to get taken down as well by Kemzy, as they have forced to use the eject button away. Grêmio Esports does come out on top of the team fight once again.
They are certainly ahead. This is going to be a little bit of a comeback game. And the thing is, the experience isn't that hugely different, but you can see that Dark Peach has already kind of clocked the idea that they are going to be behind, especially at the start, which by their team comp just makes sense, right? I mean, 3 different Pokemon that need to evolve into a 3rd stage. And on the other side, I mean, I guess they've got 2, but they tend to be a little bit aggressive a lot faster. So they are playing safe. They're playing safe in this exact spot, too. We see the Regice not even really challenged. They might try to steal it, but no, they can sense that it's not going to be a chance. Still playing a little bit safe. We do need this little bit more experience on the Decidueye. Level 7 is going to be a huge game changer. If they've had that a little bit earlier in time for that objective fight, they might have been able to challenge it more, but they've just got to find it.
Ooh, and they found a good Psychic here onto Soto. That Blastoise's spot jumped down to 30%, goes onto the Berry, and especially with the Elder Gas, the Pollen Puff is going to be able to get them up into a healthy measure. Astra there on the top side has maintained this position here to try and get as much XP as possible by themselves in this lane. If you look, Maya catch here, the Palkia, they're in the bush, they're going to find them, but they're not going to overcommit at this point. Swabbles Otari getting dominated by Grêmio Esports, as once again, we just see them getting so much control over what's around the map.
A lot of people gathering here. They're actually getting kind of sandwiched, and that's a huge first pick.
It really is. It is a 1-for-1 already as the fight is continuing here. Falb deals a lot of damage with this Typhlosion, but it's a 2-KO streak that goes to the Espeon. They continue on Diango, and now it's going to be 3 members of Dark Peach that go down in this fight, just showing how aggressive and successful they can be at Grêmio Esports at this strategy.
This is, I mean, it's really interesting because it really feels like Grêmio has been winning every single fight. They are winning in levels pretty significantly now, but the points difference is not huge. They haven't taken down that many goal zones. I say that as immediately we're going to see Palkia go down and, oh, actually, wow, escaped. Prove me wrong, but we are going to see the goal zone go down most likely. It looks like they're trying to do a little bit of math. They got some little bit of an unfortunate amount of numbers there. They might be able to get a few more in before the buff goes. Yeah, that's what they're trying to do, optimal math. So now we're going to start to see a points lead being built up. Obviously, in the first set of the day, we saw how important a points lead can be, even against a loss on the main objective.
That is so true, and 128-6 is pretty significant. Although Ice Fang manages to get someone picked off here, 4-3-2 is finally a Memo Swine, and with 4 seconds for bottom objective, Dark Peach finally finds a lead.
And I really cannot point out how like nasty this team is. I mean, the Dark Peach, they are chosen a very cool comp where the entire thing is, we talked about the Psyduck, we talked about the Machamp, but the Ice Fang as well into the Decidueye. So it's all about lining up that burst damage and just chain crowd controlling one single Pokemon, and they really are going to try to do that the entire game.
They're doing pretty well here, Grêmio Esports, with Soto managing to get, although they were picked off here, they were able to separate Dark Peach from the objective as Grêmio has confirmed bottom Reggie. Now on the other side of the map, we have a scuffle in the central area. Pollen Cloud Crash is used, but they're not going to overcommit on this one. They go into the central though, 4-3-2, takes damage from Typhlosion, but Falb notices that it's just too much HP to take down.
I think this is actually a really good strategy as well for a team that maybe doesn't have quite as much, solid experience up in the competitive scene to try. And there we go. We can see it again, just throwing them back. And there's just so much crowd control. You love to see it. They're going to get the KO on the Espeon to start this off.
Lovely play here for Dark Peach with that Ice Fang. Like you said, 4-3-2 has really been a highlight. Now Leo's going to get taken down, or are they just waiting for the Spirit Shackle? But it's not going to go onto the Elder Gods this far. Now going with the Surf Soto into the back line. 1v4 almost. This Blastoise against Dark Peach as they're going onto the pad. Push them back once again. Falp takes a lot of damage, and there they go up into the air. Just trying to do something here as the Palkia, but it's two that get taken down by Dark Peach, and Gremio is just dominating this pad. They continue pushing forward. 4-3-2 gets knocked out. It's a 3 KO Shriek for Falp.
Falp was looking unstoppable, and certainly target priority is going to be a big deal for Dark Peach, and I think their target priority probably just shifted pretty significantly to, okay, well, let's take down Falp. I mean, normally, of course, you would really be trying to take down this Espeon, and that's still certainly going to be the case. That's going to be a huge amount of the burst damage of this team, but Falp is already level 14, and it can sometimes not matter against a comp like this. You know, they could be the first one to be caught out, and they could just be like, they're basically just like one person picks you up and then throw you backwards, the next person picks you up, throws you backwards over and over, and you're taking damage the entire time, and you don't get to play. So realistically, that's kind of what we need to see from Dark Peach. Taking out some of the strong DPS and then trying to close this out.
Closing it here, Reggie still is getting attacks and prioritized by Gremio Esports. So though Dark Peach is around the area, they are still a little bit cautious about how they're going to proceed. Goes in with the Machamp, but they are going to go straight onto the opposite side. They know it's not going to be just favorable enough with 19 seconds for their final stretch.
Ooh, I like that we haven't seen Dark Peach overcommit almost at all. Their positioning's been really good, but this is where it's going to start to get scary for sure. With only 10 seconds left, they are going to see Sato trying to move down. They're going to engage.
What a great pickoff on Kiluk. They get taken down immediately, and that's the Aura Cannon. They get some damage onto Dark Peach's backline, but Soto now the front line on a little less HP because of that knock from Listia, and especially with the Dark Shackle. They're going onto LZ. They're going onto Groudon. Astra is just locked up behind the pit. That's a 1v4. Straight onto the back line. There's the Hydro Typhoon as well with the Sai. Dango just trying to build some space there because Fab is on the back line. Nobody is going down this far. Listia is still in a good position. Nice Psychic Solaire, but it's going to be two members of Dark Peach that get taken down, and now 4-3-2 is just lined up as the numbers are accumulating for Gremio Esports. They're going for that Groudon. There is going to be Mamoswine going down, but there's the Machamp trying to get some retaliation back here. They go for the submission as well. With the punches onto the wall, it's not enough, just close. So shy of guaranteeing that, but still Dark Peach steals it at the end of the day, but there's no members of Dark Peach here that can actually push.
What an incredible Spirit Shackle right there. I do have to say, I feel like there were a lot of moments of that team fight that were played extremely well by Dark Peach. They were just very clearly not up to level, and so they were just slowly losing more and more of their members. But, I mean, with only less than a minute left, and there's 180-ish points difference, I'm not really sure how they're going to counter push. Maybe if this was Rayquaza, they managed to steal that, but there's going to be at least a buff on the other side. We do see some buffs. I mean, we see at least one buff up right here, but we'll see. They get one more chance to push. They've got to score kind of a lot, and we do see a counter push potentially happening on the bottom or a flank even up top.
Oh, very interesting here. Sneaky push there by Gremio, while Dark Peach is focusing solely on the top side. Gremio Esports is going for that back cap as well, as they have accumulated 336, 436 to 238, so it's 200 points differential here. Dark Peach doesn't have enough in the bag right now. They still need to score with a couple of different members. 10 seconds to go. Typhlosion here onto Kempsey, and there's not enough time. Gremio Esports will take this first game with a healthy 200-point lead.
Wow, another essentially score race at the end of a game. We are seeing that a lot right now, but that's a great strategy. If you know that you're up by enough, you can just sit there and wait and say, hey, we got to wait for them to move forward to score, and then we can score. And it's going to be a very easy way to counter things, but like I said, I think we did an amazing job on Dark Peach trying to fight that final team fight. They landed some really, I mean, obviously the first pick was huge. It was gigantic for them. They landed some really nice combos after that. The peel that we actually saw, once Valve tried to dive onto this Decidueye, we'll see in a little bit later, the peel was really, really nice from the support side of Dark Peach, but unfortunately they were just a little bit too weak as far as levels go, and so they just weren't able to make it happen. But I'm very impressed with what I saw from them, and that's what I was excited to see, a team that we haven't been able to see that much. But Force, I feel like they were just playing the Force game, and that's what they do.
They did. They really forced this win. I think it was such a good coordination and good, just would say, representation of what Brazil can do and what they enjoy doing as a playstyle. On top of what you mentioned there about Dark Peach, Chef, I love how they were able to find some good wins here and there, but like you said, because they were a little bit behind, they weren't able to really make a huge difference. Although Listia was able to take that ground on and steal it, it wasn't enough. They didn't have enough points, and it was a straight up good strategy from Grêmio as well to recognize, look at that final moment, Spirit Shackle. Oh, and Kiluk was so close to get that one with the extreme speed as well, but then were not able to complete it.
Yeah, again, I think there were just so many good moments from Dark Peach throughout the entire thing, but that's the really cool thing about Pokemon Unite, is that there's so many different ways that you can try to play the pacing of the game. So you can try to be a team that does really well early, and we can see Falb did really well early and late. The entire game was unstoppable by the end of it. But you can play an early game and just try to hold on to a lead so that no matter what happens at the end, it works out for you. That's kind of what we saw Force do there. You can play for the final objective, but you have to make sure you're not too far behind. You can try to kind of hit a certain power spikes to try to become like a mid-game team. There are just so many different ways that you can try to play out this game, and Force knows exactly what they wanted to do. They played it to perfection.
And I think it's very interesting, excuse me, how we notice, okay, that Cinderace ban, what's the thought process here? When we see on the side of Dark Peach that they went for Listia on the Decidueye, it kind of makes sense. This similar-ish style of kind of ADC, right? That attack damage carry, the flat attack damage. Of course, when we see that Grêmio really studied their opponent and they knew how to perform and how to strategize the pathway to victory. And it was, in this case, just following what they do best, to be aggressive and to just go in from the get-go with invades, with very well-organized team fights.
Right. We do. I mean, of course, I have to talk about that draft too. Now that we get to see it at the end, I kind of feel like I was excited to see what Palkia was going to bring to the table, as it's a Pokemon that's been a little bit more recently released and definitely wasn't legal in the last event that we saw. And I don't feel like we really got a chance to see it really pop off all that much. I mean, it certainly like kind of was. It wasn't like it looked bad, but just felt. I don't know. I would love to see it again, is what I'm trying to say, if they really feel confident in it. But we are going to be staying on the same sides and the same map here. So everything pretty much exactly the same, and it looks like a lot of the bands are looking very much the same as well.
In fact, they are. We have here the Cinderace with the Umbreon, but now with a pick of the Machamp here to deny Dark Peach, because some of those plays were really, really good by Kemsey. With the Feraligatr plus Blastoise and a Mew from Dark Peach getting that denied from Grêmio, just trying to narrow down the strategies that they can do.
Well, Dark Peach has very clearly shown that they are. Whoa, okay, that was a little bit. I was like, whoa, are we going to see Gengar pick? But Zacian is going to be a really, really good choice. Encounter rate extremely high. I think that might have been my pick for highest. Oh no, that might have been my band choice today. Maybe I'm wrong, but Snorlax was definitely my highest encounter rate pick as far as my predictions. And for wow, that was first pick, makes a lot of sense. But alongside Zapdos is going to be really interesting. Not a Pokemon that we've seen so far in our first, I guess, 2 sets of the day, but one that I wasn't sure we were going to see all that much. I know Evil Genius has been doing quite well with it, a few other teams, but in the current meta, maybe a little bit different.
Definitely. Oh, okay, with Miraidon as well, alongside the Zacian and a Blissey. I want to go on top of that with the Zapdos pick that you mentioned as well. I think it's interesting that Dark Peach recognized that maybe Grêmio is just focused very much so in trying to get a good, healthy points lead, and Zapdos is really good to try to equalize that back.
Okay, our teams are getting pretty different at this point. I mean, we've got some really solid picks here, but seeing Miraidon come out as a really early pick, it's a Pokemon that Force has been really, well, successful with, was I was going to say, but I'm really excited for this one. Galarian Rapidash, that is a Pokemon that we've seen bits here and there. I think after its last buff that it got, it ended up being a lot more used as being able to kind of hunt down the backline ranged attackers on the side of the opponents, and some of the players, especially like out of U, have looked really strong with it, as well as now stealing away this Mammoth Swine. So I love the draft from Grêmio.
Yeah, Yeah, so do I. Honestly, seeing that Galarian Rapidash on Falb is just like one of my favorite picks on this player, alongside the Blaziken as well. So I love this very, very much. Great setup with the Ice Fang that can be done there by Soto. Also very well experienced player on this Mamoswine, and taking that away from Dark Peach too, because I will say in general 4-3-2 was such a highlight playmaker for Dark Peach.
Right, and Snorlax can be such a playmaker Pokemon. We've already seen a pretty interesting build from it. I mean, we've seen, I think, 2 builds from it today. No, maybe we didn't see it. But we definitely at least saw Flail and Wall, which is a really interesting build. Not one that I usually expect to see, but we saw it out of maybe the best Snorlax player in the world. That's arguable, but definitely in the talk of it, which is Zugrug earlier on. So we'll see what they end up choosing this time around. And I do have to assume that we are going to be seeing the Scyther coming out from Kemsey, but of course you never really know. There could be anything happening, especially with a region that we're not as familiar with. But Scyther could be really, really good in this matchup. I think a lot of really good targets for it, and obviously we've seen a lot of other regions do very well with that Pokemon.
Definitely. I think it's a good strategy if you want to just really nail down that Miraidon. Of course, we usually see that Charge Beam coming through, but maybe we'll see some adaptability with an Electro Drift if it is the case for the Scyther to try to get some peel themselves into Game 2. Grêmio will be your purple team against Dark Peach, your orange team.
And seeing where they're going to send everybody is going to be interesting. So we are going to see, almost certainly going to be Scyther then going to the center area, and then we are going to be seeing the Galarian Rapidash, which means it's going to be a pretty aggressive team probably. And speaking of aggression, we're going to see a double invade already happening from Grêmio. I still want to keep calling them Force, but they are now Grêmio. So already we'll see if they are able to steal away any of those buffs. It looks like with 2 people, they're probably doing a pretty good job of it, but hopefully we can get to that in a little bit. All right, we are going to be moving over there, I think. All right, we'll see.
I think Leo's got a buff, maybe. Oh, it's Soto who's got a buff. Let's go. Grêmio Esports with a double invade, successfully making sure that they would steal that objective, those buffs there. Kemsey takes a lot of damage, and now Soto, not even with a sign-up, was able to set up Anjosine for such good damage.
Yeah, this is, I mean, that's going to be a great way to start. I do wonder if we ended up stealing away any more experience in that invade, but just to be able to slow down that Scyther. They are going to hit level 5 now, but you can see they're just barely getting here in time for the spawns. Okay, if they'd been slowed down like 5 more seconds, that could have been huge.
Maybe. Well, 3 members here on the top side, and it is Dark Peach who gets majority there of the experience. Leldo is there on level 4, so they are at least that Blissey to allow for more healing. Bot side, though, 4 members of Grêmio pushing out on their bot tier 1.
Now we get the chance to see maybe a little bit more of what Palkia can do, but going up against Zacian is not going to be easy for anybody, as of course that is one of the most contested Pokemon, I would say, probably of all time. And we are going to get a little bit of an assist from the Zapdos, so it's going to be a little bit scarier, but back to 2v2, and the Palkia may have overextended a little bit.
Oh, he definitely did. Zacian can do just very much damage. Explosive, such burst, 2 KO streak going there for Kiluki, as now it's not looking that great here on the top side for Dark Peach.
And I was saying earlier, in the previous game, I really don't feel like Dark Peach overextended almost a single time, but already we've seen a few kind of big team fight losses. Well, I wouldn't say team fight, like kind of path losses so far, and especially giving that kind of experience to something like a Zacian is going to be very, very dangerous, so you really want to try to steal back this lead somehow, and you can see with the fight in the middle, maybe that's what they're trying to do.
We'll see. Regidrago is up for grabs. Now going onto the back line there with that little bit of freeze coming from that Swinub. They are able to take 1 member down from Dark Peach, and they have separated the orange team really, really well. Now focusing there on the Regidrago, as there was a 2 KO streak that went for Falb. They go down immediately, but Listia is also going to get taken down instead. Regidrago hasn't been continued, but it is around on 40% HP.
It's so funny to see how little some of these teams value Regidrago. Like, you could take 3 seconds and take that thing down. It does look like somebody will be taking it down in the meantime, Soto. Just a little bit of life left on that, but they were able to check that bottom tier 1 at least, and that's going to be, again, just a lead growing and growing for Grêmio. They just, I don't know, they feel like they got to play the game, this game, that they wanted to play last game, and they already won the game last game, so it's just looking better and better.
They definitely are. Now with Reggie here on the bot side, Reggie Drago Soto on 1% HP, going into the backline. Falb goes with that Unite move on Listia, almost able to take them down finally with the Dazzling Gleam. They do. 4-3-2 is in damage as Grêmio has once again dominated a team fight and converting that into yet another objective. That Zapdos is most likely going to get taken down as well by Falb, and that is just what happens.
Regirock getting chipped away here, and Regieleki is going to be taken. So we could see this Regieleki actually pretty huge. You can see 40 points in pocket for this Scyther. Wow, I'm surprised actually that we're not going to be taking down the tier 1 goal zone on bottom side for the side of Grêmio. But up top, we are going to see a pretty solid defense, although Regieleki already did go in, and it does look like 40 points went in. It's going to even up the score at least a little bit. They probably, I don't know if they want to break this. They're not going to get a huge overdunk, but they are going to fight on it at least a little bit, and they are going to break that tier 1 and full commit.
Fully committing here on a 2v2, and Listia once again in terrible danger with that eject button having to be forced as well. Yet another member of Dark Peach gets taken down, making it 4. The only person who's standing is that Palk here on the bot side, just because they weren't even threatened by anybody.
I know I keep pointing out kind of like the strong things the Dark Peach are doing, but again, it's because it's a team that I'm not familiar with. They're doing a really good job of trying to keep up and score, even though they are losing in the level department pretty significantly here. And luckily, they're not behind by a significant amount at the moment, but they obviously have to find some answers, and it doesn't seem like they're on the path to finding these answers quite yet. So both tier 1s, or I'm sorry, the bottom tier 1, both sides relatively weak, I'll say. I mean, Grêmio's is like half, I guess. So they could push that down for kind of a big boost in points if they really want to focus on that later, especially maybe once we get this Zapdos Unite pretty soon. But, big Ice Fang.
Yes, just once again, Memoswine just proving themselves just such an important defender for engages. But especially because you have that healing with the Blissey as well. You can get them back to health, and now Astra is in danger. Listia has to use that Glacial Stage. They're on the back line. They're not able to really do anything there, although on the other side is Kemzy with that Scyther, but a fully commit from Grêmio Esports onto the enemy. Tier 1 bad Falb is going to focus onto Astra, who gets taken down. It is a full team wipe, as although they have already respawned because the timers are pretty quick, it was still 5 members of Dark Peach that go down.
5 members and 6th member if you consider the tier 1 goal zone. Sometimes that is your strongest teammate, but that's gone. Regirock's gone. Regirock not even part of their team, and still, getting hit by some strays, unfortunately. So that's just even more objectives to the side of Grêmio with 4 minutes left. It feels like we're much later into this game than we are, but they've just been doing such a good job, and we already see a level 13 with plenty of time to still level. The Zacian just hit 12 as well, and on the other side, 11 is the highest for Dark Peach. They need to find one good pick to get some rubber band experience here.
Yeah, they got a Regieleki. This might just be the turning point for them, as they're not that behind on points. Now they're focusing there, at least in this front line from Soto, but they have to use the eject button to get away because that Bright Future Meteor Storm is just really bursting them down with a charge beam as well. Astra goes down, 2 KO streak going for Angel Z, as Kemzy is in between 4 members of Grêmio Esports. Dark Peach unfortunately not able to convert on this one. Falb is just bursting them from 100 to 0 with the Dazzling Gleam, and yet another teammate of Dark Peach goes down as this tier 1 top will fall.
Grêmio, there we go, another, goal zone just like you said, and still the points lead is not huge. They do have to be a little bit careful, but the positioning here that's going to give them for the final stretch is going to be huge. I mean, they still have a tier 1, which is going to be very advantageous. They've got really high mobility too, so they're going to be able to be a threat kind of across the entire map. They're also kind of, I guess, setting up some pretty nice vision. Not necessarily going to be holding that for all that long because there's not that much to defend, but they're in a spot where they can set that way up for the final stretch. They're sitting pretty preemptively, and look how aggressive they're moving forward.
Well, would you look at that? It's a sneaky play on the top side there. They get somebody here that gets completely destroyed, but over the wall, Astra goes with a little bit of shielding on their side. Although Killer finds them there, still able to escape on the other side. Dark Peach gets taken down. It's the Scyther that goes to the Pokemon Center as they're still trying to get at least some survivability, but they're not able to do so. Dark Peach with 3 members down in 9 seconds for final stretch. It's not looking good.
That was the most risky return I've ever seen from that Palkia, just out in the open in vision. But we've got now the spawn. They're going to be burning it down. If anybody can get it, it's going to be Astra, but can they make it happen? No, Zacian, easy take.
Yeah, it's the Sovereign Sworn, baby. Grêmio Esports is going to guarantee this objective. And now, Dark Peach with 2 members, 3 members going down. Bright Future, Meteor Storm looking good for Grêmio Esports. It is a full team wipe. They go to the bot side, 314 just growing with even more Humbleburgers.
This is looking like it is set in stone. This team is just everywhere. You cannot lock these Grems in the shoebox. They are all across the map, and they've just not allowed Dark Peach to play anything. This is such an impressive game as well from Grêmio, right? Well, obviously we got to see them win in game number 1, but going into game number 2, they learned so much about Dark Peach's style, and they adapted. When you can adapt that well, even on a win, it is so impressive. So 1 minute left in the game, and this is one of those moments where it's so hard to say that a comeback is even possible. We are going to be taking more and more KOs. I mean, we do see Rhydon go down, so that's going to be a pretty big chance as well for a few others. So, hey, maybe this is not quite wrapped up yet.
We'll see. 50 seconds to go, and Dark Peach is able to take 3 members of Grêmio Esports down. Lel is just rushing for their tier 1 bot side as they know they are very much exposed. They might just have to give this one away. It's going to be even more points in this exposed zone, but they are still 200 points behind, 180 to be precise, as now Kiluk is going into the backline of Dark Peach. A very nice block coming from 432, and that Glaceon has just spawned. The Power Nap is able to just get them up into the air fast enough for Dark Peach to take this bot tier 2, as now Kiluk is in danger. Maybe there's going to be a pick off. Kemsey will take down the Blissey. Kiluk is in a terrible position once again, but they are able to at least get away for 1 more second. It was 200 points that they had to score. I'm not sure if they were able to do so. They are here in the base goal zone. Dark Peach just trying to get as much as they can, but I don't know if that was enough.
I don't know. They scored in the tier 2 as well up top, but they needed, I think, just a short of 100 points to catch up right there, and I'm not sure if it was enough. We are going to see the score here. Oh, it was close. A really well-fought pushback from Dark Peach in the final moments. Honestly, very scary for Grêmio. I don't think they thought they were going to lose so many members right there, but despite the fact that was a little bit of a stressful moment, that is going to be Grêmio taking the set 2-0. A team that is definitely favored to go extremely far in this tournament. But look, you can already see, I don't think they're happy with how the end of that game went, because that was certainly a chance of a comeback. I mean, they're happy to win, but you can see the looks in their faces, right? You cannot be satisfied with something like that.
It was such a threat. It was such a threat. 50 seconds is plenty of time, Chef, like you pointed out. And just the fact that they were able to convert so many knockouts there, Dark Peach, very nicely done by them to try to adapt all throughout the game. Having a deficit in the first 1 in points. Later on, game 2 being pretty equal. But Grêmio, once again, proving that the team fights, they are just very well constructed by them.
Yeah, they played exactly the game that they wanted to play. Like I said, it was just really solid from front to back. It's exactly what we expected out of this team that's been so incredibly dominant. Grêmio just forced to be reckoned with, of course, pun unintended. But they are also just such a solid team. And that's one of the big things, is that there's so many good teams that came out of the LATAM region in UCS, but Force was the only ones that went undefeated basically until the very final week. And it's because of their consistency. Now, of course, they're Grêmio, so I'm going to continue to actually call them their real team name, but now that they're Grêmio, we get to see what they're going to bring to the main stage with that consistency, and that's exactly what they showed. Like I said, being able to really learn from even a win that looks pretty good from you, and then, I mean, aside from the very ending, it felt like Grêmio did so much better in game number 2 and just continued to play off of what they learned in game number 1.
Totally agreed, Chef. I think there was a lot that we saw from Grêmio that confirmed our expectations about them. There was a lot from Dark Peach that made us very happily surprised with how they adapted, how they didn't let themselves falter at the end of just being so pressured in the early game. That is a MVP for Falb on this Galarian Rapidash. 19, I'll say that again, 19 knockouts and 2 feints, 8 assists, 95,000 damage scored. Like I said, Falb, this is one of his favorite picks.
And Falb, I mean, such an amazing player, obviously getting MVP twice in a row. We were talking about the other night, I don't think you were there, it might have been me and Kello. We're talking about the players that have been at Worlds every single year. And I think Falb might be one of them. Brazil has a lot of members that have been there every single year, just because the strong players in Brazil have been so consistently strong and placing on top teams, and sometimes it gets shifted around a little bit as to which player is on which team, but Falb certainly no stranger to this stage, and it certainly shows. So being able to see both this pick and the Typhlosion, I think really fun picks to see out of two Pokemon that I think Brazil in particular is awesome.
Yeah, I would love to give a highlight as well, because you mentioned that with Falb. I believe him and Lel have been at least like all of the worlds, maybe -1. Them both together. Most of the time, them both in the same team. And honestly, I don't know if you noticed, but it was in 100,000 heal on that Blissey.
Yes, we are seeing a lot of healing today. But you were talking about Falb and Lel being at the Worlds all the time. But you know, we've got an interview actually with Lel, who I have coined one of the coolest players in the entirety of the UCS. So let's see what they've got to say after winning their first round match.
Thank you so much, Wonder Chef. That's right, I am on stage with Lel after a big first win to start the World Championships. Lel, you've gotten the chance to play on a lot of international stages now. World Championships, the Asia Champions League, LAIC. How has all that experience leveled up you and your team for this World Championships?
Então, você teve muita experiência, né, com os seus campeonatos internacionais. Ele queria entender como é que você fez para o seu jogo melhorar ainda mais.
Em inglês ou em português? Eu acho muito legal, né? A gente até hoje, eu, o Falb e o Souto, a gente joga junto desde o primeiro Mundial. A gente conseguiu participar de todos. Então, é muito bom. Tipo, a gente criou casca, assim. É muito bom para o nosso desenvolvimento como player. Então eu acho legal, fora isso também, conhecer o mundo graças a esse jogo é sempre muito bom.
So Fab and Souto, they have been playing together since their first championship, and that's been really good for them to actually improve. And it's good to know their game and improve a lot.
I love that. The synergy, the teamwork, it looks so good on stage every time. Now, speaking of that, your team looked amazing. I had to ask, who would you give the team MVP of that last match to?
Seu time foi maravilhoso. Quem é que você escolheria como seu craque do jogo, MVP?
Sem dúvida nenhuma, o craque dessa série foi o Falb. Ele fez um jogo absurdo de Typhlosion e depois 19 kills de Rapidash. Então não tem como escolher, tem que escolher o Imperador.
Eu falo mesmo porque com 19 kills de Rapidash aí também é uma coisa assim impressionante. He is the best, really. He was amazing with 19 kills with Rapidash, and you know, you have to pick the guy, yeah.
Okay, yeah, I mean 19 is a big number. That makes sense. All right, well, there's a lot of teams internationally here competing at the World Championships. What team are you most excited to play against?
Tanto time que tem aqui, qual que você tá mais animado para enfrentar aqui?
Eu gostaria de enfrentar algum time brasileiro. Eu acho que nunca aconteceu em outro Mundial. Então eu acho que seria muito legal, tipo, enfrentar a Fames ou a Tuzi num Mundial. Acho que não seria bom porque um ia acabar indo para casa, né? Mas acho que seria legal finalmente os dois brasileiros se enfrentarem.
Yeah, it would be awesome to see two Brazilian teams facing each other. It wouldn't be cool because one of them would have to go home, but facing either of them, it would be awesome.
Oh man, I want to see that match now. That sounds so fun. Okay, last question as well. You traveled a long way here. I know people are here supporting you, but also people at home. So anything to say to the folks at home?
Então, você viajou de muito longe, né? Então tem alguém que você quer mandar uma mensagem lá para casa?
Eu gostaria de mandar uma mensagem para todo mundo que sempre torceu por mim, né? E pelo meu time. Então queria mandar um beijo a todo mundo e é os guri do Grêmio.
We wanted to thank everyone that's been supporting them. It's the boys from Grêmio.
Oh, I love that. All right, well, good luck to you in the rest of the tournament. We're going to throw it back to the booth as the casters take us home.
official confirmation from Zoinks. 19 is a large number. That's what we got to hear out of that one. But no, great to hear. Obviously, I'm a huge fan of all of those players on that team. And like I said, we've seen them so many times. And they're also just all really wonderful people. And like I said, Lel is absolutely the coolest. The other coolest thing is how do you pronounce Rapidash?
Rapidash.
Rapidash, yeah, it's so cool.
Rapidash.
I'm not going to try it. I'm going to mess it up.
You're okay. I'll teach you later, and then we come back, stronger together.
Yeah, but no, I love seeing all of them do really well. And I feel like Brazil is a region as well that has constantly done very well at Worlds, very well at every single offline event that they end up showing up to, but they haven't quite clutched out that win yet, right? They've been pretty close, so I know that as a region, they really want to make this happen, obviously, here at the final World Championship Pokemon Unite, and that would be huge for them.
Yeah, and of course, we need to highlight the fact that we saw on the first LAIC that Pokemon Unite was on, that Tuzi was second place there against Luminosity Gaming. So very high podium place there. On the second LAIC last year, or actually, yeah, last year, but this season,
yeah,
they were third place there. DreamHack, it was actually a tie. It was a third match tiebreaker between two Brazilian teams to get that third spot to go to ACL, and DreamHack was there, right? So, well, it was with DreamHack, wasn't it?
I think so. It gets really confusing because, like I said, so many of the players in Brazil switched what teams they're in. Yeah, so I can sometimes remember which players it is, and I'm like, well, which team was it actually? So
I know.
But yeah, it definitely gets a little confusing with that. There are a few regions that are like that. We were like, well, I remember the names, but
yeah, it happens. But all right, that was incredible. I love it. We saw a little bit of Asia versus NA. Now we saw Asia versus Latin America, and we'll get things even more spicy as the day goes on. We're going to go into a quick short break as we get things ready for a third series of the day. So stay tuned for more Pokemon Unite at Worlds 2026.
everybody, and welcome back to the 2026 Pokemon World Championships here in San Francisco. Doobsnacks alongside Kellosaurus, and we're paired up to bring some magic here on the last time Pokemon Unite's going to be on the world stage.
Yes, I am so excited, especially considering how these two sets have gone so far. We are about to go back into Group H. We already saw an incredible game from Reject earlier on in the day. So this is going to be their second and their final matchup for the day. And that's going to determine whether they end up making it through to day 2.
Yeah, absolutely. And here's a little storyline for you. Last World Championships, Stamina actually beat Reject. So this Group H has so many storylines going on. Of course, rejecting Dignitas kicked off our day with an absolute banger. Stamina here to try and put their run together against a team they've already beat, and Reject guarantees themselves out of the group by winning right now. And I think we're closing out the day with Stamina Dig, which, as we know, might have a lot of implications here.
Yes, depending on how this set does end up going. We'll have to wait and see whether that one will be even more twists and turns to come.
Twists and turns. All right, so we saw Reject a little bit, but I would love to talk about Stamina just a hair. We're talking about this team. It's kind of just an absolute fearless team, right? All gas, no brakes, playing games of chicken with their opponent, because if they're behind, they'll flip the objective. If they're ahead, they'll just flip the objective. If you overextend, they'll fight you. If you don't come to fight, they'll just go attack you. They just want that action. And I would not be shocked if they employ the exact same strategy here, because they've done it year in and year out.
Yeah, I feel like that's very synonymous across the LATAM region in general.
That's true.
They really just like to brawl each other. And I guess considering Stamina's season throughout 2026, they were at the top. They were second in the regional leagues, but they did end up missing out on that world qualification spot in the playoffs, only to come back in the last chance qualifiers. So, you know, considering their run, they are quite strong. They haven't exactly been at the top there, but I mean, they're going up against Reject here, which I guess has had that similar story in terms of just being runners up multiple times.
Yeah, we're taking a look at our teams here and their rosters. We've talked about Reject. Let's finish out Stamina, Mufasa, Kira, Minotaur, Hitman, and Anysus. Those are all names that if you've been watching the UCS, you're incredibly familiar with. And if you play in the NA ranked ladder scene, you've also seen all those names, because those guys are always grinding it out.
Yeah, I mean, look, I feel like all of the teams are really just grinding it out, especially considering when there is so much on the line here for today, being at the Pokemon World Championships. Obviously, we are only into set number 3, but every set matters here today.
Without a doubt, and especially for both these teams. Like we mentioned, Reject gets to go straight into day 2 with a win here against Stamina. Stamina, on the other hand, they know that if they can take down Reject, they're in the pole position to make day 2, because we just saw Dignitas lose earlier today. So a 2-0 Stamina victory here just puts that group in absolute shambles.
Yeah, and I mean, oh, that's the thing. Yeah, considering Root Dig and their performance, this is just why it makes it such a tough group. I think there's just going to be heartbreak no matter what the results end up being.
Yeah, especially, you know, in our final World Championships, right? This is the last time Pokemon Unite, as we mentioned, will be on the world stage as part of the world circuit. So, you know, you don't get another bite at the apple. Sometimes you say, hey, you'll get them next time. There is no next time here for Pokemon Unite.
No, only one bite. You can't finish the whole apple. Well, I mean, one of the teams will end up finishing the whole apple. Well, 2 of the teams out of the group, I guess, get to finish the whole apple.
Yeah, but it has to be done. It has to be done one bite, one big bite.
What?
Okay. If you only get one bite at the apple and you have to eat the whole apple, that is one bite of the apple, but it's a big one.
I have a question for you. Do alligators eat apples?
They certainly eat Pokemon.
It has a big bite.
Has a big bite. They certainly eat Pokemon, that's for sure. As we've seen for Alligator, finding itself on the banned part of our draft screens very often.
Yes, it is definitely up there, being one of those top contenders. Well, I have to wait and see whether we'll end up seeing it out on the field here today. I would love to see it out on the field personally, but whether it's going to end up landing itself banned once again because, well, Reject banning it 3 times in that first set that they had against Root Dignitas. Are they going to risk giving it to Stamina Esports here?
You know, that's a great question. They might just go, hey, we'll just play the same strategy, see how Stamina Esports reacts. Now, if Stamina was paying attention earlier, Root Dig, every single game, I believe, banned Comfey, Blissey, and Zarina. So if Stamina Esports is taking notes, Dig played a very close set against Reject, and that might be part of the success train for Stamina here in this big-time matchup.
I guess that is just really the tricky thing, right? There's only the 3 bans per side, 6 in total. Well, do you go in for these somewhat blanket bans that are just these really strong Pokemon, or do you want to go for more of those targeted picks, especially when teams, well, they're, you know, been at the World Championships, run into each other multiple times here and there. They're very well versed in terms of, I'm sure, watching the online tournaments as well.
Absolutely.
We'll have to wait and see how this pans out as we head into our draft.
Let's take a look. And Stamina is banning the Feraligatr here, which means Reject has an option to take some other things off the chopping block here, or putting them on the chopping block, I suppose. Zacian, Snorlax, Umbreon with Comfey. So Stamina, again, taking a page out of Root Dig's strategy. We'll see where they close out. Espeon. And Espeon is a Pokemon that I think is going to have an incredibly high encounter rate this weekend because it is such an amazing early game attacker, and it fills so many different roles on a team throughout the process of a game.
Yes, and it did end up getting played by Reject earlier in the set as well, so taking that away. But it looks like Reject are going to lock in Blissey first pick. I know they end up having that Metagross Clefable Claw in that first set, so are we going to end up seeing a different look from them this time around?
Well, they're prioritizing the Blissey, and that means Hitman and Minotaur are going to get Blastoise and Mew, 2 incredibly great Pokemon with incredibly high encounter rates, as we're seeing there. Blastoise repping a 100% encounter rate. And Kello, I'm not going to lie to you, I'm pretty tired of Blastoise. I kind of wish it would just get banned so we don't have to watch it this much. But you know what? If it's there, it's good. You pick it.
Yes, especially with that Unite move as well.
It's
that power to go and interrupt multiple members. But here we are. We actually have a Buzzwole being picked up by Reject along with Psyduck. Now, Psyduck was actually the one that I put as my highest encounter rate that we'd have here this weekend. But it's still high. 77 is still high, but it's not 100% in comparison to last one.
Well, for sure. People that pick Blastoise are grabbing truly the lowest fruit from the tree. Now, rounding out, we do have the Surfetch and Eldegoss. Eldegoss, incredible. Has been incredible for a long time and really seeing a good resurgence here. I'm not a huge fan of Surfetch. I'm excited to be proven wrong here by Stamina Esports. Back the other way, though, we've got an Urshifu and Overlord grabbing the Mega Charizard X.
Yes. How do you feel about this Mega Charizard X? I'm very curious to see how it pans on out. I don't know, like in terms of, you know, ranking Pokemon and all that, whether I would put it up there, but I mean, that's the thing, it's Overlord. If they're the ones that end up playing it, I feel like in terms of just Reject in general, they're just so flexible with their picks. But this time around, we also have Satake on the Urshifu. So are we going to see the Water Bear or the Dark Bear Urshifu this time around?
That's a great question. You know, I'm still focused on Overlord on this Mega Charizard X. There's a couple good targets that you want to snatch up with that Unite move, right? You can close the distance with that with the Fire Punch and then use the Unite move. Now, if I'm looking at any sus on this Scizor, it's presenting as Scizor. It's most likely going to be a Scyther if we know Latam at all. And that's a great target to kind of pre-engage, right? Put the Scizor on the back foot because the Scizor wants to be always taking initiative as we're taking a look at Thea Sky Ruins and Groudon map, baby.
Yes, Groudon is going to be that first map of the day that is locked on in, otherwise in the next set. They do get to choose this time round, don't they? Yes, whether they go that or either side, but Groudon is going to be locked on in for that first one.
Yeah, for the first map, of course, we'll be rocking through Groudon, and as we get to our best of fives, we'll start seeing all 3 of our maps. And of course, when you are the loser in a game 1, you get to pick the side or the map as we are underway.
Yes, we do have that view of them heading up into the top path to go and secure that Butterbeer. It's going to be Buzzwole and Psyduck on the side of Reject up against Gossifleur and Farfetch on the side of Stamina Esports.
Haruto, obviously had the insane game on the base model Lucario with that power-up punch Bone Rush. So I'm excited what they can do with the big buzzy boy here. Pee-wee eyeing down 3. Any sus moving in with both buffs decides to peel away.
I guess that's the brilliance of having that Scyther up first. It does have quite a quick clear in comparison to that Urshifu. However, they have gone and finalized that. Looks like they are going to pivot towards that top path, while Stamina Esports, they're still trying to decide where to go. But it's now going to be that 3v1, as we can see on that minimap.
Any sus might put themselves in trouble, actually kind of feels it out and decides to pull downstairs. It's going to be a 4v2 there. Stamina Esports looking to put some pressure on. Pavone is able to evolve. Overlord still stuck on Charmander as Eldegoss now. Kira rotating back up top. Mufasa dusted by Satake on the deep push, but here comes Anisus the other way, taking care of Haruto. Pee-wee and Satake trying to close the gap. Kira with the support. Nice little pollen puff, give him some HP. They're looking to scrap, and that's Latam through and through as Kira makes it back to pad. Pee-wee goes down. Satake's getting chased. Anisus being relentless. Dual wing beat is there. Haruto with the cutoff.
Yeah, definitely some great quick reactions from Stamina Esports, even though they had the majority of them down in that bottom path to go and deal and protect that top path. But so far, earlier on, we don't have many dunks going on in. Stamina Esports still at that 0 point, so no attack weight stacks for them.
Okay. Stamina Esports with a good little exchange early. Nobody really putting a ton of points in. Reggie Draco nabbed by Anisus again. And this Scyther is really getting online. And if you take a look at the levels, they're leading the lobby right alongside Satake on that Urshifu.
Yes, we are going to rotate down into that bottom path. Overlord has engaged on that move, but they are just going to rotate backwards to safety, considering they do have those other 2 for backup. It's just a matter of waiting for this next engage.
Pee-wee's headache just went off before a big fight. Not great timing there. Gonna have to pop some Tylenol, try to get back in the mix. Tons of players. The Swablu and Altaria are down. Anisus dual wing beat. Good damage on Satake. And Pee-wee triggers a headache again and pushes everybody back.
Yes, I for that headache. Do not want to deal with that earlier on in the morning, but they are still left standing. Those objectives are about to spawn. No members go down just yet, but we are having a rotation from Reject. They're going to just leave this Regirock by Stamina, are going to shred it on down.
Yeah, Stamina going to take it for free here. Back into path is Overlord. Half HP with Pee-wee. On pad, Pavone has to try and run away. E-ball kind of cleansed there as Pavone gets back to pad. Now we've got a Charizard X online.
Yes, they are going to have that Unite move to come soon, which is something they're going to have to be wary of. Otherwise, Stamina Esports, instead of actually rotating up towards the top path, they've decided to leave that Regieleki, which goes to the side of Reject. It's just a question of whether it's going to go in.
Big serve there into the Unite move. Anisus pops their Unite move back the other way. Looking a little Emerald out here, and they're working on the Regieleki, so a good little KO. Able to take care of the Regieleki before it hits, and Stamina Esports is really putting the pressure on. Like we said, all gas, no breaks about that action. We'll see if they overextend here. Overlord tries to put the pressure on, has to peel back, even though the headache from the Psyduck goes off. It really just eliminates the fight.
No, I think that was a great call, especially considering they don't have that level 9. They don't have that Unite move to go in with the chase. They just want to focus on hitting that level 9, which they have. And now this might be their chance to try and find an opening. But Stamina Esports, they have a lot of defenses here.
Sorciero or Minotaur, as we saw on our previous screen with this Blastoise, looking for position. We've got 4 players pulled out by the Psychic. Pee-wee gets some information for the squad.
Yeah, they're like just going to rotate on back, just scope whatever is in the area, but otherwise all those wild Pokemon have already been soaked on up. All Unite moves on hand, besides that Scyther, as Urshifu has just ticked on over as well.
Oh, that Scyther is not going to be that far away if my memory serves correctly here. We'll see how they adjust to the objectives that are about to populate onto the map here. Great presence by Reject. Hitman just peppering them with solar beams.
All right, we have that other objective spawning down in that bottom half this time around. It is going to be another Regirock, but Stamina Esports. Hitman is too far away. Anisus trying to find an opening, but Reject, they're going to be able to take that one uncontested.
Yeah, I mean, good body block there by the E-ball attempt by Pee-wee. Surf doesn't hit anyone, pulled out by Psychic, and there's the Buzzwole, Haruto, to absolutely crack that shell in half. Now they're pushing the pad here. Hitman Enisus trying to get advantage. A good Psychic draws out Enisus. They go for the dual wing beat on Pavone. It is enough. Satake steps up. Enisus steps up. Here's Kira. And now it's 3 on pad in the face of 4. Hitman, Minotaur, everybody's there. We're looking to fight. Pulled into the back line is Satake. Hydro Typhoon kicks up 3. This is an opportunity. There's the first KO, and now Stamina Esports can rally. They're looking for the push. Pavone taking a ton of damage, closing in on Pee-wee. They're right on top of Satake as well. Another deep surf, and we're popping the Buzzwole Unite. And now Stamina Esports, like, just absolutely getting raked. These teams are about the action, Kello.
Just when you think the table has flipped on over, Stamina Esports have flipped it on back again and just going and defending their pads there. What an intense push there. But yeah, so far, once again, it's not much difference in terms of those points. 93 to 169. A minute and 30 seconds left until that final stretch. But Reject looks like they're not giving up this bottom path just yet.
No, they kind of have an idea. Mufasa's up top. They haven't joined a fight at all. Surf in. Surf by Hitman as well, which is causing a lot of traffic. Headache by Psyduck, and now they all run away. Kira, Sorciero. I hate that they changed it. I can't stand that, Kello. You change it for the last tournament? You've been Minotaur for 3 years. What's going on here?
I feel like that's just a throwback to the previous seasons in terms of all these different names there. But, you know, that's Unite there in a nutshell. But back to the action anyway. We can see Reject not too worried about that. Reggie, as it is dealt with, but down here in the bottom path, once again, these 2 pads are still left standing as they fight out for these birds.
I mean, everything in the kitchen sink thrown at those Swablu and Altaria, no questions asked. I don't even know who got what, doesn't matter. Regirock's getting worked on. Reject is moving in. Regirock actually dragging towards Stamina. Good surf, doesn't hit anybody, but does space out, and a fire punch by Overlord secures at the last second.
Yeah, that is going to provide a great defense buff for Reject as we are 20 seconds away from that Groudon spawning on in. Both teams just going and taking their positions in that tall grass, making sure that they have vision for where to engage or disengage.
Maybe disengage is the key here. Multiple surfs between the Mew and the Blastoise. We'll see if that's what they use to create some of that space.
I'm surprised Hitman decided to use their Solar Beam towards Groudon instead of into the tall bush. That is going to go on cooldown. But Groudon is here. We can see a Buzzwole just spinning around, trying to taunt the opposite team, but neither of them are actually going to take the bait just yet.
Looking, oh, I think they have an eye of where Blastoise is. Mufasa hasn't been in any of these fights, right? The Surfetched hasn't been a factor yet. We'll see if they're a factor now.
Yeah, I was going to say, I feel like I haven't even mentioned Surfetched at all this game there. But once again, we do have Blastoise not actually going to use their Surfetched and engage, more just as a warning sign. Enisus also going to play one even slide against the pool!
Huge Psychic pull right into the Charizard Unite. They're getting burned down. Hydro Typhoon kicks up a couple. We're fighting on the backside here. First player down is the Scyther, and that's huge for Reject. They're looking to push. A combo is up to 17. Pee-wee getting the Blastoise. Now the water types are going crazy as Psyduck gets another one. You're worried about my headache, not the ones I'm causing you right now. Stamina Esports, just an Eldegoss left standing, and they're running away with that pretty hat they got because Reject's taking control of Groudon.
Yeah, they just have to focus on staying up and whether they can actually defend as their members are going to come in with that respawn. 100 points goes into that bottom path by that Buzzwole. We can see Blastoise using that jump pad on the top, but they're unable to stop the other 100 from Urshifu. 293 to 169. Reject have the lead in this first game.
Now they can just cheekily hang out, play some soft defense, and go to score. Getting caught, though, can be dangerous because, as we know, that buff would switch sides, the Groudon buff. So they have to be careful here and not just kind of lose their cool. They just have to play cool, calm, and collected like we've seen them do against Dig earlier, and this is easy money.
Oh, look at that. The target onto Pee-wee, which means Overlord is able to go and get in another 100. Reject, even though they had a pretty comfortable lead, decide to just go and buff up that scoreboard even more, knowing that Stamina Esports were not there to go and defend. But otherwise, wow. First game of the set, Reject now one step closer towards securing their day 2 position.
I'll say this, Kello, that was the best final objective team fight from Reject today, right? That was the 4th one we've seen from them. That was the first time that Overlord wasn't caught immediately. The fact that they're still winning games when that happens is let alone impressive. But now it finally seems like they've got their heads on straight, because that was a good front-to-back team fight.
Yeah, I think in terms of just that team fight, right? Nobody really wanted to go in with
True.
the engage. We saw that Blastoise, rather than using that surf aggressively, they decided to use it more towards the other direction. But my Flowers have got to go to Peewee onto that side up to be able to go and get that psychic pull on the... It was
on the
beautiful.
Scyther.
Yeah, which is beautiful. That's who you want to pick in that back line. Get rid of them ASAP. Like, that was just... chef's kiss from them.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the target priority was crazy, right? They knew any sus was going to be a problem. The psychic pull, forcing out the Unite move from the Scyther, which right when that moment happens, just a window of opportunity for Overlord to hit their Unite move and drag the Scyther to the skies and suplex it back down to Earth. Haruto getting the nod here as our player of the game on the Buzzwole. And maybe this is, maybe their stats are getting a little mentally boosted by us here for that insane Lucario game. Game 3 as well, because that thing was crazy. I could talk about that all day long. Smackdown superpower, of course, the moves used here by this Buzzwole.
Yes, I think even then, just looking at in terms of these stats, we were talking about how we were expecting a lot of brawls to happen throughout this game. But looking at these feints and knockouts, they're actually quite low numbers. I feel like between these two squads, they played a lot more passively than I was expecting.
Yeah, it was almost like it was aggression, but not to finish, right? They were like just chucking all their moves at each other, and then they'd like scamper away and rinse and repeat. Something that's sticking out to me:
the game of chicken.
The game of chicken.
The game of chicken.
And the circle has been completed. You want to talk about a chicken? I don't know what kind of animal that Surfetched is, but that stat line is terrible, and I don't like this Pokemon. It didn't look good when Reject was playing it earlier. It didn't look good right now. It got to farm all game by itself, Kello. When it finally joins the fight, it did nothing. Please, let's just do something. Let's do something else.
Just can it.
Let's do something. Do something else.
There are so many other all-rounders on the roster.
Literally, there's literally 1,000 of them.
Yeah, so maybe we steer away from the Surfetch. We've seen it at least come into play there. But yeah, as I said, numbers, once again, just demonstrating that there were brawls, but they weren't like full-out brawls that we usually expect coming out from the LATAM team. So I don't know whether this is more of a thing with Stamina, maybe just playing it cautious, knowing, I guess, Reject and their position currently. I mean, they're one of the strongest teams in Japan. So I wonder whether we're going to end up having a different look, whether that was their strategy or whether it was just based on their picks. I'm not too sure.
Yeah, I was a bit surprised, because normally the way I feel Stamina plays is, any sus goes in, the team just collapses and follows, and then that's where we're at. That's just what we're doing. But right now, it seemed like it would be like any sus goes in, we might get a KO, and then we all just kind of scamper away, which is a little bit different of a texture from Stamina than I'm certainly used to seeing.
Yeah, different texture indeed. So, the thing is, yeah, there is one more game here that they can do to try and make a run back. We have already seen Game 3 coming out from Reject. Will we end up getting another Game 3 from this set is the question. But I feel like Stamina, they need to dig in deep during this draft. And I feel like they do need to make some adjustments. Scyther, though, I feel like that can stay.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it was a gutter pick, right? They saw what was across the way, and they said this can be pretty reasonable for us. Again, I don't... The Surfetch is the first thing that obviously sticks out to me, and maybe what I would switch up. I think Minotau's Blastoise was serviceable. The Mew was serviceable. I mean, there's no real other holes I think you can really punch in the strategy besides, like, if the Surfetch is going to spend all game away from your team, not contributing to these team fights or objectives, and then it shows up to the big objective of the game and, goes off like a wet fart, like, what are we doing here?
They're the worst kinds. No, don't want those ones,
yeah,
all right? Don't want those Surfetches.
No, yeah, let's get the Surfetched out of here. Let's go in another different direction. We did mention there's 1 trillion all-rounders in the game. What's some all-rounders that maybe you would prefer to see out there? I can think of a couple.
Yeah, as I said, I feel like we have the most all-rounders in comparison to all of the, well, out of 5 roles that we have.
Right.
So there's definitely so many options there, even if they're not banned away. It's just a matter of, well, take your pick.
Sure.
Take your pick. I don't know, draw it out of a hat if you have to.
Give me Mega Lucario. You know what I mean? Now, give me base model Lucario. I don't know if you could have Power Up Punch Bone Rush Lucario in you, but maybe you bring that. Was Zacian banned? I don't even think it was banned. It was banned?
Yeah, Zacian, yes. Now you're making me question my memory. Yes.
I mean, clearly mine isn't working. But there's a bazillion other all-rounders, right?
Yeah.
Like Garchomp looked insane when we were watching Root Dig play. Just do something else. Do something else. All right, Reject, on the other hand, not much to change. The Mega Charizard X did its job, which was isolate any sus in the moment they needed to, which I thought was great execution there. Talk to me a little bit about Reject's draft. Is there anything you think they might switch up to get a little bit more value, or you're thinking maybe stick with the same?
I mean, it's Reject. They're one of the most flexible teams that I feel like we have in this composition. I mean, that's pretty much their strength, what they built around. The reason why they decided to build this team is because of each individual player's flexibility. So I don't know whether we're going to end up seeing the same comp. I feel like they might end up switching out something different, whether it is going to be more reactive to what stamina brings. But if they end up sticking with the same comp, I don't think there was necessarily anything wrong with it. I think, you know, considering all the pieces of the puzzle still fit together well.
Sure. What'd you think of kind of the overall lack of range from Reject, right? They were playing a very kind of like close or slightly off hand-to-hand type action here. You know, maybe the biggest range they had was the Psyduck, right? So how did you think about that?
I think considering that Cypher is a risk, maybe the range was too risky in terms of those range Pokemon, they're going to be a lot more squishier.
Sure.
So maybe trying to take away that aspect of it, that way they're not going to get targeted from the Cypher. So going in for more of that more robust brawly comp to be able to deal with that risk.
No, that's a really great call. You know, if you don't give a prime target for this Scyther to go get, well then it has to kind of fight heads up in the blender that they obviously created there in the last fight. Anything else from the side of stamina that maybe you'd like to see switch up? I don't think there was anything necessarily wrong outside of the rest of their draft, but maybe there's something that they can improve on. Anything that sticks out?
I mean, yeah, I feel like we've talked about it for like the past 10 minutes.
Well,
here.
yeah.
You know,
I
don't think so. As I said, Blastoise was, you know, it did what it had to do. Maybe, I guess, in terms of, it isn't necessarily their draft. Maybe it's more their strategy. Maybe they just need to go back to putting on that aggression. I feel like that's what they're most well known for. Like, this just seems like a different look for them. So, you know, maybe if they just throw the kitchen sink at them, maybe that's just the strategy that they need, not necessarily within the draft. But we're going to head into our second draft anyway. We can see Comfey once again being locked on out along with Umbreon.
Yeah, I mean, Comfey has been banned against Reject every single game so far that we've seen them on our main stage here today. Second banned is looking to be Eldegoss here. No, Espeon. Espeon locked in. That's a great ban. Blissey by Reject, maybe the other way. Yep.
Okay, well, I mean, I guess with Espeon being banned on out, whether we are going to see that Mew pick once again, selected by Pee-wee, but then Stamina Esports, they are the ones that are in that first pick position. But I don't know, I know Blissey, in terms of this ban, I don't know whether it was necessary, if that makes sense. Like, it wasn't all that impactful. Yes, it does have a great Unite move, but I feel like potentially something else could have probably fit in here. I mean, you could even go in with a targeted ban, really, on a Scyther rather than a Blissey. But hey, Rejects, you know, they're the pros. They know what they're doing. I'm not going to underestimate them.
Hello. We have a Feraligatr out of jail right now. And there it is, Mufasa grabbing the Feraligatr. Okay, that's a Pokemon you can use that isn't Surfetched. Let's make it work. Let's make it work. Encounter rate at 96%. Blastoise somehow at 96% here. Pee-wee 83% on the Duck, and the Duck is looking good.
Duck is definitely looking good there. We'll have to wait and see what they end up rounding this on out, especially considering Stamina Esports don't have access to this Blastoise. But one thing they do have access to is this Snorlax now that it isn't banned on out. And they have also decided to pick up that Mew away from Reject.
Yeah, I think that's just a great choice overall. I mean, the amount of tools in a Mew's toolkit can never be understated, right? It does
has
a little
the
bit
most
of
tools.
The most,
The
actually.
most
You're
tools,
correct.
yeah, in this game, yeah.
Pavone.
6.
That's so many tools. That sounds right. Pavone on the Eldegoss Overlord grabbing the Buzzwole, which did do some very good work in that first game.
Yes, it did. It looks like, once again, they're sticking with more that front-on combat, whether they're going to actually round it off with some range to spice it on up. We'll have to wait and see as Satake is going to hover over that Glaceon. But one thing as well, yeah, there we go.
Yes.
The Glaceon. So is this going to be too much of a risk to play up against Scyther on the Enisus? Or do you think that, I feel like Glaceon is actually a pretty good pick here though.
I like Glaceon.
Yeah.
I've always said when an evolution can be chosen in the gutter position, usually it's an indicator of a good meta because they do very unique things. Glaceon specifically, if it can only get picked 4% of the time, but in a great position where it can really show out, Glaceon is in a healthy spot. What you never want to see is Glaceon getting picked first, because that means we're in a real bad spot. So I'm loving this. Satake on the Glaceon is something I'm excited to watch here.
One thing I am liking as well from the side of Stamina Esports is they've decided to go in with this Clefable pick. Now, Clefable I feel like is one of the worst nightmares for a Buzzwole. But the thing is, we also have Overlord on the Buzzwole. So I don't know whether, considering their knowledge and expertise, it's just whether we are going to see that gravity come into play here. It's really going to come down to that timing of those moves.
Absolutely. There's one thing that these players at this level are incredibly used to, and that's navigating the Clefable gravity timer and avoid getting caught, which is why a lot of times, despite you think gravity would be strong, we see some of our top players still using the follow me.
Yes.
Because that has a more immediate, more controllable impact.
All right, well, here we are, folks, going into game number 2 for Group H. Stamina Esports over on the purple side, Reject on the orange with that 1-up. If they win this one, they're making their way through to day number 2 of the Pokemon World Championships.
And that's exactly what they want, as Mufasa getting 2 quick stacks in, pushed by Haruto here. Nice little light screen by Hitman, as it can be enough. Coaching into the bush. Haruto closes the gate with the Skull Bash, and of course gets the K opener for Reject. Make it 2.
Yeah, now this is definitely some early aggression, a very different look from both teams that we saw previously, but we do have Stamina Esports at least picking up a KO of their own. No evolutions just yet up in the top path for Reject.
Mufasa able to pick up a couple AOS energy, might go try and stack here as Enisus is hanging out up top. Kira moving around, getting vision. Here comes Satake.
Yes, they are. Is
Icy
that an
wind.
icy wind?
Yes,
I
it
think
is.
having that maneuverability is a great call, that big burst damage to lock on in, but it's going to be a 3v1, which means Snorlax is not able to stop this Aeos energy being dunked.
No, it's just going to have to tackle its way through as the headache pushes it back for just a mere moment. Overlord still working on getting some stacks here and is able to out-secure the Snorlax. Wow, get another stack in.
Yeah, and that's so important for Overlord. Get that Buzzwole nice and strong, stacked on up early game when you have limited Aeos energy. That way, they're just able to go and rock that mid game. But for now, we can see that we have some rotations on that mini-map as folks are just looking for whatever wild Pokemon is available to them.
Look at that combo from Overlord, getting 2 wild Pokemon down, picking one up, punching it into the other one, getting credit for 2. BOGO deal. Now we're on the Regidrago. Reject wants that one as they have a good presence here.
Yeah, we do have a reject coming on in, interrupting any sus. Is going to focus on that Reggie Drago, looking to get the secure. It ends up being Kira on that Clefable though, but that is still going to go to the side of Stamina Esports. It's just a matter of whether they're going to actually do anything with it, as Reject is deciding to pivot towards the top.
Here comes that Gator with the crunch, ready to pick and choose where it's going to sink its teeth. Pavone is getting chased. Enisus collapses, can't quite get the knockout. Pivoting over to Overlord, who's fighting Mufasa, and is able to get the knockout. Sorciero on top of the War Turtle. Haruto going to have to peel back for just a moment.
Whether it's a Lucario or a War Turtle, just the maneuverability from Haruto is insane to avoid getting knocked out with a slither of HP. Those first objectives are about to spawn on the field. We could see that Reggie Lecky was going to be up into the top, but Pee-wee looking for some vision. There are some buffs, but there's some action happening downstairs.
All right, the crunch is locked in. We're moving forward. Regirock is there. Satake eyeing up, trying to get the icy win. Bit too early. Enisus secures. Reject forced to peel back as there's 4 players from Stamina here. And look at now that Mufasa has the Feraligatr online. They are ready to chase down some targets.
Yes, they have that waterfall running on up into the top grass. Not able to meet anybody just yet. But one thing as well, they have 2 Unite moves available to them in comparison to... Well, actually, no, Psyduck has just picked up their Unite move as well.
Psyduck Unite move is incredibly strong. You know, it really puts everybody in a blender, lowers the damage that they're going to be dealing here. So we have a block Snorlax just trying to get away with that shield, but Reject now taking control around the Regieleki.
Regieleki is just getting poked and prodded at, as we are going to have a bush check from Snorlax. But Stamina Esports, seeing that there's too many members there, they're actually going to go in for a rotation here towards this section. Once again, just these teams trying to find that vision, which is key for a match of Pokemon Unite.
Pee-wee, huge surf off the headache, is going to be able to escape Enisus, maybe. Pee-wee scrambling away. Regieleki getting low. Hydro Typhoon from Haruto, secured by Hitman. Good heavy slam there. Can we block Haruto into the wall? Spinning to win. Of course, we got a spin pump Blastoise. Why not? Heavy slam again. And the Feraligatr tries to close the gap with the waterfall and does crunch him down with the help of Hitman.
Oh, and look at this with that Regieleki crashing on in. That is going to be a 32 overdone. And because there are no jump pads here, Stamina Esports are going to continue pushing on forth and are close to... There we go, T2 is gone!
T2 is gone, and that's where they want to be. Mufasa loving it. Welcome back to the game, my friend. They've come alive. The counter scores from Reject are there, not quite enough, as look at all of Stamina showing up for this fight, and they're going to start chomping them down, and a duck to a gator is an easy dinner.
And this is why Feraligatr has been banned so much here today, because just that interruption from Waterfall to go and stop them, but that combination to catch out Overlord, getting pushed on back. They're forced to use the Unite move.
E-Ball chases them down. Overlord not enough in the tank with the Buzzwole, and here comes Stamina Esports. They figured out that they need to play with no fear. They're not showing any now. Secured by the Icy Wind, Glaceon Satake on the backside, and now all of a sudden Mufasa's in trouble. Headache pins them down just long enough to get knocked out. Now Kira's getting bullied by their support counterpart here in the Psyduck, and all of Reject just kind of peels away.
Well, I mean, they don't really have any other choice but to peel away with 2 members down. They want to make sure to save those resources come the next fight. Enisus, caught in a bit of a pickle, is looking to try and steer away, but Pee-wee there ends up getting solo united.
Yeah, I think that's just a use it or lose it type moment. Like, get yourself an extra knockout there, Enisus. Knockout Pee-wee, fine, whatever. Goal zone's gone, score lead gone, Stamina up by 4, and that's not a lot here in the game of Unite. Hydro Typhoon, eject button, it's 4. Overlord decides to go in. They're targeting down Enisus. They go for another slam, but it's not enough. The presence of Stamina is completely destructive.
Oh, but there we go. Blastoise coming on in, looking to interrupt them and take them away from that Regieleki. Stamina Esports have decided to give this one up, considering they have a lot of wild Pokemon on their side. They want to focus on this experience instead.
No, that's a great call. You know, let the Regieleki walk, take care of it when it gets close, make sure that you take all your free experience, because you know you have a fight on the horizon here at our middle objective.
Yeah, there's only a little over a minute until that final objective does end up spawning. Only one of those members that side that has reached that level 13. I feel like it's really key for this Feraligatr to also get all their plus movements online as well.
All right, Mufasa looking to Pee-wee. I don't think they quite have the vision yet, but if they didn't then, they do now. The Duck surfing through. The information is there. How are we going to take this fight with 40 seconds until our objective?
Yeah, well, we do have Overlord scoping on in. Has been found out by that Snorlax, who's going to rotate back, but that is a huge beam from Hitman.
That was well set up, right? Bait them in. Solar beam coverage. Another big solar beam for 4 targets. Registeel is getting pinged. Light screen down. Sorciero in the middle. Heavy Slam spinning to win to create separation. Now Registeel is going to go to reject. Great positional control by them.
Oh, 100%, especially landing themselves that attack buff. As we approach this final stretch, Stamina Esports, they do have the lead, but it's only by 4 points.
Enisus is hitting to try and get a buff here. Spinning to win again. Pump in the middle. Good solar beam. Enisus going with a big flank here. We'll see if they can go undetected.
Yeah, I don't know whether any of Reject actually managed to see that as we have Stamina Esports pivoting towards the top side. There goes the Blastoise, looking to try and create a separation, but there's another beam.
Another Heavy Slam block, solar beam coverage. Enisus sees Overlord. They're getting too close. They're going to go for them. Overlord is isolated. Here comes the Feraligatr. Picked up and slam. We're going to the crunch, but no, they're getting smothered now. Back onto the backside. Haruto closed it out. Satake gets credit. Power nap in the middle of nowhere. Hydro Typhoon on Kira. The Duck is popping their headache. They're trying to find the next target. Enisus has not gone down. I think they're resetting. Sorcio, aka Minotaur on the backside. They need to find the fight. Kira is in no man's land. Into the mist is, of course, the Mew. Looking for the target. They're not going to stop Pee-wee on the reset. Hitman with no HP. The coverage by the Snorlax. Really, Stamina needs to take a second. Overlord into the back line, going for targets. Too much damage there. The Feraligatr takes over. Huge solar beam. Stamina wants to fight. They're relentless.
But the benefit is Stamina Esports that have that Clefable to provide that team-wide healing. They're now going in for the Groudon, but not if Reject have anything to say with it. It's going to be a flip.
Groudon is on a razor's edge. Who's going to secure? It's Satake again. The Icy Wind Glaceon. The gutter pick from the Japanese squad. Reject steps up and rejects the notion that Stamina Esports deserves this win. It's gonna be a scramble for those burgers.
Yeah, especially considering there's 4 members of Stamina Esports down. There's no one to go and stop these Dugs going on in and letting Reject take the lead.
Hundo burgers from the Blastoise right into the middle. Reject eating an early lunch and eating it well. Stamina Esports, good presence, but it wasn't enough. Reject is humming today.
Yes, they are humming indeed, as that is a celebratory worthy victory, as they have now just secured themselves that day 2 spot. The first team into day number 2.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. And against an absolute buzzsaw of a group, too. You know, Stamina got 2-0'd there, but that is a Stamina showing signs of life. Those fights were crazy. They were long-winded. They were resilient, and I think they have a chance if Root Dig can't bounce back. So our match later today is going to be one of the most important ones we'll ever watch.
Yes, I think in terms of this game in comparison to the previous one, this was a much better look from Stamina. They came in with that aggression and it was working out well for them for the majority of the part. But the thing is, it was still a close match either way, and Reject, they were able to go and match their energy.
I mean, the fact that Satake is threading the needle with all these different targets, and the Icy Wind is going straight through them all to hit the objective. Really great prioritization here, as we are watching a very long, protracted fight between these two teams.
Yes, I mean, it wasn't until after that minute mark where they actually went in with the engage. Stamina Esports quite low, but here I think is where it went somewhat, you know, in benefit of Reject. I believe it was maybe it's a little bit further, but Mufasa on the Feraligatr, they actually went in with their waterfall, but they didn't get the hit. And they ended up getting caught on out. But nonetheless, that was their move to go on in with a Groudon. And thanks for the slow-mo. As we can see, Satake gets knocked up into the air by the Snorlax, but lands just in time to go and pop that Icy Wind secure.
Poor Sorciero, aka Minotaur, great heavy slam on the right target. That's who they wanted to bubble out. It was just a bit too early because the Glaceon went with that, I believe, freeze dry in first and then was knocked up. And because it was knocked up, it actually put it just in time to hit the Icy Wind because otherwise it probably would have been too early as Haruto, player of the game.
Yes, with that 5 knockouts, 1 feint, and 8 assists. I think considering they are the defender player, only getting knocked out once just really goes to show how well this Hydro Pump Rapid Spin combination really worked out for them. I feel like just having that hindrance resistance into the side of Stamina Esports really worked out well. And they actually dished out a lot of damage as well. 73k?
Yeah, I mean, Haruto was playing a wolf in sheep's clothing, right?
Oh.
I mean, the Blastoise is a defender, but it was in your face, right? Especially with the spin pump combination. Hydro Pump off a rapid spin has some really good secure potential as well, good burst damage, and you know, Pee-wee, that poor side dog, was really the one that was going to have to step up and get knocked out on behalf of the team.
One thing I want to point out though, Satake on that Glaceon didn't feint a single time.
great.
And I think considering, you know, we were questioning whether a ranged attacker would be too risky going into a Scyther, being an optimal target. But Satake, I think this Glaceon pick was such a great one with that maneuverability of that Icy Wind. To be able to go and dodge that, it just really goes to show, you know, what a powerful team this is.
Well, look, we've showed that, Feraligatr isn't the end-all be-all, right? I will say, the Feraligatr felt like it was having some good moments, but you look at that stat line, I mean, 2 knockouts. I think it was knocked out 5 times, 6 times. You just wrote down 20K and circled it. Tell me about that.
I just thought it would be a bit more impactful is all.
Yeah.
I know we've been seeing it bans on out, but maybe, you know, it was impactful, but wasn't doing some big damage. But, you know, that is enough from us. I feel like we head over to the stage and go in with an interview.
Let's do it.
Thank you so much to our wonderful casters. Welcome to the main stage, everybody, for our main stage winners interview. Round of applause for Rejects, our winners for this best of 3. Now joining me today, I have the wonderful Pee-wee. Congratulations on your victory. You look incredibly strong this year. How does it feel to be playing so well today?
なんか今年はすごい強そうな感じで今の調子はどうですか？
そうですね、まあ今の状況が結構去年と同じような状況で Day1 を終えられたので、ただ去年はそのまま Day2 で初戦で負けてしまったので、同じような本当に同じような状況なので気を引き締めて Day2 頑張りたいなと思ってます。
We actually feel a lot similar to last year, but last year unfortunately we lost on day 2, so we're hoping to clinch it this time.
So speaking of Worlds this year, we know we spoke to Overlord earlier today, but I want to ask you a bit more about the Pokemon and play style at Worlds this year. How would you say this year is different to last year's meta?
今年のゲーム環境が去年と比べてだいぶ変わっていますが、どのように変わったかとか、なんか強いポケモンが変わったか、なんか語ってください。
難しいな。
That's a tough one.
そうですね、僕らは結構、みんなからはそう思われてるかもしれないですけど、結構タンクというかディフェンダーのポケモンはあまり使わないチームで、そういうなんていうんだろう、こうメタから外れたチームではあるので、そうですね、その答え合わせというかに近い感じがしますね。
So yeah, we're a little unique in that we don't focus on tanks and defenders. So you could say we're kind of playing off meta in that way. So maybe it's to our advantage.
Oh, that's very interesting that you have your own play style. Speaking of, I do want to ask you, are there any Pokemon that you feel are underrated at Worlds that maybe teams are not really considering?
この大会のポケモンの中でなんかあんまり知られてないんだけど強いポケモン、実際強いポケモンは何か。
ジュラルドンですかね。
Probably Duraludon.
So why Duraludon in particular? Because I think it's a lot of people have wanted to see Duraludon be played, but what is holding this Pokemon back from performing?
やっぱりファンの中でもうめっちゃジュラルドの見たい方が多いみたいで、なんであんまり人気ない今まで？
まあ、シンプルに使ってる人が少ないっていうのと、まあ、それがでかいですかね。やっぱ印象というか最初の先入観みたいなところは大きいと思います。実際使ってみるともう11レベルからかなり強いポケモンなんで、まあ、もしかしたらこの大会でも見れるかもしれないです。
So it may be that when it first came out, it wasn't really well understood, but if you actually pick it up and play with it, it proves to be quite strong, and maybe we'll see that at this tournament.
Fingers crossed that we do end up seeing Duraludon, folks, because that is a very underplayed Pokemon. Let's flip the script and talk about Pokemon that you might think are being a little overestimated. They're very good, but are they maybe not as good as people think that they are?
逆によく使われているポケモンなんだけど、そんなに強くないと思うのはなんかそういうポケモンもいますか？
まあ個人的にはミュウが、本当に限られたプレイヤーしかミュウはうまく使えてないと思うので、自分も含めてなんですけど、そうですね、ちょっと課題評価かなって感じはしますね。
He feels that Mew, you sort of have to specialize in Mew, and he himself isn't so confident in it, so that's the one he would pick.
Okay, Pee-wee, thank you so much for all of your insightful knowledge on Pokemon Unite. I do have one final request. Is there anything you would like to say to your fans and any of your supporters at home?
やっぱりファンへのメッセージとか、なんか支援してきた方へのメッセージはありますか？
そうですね、本当にさっきも、去年と同じ状況と言ったんですけど、まあ今年こそ優勝します。
Like I mentioned earlier about how good we're feeling, and we're aiming for the championship.
Okay, thank you so much, Pee-wee, for the interview. Hopefully we might be seeing you up again here. But folks, thank you for the stage interview. Another round of applause for Rejects as we get ready for our next matchup. Back to our casters.
Thank you so much, Danalee there. It was great to hear from Pee-wee there and just his expertise. He has just been in the scene for so long as well. So really just getting that Del deep. I'm surprised that he actually selected Mew, though, as the one that was somewhat overrated. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, I think maybe it's more of like overrated in his hands.
Yeah. Okay.
Because as you said, he wasn't super confident. I was pretty surprised by the answer of, we kind of play off meta because we don't really focus on defenders, aka tanks, and the player of the game on that second game was a tank, so he was a defender.
But we did mention it wasn't really a defender though.
It's
Blastoise. It didn't really play like a defender.
It's just a problem.
Don't even worry about these roles.
Just ban Blastoise.
Ban Blast?
Hydro Typhoon is crazy, Surf is crazy, Hydro Pump is crazy, and now we just saw Spin Pump just run roughshod through another really skilled team. Put it in the bin. Like, ban that thing.
I feel like we're chucking a lot of Pokemon in the bin here today.
Well, listen, Surfetch doesn't need to be...
Filling up the trash.
Listen,
wow.
Listen. Surfetch doesn't need to be banned or picked. It just needs to just
disappear.
Be over here somewhere.
On the sidelines, being the cheerleader.
with that big green onion flopping around. Okay, this is pure chaos here. We've got more Pokemon Unite action at the Pokemon World Championships here in San Francisco. Kello, Doob Snacks, we're out. Go to break. Bang.
everybody, to the Pokemon World Championship 2026. Pokemon Unite continues here. It's final day one that we'll ever have at Worlds. A little bit sad, but amazing matches so far. And of course, now we get to shift up the casters a little bit even more, as of course I'm Wonder Chef joining Danielle.
Yeah.
Glad to, I actually don't think we've ever cast together in person. Have we? Did we cast together in different Worlds?
What do you mean? I think we
I don't think we did. I think
Okay, now
last
you're
Worlds
making
it
me
was
question
just on.
everything.
We did electro volleyball together, which is really the only thing that matters in Pokemon Unite, right? Like,
It counts.
This is small stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, it counts. Okay, electro volleyball counts. I refuse to say that does not count.
Hey, I
But
love
look, we've got an amazing game together, right? So we have a really interesting situation for this upcoming match because we took a look at the brackets before we jumped into this game. And Evil Geniuses are in a bit of a pickle, Chef. Do you kind of want to explain what's happened here with EG? Why is this game suddenly so important?
Yes, of course. So for anybody who's not aware, Evil Genius is obviously a very well-known name in teams as far as esports, and they've been doing really well in the North American region. They've got some amazing players on it, some players that have never made it to Worlds, so it's an interesting little mix, but they've been doing well this season, and they actually have already lost. So it's a little bit of an upset. They lost to, I think their name is Looking for Org, right? It's something along those lines, but it was a team from LATAM that qualified, I believe, through the Last Chance qualifier. So I'm not as familiar with them, and hey, you know, maybe they deserve an org after this. But really great to see. Obviously, the other regions doing really well, but North America has had a tough time. So they are now down one game in their group, and they really need to win. But they're going up against some monsters.
Yeah, so it's EG versus Zipto, and essentially, unfortunately, there's no one else in this group. So for EG to even survive here, they have to win this set. They cannot afford to drop this game. If they drop this series, that is it. EG is out, and I think we're going to have some pretty devastated spectators back home, and also spectators live here at the event. So yeah, really, the pressure's here on EG to really perform what they want to keep their tournament dream alive.
I mean, already the pressure being on them is really intense. And like I mentioned, you can see over there, they're the team that's going to be on the purple side. And they, well, at least on the purple side of the stage, not necessarily in game, but you can see some really well-known names like Curios, for example, who has been on the world stage many times, but also some newer players like Zealot, for example, who is, I'm sorry, no, I'm saying a lot of, there's a lot of names for me to remember today. Not Zealot, Ducky. We just saw Zealot in the last match a bunch of times, so I just have it in my head. For example, Ducky and Christmas. Those are really going to be the two mains to look at. They don't have as much experience on this world stage. Wow, they're jumping right into it.
Yeah. So just a quick recap for anyone that is confused as to who Zipto Esports is. It's Zoro Tigers Gaming. Sounds familiar to you at all? That is Zoro Tigers Gaming. They were just picked up by Zipto coming into Worlds. So yes, if you're a Zoro Tigers gaming fan at home, then you know who to root for. But this is going to be an incredible series. We actually had a small discussion backstage with some of the other casters, right? And Zipto, Korean Pokemon Unite is legit. This is not a region to just bat an eye at. They are incredibly strong. And I guess the benefit here for Zipto too is that being in Asia, they have easy access to being able to scrim with the Japanese team. So they have a lot of experience under their belt playing up against the Japanese teams. So I guess my question here is, can Evil Geniuses keep up with Zipto? Because they generally love to play in your face.
Right, I mean, Zoro Tigers Gaming doing extremely well. I believe they actually flew over to Japan to play a show match with some Japanese teams some point after, maybe not the previous world, but the one before, I think, just because they had such good matches. So yeah, like you said, lots of experience against Japanese teams. I'm sure they play against each other online, scrim quite a lot. I wish there was more time, but the draft is moving so fast because there's so much to talk about these teams. Okay, so looking at this, Umbreon has been banned so much throughout the day. That's a really common pick, I think, to see first if it does go unbanned, but I'm surprised that we're seeing the Surfetch so high.
I kind of feel like if you're picking the Surfetch now, you're kind of hiding something for those last two picks, right? Either you're going to go for those reaction picks to react to whatever Zipto is playing, or you have something else that needs to have that space, that moment to breathe. And it looks like we're going to be seeing our next two picks here for Zipto. So far, it's Mimikyu, Psyduck, Mamoswine, and that Miraidon. Very solid lineup here for Zipto. They've got their front line, they have their attacker, they have their backline's assassin with that Mimikyu, and of course they've got that Psyduck there to keep Piachu protected. Now for Evil Geniuses, what's the plan here? Because they have a really strong lineup so far, and also they do round out with their final two choices here, so either Sizzle or Scyther, and the Espeon.
Right, yeah. I mean, Espeon has been really highly contested throughout the day so far, and throughout the past few events that we've seen. So I'm surprised to see it get picked pretty late altogether. Now, normal Lucario, normally I feel like that is such a bizarre choice, especially right now. I feel like a lot of people are really feeling like Mega Lucario is doing quite well, but we already saw normal Lucario do really well earlier today from Reject. So I truly don't know what's going on. And that's one of the beauty of Worlds, is that even if we've watched so much competitive, it's so hard to see competitive from every single team and every single region and how they're going to bring it and change it for Worlds. So the meta, it's ours to learn as well as everybody else's.
Yeah, so I think now that we've seen the entire lineup, we have a bit of a better picture on how these two teams want to kind of play their lineups, right? So for Evil Geniuses, I think if anything, we've got to keep our eyes on rolling it down on that Blissey, because whoever Roland is enabling, I think that's going to be the key Pokemon to really lead Evil Geniuses in these team fights. Yes, Zipto has a lot of team fight control on their side as well, but if you think about it, they don't actually have that much AoE. A lot of it is that single target damage where they go in, pick off the target, they back up and they reset. But they don't necessarily have true healing on their lineup. So maybe this is where Evil Geniuses can take advantage of Zipto and say, if a fight takes too long, we have the sustain with Roland on the Blissey. I don't think we're going to be seeing Wish on Ducky, maybe, who knows? But yeah, I kind of feel like maybe it could be a battle of stamina here. Just try to outlast Zipto, force Zipto to make their move, otherwise they're just going to lose out in that battle of stamina.
And there's definitely going to be a point, especially once we get to the final fight, where if it lasts long enough and then we get to a point where they can just kind of use a Bliss assistance when they really want to, it's probably going to be quite strong, exactly like you said. But here we go, game one. Evil Genius's life on the line, going up against Zipto Esports, our first look at Korea. And we are already starting off with a very low Lucario.
Yeah, very low Lucario. I'm actually surprised how aggressive Evil Geniuses are playing, but I guess that's where desperation comes in for the team. You know, you've got to try and put your own fate in your own hands. So we'll keep an eye out on this top matchup for now. Really, I think the goal for Evil Geniuses, you got to try and pick up that momentum as quick as possible. And it looks like Piachu could be the target here. They were thinking of picking on Roland, but as soon as they see Vin, they decide, yeah, we've got to back up. Mule even going to be coming in on that Mimikyu as well, so it could be a 3 versus 3. Here comes Mule, gets the KO onto the poor old Chansey, and already down to a 2 versus 3 situation in this top lane.
Ooh, and they're staying pretty aggressive to try to space out. Obviously, that was a really, really fast KO way before the spawns at the 850 mark, so they're just choosing to take space instead. Vin trying to check the tall grass again, saying, oh no, wait, Mule's still there, but they've got 3-on-3 now, and they just use the mobility, the movement, or I should say the actual pushing, the crowd control of that Lucario to make sure they get so much, but oh no! They tried to catch somebody out by punching him backwards, did not quite get it, managed to escape just barely. That was almost a really bad situation for Zipto, but they're going to stay ahead.
Yeah, so I think there was both teams just trying to bait each other into a possible play. Oh, looks like Miraidon was caught in that bottom lane though, so that's going to be a little victory here for Evil Geniuses to assert some more control down in that bottom lane. If they can get ward, that will be another bonus, but yeah, Kyrios, he's deciding, I want this experience as well. I'm not going to try and waste my time trying to get that little Pilus line. It's not the... Yeah, ward's not really worth trying to KO here. It's just get as much experience as possible and just snowball, because especially with that Scyther lineup, we did see earlier today, right, Chef, that with Scyther, if your team can keep up with the momentum of a Scyther, you are just going to go for those back-to-back fights, and you should be able to get that experience as winning your team fights. But Ducky going to be coming in just to slow that assault down from Mule, and it looks like right now Evil Genius is looking to compete for this Regidrago. Oh, the Espeon manages to get the secure. Beautiful stuff, but is Zipto looking to get some revenge? They do get the knockout onto the Scyther. They're trying to find some more. Roland is a little too big there. So yeah, looks like, unfortunately for Zipto, they don't get the Regidrago.
Right, they actually didn't get quite as much out of that, even though they kind of felt like they won that fight, like pretty significantly, but they weren't able to catch that many targets. They weren't able to get the secure, so altogether, I mean, that's pretty good for Evil Geniuses. They've kind of got to fight back into this, as we're starting to see Mule really pop off on this Mimikyu. It's going to be so hard to deal with, especially as time goes on. This is a pick that's been so good, but very rarely banned. We do see a points lead, though, for Evil Geniuses, and that's pretty important. Not the hugest points lead in the roll, only 52, but it's at the point where they can sit a little bit more confident. They may be able to get the quicker zone breaks if they do so choose so. And Regirock being threatened down by both teams. Little 1v1 up top, 4v4 on bottom. It's a little bit of a classic situation in Pokemon Unite. And they do manage to find Roland and at least bully him back towards that tier 1 gold zone.
Ducky coming in with the snarl, seeing if he can try and catch somebody, but Mule just out-dashing them. But the secure by Curios, beautiful stuff for Evil Genius's second objective of the game. They also pick up the Mimikyu as well. Now they want to try and jump in. Vin doing what he can to try and dish out the damage. Wants that Mirage, and if he can get it, the Bliss Assist though, even helping Vin out, but the damage is not quite enough. But the thing is, for Evil Geniuses, they're happy. They got the objective. They're getting those knockouts. They're slowly building that lead that they want because they have to win this set.
This is a pretty big turning point here. I mean, like I said, I feel like Mule running away with things obviously was level 9, was the highest in the game, but that was a really big pick to be able to take them out and then get the objective and everything just going the direction of Evil Geniuses in those team fights. And a lot of it is off the back of Curios being able to secure a lot of these objectives. Obviously one of the best secures that's currently, I would say, in the meta right now, and certainly the secure to be looking for in this game. So as we go a little bit further, we're going to have to make sure that they're taken out for objectives and just using the Unite to just try to get out of there. I mean, just a 2v4, or actually, I'm sorry, 2v5. Every single member of Zipto all kind of roaming together at this point, maybe trying to see if they can catch somebody out, trying to follow them. But at this point, they don't have that many targets to go to. Maybe the top Reggie pretty soon.
Yeah, actually, going back onto that Unite from the Umbreon, I actually think Ducky made a good call there, right? Because if you're leading, you don't really want to give anything away to Zipto, not even breadcrumbs. So if it requires a Unite to get out, sure, but you've got to keep up that momentum. Looks like up top, though, Reggie, Alecki, Zipto really want this. They've just got to keep an eye on Curios because you can see the Espeon waiting in the wings, looking to get the steal, but no, just a little bit too late. The Lucario secures that. And all of a sudden, it's going to be Evil Geniuses sent back to their goal zone, waiting for that Reggie Alecki. Now, the question is, what does Zipto want to do? They're not going to go push, and instead, they're going to try and go for a attack in that bottom lane instead.
We do see an interesting stagger between the basement and the top Reggies, right? We are going to see the next one spawn, and then once this one's done, we're not going to be that far off from the top one spawning again. So we are definitely in a weird rotation kind of set, and a lot of times we see them taking down at the same time. Not this time, though. And trying to take out this goal zone, this tier 1 is going to be huge for spacing, trying to take that once it spawns. They're not quite able to get it. They did manage to pick up a KO, but not able to break that goal zone or even get a single point in as they have so much in pocket. Chris Smith is going to be chasing them, and numbers advantage, or health advantage, I should say, at least here for Evil Geniuses. They also, of course, do have that secure, as long as Curios is there, and Curios is definitely there. So Zipto actually not even challenging this, realizing that they are just not at the health they want to be. Maybe just going back up top, trying to take down the tier 1 goal zone, maybe trying to go center for the Regidrago, but not anywhere but basically down there.
Yeah, this is actually the disadvantage of not running that classic support Pokemon on the side of Zipto, right? Like, they don't have any Pokemon like a Blissey that can get their team back up to full. So I think Evil Geniuses, understanding this, they know that if they're able to come into that fight with full health, Zipto either has to make a really, really risky call, or they're going to have to abandon the fight. Now it looks like they do want to try and go for a battle here. Ward coming in on that Mammoth Swipe, but Vin just doing absolute work in the back lines there, just cutting through the front lines. They do get the Mimikyu, and that's huge too, because Mimikyu is the one to set the pace here for Zipto. So without that Mimikyu, I kind of feel like Zipto is feeling a little bit lost as a team.
Right, I agree with that completely. Every single time that they've lost the Mimikyu, their team fights have somewhat crumbled. I mean, of course, it's just the strongest Pokemon on the team. Rhino's starting to catch up, but it's looking a little bit more tough. They're going to re-engage Mule, of course, on that Mimikyu, but not quite in time to save that Tier 1 Gold Zone. Not a huge overdunk, I don't believe, but they're ahead by 192 points, which is just such a ridiculous amount. And they want to push that even further, obviously being able to take down that Tier 1 Gold Zone right before taking a Regieleki is going to make it that much more dangerous. Zipto, though, continuing to just rotate. They've been rotating. They're all the way on bottom now. We'll see what defense they bring for the Regieleki, but they've got to try to do something here because the lead is slowly falling out of their hands like sand.
Yeah, I think it's reaching that very critical point here for Zipto where if the gap is just too big, they're going to have to go for that final objective, right? Like, you've got to go for that Groudon. And if they aren't able to get that, then it's going to be, I don't want to say it's impossible, but in most cases, I kind of feel like a game is lost if you are as behind as Zipto is right now. We've got 40 seconds to go here, so one last opportunity to try and grab those points or to break a goal zone. But yeah, I think at this point, everyone's just going to try and get into position and really just nail down that final 2-minute stretch. And where is everybody hoping to be? We've got the Reggie down bottom. It's a Reggie steal as well for Evil Geniuses. This game is setting them up to win. That attack boost is going to be huge. Zipto, are you going to try and wait this out, or are you maybe going to try and go for a surprise attack? Because they've got to do something.
The problem is the longer they wait it out, exactly like you mentioned, they don't have the self-sustain on the team. They do have the poke, which is going to be really nice from them right on, but the more they get poked, the more of a problem it is. Groudon already taking just a little bit of damage, but they've got to make a decision, and pretty quickly. Exactly, I think like you said, they've got the deficit as far as points, some pokes coming out, but they've also got to deal with the secure from this Espeon.
Yeah, Mule's trying to bait them in, but so far Evil Geniuses are not biting. They know they have the lead, so right now Zipto, I mean, as much as they want to try and bait, as long as Evil Geniuses doesn't bite, it's going to be a big win. Ward taking some big damage there. Mule just going in and out with the pokes, but doesn't want to fully commit because he knows if he goes down, this game might just be over for the team. Slowly chipping away at Ducky and Kyrios. Maybe this is what Zipto is looking to do. Ducky coming in with the Moonlight Prance doesn't connect onto anybody. Evil Genius is looking a little bit low. Zipto not looking too bad here, Chef.
Yeah, I mean, the health advantage is pretty strong, but again, they're not going to be able to heal it back at all. Kyrios getting extremely low, had to go all the way back to heal, and they do manage to get that in time. And they've got, again, got to deal with Kyrios before they try to rip this down. Yep, there we go, going in through a triple stun, but Ducky's so extremely low. Ward trying to push forward, but they're just playing such a great footsies game here. Nobody getting the full engage. Lucario low. There we go. That's a way to get in. It's going to be a big KO. 3 KOs in a row all the way down for Zipto Esports. They're backing all the way up. Vince already scoring.
That was a huge catch there for Evil Geniuses. Just going in, ravaging Zipto, pick up all 3 for 1 deal, and Evil Geniuses just solidifying their lead further and further in this game. They did not decide to take the Groudon, however. They are going to instead go in a more defensive position. Up top, we do see Chris Smith wanting to go for a big 100-pointer with the Blissey. You can see right now Zipto, they're going to be going all in for the Groudon. They've got to be careful with Piachu. He is so low. He's got the shields though, so he should be okay, unless they don't have the damage. He's super low. Okay, there's the buff. 10 seconds to go. Do they have enough points to make the dunks? I'm not sure if they do.
80 in. There's going to be another pretty big, 92 in, and then there's another potential almost 90-something up top that just didn't quite get in. I don't know if that would have been the difference, but I think certainly without that, I have to assume that Evil Genius is going to stay ahead at the end of this game. Yeah, actually, they were really close to making that comeback. If that top almost Hundo Burger got in, and then they got one more little score, that could have been it. And they were just a split second away from that happening. So a little bit scarier than I think maybe Evil Geniuses wanted, but they are staying alive.
Look, I think they did such a beautiful play in that top lane. After securing the knockout, they said, okay, we don't need the Groudon. They made the perfect calculations with the time of that time remaining in the game. They said, let's just go for the back caps. We know that they have to rush the Groudon to win this game at all. So they got the extra points in. They gave the Groudon away. They knew there just wasn't enough time for Zipto to come in and get the counter scores. EG, I mean, if they can keep this up going into game number 2, this set should be theirs. But at the same time, I think we also have to identify that Zipto, although they didn't pick the best lineup for the playstyle that EG pulled off, this is still a really formidable team. They are extremely flexible, and I think after experiencing that game number 1, they'll have a better idea as to how to deal with EG coming into game 2.
And I do think that this draft from the side of Zipto was really trying to be an early game draft, and they did win the early game, but the ability to come back was just so huge from Evil Genius. As you can see here, Chris Smith, our MVP, and on this Surfetch that I kind of feel like has been an interesting pick so far today. I'm not sure if I'm sold on it quite yet. It has won a decent amount of games, but compared to some of the other picks, I'm curious to see why these teams want to choose it. However, they won, and that's exactly, I mean, that's all the proof that you need here with Chris Smith as our MVP.
Yeah, look, if they can get Chris Smith to get MVP for game number 2, 2-0, that would be the dream here for EG, because right now, EG, okay, we got to do some math here, Chef. Does EG need to 2-0 this set to stay in Worlds? They do, don't they? Because if we look at the score for the previous matches, I do believe they were also 2-0s. Yeah, 2-0, 2-0 for the previous games. So they would have to force a 3-way tiebreaker in the group to stay in the tournament.
Yes, I think you are correct. I believe so. So then it would be a 3-way tie, which would be even more confusing. Yeah. I don't know how that one's going to be solved, but all we know is that they do need to 2-0. I do believe that's correct. However, as usual, I will say never trust the casters on our tiebreakers or our seeding or anything that we say, or really just any information in general. I think it's safest not to at least trust me, I'll say. But I do think from what I'm seeing in a 3-person group that if it was 2-0, 2-0, then you would need a third 2-0 to tie. Otherwise, we're going to see Looking for Organ and Zipto come out on top. So, wow, that's, I mean, fighting for their lives. Like I said, they truly did stay alive by winning that game. Even if they lose another one, that might be it for them.
Yeah, they really got to pull it off again in game number 2. But just seeing game number 1 though, I feel like I can trust EG to be able to pull it off. They've just got to figure out how, right? Like that is the key here. How do they pull off that win for game number 2? Like how can they guarantee the win? Because knowing Zipto, I don't think there's any way that they pull off their draft from game 1 and game number 2 again. I think it's just too risky. You've got to have that late game assurance. It can't just be all on Mule on that Mimikyu to do the heavy lifting, because like sure they had a Miraidon, but because they weren't able to really pierce into the back lines, I feel like the Miraidon was a bit scared to make a move sometimes, because he was just thinking like, oh, there's a Cypher in this game. I'm a bit scared to stick my head out, you know? It's like, I'm just going to get jumped.
Right, some of the pokes damage seemed pretty good in the final fight, but one thing that I really want to point out that I think their comp was missing was they were doing so well at the start of the game, right? Like, I really felt like they were ahead, and I mean, Mule especially was just so far ahead of everybody else as far as level. And then they lost like 3 objectives in a row, and a lot of it was because Kyrios was on that Espeon, right? So the Secure was so good, and I feel like if they had a way to either challenge Espeon a little bit more or Secure of their own that was a little bit stronger, they could have continued with their momentum, and that was really what their comp wanted. So we are going to see the sides switch here. Zipto now going to be first pick, as Evil Geniuses will be second pick, but I just think that Secure is, I mean, forever Secure has been important, but specifically in this matchup, I would really take a look at it for Zipto Esports.
Yeah, I really do think they have to challenge Kyrios. He got away with too much in game number 1, especially considering they were objectives that also award experience, right? That was experience that Zipto needed to be able to pull off their early game play. But okay, going into game number 2, so it's going to be Groudon yet again. Bans though, Blastoise, Mew, Snorlax, Feraligatr about to get locked in. There's the Feraligatr. Zacian, I'm thinking for EG, would I ban anything from Zipto? I kind of feel like EG didn't really feel threatened in that last game, so
maybe,
Umbreon.
Maybe the Mimikyu, right? But
hang on, Psyduck? Umbreon, they're thinking, I'd say Umbreon, yeah, they're locked in the Umbreon ban.
Well, they were, which is interesting because they were the ones who chose Umbreon last time, right?
Yeah.
With Ducky playing Umbreon. Also, I'll point out that I was surprised that Ducky didn't actually invade. Ducky's been invading a lot in the previous events, just being very annoying, and I say that in the most positive way possible. I'm a huge Ducky fan, but boy, I do not want to fight against that invade from Ducky, which is really funny because Roland very well known for invading and stopped being the person invading on this team. But wow, interesting first 3 picks. I mean, okay, sure, Ducky getting Psyduck is quite funny, but Blissey, that is a super high priority first pick that I didn't expect. And then seeing the Urshifu as a counter high priority pick, and then normal Lucario is a high priority pick. I don't think I understand how to draft in this game anymore. Okay. I might be confused. Maybe chat.
So I do have a little bit of a theory. So I think the first pick, Blissey, firstly, Jong plays a fantastic Blissey. Second, I think they had to take that away from Roland.
Yeah,
they had to take it away from Roland, played a really great Blissey, so you had to get rid of that enabler. Made it a little bit of an awkward opener. I can't put my finger on Piachu's Lucario. I think that one, again, as you said, right, it's a bit of an odd one to pick this up so soon. So it makes you think, like, okay, if you're picking Lucario now, what kind of funky stuff are we going in for the final 2 picks? Because Espeon makes sense. Take that away from Kyrios. He played a really great Espeon in that previous game. But look at the other side, right? We still have some really strong Pokemon. Ducky's got the side. Ducky's the Ducky. I mean, we did say it was going to be an interesting pick. I didn't think it would be Cinderace.
Yeah, Cinderace we actually saw banned in one of our previous sets, interestingly enough, against Dark Peach. Cinderace getting a little bit more popular recently, but to see it as kind of the gutter pick, I like that. It's really interesting. And then Trevenant, actually, with how many strong defenders are available.
It's Ward 2. It's also Ward's Trevenant. He plays a nasty tree. So it is a signature pick from Zipto. And they did kind of fix their issues in that previous game too. They have the sustain and they have self-sustainable Pokemon too. So Zipto, they have patched up their problems from game number 1. But for EG though, Kyrios coming in with the Desi pick, which I think is rather interesting, considering that they know that they have to get a 2-0 in this set to possibly stay in the tournament. So to pick Desi here, this man has to have the most confidence he's had in his entire life.
I think there are so many juicy Spirit Shackle targets on this other team. You hit anybody and they are going down. Obviously, you really kind of don't want to hit Trevenant, but I mean, anybody else. I feel like this is a great pick. You are also going to be able to outrange their Cinderace, and that's just going to make it a tough spot for them. And Cinderace really is going to be a really core part, I think, of going into the Zipto draft. So if you can just be the one who outranges with the damage, I think it makes a lot of sense. But again, it almost feels like we're in a game 3 here, because that's just how this group is playing out. If Evil Geniuses lose here, I don't think they can make it out of the groups. They need to win a 2-0, and then it will go to even tiebreakers.
Yeah, so everything is on the line here for EG. If they want to stay in the tournament, they have to win with this lineup of theirs. And I think some people would look at it and say, you are absolutely crazy. But look, I think if there's anybody that knows what they're doing, it's EG. You don't simply pull a draft like this in a game that is basically deciding whether you do stay at World or not. So yeah, we'll have to see if EG is going to be able to pull it off, because if they do, that itself would be huge.
We are going to have a little bit of a pause. A pause for the cause, as good old Doom Snacks would say. But we are triple bird comp, and I'm always a fan of the teams that have more birds on their side. We can take a little bit of a look at actually how this has started to play out, as we can see the mini-map at least, and we may have an invade. It could be an invade on the top with the Chansey, or it could be an attempt to just kind of like go around and score. We are going to unpause immediately, which is awesome to see, but we'll see what happens with them. And like I said, we've got a lot of potential invaders.
That's definitely an invade.
Yep, and kind of an aggressive counter invade we can see as well too. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to kind of jump over there. We are going to be, there we go. And let's see, did we manage to steal anything? No, just taking a lot of time. Stealing a lot of time away from Kubfu is really important though. I don't think you're going to be able to escape that, but just waste a little bit more time. Rolling accidentally.
That could have been disastrous if you actually let him through, but thankfully Roland is able to get the knockout. So Chansey's going to get a free trip back home, and also gives a little bit of extra space there to Vin on that Kubfu, so he can get into that Urshifu evolution as quick as possible. Up top though, we do have some assistance there. Mule going to be providing support to Piachu on that Lucario, get the score in too. So I guess that is some good news for Zipto. Yes, they lost their Chansey, but they did have a little bit of extra breathing room in that top lane with just the Surf fetched.
Ooh, look at
this.
There's
4 Pokemon.
Yep, everybody crashing for these spawns, and so far not a big
Curios
engagement
is here.
shift, though. Yep, that's going to be big from the side too, but he's just still a little baby. Not going to be all that much. Big KO though, so they will be spreading that experience around a little bit. A small win here, I would say, for Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, just a small win, but regardless, a win is still a win. So EG, I think if they can just try to pull off the same thing like they did in that previous game, just get that experience, even just have a slight level lead over Zipto, and then just absolutely take over, because they have Pokemon that can run through Zipto, no problem at all, especially that Urshifu. Urshifu, one of those amazing Pokemon where if you can get that Pokemon going, it really can just sort of sit in the middle of the battlefield and is a tough Pokemon to get rid of, because if you look at what Zipto have, they don't really have the best lineup to get rid of a potential Urshifu. They don't really have the best lockdown. They do have a little bit of AoE lockdown, but nothing that's just single target guaranteed knockout for a Pokemon such as Vin. But everyone's getting ready for that Regidrago, Chef, so we'll have to see if EG gets this again. Oh, but they get the pullback onto a huge Pokemon. No Trevenant. That's a big deal.
Yeah, I mean, the Trevenant's going to be a really big part. Like you mentioned, there's actually not a lot of crowd control in general.
They can't without the Trevenant. They have to give it up.
Yeah. There's almost actually zero crowd control on the side of Zipto, aside from the Trevenant. So the Trevenant making some huge plays, which obviously they can, but it's going to be so important for them fighting in the future. Yeah, Piachu 1v3, probably not going to be able to do all that much. We are going to see the evolution for Curios, and this tier 1 goal zone getting lower and lower right before this Regieleki spawns. So we'll see if they choose to continue to prioritize this top path, or maybe they'll just continue to keep Curios up there, as quite a few now fighting down and bottom.
Yeah, look, I think he's comfortable being up there by himself. He's just getting so much experience. And I guess the great thing with Desi too, can solo those objectives. That is one amazing thing about Decidueye. Yes, in team fights it does tend to struggle sometimes, but if you leave him alone, he can grab those objectives all on his own. In the meantime though, Zipto trying to go for a big push in that bottom lane to get that boost for themselves, but Ward unfortunately on that Trevenant not looking too happy himself, does get taken out thanks to Vin, and unfortunately whatever Zipto had planned, that's going to be, I guess, postponed for another day.
Yeah, maybe another match at this point. This is looking pretty tough.
I don't think there will be another match after this.
Yeah, well, I mean, another. Wait, well, they could make it. No, they wouldn't make it out. No, they would make it out. They could make it out, right? If they tie, there's a chance that they make it out. Yeah. That's right. Sorry, the tiebreaker is really confusing me. If they do manage to get another match, is what I'm saying. But it's not looking good. Is all I'm saying. The big thing here is like I was talking about, they have 2 frontliners. One of them doesn't really want to get hit, and that's Lucario. The other one wants to get hit, and it's level 7. And level 7 versus level 10, max damage on the other side, and like 9s and 8s, it's not looking good. Ward is getting melted in every single team fight immediately, and then it's just like not a fight after that.
No, I 100% agree. Ward is starving for experience. If he can somehow get a little bit more experience on it under his belt to tank up a little bit and just survive that 1 to 2 seconds longer, that might be the time needed for that Cinderace or the Espeon to just come in and clear out one of those Pokemon and Evil Geniuses and maybe even sort of tie up this power imbalance. Right now, though, Evil Genius is once again going to remind Zipto who they're playing up against, trying to go for a Bliss Assist as well just to keep their teammate alive. Jong coming in with the save onto Mule. There is a bit of an attack boost here if Mule wants to turn things around, but with the Regieleki, it makes it a bit tough to engage into Evil Geniuses. Regieleki going down, but EG already knowing their limit has already backed up, so there are no casualties for this free push.
I do feel like that was a really good choice of resources to try to keep Mule up there. I mean, he's level 10 right now, has to try to stay competitive. That is going to be their main damage they're looking to continue to feed the experience to. He's level 11, so just using 1 Unite to try and keep them up. Oh my goodness, that was such a chunk of damage from that arrow.
Oh, Kyrgios, he's just constantly throwing arrow after arrow. And it's specifically at Ward too. Like, he knows if Ward is too damaged, he doesn't really want to be on the front lines. And there's no Bliss Assist as well. It was just used in that previous team fight. So there goes Ward yet again. Unfortunately for the Tree, not going to be able to survive in this team fight. They are still kind of hanging around here. Zipto, are you overstepping your bounds here? They tried to go for Ducky, but Ducky is still hanging around. And now Vin wanting to pursue up the Jong. Piachu coming in for a backstab onto the Desi, which is a great pick. Looking for Roland here on that Hooper. He's going to try and play with them against the wall. Unfortunately, it's not going to be enough. Now Vin wanting to turn things around. Ducky is here to provide support too. But I think right now Evil Genius is thinking, okay, maybe it's a little bit too much. If they can meet with Chris Smith, then they can turn this into something else. But Chris is like, oh, it's just Jong. It's just simply
yeah, just Jong. We don't need to deal with that. Mule, though, would be a really nice target, who is going to kind of be joining this fight a little bit. And you can see Mule wasn't even really a part of that fight because they were too busy just kind of feeding him experience, which is, I think, exactly what they need to do. It needs to be, going for the engage. All right, relax, Chris Smith. That is a 1v4, although the rest of the friends are coming, and they're going to be able to get at least one person down. So, oh my god, another great shot from Kyrgios. Bliss Assist is going to get KO'd in the middle of it, I think. And yeah, none of this is going to matter. So, I mean, attempts to kind of re-engage didn't really work out for Zipto. Like I was saying, though, I think really all they got to do is they got to try to Bliss Assistance onto just a ton of damage coming from the Cinderace in the final 2-minute mark. I don't know how else they managed to come back from this because it is looking very difficult.
Yeah, look, we have to say props to EG. Like, I think every fight up until this point, they have been the ones to decide where, when, and why it happens. And Zipto have been very reactive. Like, they've also tried to play aggressive themselves, but unfortunately, they've just been constantly pushed back because EG, they've been successfully juggling all of Zipto's resources. Like, they have successfully dismantled this Trevenant. Trevenant, up until this point, has been a non-factor. I actually feel very bad for Ward because I think if I was him, I'd be thinking, what do I even do? I can't even survive long enough in these team fights to contribute to the team. Like, it's just really, really hard. I think at this point, he's going to have to play far further back because if he stays in the front lines, he gets knocked out, frontliner is gone, and it just leaves Zipto wide open for EG to just run down the rest of the team.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have to try to set up maybe an ambush because otherwise I just don't know how Ward's going to get anything done. But the problem is they've got such good options for checking tall grass. You've got the Decidueye, you've got the Psyduck, you could honestly just face check with the Surfetch, which is exactly what we just saw right there.
And the
Hoopa as well.
Everyone.
Yeah.
Everybody can face check those bushes. So I don't know what you would do if you're Zipto. I kind of feel like you just got to play really out there. But with 6 seconds left to go for the last final 2-minute stretch here, I think they're just making the call here, Chef. They're saying, guys, it's do or die. If we don't do something now, it's going to be over. Ward just sitting right on top of the Desi so far, even using the Unite too. Not going to get the knockout. The Kyrgios is very low. There is going to be some shielding as well. The team's trying to go in. Bliss Assist is going to be used, but the Cinderace is already gone. Damage dealer down and out for Zipto. It's just the Lucario and the Espeon, but I think EG, they have done it. They are breaking through Zipto Esports and are looking to get a 2-0 victory in this best of 3.
Well, hold on real quick. They've got it. They make sure that they are not getting stolen away from this. No, they're not even going to attempt it. So they will be getting that buff pretty cleanly, although that could have been a scary spot. Getting chased down. Ducky on the duck, making sure they get one more KO there. Points are still pretty close. Not a huge lead for the side of Evil Geniuses. There are a few members up already. I'm not sure how much they're going to try to score. Are they going to go for one big kind of combined push? One thing to remember is that we do have the Hoopa, who at some point we'll probably get that Unite back within the next minute and 6 seconds, so they've got to be careful of the huge big back cap that could happen at some point. Hoopa actually might be hiding and trying to make sure that they can sneak forward, but they might have been caught up in the center right there, so this push might just be happening here on bottom.
Yeah, I actually don't know. I think he might have been able to avoid them, but if the Espeon catches him, then that could be a bit of an issue for the team. Oh, EG, they're hiding in the bush, just waiting for that opportunity. Up top, though, you can see Zipto looking to want to attack that top tier 2 goal zone. We still have the Hooper up there. Espeon's going to join the team instead. And look at this, back cap versus back cap. EG says, you can back cap, we can back cap as well. We don't care, we've got the points, we have the insta score. Whereas for Zipto, they're going to have to fight for their lives. 23 seconds to go. I don't know how they're going to be able to do it. They can't even get on top of the goal zone.
And Hoopa Unite on the enemy goal zone now too, so even if they wanted to, everybody could just teleport over, score some more, but instead, Evil Geniuses are going to create the first, what was it called? The Chaos? Oh no, I can't forget this now. The Chaos something. The Chaos situation. I'm going to remember the actual term. The three-way tie, yes.
There
Sorry, old UCS joke. Evil Geniuses, they know that they were fighting for their lives right there. And now we got to see what the tiebreaker ends up being for them. I think I might have heard what the tiebreaker was in my ear, but it was a little bit quiet, so I'm not sure. So hopefully we can hear kind of what the official ruling is on that. But a great Chaos Trigger, thank you. I want everybody to know that Spraggles ran up to me, and he's going to make sure that they are going to fire me after this show because I did not remember what Chaos Trigger was. So this is our first Chaos Trigger of the tournament, and tiebreaker, always really confusing.
It's insane, 3-way tiebreaker. I'm pretty sure, like, at some point, not just Zipto, but maybe looking for Org, both of these teams is kind of sighing a sigh of relief, thinking like, oh, okay, there's no way we get a 3-way tiebreaker. And then after this match, they're just like, oh, everyone's like sweating bullets, like, oh, okay, it's not over yet, guys.
I kind of expect, based on the reactions from EG here, that they are qualifying and they know what the tiebreaker is because they are really happy. And obviously, you'd be pretty happy if you won the tiebreaker or you got into the tiebreaker situation when you were in threat of just not making it. But they look even happier than that to me. So look at that. That is a literal sigh of relief that we just saw from Finn right there. So I think there may be a chance we'll have to get official word. Right now, though, we can take a look back at some of the moments, but felt to me like Evil Geniuses was just in control the entire time. I really liked their drafts.
Their drafts were great. I actually think they handled their early games really, really well. Like, they understood the key plays that Zipto had to pull off in those early games. They denied all of those plays, and there were also times like we saw in game number 1, for example, Kyrios just getting those snipes on the Espeon, denying away the Reggie, I think it was Reggie Drago and Reggie Steele. It was like one of the Reggies down bottom. But you're denying experience away from Zipto, who was at the time running a very early game experience heavy lineup because Mule was on the Mimikyu, right? Mimikyu wants to get as big as possible, kind of functions in a way similar to a Scyther, where if your Mimikyu just blows up in the early game, that is it. You should have the momentum mid to late game, and your opponents just generally are not going to be feeling safe. So EG, masterful control over those 2 games. You would think, like, what happened to EG in the first game?
Yeah. I mean, they had to have been under a lot of pressure. Obviously, there's a lot, that they got to carry on their shoulders. They know that they are one of the top teams in North America. And I mean, going out in, I have to preface this by saying that going out in pools at Worlds, already you've proven that you're one of the best teams in the entire world. Even just getting here is amazing. So anybody who's even here is already legendary. But when you are such a well-known name and you're in such a well-known org now, and you've got these players that are trying to like repeat Worlds wins, and just saying, like, we could go out in pools. That is really tough. I know that there's just a lot of pressure on them. And you can see it when they won that last game. They were just like literally like...
Everything came out. So, yeah, we'll get updates on what's going to be happening for Group D as we now officially are going to be playing. What, Chaos Trigger?
Chaos Trigger, yes. Our first Chaos Trigger of the tournament.
Yeah, so we'll find out a little bit more about what's going to be happening in that group later on as we do get ready for our other matches, because we still have matches ongoing. We still have a lot of groups that are undecided. So, okay, Chef, I want to get your opinion on this, okay? Because we've had some matches on stage and also off stage as well. We have a little bit of an idea as to what regions are doing well. Now, originally, who do you think, or what regions do you think we're going to perform at Worlds this year? And have you been proven wrong or right based off of what's currently happened in our group so far?
I mean, I thought Japan was going to do well, and so far they've done really well. I don't think that's a huge hot take or anything like that. But as far as the other regions, I was kind of feeling like, especially Europe, could be a big upset type region, and we just have seen them, I think, do pretty well in a lot of their pools matches.
Yeah, actually true, right? I think EU, and this has been something that's been happening for the past couple of years, I think EU really wanted to, the region just needed to somehow either survive. We never really saw the region thrive. So I think in a way, we're starting to possibly see that, but we're not done yet today. We're basically just starting the broadcast, so anything can really go as these groups kind of figure out, who's going to be the top two, who's going to be the bottom two as well. So we'll see if EU is going to be able to maintain their strong command in their groups. We will give you guys updates in a couple of matches as to how some teams are going. It looks like, though, the interview is ready. So let's hear from our winners from our previous best of 3, EG.
All right, here we are up on the big stage with the big winner, Chris Smith from Evil Geniuses. Amazing 2-0, and you needed a 2-0 in that moment. How was that mentally moving into this match?
Yeah, it was definitely stressful at the very start of the day, going down 0-2 against a team we knew we should have beat, but we know that no matter what, we have to keep giving our all, and we just prepped as much as we could for this team, and I think we definitely showed it with 2-0.
Yeah, absolutely. Tell me about, I didn't get to see the match. I know you were on one of the feature stages back there. What happened in the 0-2? Like you said, this feels like a team you should have beat.
It definitely felt a little unlucky when it came to endgame objectives, securing it. And our team has historically not been the greatest at the start of the day, losing to teams we should never lose to. But, once we get warmed up, I think we're the best team in the world.
Yeah, you guys have had an amazing run. I feel like the story of Evil Geniuses this season is almost there, almost there, almost there, one step away on the precipice of being the champion. How does that feel going into a competition like this where the best in the world are competing?
Yeah, it has always just been almost there, second place after second place, but after NSE, I told myself that would be the last time that would happen, and this tournament, we will be there.
Amazing. So tell me a little bit about the match that was the 0-2 earlier in the day. What do you think was the big difference maker where you come up onto this stage against what you would have assumed is the harder team?
I think it's definitely just getting the early nerves out and just sticking to what we play best, sticking to the drafts we have prepped very well, and I think they showed out very well.
Amazing. So there you have it. I know we have a crazy three-way tie in this group, and we are still figuring out exactly what this means, but congratulations. You needed a 2-0 for sure, without question, and you got it. Chris Smith from Evil Geniuses. We're going to send it back to the booth. Take it away.
All right, well, Spraggles, I can confidently say that what that is it is a Chaos Trigger. That is my confident answer, and that's in the books. And if I'm wrong on that, then, well, I'm not wrong on that. But yeah, we are going to have to see exactly how that tiebreaker works. Of course, three-way ties are always the most complicated things in esports. But I mean, great to see just how happy we got to see Chris Smith there. It's like I said, one of the players that's newer to Worlds here, and I mean, there's some younger players on that team that I'm so glad that they get to kind of show off all the work that they've been putting into the game. And this is the perfect and kind of last time to do it here at Worlds.
Yeah, so I think right now everyone's just kind of holding their breath, right, to see like what happens next. What's the next step? Are we going to be playing any more games? Are we going to be looking at stats? Like we don't really know what's going to be happening for that group. So once we do get updates, we will let you all know what's going to be happening for Group D. But let's say it's kind of chaos down there because nobody knows.
Chaos Trigger.
Nobody knows what's actually happening for Group D. But we've basically concluded all of the matches for that particular grouping. So if you've been keeping up with that one, we are done and dusted for Group D. But of course, we do have plenty of other groups that are going to be playing today. I don't believe any other groups are done, I think. Oh, actually, Group H might be almost.
Yeah, so we're gonna get that
done.
match. We're gonna get that match. I don't know if it's right up next, but pretty soon. Of course, which is the Pool H right next. Okay, I'm getting a confirmation from Soph behind the camera that is up next, which is gonna be an awesome game. Stamina up against Root Dig to just be a pure game decider, set decider to see who makes it out of what I believe Spraggle's called the most difficult pool that we've ever had at Worlds, and I don't think that's necessarily wrong. So Reject has already proven that, and can see who comes out number 2 out of a 3-person ridiculous pool. So I'm very excited to see how that one's going to go. But I mean, it's just ridiculous match after ridiculous match all day today.
We've had some really crazy groups, and I think there are some groups that break my heart as well. You know, you can't, unfortunately, this is the nature of competition. You can't always have what you want. But as we do get ready for our next upcoming matchup, folks, we are going to go for a quick break. But don't go anywhere. We've got more Pokemon Unite coming right up.
Give me some! Give me some! Yeah! That's not over! Come on!
everybody, to the Pokemon Unite Championship Series at the World Championships here in San Francisco, California. It's me, Surfchan, with Spragos this time around. We don't usually cast, but this is a special moment and this special match indeed.
Oh, what a match. You and I have not gotten a chance to cast together, so this is going to be a blast, and this game is so important. We've talked all day about how important Group H is. The Heartbreaker group, the holy what happened group. Group H, Dignitas, Reject, and Stamina. Reject beat both Dignitas and Stamina in some different ways, but they won their sets, meaning Reject is good to go. They're heading to day 2, and they're the kind of team that you could see in the grand finals. So are these other 2 squads, and right now it all comes down to this best of 3. One of them will be leaving our tournament, the other heading to day 2 as the 2nd seed out of Group H.
Exactly, and we know as well that these 2 teams now on a record of 0-1 with Root Dignitas and Stamina. We have an NA kind of Mexico situation here for these 2, which is super fun as well because we had some different things happening during regional league, right? Mexico was with Latam, so they didn't really face each other, although sometimes we have Mexico in North America. That wasn't the case for our regional league, so we'll see how these 2 are going to face.
Well, one thing that's really interesting, I was talking to Toon just outside by some of the stages where we're watching all of these other teams compete, and we will get you updated information as soon as we can as to what's happening in all of our groups. I was talking to Toon, and obviously they had a tough loss into Reject. Seemed insanely calm, seemed really ready to go for this next match. He, however, did mention that they've scrimmed Stamina many times, and they're one of the only teams that seems to always hand Dignitas a loss. So Stamina apparently has been a really strong matchup into Dig, but Toon seemed completely ready for this. Ready for day 2, not stressed at all. I cannot wait to see how they show up on that big stage. As we've talked about before, Stamina is this kind of team that I think can beat anyone in the world and has no fear in their play style. We're going to see if Dignitas can shut them down or not.
We'll see, because like you said, it's not just the situation of them, Stamina, being a team that can take down Root Dignitas. Root Dignitas also coming from that 1-2 loss against Reject in the first match of the day. Although Toon was very calm, it's also something that will shake up your spirits in some way. And Stamina, like you said, much like with that passion that we mentioned from the aggression that Brazil brings, that's also what Latam brings in general, and I love that. It's just a little bit of sparkle and flair that these teams can bring and just destabilize, because both of them are extremely experienced.
Yeah, I have to agree with you fully. Each region definitely has its own flavor to it, but it feels like LatAm as a whole that kind of got put into one umbrella is an extremely aggressive region. They will aggressively take fights. They will limit test the entire tournament. Peru Unite is another team that I just feel like at any moment they are on the razor's edge of everything going wrong and winning it all, which they did last year. And a lot of LatAm has that energy. They love to scrap. They love to brawl. They love to outplay their opponents. Dignitas, on the other hand, does feel like a team with ice water in their veins. They're calm. They're not worried about that. They are looking for incremental wins throughout the match. And I think a part of their play style that really epitomizes this to me is watching their bottom path with Otter and Zugrug. They do an amazing job of just winning this piece of farm, winning this next piece of farm, just a little bit here and there. And all of a sudden, they've amounted a level lead. They're evolved. They're stronger than their opponents. That feels like the Dignitas play style to me. Make their way to some of the end moments with a score lead, with a level lead, with a confidence lead. And even if your opponent wants to get squirrely, wants to, scrap, wants to fight, you're ready for it.
Oh, they're so ready. They're always ready. And it's not just in regards of that momentum build-up that you mentioned, Spragos. It's also about the fact that when it comes down to the last-minute team fights, they know how to play. They know how to rotate. They know how to position everybody, and especially with Otter, like you mentioned. The fact that their Espeon has just been, coming through, it is a worthy ban, but still, when it comes through, they just do so incredibly well. And it's not just the team fight. They're able to to really seal the deal, taking that objective at the end of the day. But Stamina, on the other hand, they know as well that with that little bit of that not just experience, but play style, they know that if they need to flip and steal, they can do it as well.
Yeah, Stamina to me, I was talking to Doob Snacks backstage about this before the first game. It feels like they're the kind of team that is ready to play chicken with you.
Yo.
They are just ready. They're driving the car straight at you, and they are not going to veer. They are ready to go, and I love that about this squad, and I think that's why they're so scary. They're the kind of team where you can never feel comfortable for a moment against them, which is, a huge part of their play style. Never at any point do they want you to feel like it's okay to not watch what Stamina is doing, because the second you do, they are taking that objective. The second you do, they are flipping, whatever is in the center there. They're ripping Kyogre Grout on Rayquaza right off the map. Dignitas had a really strong start to the day, but you, as we mentioned before, you do have to wonder where your morale is after losing the run back against Reject.
Exactly, and it's the only two groups, no, actually three at this point. No, only two groups that we had, only 3 teams in this group stage of Day 1 World Championships. So it's the added pressure of, okay, you don't have to play that much, but it means that every game that you play counts even more. So let's have a look at the rosters here. As we were talking about Stamina, we have Mufasa, Kira, Minato, Hitman, and Anisus. Just this team that has so much world's experience in each of their individual players, sometimes in different teams, but this year playing as a unit, as Stamina all throughout Region League.
And then we take a look at Root Dignitas on the other side here from North America. Zugrug, Otter, Toon, Inder, Zealot. If you've been following the game the entire time here, let's say you've been watching Unite since the very beginning, you've seen some of these players since day 1. In fact, so the first game I ever cast off of a broadcast, it was a tournament that was being played with Unite, was TTV. And I saw Inder, and I saw Zugrug, and I saw Toon, and then at the time the other players that were on TTV no longer playing, Lutano and Goof GG. I was watching that as my first game ever. And now coming to the last tournament for Unite in the Unite Championship Series, Root Dignitas is in a position to win the entire thing. They've got to beat Stamina right now, and then they may have to run back into Reject, which selfishly, I want to see so badly.
Yes.
I know that as a caster, I want to be impartial. Hey, you've always got a team that you're rooting for maybe a little bit. I want Dignitas to win this, mainly because I need to see them play Reject again. I need it so much. It gives me so much life, and it also will destroy my vocal cords because I'm screaming at 9 a.m. here.
Yes, I know. Not just 9 a.m., but potentially now in a little bit.
True. When
we finish a 2-0 or a 2-1, we'll see how that goes, Fraggles. But I totally agree, and I don't judge biases. You know how I am about Brazil, so we don't judge in this house. We are in the same level.
This is great. We're the most biased casters right now in the game, baby. We have who we want to win, and we don't care. This is going to be so exciting. There's no question, bias aside, wanting to see a rematch and all that aside, no question though, Stamina, incredible team. This is their last opportunity. This is Dignitas' last opportunity here in UCS. Sadly, one of the best teams in our tournament will be going home here in a moment. For every team that gets to soar, another team has to pack their bags and take the airplane home. And you do have to leave immediately. That is the rule.
It's true, yeah, you can't even stay to watch.
No.
You can't judge the other teams like, I would have been better than that. No, you cannot. You just fly away, just take your Latios and you just go.
Yeah, if you have a Pokemon Center appointment, it's canceled. They don't let you go. It's canceled.
Yeah, you just split in the middle your hotel booking as well. You got to change your flight. It's just, it's a little difficult to deal with. But we know if they are ready to play this series, after all they've played today in this group page that was the scariest group in the history of the Pokemon Unite World Championships, well, I would say they are okay with doing like a reschedule on their flights.
Yeah, I guess you're right about that. This really is the most, it's the most stacked group I feel like we've ever had in a group stage. It is the most consequential because it's on the world stage. It's the world's group. It's not even, it's not LAIC, it's not NAIC. It is worlds. And one of these teams will be heading home after this. It is a 3-team group. Just so many things had to fall in line for this to happen, and it did, making this the most exciting, I think, day one we've ever had at a World Championships.
Not just that, as a whole of a day one, but also as a start of a day one that we had to the culmination of this group H. Right now, Stamina Esports versus Root Dignitas, and just the rivalry that we know these teams can have because they know each other. Like you said, they scrimmed a lot. And Root Dignitas knows that although they haven't played against each other during regional league because of the separations, you know, for Latam and NA there, you're also talking about a team that has been dethroning them in the scrims. And that means a lot, especially for morale after you lost on that 1 and 2 against Reject first series of the day. So this is such an impressive, just so much pressure around this moment.
Yeah, absolutely. As we're taking a look at our group stages here, so Group A, really interesting matchups right now. Exist 1-0, Team Peps 1-1, Tuzi 1-1, SideQuest dropping their first game. It's going to be really interesting to see how that shakes out as we start moving through the rest of our groups here. CC out of Japan 1-0, BH3 1-1, Strong Basketball Player 1-1, and Legends reappear out of OC 0-1. And as you can see as we're moving through, Japan is cooking all the way through our tournament here. Tell me a little bit about Group C.
Absolutely. We got Grêmio, so no bias here from me. I casted that game with Chef, and it was a fun one against the Dark Beach now on 0-1 alongside Onyx Rise. And it was sometimes in group stage, you know, Sprago, sometimes things can be a little bit unbalanced. It's in regards to the experience that both teams can have in a matchup. But that's what we have there, 1-0 for both Grêmio Esports and Volticons, and 0-1 for Onyx Rise and Dark Beach. Now on Group D, Evil Geniuses that we just watched the series of as well, now tied in a three-way tie, 1-1 with Zipto Esports and looking for Org.
Yeah, we are still trying to get 100% verification on who is going to be moving out of Group D and how that tiebreaker is decided. We have run into a chaos trigger, which is a pretty exciting time for Pokemon Unite. And as soon as we have that definitively, we will tell you exactly what is happening there. Moving to Group E, T1. I'm a big fan of these teams from Korea. I think Korea is extremely strong in this tournament. I think they're the teams that everyone's talking about. Fennel, Reject, Dignitas, Peru. They're kind of the big teams that have won major tournaments. But Korea is always there, always in the hunt. And I feel like this season they have looked phenomenal as they are 1-0 in their group. Zeta has not yet played. And 7 out of APAC East was the team that they had beat.
Exactly. And honestly, I'm just so excited to see T1 play as well, because with the changes that we had this season, right, Spragos, for regional league, that attracted so many just well-established orgs that is just so exciting to cast with the likes of T1, with Evil Geniuses. We have Grêmio Esports even. Grêmio, if you don't know, is a established football team in Brazil. So that's who's sponsoring that Brazilian team. But going back into the rest of the groups, we have Group F with Team Nemesis, actually on a three-way tie here as well. 1-1 for those teams. Let me check here. Yeah, Lunex Gaming, Team Nemesis, and DreamHack Esports, while Fennel has not yet played in that group, which is honestly very interesting. Like,
yeah, I feel like we're saving the final boss a little bit, right? We all know that Fennel is one of the best, if not the best teams in the world. I think they're the favorites to head to the grand finals. But right now, I need to know who's going to day 2 out of Group H, the most disgusting, meanest group we have ever had.
The meanest look
ever. Meanest look ever. The Umbreon of our tournament here as Stamina Esports and Root Dig head on in. We've got the Psyduck banned. We've got Mew. Over to the other side, we have Espeon banned out by Dignitas, so it's not something they're going to be looking to pick. They're going to stop Stamina from grabbing it here. They also banned Scizor, but we know Scizor, with a lot of these teams, that's a Scyther. For Alligators, our next ban.
Exactly, and I just feel like it's just so standard to have a Scyther ban against a Latam team, and that's what Root Dignitas just did. That for Alligator is the last ban, like you mentioned, for Stamina. Meanwhile, it's going to be a Snorlax for the side of Root Dignitas, with the first pick being for Stamina Esports. They most likely should be looking for essentially a Blastoise here. Instead, a Zacian.
Yeah, they grabbed the Zacian there. We've seen NESUS on this many, many times. They are incredible playing this Pokemon. There are a few players that could run it on all of these teams. And they've given so much priority to Blastoise today. I would not be shocked if Dignitas runs it, but yeah, without Umbreon banned out, the mean look possibly coming out into this match here.
Yes, it does. And, well, it's very on-brand alongside the Eldegoss as well. There's going to be a lot of survivability for Root Dignitas. We'll see where the damage is going to be coming from, though, considering that the Espeon for Otter is out of the question. Although now Stamina Esports with the next picks, they go for that Blastoise that wasn't selected by Root alongside a Blissey.
Yeah, Blastoise, Blissey, Zacian here for Stamina. I swear, if this is a draft and I'm playing solo queue, I'm so mad right now that I have to fight this. It's just such a
rage win.
Brutal comp, the Bliss assistance, the unrelenting pressure early from Zacian, and then the fact that I have to somehow get around Blastoise, constant repositioning to Surf, Hydro Pump. Over to Root Dig though, we've got once again a Alolan Raichu. We saw it earlier on Toon. I'm interested to see if Toon plays it. I know Otter has played this Pokemon many times, and Zealot feels like they are at home on Quaquaval, having great games at the start of our day.
Definitely a big fan there of Scarlet Violet, and honestly, this Pokemon is amazing. I just love their style. On the side of Stamina Esports, the last two picks will be a Miraidon and a Cinderace. So very good artillery there from the back in case Anesis doesn't manage to land that Sovereign Sword effectively.
Here we go, final pick. Over to Dig. We have not yet seen Yveltal on Broncos League. I have not cast an Yveltal game. I apologize if someone else did. I have not seen Yveltal yet. I'm really excited to see what this looks like here. I don't know if Otter is going to take this to the bottom path or they are going to give Toon. It looks like it, yes. Otter is going to take the Yveltal. Toon now back on the Alolan Raichu. Stamina Esports, they have, I feel like just on paper you see this composition and you think, this is going to be so hard to fight. The Cinderace just being helped by the Blissey, Blastoise moving you around, the non-stop long-range damage that Hitman is going to provide on that Miraidon. Root Dignitas with definitely a newer-looking team, a fresher comp, if you will, but Stamina with tried and true Pokemon that seem to always win.
Yeah, like you said, it's just a very standard, straightforward, just very easily executed and well known in a competitive space that Stamina has there. Meanwhile, Root Dignitas is flexing some of those new Pokemon with Yveltal and Quaquaval as well. So we'll see how that's going to be on the hands of this team, because like you said, I have not yet casted the Yveltal pick today either, and that is a brand new thing for UCS as we're getting into this very meaningful, impactful, consequential, like you said, Spragos match that is Root Dignitas versus Stamina Esports.
That's right. As we look at Thea Sky Ruins with Groudon in the center, our battlefield to start this best of three, one of the most important best of threes that you are going to see today. Group H, unbelievably strong. Stamina Esports will be your purple team. Root Dignitas, your orange team. Let's get it underway. So,
yeah, we're already here on the bot side. A lot of aggression. Zagrog is on 50% HP, so they need to be careful there. They're still not yet there. Umbreon, they're trying to collect the experience, but it has been primarily taken by Hitman.
yeah, Stamina right there with some great secures. We're going to see how much of it we can get for Root Dignitas, but look at the aggression right here, seeing if they can steal this away. We once again have a possible steal. No, that one does head over to the side of Root Dig, as we already have a fight breaking out.
Oh, very interesting there, as it is going to be a takedown there for on the Chansey, forcing out an eject button as well from Mufasa there that goes onto the pad. They do escape, but it is going to be the K opener for Root Dignitas on top side.
Yeah, beautiful stuff there from Root, and now they kind of get this for free, right? Eldegoss is able to evolve here. The Squirtle is pushed out, and we are converging on the top path.
Would you look at that? So many members here. We got 4 on 4 for this top side. It's already going to be that Score Bunny, or actually that Reboot that gets taken down. So a lot of opening for Root Dignitas to store on this goal. 41 points scored so far. There is an evolution there. There is allowed for Stamina Esports to survive just a little bit longer, but still, Zacian does get punished in that push, and now they're looking to go for a huge invade.
Yeah, they're moving through the central area here of Stamina. The stored power just continues raining damage through even after hitting those wild Pokemon, but Mufasa trying to push them out of this central area. No, that is secured by Root Dignitas. Amazing start for Dig.
lovely 47 points card so far. That red buff on the Elder Goss. We know how much the Elder Goss can do with a red buff too. Here on the bot side, Otter still trying to find some of those levels back, and they have been able to do so actually because of the pressure on the top side and that rotation. Meanwhile, Stamina Esports with a lot of 5 levels across the board.
Yeah, this is rough for Stamina right now. So, I mean, a great start. Oh, here, let's see if they can make anything happen. Eldegoss picks up the KO, and unfortunately, that is on the central area Pokemon of Stamina. Just about everything that could go wrong for Stamina has gone wrong as a Mean Look picks up another KO, and Reggie Drago being ripped apart here in the center. See if they can make something happen. Kira now watching this, looking for a possible secure. They
No, it's always
on.
the Blissey! Spraggles, why do we even get surprised?
We shouldn't. We really shouldn't.
We should be so used to this right now, but Rude Dignitas building such a steady lead. Level 8, now 9 on that Alolan Ninetales, 7, Alolan Ninetales, Alolan Raichu, excuse me, 70 points on the board and almost ready to take down this top tier 1.
Yeah, and here we have an objective in the top path. So, but it looks like Stamina is going to go straight for this Regieleki. We'll see if Root Dignitas can secure.
Oh, so good because of that Mean Look. Hitman was stuck, but they are not going to be able to find any of them now with the Electro Dip. They are able to escape, and it's Stamina Esports who confirmed this one with the War Turtle.
The question is Root Dignitas going to be able to defend here as we have all 5 members of Stamina Esports in this bottom path, and they actually peel away. They're looking for other moments, other opportunities on this map right now. They decide to walk away from the Regieleki and just look for some experience. They are behind. They need to get their levels. They need to get their Unite moves. Dignitas right now already has a level 10. We don't even have a single Unite on the side of Stamina.
And not a single point scored by Stamina either. So they're just trying to find what they can. Here with the Electro Drift, they're going in onto Zagreb, but that is a defender. Got to be careful. They're going onto the other side of the pad with 5 points to be scored by Hitman, but then now they're in trouble. Dignitas is not going to get any of those members getting taken down themselves, but it is the Zacian that is not going to be available for this fight. Dignitas still standing. They haven't found Hitman, who's going to get a cheeky reset.
Yeah, you know, that was actually a pretty good fight from Stamina right there. I'm surprised. I kind of thought that Root Dignitas were going to have that one in the bag, but a really strong start. Blastoise coming in, trying to make something happen, but getting caught in the Mean Look and ripped apart immediately.
Yeah, and honestly, it feels really harsh right now with 3 level 10s on the side of Root Dignitas. There is a level 10 on the Cinderace who could be the saving grace for the side of Stamina when we go to final stretch.
Here we go. We're looking for some experience right here. The Electro Drift Miraidon now using their Unite move, possibly looking for a KO, but no, it's just kind of too little too late. Does push them off the pad here. They are not able to score because of that now 69 to 158. Stamina, unfortunately, has got to find some wins somewhere on the map.
Yeah, and well, in 20 seconds, they might have some wins, or at least some win conditions with the Reggie spawning on both sides of the map. Huge rotation with the 4-person push here by Root Dignitas to the top side. They could find Mufasa. Zagreb just waiting to get that Mean Look, but they are a little bit exposed. Gotta be careful as well. There's the damage that comes through Veronissa's on the Zacian, and it will guarantee that the front liner for Root Dignitas is down.
Yeah, now we're looking to see how Dignitas wants to move in and take this fight. Zealot actually getting extremely aggressive right here while Toon peels back. Anysus moving in, looking for a KO right there. And no, they are not moving in for the fight just yet. Regieleki very low, but it's resetting.
Oh, Reggie Steel is going to reset. Kira's getting taken down immediately by the Alolan Raichu, and now Toon is just stuffing away. Anisas is forced to get back into that berry. So Root Dignitas has all the pressure here to take this objective. On the bot side as well, that is Root Dignitas. So if they want to take Regieleki plus pad on top side, they can.
Wow, this is just so tough here for Stamina. And you can see Root Dignitas is even waiting to take this goal zone because they recognize they're going to open up a huge amount of experience for the side of Stamina. So they were holding it as long as they possibly could. Toon now scores 69 to 238. Root Dignitas winning on just about every metric you can find. Regieleki now being ripped apart by Stamina Esports.
We'll see them starting this one. Zagreb is in the bush, so they're not going to contest it. They feel like the Regieleki, even if it does hit the pad, is not going to be that much of a difference, although they have a very good position to try to fight this back. Kira has been found. Zealot is really deep and aggressive, like you have been mentioning before, but on the other side, it is going to be that Blastoise that gets taken down. Zealot has got to be careful, but it is still 2 KOs for the side of Root Dignitas, and they defend this beautifully.
Yeah, beautiful defense right there. Obviously, Zealot hiding in the tall grass, looking for an ambush opportunity. Not able to pick up a huge KO, but they did divert multiple members of Stamina Stamina from being able to do anything with that push. Reggie Drago over to the side of Root Dignitas, and this is starting to feel like one of those games where, as Stamina, you need a little bit of a miracle, or sometimes just as much as a big-time catch. Catch one of these Pokemon on the other side. Get rid of that Raichu, get rid of that Yveltal, and let's see how the fight looks after that.
Ooh, another auto attack there on Zagrak, but Himneman still chasing them down. They have the Electro Drift. There's a Wish from Zagrak as well, and it's diverting the attention of 3 members of Stamina. Now Root Dignitas has reconvened as well. They're gonna get punished with Mufasa now on level 13 on the Cinderace. They're doing pretty well. That Helping Hand and Safeguard are also looking good. Kira, though, will pay for it while they were trying to score.
And here we go, Toon, back towards the central area, just trying to get as much experience as they can. As we now have 30 seconds until Groudon hits the map, so Root Dignitas in a commanding position, again on every metric, levels and score and all of the things, as they are also going to be walking towards that final fight with a Regirock buff. This does give Stamina, however, the opportunity to position themselves around this objective, and they may actually be running into the Umbreon right now. It looks like they found exactly where it was. 5 seconds till Groudon, and look, Dignitas is moving in!
Oh my god, it's Kira that gets taken down immediately. That's not going to be Helping Hand or the Blissful Assistance for this fight, so Mufasa is going to get exposed. Speaking of, there's going to be Root Dignitas collapsing on the Cinderace, and they are taken down. No carry for Stamina Esports. 2 persons down for the side of Stamina as Root Dignitas has started out that Groudon on 50% HP. They take yet another one. It's going to be the Zacian, and now with the Bright Future Mewtwo Storm, they're trying to do something more. Stamina Esports trying to seal this one. Hitman is in the bed. They are here with Minato, but it's still going to be Root Dignitas who confirms the Groudon.
Root Dignitas with a absolutely beautiful fight. We talked about how they have ice water in the veins, and they proved it right there. Multiple moments, Soph, where they could have continued ripping, they could have continued hitting, but they saw Stamina was moving in, looking for opportunities to take the objective, and they just had the patience of the world-class team that they are, the best out of North America, trying to prove that they're the best in the world. One thing is for sure, they were the best here in Game 1, and I don't think it was too close.
Oh, not close at all. Root Dignitas didn't hesitate a single second in that final stretch. It wasn't a miscommunication. It wasn't a flaw in trying to decide what to do. They were in synergy, absolute cinema. What a great play from them. There's still 40 seconds to go, so Salmon is trying to get something here. It's going to be one knockout on that Alolan Raichu, but they got to be careful there. With the Cotton Cloud Crash, they are going to avoid that Electro Drift from the Miraidon, and Root Dignitas are looking so good.
Looking amazing, and now Stamina is in a really, really bad spot here. They got 0-2'd by Reject, an unbelievable team. This is a team that they've run into a lot, scrimmed a lot, beaten before, and man, they're having a tough game here. So now, backs against the wall, they have to win 2 in a row against one of the best teams in the world, the 3rd place team from ACL, the 1st place team at NAIC, Root Dignitas. They must be feeling good.
The 1st place team at LAIC as well.
That's right.
We're talking about an impressively successful team. And like you said, just so much concentration and determination on what they wanted to do. The strategy was sound. It was just beautiful to watch. Although we had some break points that could have seen success for the side of Stamina. The level 13 power spike on the Cinderace could have been a good one. They tried to do it, but as soon as Root Dignitas takes down that Blissey, we're going to see it pretty soon. Here, Kira gets taken down, and you don't have a Bliss Assistance or a Helping Hand for a Cinderace, they're done.
Yeah, this is one of those moments that when I am playing my solo queue game, I go, my Blissey didn't even Bliss Assistance at Groudon. What can I do, man? What do you want me to? Okay, so we don't even use our Unite moves. It's the most important move in the game.
It's a one button. You just need to press one button. It's so easy. No, we're just messing around because honestly.
Is that the impression of me? Is that how I sound? I mean, I think it's possible.
No, it's my, I don't know. Maybe it's my American impression. I don't know.
That's pretty good. I mean,
was that pretty good? Okay.
It was, what it was, it felt like it got me right in my soul, so I knew it had to be close.
Well, I'm glad that it was amusing to you, and I am very honored for you to think that it sounded like you as well. Right, like you said, backs against the wall, a needed 2 wins in a row for Stamina Esports. Now Rude Dignitas with a 1-0 up, feeling confident, comfortable, and just knowing that, well, it was a stumble on the road, the fact that they didn't win against Reject earlier today.
Yeah. Now, so this is one of those moments, I think about this a lot, you know, the mental that you have to play on a stage like this to actually become the champion, and Stamina is the kind of team that can do it. I know you've cast, you know, a ton of esports. You've seen moments like this before, and we've all seen this go the other way. We've all seen that horrific start, but somehow they, you know, they bring everything they can to the next match, and they win, and then the momentum is on their side. If you are Stamina right now, how do you think you shift into that gear? What do you do in a moment like this? Because it truly is, almost everything is gone.
Yeah, it really is. It's just you, the moment, your Switch or your phone, and you just got to do a lock in. It's one of those things that it has to come from the soul. Like you said, it's the fact that you have experience enough to know that you're just gonna lock in. You just leave out any thoughts. You just leave it to the fact that you know your team has synergy, that you know how to play the game, and you just let it flow, because otherwise the stress is just gonna get to you and it doesn't really work. So just go into that, you know, just flow state, if you will, of gaming, where you just do it. And it's something that I know that Stamina can do, because they've done plenty of times before. A couple of top 4, top 5 at Worlds that they've had as well throughout the years.
Yeah, they're an incredible team, and that's why this group was so unbelievably scary, is anyone could beat anyone here, and we've seen how good the games have been. One Pokemon that I have to highlight from this, great match from Toon, ripping through him with 94,000 damage, pretty incredible here. Yveltal having a pretty decent game as well, especially in some of those end moments. But I think the difference maker, no question, in this match was the Umbreon, which we've seen banned out over and over and over again. The second the Umbreon hits the mean look, whatever is in there is done. Yveltal blows it up, the stored power starts hitting it, and the cool thing about hitting a mean look and having an Alolan Raichu to help you, not only are you hitting the target there with your auto attacks, if anyone on the opposing team is around, you are now chaining that damage to them. So it's like if you go to save your friend, you're actually getting hurt yourself. You kind of have to just leave them, which is brutal. I wonder if we see that ban next game.
Honestly, I think there was, let me have a look at the order of picks here. I think personally, although there were many highlights for Stamina, I don't think picking Miraidon and then Electro Drift was a good idea against the potential mean look.
Do you think it was a misclick? I wonder, because when I see Umbreon on the other side, I think playing Electro Drift is asking to lose. Almost.
Yeah, you're just like exposing yourself.
Yeah, you're stuck. You get your nice Electro Drift combo. You kind of Miraidon rears up to rocket across the map, and then you're in this little
stuck
you're just in this little hole. Like, what am I doing here? I can't move. So I wonder if that was a misclick. I wonder if they were planning on playing Charge Beam, because I can tell you from the looks of that comp, to me, that was going to be a Charge Beam. But it's also possible that, as you talked about the flow state, almost their happy place, the Pokemon they can play without thinking, the things that they have in their bones, perhaps the Electro Drift Miraidon is that for them.
It's very possible, but well, they're gonna see now, of course, that it was a composition that was very situational to execute with the Miraidon, and knowing that if that is the case and you willingly chose that Electro Drift, you know you're going to be exposed, so you really need protection. So you got to have Kira positioning the best way possible. If the Blissey is exposed, if they get picked off, terrible, you can do anything else. Now Mufasa being Cinderace in this game, it's always situational having the Cinderace. You just rely on so much support and so much level.
Yeah, Cinderace, it feels like it's one of those Pokemon, if you don't even see what happens in the Groudon fight, if you just take a screenshot of it, and you see that the Cinderace starts the Groudon fight at level 15, you think, this is probably going to go pretty well for that Cinderace side. But, if it's 12, if it's 13, if it's just not there yet, you kind of go, I don't know if this Pokemon can do it. We're taking a look at the crowd here.
Hi, everybody.
Hello, everybody out there in the crowd, as we are getting ready for our next game right here. I cannot wait to see how this crowd fills up, depending on the teams that are here. Day 2, of course, is going to be unbelievable. And for Unite, for our final broadcast and our final day, Championship Sunday, will be in the Chase Center, an arena that seats almost 20,000 people. And it is going to be incredible.
20,000 trainers, family, friends, and just everybody that wants to see a piece of the Pokemon action at World Championships, the biggest worlds that we've ever had alongside Pokemon Experience. So such an incredible moment to be here in San Francisco and enjoying everything. And I gotta say, Sprinkles, yesterday, that drone show, beautiful.
Yeah, it was very cool. I got to watch it kind of a little bit from the hotel.
Oh, did you really?
Yeah, we were watching it from a window out of the hotel. I'm like, that's actually really nice. Yeah, that was very cool. They have so much here, and I know I'm not trying to give everyone at home FOMO, but walking around what they've called Rayquaza Road, moving through the XP side and the championship side of this event, this is the biggest event Pokemon has ever put on. They're pulling out all of the stops. It is unbelievable. It feels epic and at the same time very Pokemon magical.
It's so magical.
It's really sweet at times, but then you walk into the competitive side and you get that energy.
Yeah, the sweat, the cheers, and I totally agree. And it's amazing how we can have all of that together. And you, viewers, everybody in the audience that can just come here, enjoy a little bit of Unite, a little bit of Go, of VG and TCG, and just go do, I don't know, a workshop to do cosplay evolution earbands. That is a straight up shout out to my friend who is doing that during this event. So honestly, it's just so much that you can do.
Yes.
And don't be overwhelmed. There's always things that are chill to do as well, which like, getting to meet new people, pin trades, all of that, stamp rallies, just going around playing your Pokemon Go and just minding your own business is also pretty cool.
Yeah, it's been really incredible. It's a perfect event, I feel like, for Unite to have its last event, which is bittersweet, but I've got to say, the sweet parts of it are pretty amazing as we get to cast the best games that we have ever seen. This is one of the best, this has got to be the best day one we have ever had the privilege of casting here. The teams are playing at such an unbelievably high level, and as I mentioned before, Championship Sunday is going to be marvelous. You gotta see it. I'm telling you, wake up bright and early, be there for the whole thing. It is going to be one of the most incredible spectacles that Pokemon in general has ever seen.
Ever had. And we had a sneak peek of the arena as well, and it just left me speechless, completely just in awe of everything. The sheer size of it to begin with. Just looking at the amount of people that you can fit in there, and then you look at how beautiful the production has been with the stage and everything that we have. You guys are going to be just, it's going to be a pleasure.
I don't want to spoil it, but some of the touches that they've done in there are pretty incredible. And then, of course, having a Pokemon event in a massive arena like that, same arena that the Golden State Warriors play in. Like, we were talking, we're talking about one of the biggest stages possible for this. It really is going to be epic and a perfect send-off for Pokemon Unite leaving the championship series. It's going to be pretty incredible. Right now, Dignitas feeling pretty good. As you can see, their spirits are solid on stage, and I would be feeling pretty good as well. I mean, I know they had a tough game against Reject, but when you have a dominant game one like that, and they really don't even have moments that tested them that hard, I think they're feeling great. This is a tough place for Stamina to be.
Yeah, I would say this game was challenging for Stamina Esports, and it was a smooth sail for Root Dignitas because this is just the style of play that they've always had throughout this season, and it just shows, like I said, the flow state. You just go. You just do it because you know what to do and you don't have to think about it. So the actual reaction time is minimal. So you're gonna have these amazing plays. The second you see that Electro Drift, the Milo comes through, it's just so much that they were able to accomplish. The pressure that Zealot was doing on the Quaquaval, excuse me, is that even legal?
Yeah, just incredible stuff, and we haven't seen too many players running it. I knew it was one of those Pokemon that might get some play. There are a few that I'm really excited to see this weekend, and we've seen some hints of them. Yveltal had a pretty good game there. I will say, once Yveltal got its level 5 move, it was able to secure things in that bottom path. It felt like it really took over. Another Pokemon I'm really excited to see, and I hope we get to see some more of, is Palkia. I know we saw it earlier today in the game against Dark Peach from mainland China. I want to see more teams pick up that Palkia because I do think it is a pretty cool Pokemon and very strong early too.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think we had a good showcase as well. What? Hey, with that, we're on the screen. We're pretty cool sometimes. It's nice. And I think these graphics are really, really cool too.
We do this sometimes.
Yeah.
We're pretty cool. It's a pretty cool thing that we're doing.
You can tell
right
us that
now.
we're cool too. Can you tell us that we're cool too?
You can tell us we're cool.
I mean, yeah. I would like that.
It's not even I know some people are like, oh, should I tell them they're cool?
No.
I think they're cool. Yes, you absolutely should do it.
It makes us very happy.
Honestly, we really love those compliments. Okay,
We do. We love Pokemon Unite as well because the draft is on the screen,
Yes.
Spraggle. So let's talk about it. With all the bands having already been selected, it's a Psyduck, a Mew, Feraligatr with Stamina Esports and Root Dignitas once again going for the Espeon, Scyther, and Snorlax.
This right here, I think is an amazing choice by Stamina. They decide not to ban it.
What is that? It's just curtains.
You could see there's a big black curtain right there, and
Yeah,
it's really
because
good.
it's dark. It's Umbreon.
Yes, that's true. Umbreon right here, I think this is so smart. It was devastating for them in that first game. Root Dignitas used it so well, and I love the play here. They're thinking, look, we're not going to ban it. So we're going to first pick this thing unless you want to use your last ban on it, Root, and they did not. They went with the Snorlax. Now over to the side of Stamina. Again, we have Fable, we have Zacian, a real comfort pick for the side of Stamina. The Quaquaval and Eldegoss, these are two Pokemon that Root Dignitas is seeming to be running all day. As we head to our next couple of picks, the fact that they have Umbreon does mean that you can kind of get a very late Blastoise if that's what Root Dignitas is looking for. And
Very
they are.
possible. Indeed, it's going to be the pick alongside that Lloyd and Raichu. And as you were saying, there is this kind of mirror matchup where we saw Umbreon plus a healing support on the side of Root Dignitas with that Eldegoss. Now this time, Stamina with the Umbreon plus Clefable, healing so much with that Moonlight as well. The signature Anissa's Zacian pick too. We'll see what's going to be the next one here.
Yes!
Okay.
Skeledirge, let's go. I've been wanting to see this in competitive play.
The Snipes.
Unbelievable.
Give me global, Unite moves, and you'll make a girl happy.
I'm very excited to see it. Obviously, we could be casting a moment, and from out of nowhere, Secures could be coming in ludicrous amounts of damage, too. So I'm excited to see it. And then we have, this match has given us everything and more. We have Otter on Cramorant. Let's freaking go.
This is it. This is it. If this is a 2-0 for Root Dignitas, they go into day 2 in style. If this is a game 3 for Stamina Esports, it's also going to be just amazing because the composition here in general, the amount of damage or just attention diversion that you can have with Zacian plus the Surfash as well is very, very impactful.
Can I be selfish right now? I want a game 3. I want it.
Gib. I know you said you had the bias for Root Dig and all of that story. I also have my bias for Latam in general, so I'm just expanding my biases. So it's Brazil, and then it's Latam, and then we'll see where I go. Stay tuned so we see where we get next.
Yeah, let's see how biased we get for some of these
Let's
teams
go.
as we're heading into our next match here, taking a look at our battleground, of course. It is Thea Sky Ruins, and I gotta be honest, I didn't see. Was it Rayquaza? Is that what they went with here?
I think so. The map looks Rayquaza.
It is Rayquaza, yes. Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, we have Rayquaza as the Pokemon in the center here. This is Root Dignitas' happy place, actually. They crush it on Rayquaza. They had an amazing game one. We're switching some things around, seeing some new picks, getting some counter picks here, and we're gonna have to see how everything looks as we get ready to head to game number 2. So
a deciding moment for both of these teams. It's group age, what? Yeah, well, it is age. Okay, H? I forgot how to English. Anyways, into the game. Say your line, please, Mrs.
Esports, your
Fraggles.
purple team. Root Dignitas, your orange team, as this fight is underway here.
Okay, here on the bot side, we have once again a little bit of that pressure that Root Dignitas has been able to assert, and being now equally matched with the amount of XP they have been getting, although there is a Toon gank going on to him, and very low on HP. KO opener for Root Dignitas, while on the top side, Stamina Esports trying to push for this goal zone. They're able to score quite a bit, so that is a much better start for Stamina.
Yeah, much better for Stamina, and they're looking for a possible moment here. Any sus in the tall grass hiding, looking for a possible moment to move in and take down Zealot, but they're playing really careful on the side of Root Dignitas, which means the experience is going to head over to Stamina, but they won't be picking up a KO, and a nice couple of scores go in.
Okay, looking very interesting. Bot side, we see here in the picture-in-picture that Root Dignitas was able to get, well, were they? I think that was a gank there, so I think they were able to at least get some of the swap blues, and now moving for a potential invade here, now getting matched by a defense with Inda, as Toon is still going to be untouched and able to take those buffs down.
Ender now heading to the top path, seeing if they can stop them from taking anything here, but those big-time critical hits from the Surf Edge are going to secure all of that experience. 40-40 right now, all tied up, and yeah, this match does feel a lot closer than before, as we see multiple members of Dignitas heading to the central area of Stamina, and they take the buff.
So quickly that Anisis wasn't even able to get there in time. Minato there trying to get at least somebody caught in that mean look, but they're not going to overcommit on anything. But rotations for Root Dignitas have been just immaculate.
And here we go. We have Root Dignitas ready for a fight in the top path. Mufasa all alone. Zealot getting caught a little bit right here, but actually trying to peel them back in. Can Zealot make it out? The eject button, they do. Huge hyper voice!
Oh, that was so close there. Unfortunately, they were not able to save that Umbreon, and Root Dignitas now is able to take one down. Maybe they're going to get another one. Zugrig is forced to use that eject button, using the Hydro Pump to get them away, but it might just be Water going down. It is indeed. Inda follows, and Stamina Esports is just breathing a whole new, brand new air.
Yeah, Stamina Esports waking up right now in game number 2, letting Dignitas know this isn't going to be so easy. We've got the Surf Hurricane, big time catch. Kira does go down, but man, Hitman hits so many hyper voids. Look at that, he just hit 3 members of Dig.
Yeah, and he gets even more range when he hits somebody, doesn't it? Suffecto exposed with a Unite move that comes from their Load and Bright. Now Zealot is caught up in this mean look, and Root Dignitas have 4 members down, and Stamina will guarantee the Red Ice, the team fight, and potentially this goal zone.
Stamina has put on their stomping boots, and they are stomping all over Dignitas right now. I wish you could all see Soph dancing back here at that comment. Genuinely, oh, you were stomping. It was a very rhythmic stomp. It looked like a dance.
Oh, well, there you go. I just got that rhythm in me. Well, now Root Dignitas in their own central area, just trying to pick up some of the lost time because of that push from Stamina. A rotation that could come here to the top side because the Regieleki is available.
And here we go, Zealot in the top path, just trying to get some of this experience way down, right? Mufasa, the other top path Pokemon, already at level 10. Zacian at level 10. We only have one level 10 on the side of Dignitas, and that is the Raichu, trying to get away from the Zacian right here. Ender getting ripped apart.
Who gets away from the Zacian? Not from Anisis' Zacian, although, well, Casa does that one. It's okay, it happens sometimes with the Gatling gun there, trying to at least do some damage, but caught in the mean look could be bad for Otta. They are able to escape somehow. What?
Yeah, I am also shocked. Both of them escaping on almost nothing right there. The Gatling Bolt missile did do some serious damage to their opponents. That was one of the greatest Unite moves upon this game's release, but we've had a lot of different Pokemon come with some pretty incredible Unites. Still, if you're fighting in the zone of that Cramorant Unite move, you're not having a good time if you're the opponent.
Absolutely not, especially if you pair it up with Zealot being in a good position, going into the back line. That is just quite a lot of water damage. Now, going for stamina here as they start Reggie Alecki. There is a push from Zagreb, very nicely done, getting Mufasa away from this pit. Zealot pushing them out as well. Toon comes in with a mean look. They try to do something more, but the Umbra will go down, although there's a steal by Stamina Esports on this Reggie Alecki. They are going to lose the fight, or at least for a couple of seconds. Just wait for it, Mr. Commentator or Miss Commentator. As now Rude Dignitas still trying to equalize this back. Stamina will secure it with Mufasa on a 2KO Shriek. Inda just trying to get away from this. 2 points on this bed for a beautiful overdunk, and it is going to be 38 points.
Great stuff for Stamina right there, and you're right, just seesawing that entire time. It felt like, oh, Dignitas won it. Wait, no, Stamina won it. Wait, no, Dignitas. What?
Don't make me sound silly, players.
Yeah, do what we say you're doing. As we're taking a look at Reggie Steele right here, looking for a big-time secure here from Dignitas. Here comes Otter with the 1-2 punch, and they do get it.
Okay, looking good. There was a good zoning coming out by Rude Dignitas to get the Skeledirge away with their Unite move as well. Another zoning ability there with the Goblin Gatling Missile. They're going to get some of that damage down as Stamina is dropping low, although equalized. Rude Dignitas goes down. It's a 3-for-1 trade, 3-for-2 even, as now it continues to grow. Anisas is chasing that Cramorant. They don't get that little bit of a CC. They go in with that Zacian, and then it's done.
Mean. I mean, we can all agree that was very mean from Anisas right there. Picking up the 4-piece right there and heading back home to bring it to the family. Gorgeous stuff from Stamina. I said I wanted a game 3. I think I might get it, everybody, as we have a minute and a half here until our final objective hits the map. And I gotta say, all of these fights have looked kind of close, but Stamina keeps coming out the other end. It's probably that level advantage. It's probably that composition. It might just be how Stamina plays so incredibly aggressive here as we're getting ready for a fight at this top objective.
Yeah, Zagreb in a terrible position, trying to get a good insect there with the surf, but they're not able to connect it. Now the damage from Skeledirge, though, is melting out the front line. Zagreb has to be careful, and Nisas get caught up here. They are on 1 HP and they go down. Now Rude Dignitas is in position to take Mufasa, but with a surf edge, trying to get as well somebody away from Rude Dignitas, and Stamina will not take anybody down. And it is a 3-for-0. Make it into a 4-for-0 as Minato might go down next with that stored power. Toon will get a 3KO Shriek.
Wow, that was devastating for Stamina. Obviously, the fight didn't go well, but they also expended some Unite moves during that fight as we have Dignitas evening up the score lead a little bit here. 230 still for Stamina to 146, but Rude Dig in commanding position. Levels looking incredible now after that huge swing of experience, and they have full Unite moves on their entire squad. The question is, how does Stamina want to play this? They know they're ahead. The Reggie Alecki is walking. Dignitas is moving in!
Yes, indeed they are. They're going out to the top side, and now Stamina has to be careful. They build out pretty well, especially with that Moonlight from Kira. Now Rude Dignitas is still in full control over the central area Spraggles. Minato trying to get a front line to allow for Anisas, who's just waiting for a potential Sovereign Sword. The damage that comes from Skeledirge is huge.
And here we go. Zacian possibly moving in. Zagreb in trouble. Caught in the mean look, trying to surf out and just barely making it out of this fight. And again, these teams are deciding when they're going to engage. Zealot moves in again.
Crazy, but it's going to be a takedown there by the Alone and Raichu. And now Stamina is forced out on the other side of the central area. Going in with a surf edge. Now Ray Crazy is very low HP. Who's going to get this one? It's going to be Stamina Esports. Talk about them as they are going to take the objective. The team fight 3-for-0. Chase out for Toon. Chase out for Inda and make this a game 3.
Unbelievable here. What a fight. Toon trying to stop them. Zacian moving back in, looking for a KO. Inda is going down. Toon trying to defend on the pad, but it also gets ripped apart by the dog with the sword in its mouth. 504, make it 604, 146. And we've got ourselves a game 3 here in Group H.
Oh, would you look at that? The group that we were most looking forward to in regards to highest of stakes and quality of teams all across the board. And we're getting everything down to the wire. Stamina is in full control of this. 400, 350 around odd points in the lead. 30 seconds to to go, and they are looking a completely refreshed team.
Yeah, beautiful stuff right there. Wonderful secure from Stamina. Of course, it's the Skeledirge, one of the best secure tools in the entire game. Also, a beautiful Unite from them in that final fight. I think if I'm Root Dig, and if I'm Stamina here, there's one Pokemon that has been the deciding factor in both of these games, and it's either you get it or you ban it, and it is Umbreon. Do not let the other side have this Umbreon, period.
Exactly, and it's not just about the Umbreon like on its own. It's about the Umbreon with the setup around it as well. Yes, Umbreon very powerful, Spragos, but we talk about 2 games in a row where we saw an Umbreon plus a healing support. And I feel like that just makes it just layers and layers of how this enabled the both of the teams to win in game 1 and then in game 2.
And we're taking a look at some big moments right here. Look at this Hyper Voice, rip them apart. And then we have Enisus moving in to finish off this fight. Beautiful stuff there from Stamina. Stamina in control of a lot of this match. It took kind of some of the very moments, right? Then Root Dignitas really came online, but I think when you're doing this much damage to multiple members of Dig with these Hyper Voices, the Zacian just has an easy job. It's just simply swing that sword and clean up everything.
Yes, it is. And somebody that knows how to really control a Zacian is Mufasa. Stamina Esports is just, not Mufasa, excuse me.
Enisus, yeah, no.
Enisus, exactly. Anyways, on both ends, I feel like Stamina Esports were able to really control the team fights. As we can see here, Rayquaza was so close. It was necessary for them to know when to attack. And of course, the most securest of them all, that used to be Espeon. Now you have that on the Skeledirge.
Yeah, beautiful stuff there from Stamina. I love their fights. I loved how they played this game. It felt like they were in control almost the entire time. So a couple of big moments from Dig, but for sure, Stamina having an amazing match as we are heading to a game number 3. And I'm with you. I feel like I'm sweating here at the booth.
I totally am.
It's getting intense. It's hot back here.
This is something else, honestly. We have such great records, and it's interesting as well because sometimes we see like these games that are very back and forth, and we see just so many knockouts, just insanely amount of knockouts because of the amount of fights that we have. But I feel like it's just a general feeling that we had of this one because of the amount of action. If you see the score lines, yes, you have 11 knockouts on Enisus, 9 on Toon, but it's not like what we've had previously when we see somebody with 19 knockouts, which I think it was you, or was it Zoinks, or was one of the mustachios said that 19 is indeed a huge number.
It is indeed a big number. I don't know if I said it, but I can concur. I will second it. I will mustache second it.
Good.
19's a pretty dang big number. As we are taking a look at, I mean, you know, Toon here with 100,000 damage, but the story of a lot of these Clefables today has been how much they have been able to heal. Toon did 100K, but Kira able to heal 111,000 damage. So while, you know, Dignitas is putting in some work in these moments, we are seeing huge healing. Now look at Hitman. 112,000 damage from our ranged, you know, long-range special attack Pokemon. He was hitting those Hyper Voices into 3 or 4 members of Dignitas, which was brutal.
Exactly, and we know how Hyper Voice works. If you hit one, you get the extended range, and you have just the possibility of hitting even more people, like you pointed out, Spragos. So it's just amazing to see Skeledirge being utilized so expertly, and I love how Stamina came back with a full strategy, and it came from the draft, right? It was from that moment they decided Umbreon is the Pokemon that we need to contest.
For me, if I'm Dignitas and I'm looking at this, Umbreon is number 1. That my public enemy number 1 at this point is that Umbreon. I for sure either want to have it on my side or I'm going to ban it out. I'm also quite worried about this Zacian. Enisus' Zacian is so strong. It's just really hard for them to deal with, and they play this Pokemon at such a high level. It's a perfect Pokemon to move in, fight, rip through objectives, and clearly with 11 KOs in this match, it cleaned up so many big moments.
They really did. It was so impactful and necessary in general because considering the fact that you have a Surface and you have a Zacian, you need to have some damage from range if you can't really connect the Sovereign Sword, if you can't really connect the leak plunging dive, it's very complicated, that Unite move name for Surfetched. But anyways, it's just one of those things that you either hit it and you really change the fight, or you just like don't do anything.
Yes.
So it's very necessary to have that damage coming from the Skeledirge. So I feel like that was an amazing choice to have.
Yeah, now I think there is a question as to what you do about the Skeledirge. They didn't have any Pokemon that were amazing at getting back there and fighting it, right? You know, Alolan Raichu, it's putting out a ton of damage, and it was obviously very impactful, but it is not actually actively putting pressure on Skeledirge. You can have some of that from Quaquaval. Obviously, that's what they were looking to do, but I wonder if you need even more dive on your side of Root Dig if you are trying to take down something like that Skeledirge. And after it did 130-some thousand damage, you are going to want an answer to that if they decide to pick it here in Game 3.
Yes, and I will say, as much as Chef loves the Cramorant, I don't think that was the choice for this matchup in particular there for Root Dignitas. Although there was of course, a combo that you can make with the Alolan Raichu plus the Cramorant and all the area of effects that you create, and especially having Zealot being so aggressive, still, you just saw what Stamina can do when they are, you know, revitalized. So I don't feel like Cramorant fit that role. I agree with you completely. They needed more dive.
Yeah, I wonder, and it's funny because Cramorant does have dive. They just decided to play the other build. Stamina Esports, Root Dignitas, getting ready for game number 3. This is going to be Root's second game 3 of the day. The first game 3 of the day, they lost to Reject. Now they are in this position once again. You know, I talked about this after that first match. The momentum now kind of shifting to the side of Stamina. The smiles wiped off the faces here of Dignitas. You know, getting handed that match kind of, they were, I wanted, what I wanted to say, it wouldn't have sounded good. So I had to peel away from it.
Okay, we, bleep, we go on. Right, I totally agree. Like, it's just very interesting when we have these player cams and you're like, oh, wow, yeah, that really hit them right. The way they you know, that body language, you know, like shaking the leg and the focus and the, you know, like, ugh, what do we do next? And what do they do next? We are going to find out right now with that draft on your screen. It is game 3 of Group Page's decider match. Root Dignitas here on the purple side with a Espeon and Blissey ban. Now Stamina on the other side with an Umbreon once again and a Feraligatr.
Yeah, so obviously Root Dignitas decided, okay, fine, we are going to take first pick right here. They lost last game, so they did have that choice. We're going to take first pick, and if you give us Umbreon, we will take it. Stamina said absolutely not. They banned it out right away, which I think is very smart. First pick over to Root Dignitas. They could grab something very powerful here. They also could steal a Pokemon away. This could be an opportunity to take something that they don't want to deal with, and they immediately lock in the Psyduck. I think Stamina now can safely grab the Zacian, but I'm wondering, yes, they do. Right away, they recognize, no, we need this thing, and I think that's right.
Totally agree. And I think it's just very clear, right? The first pick had to either be the Psyduck, the Blastoise, or the Snorlax. If you don't have the Umbreon available now on the side of Stamina Esports, it's the Zacian plus that priority pick there of the defender. As we were speaking, we might see that Blastoise. It is the case, and again, Zealot really confident and comfortable on this Quaquaval all day long.
Yeah, I really like Zealot on Quaquaval. I think it's very strong. I don't think it was a problem in the last match. I don't think it was one of the issues that they had, really. As we head over to Stamina, they are going to now take this Eldegoss. This is has been a powerful Pokemon, and yeah, if I'm Stamina, I love this. It was so good. It output ludicrous damage. It secured in the final moment, and the way they were lining up those shots looked pretty incredible. Now the question is, how does Root want to deal with this thing? Because there are a few ways to go, and now Toon has a little bit of that dive we talked about with Fly Talonflame.
Exactly, and we saw a pretty good Fly Steal earlier today as well, which is something that we know Root Dignitas can do as well. Alongside that, Talonflame is an Yveltal for Root Dignitas. Meanwhile, Stamina is going to bet once again on that Surfetched, and the combination overall is just exactly the same, aside from that the supporter and the defender. Instead of a Clefable, you have an Eldegoss instead of an Umbreon and Snorlax.
Yeah, I really like this from Stamina, and I like the adjustments a lot from Root Dignitas. I've been loving Zugrug on this Blastoise all day. And unfortunately, guys, this is it for one of these teams.
Yep.
It all is coming down to this. This is how important this group was. Root Dignitas, Stamina, tied here. One final game. A team will move on to day 2. Good enough to make it all the way to the grand finals. Another team that is also that good will be heading home, and their world's journey ends here as we are getting ready to fight. Taking a look at our battleground, Thea Sky Ruins with Kyogre in the middle.
It is the last chance, so if you're rooting for Stamina Esports, if you're rooting for Root Dignitas, make some noise because this is the final moment for these two teams in Worlds 2026 of Pokemon Unite with Kyogre in the middle. Like you said, we have those extra berries. We have that late healing in the final stretch, and these two teams have performed very, very focused and just meaningful team fights so far. Let's give it up. Who's on the purple side?
Root Dignitas, your purple team. Stamina Esports, your orange team. And Group H all comes down to this. All tied up with one final match deciding day 2.
Okay, Otta here with 11 points already bagged there from the wild Pokemon. So again, Root Dignitas does pretty well in the early laning phase.
Yeah, Root Dig has had a pretty powerful early phase here, and they want to slow down that Skeledirge as much as they can, right? The second it hits 5, it becomes Crocolore. It's incredibly powerful. Toon moves in for a KO right away. Mufasa with the punish. Anissus right back the other way, looking to shut them down. Moves in against Ender, and yes, they pick up a double KO.
Oh, would you look at that? Stamina feeling good here on the top side, forcing out that eject button from Zealot, getting some nice scores as well, but they are going to get chased here. Mufasa is in a very hard position to escape. They don't. Meanwhile, Anissus was trying to farm this one, but with 4 members of Root Dignitas, they would be too exposed.
Yeah, Root Dignitas actually deciding to get extremely aggressive right here, sending Yveltal to the top path to try to stem some of this. Zealot in some trouble. Anissus moving in. Toon is back, though, and they realize they do have to peel back that Talonflame. Could have picked up a KO if the Zacian keeps moving forward right there, and we are scrapping at the start of this one.
Yes, we are. If I thought they were scrapping last game, well, this is double the scrap as we're getting here into the almost Regidrago power point. Both teams have decided to slow it down a little bit, get some of the levels sorted out.
Yeah, you just need some experience right here. Kira especially looking for that level 4. Ender on the other side already level 5 for the Psyduck, and we are trying to get our Quaquaval online. Still a couple more levels to go here. In the center, Regidrago just being ripped apart by Stamina. Here comes Root Dig, possibly looking for a steal.
Okay, we have Minato in a good position though, and they are able to steal it. I think it was an auto attack there coming out by on the Psyduck. They managed to take down the Snorlax too, so Root Dignitas is looking more confident going into enemy central. They decide to peel and just retreat.
That was a beautiful psychic there from Ender, trying to grab that Zacian, have to eject out on the side of Stamina. Meanwhile, on the bottom path here, Hitman, already the Crocolore, already level 6, of course, looking for the power spike they get when they become Skeledirge, but they've already got that Hyper Voice, so they're really tough to fight.
They definitely are there, and this is here getting really stuck with their eject button being forced as well. They are going to get taken down by Zealot. Goes into the air Toon. They also need to be careful because you don't have that much HP on the Talonflame, although if you have the damage with the Crocoval, you are okay. Mufasa is left alone with the Psychic pulling them in here. Mufasa still feeling pretty comfortable fighting against so many people, but Root Dignitas finds some leeway here on the top side.
Yeah, good fight for Root Dig, but I do love the aggression there from the Sirfetch'd, right? Just recognizing, like, I can brawl this. I know there are multiple members of your team, but you're all pretty low here and you don't want to fight. Zug moving in with the Blastoise. They have got to do something about Skeledirge here or it's going to take this Regice.
Yes, it is. Looking for that Flame Sweep. Forces out the eject button as well with the fly on top of the Skeledirge. It's still going to be one knockout for Root Dignitas, and it is a 1-for-1 trade right now. You got to be careful there. Zugrug, also Kira on very low HP. That is still going to be objective that was taken there by Regice. That was taken by Root Dignitas, and both teams decide, okay, let's disperse.
And here we go. Talon into the sky, looking to see how much of this they can secure. Anissus moving in, possibly looking for a fight, but a nice big catch from Otter right there. Can they make something happen? No, not able to pick up a KO just yet. They're chasing down the Snorlax. Finally, it goes down.
It does. Just stuck there between between a rock and a hard place. Minato will go down, and now with only the objective on the top side available, we know where the two teams are going down. Fly with a surf edge though, taking them out of position in a very nice way there. Mufasa was able to protect, and Nice is very close. No, it's not going to be the case. Zealot with that area of effect around them is able to take the session down.
It really feels like Zealot's having a match here, huh? Like a really tough one to start, but now just, you know, schmooving through their opponents. Is a great word. It really does feel like what's happening. Just great stuff from Root Dig. I think the talent is exactly what they needed to deal with the Skeledirge. Toon really has been so aggressive, so much dive here, and it's helped them secure objectives. I think they've got a solid comp here, but this match is close.
It is, but like you said, with Zealot, just fighting 1v2 there on the top side, completely unbothered, moisturized, especially being a water type. Now, Stamina here, going to the top side to try to contest this one. Zealot is alone. Meanwhile, Dignitas is on the bot side, trying to get even more invade experience. Regieleki on very low HP. Now, Kira gets separated. And Stamina is going to... Oh, that was close with the Flame Sweep Toon. Very nice attempt, but it's still going to be Stamina who takes the Regieleki.
Yeah, beautiful stuff there. I love seeing the Talonflame try to get the secure. It's no Skeledirge Unite, but I saw what you were going for there, Toon, as they take to the sky, looking for possible KO, landing onto that Surf Edge. Now we have the Snorlax just getting pushed back here as we have multiple members of Dignitas, possibly looking to see exactly where that Snorlax is moving. Yeah, Indra's tracking it through the central area.
So good. I just love in this positioning all throughout the game, especially on the side, like one of his specialties. So Stamina Esports has started out as Reggie Rock, not going to get confirmed. Still stolen actually by Brute Dignitas with that Talonflame's fly. Kidman gets taken down, so it will be an objective for one-for-one trade on the team fight.
Yeah, they end up losing one of their members here. You definitely would rather have the objective in that moment. Reggie Drago getting very low here as Stamina is all over it. So is Dignitas. Secure goes over to the side of Stamina. That is that Zacian who's been a problem every match.
Yes, it is. And now the Snorlax doing really well with that block, getting them over and against the wall. Power Nap on a Soul Person there on auto, just really finding that Pokemon very, very dangerous and threatful there from the side of Brute Dignitas. On the bot side, Stamina will continue this push here with a one-person advantage as they are on pad with a nice happy slam. Gets the Flame Sweep to get them away with a great defense by Brute Dignitas. Now, Minato has to try to get away, but although you are a Snorlax, you just don't have enough HP.
Let me tell you, so this has just been an absolute treat. Non-stop action between these two. They are fighting. This isn't one of those matches where everyone's scared to go home. Everyone is trying to send the other person home. They're trying to make this a statement match here as our last game in Group H. Again, if you're just joining us, Dignitas, Stamina, one of them will be leaving the tournament here, the other moving on to day 2. Regieleki now being chipped up here by Dignitas, but they're also, it seems to be waiting slightly. They want to send it a little later in the match. No, ripping it apart now.
Yeah, Regieleki goes to the side of Brute Dignitas. 184 for them against 161 for Stamina. As we are quickly approaching final stretch, there is still 15 odd seconds between that and the bottom Regi from spawning.
They find Kira here. It's going to be in a little bit of trouble, but if they KO Kira, Kira will come back in time, especially with how quickly they KO'd them. A 10-second KO timer, they will be back ready for the big fight. The last big fight one of these two teams will have, maybe will ever have, as this is the last Pokemon Unite Championship Series event here in San Francisco. 5 seconds now before we have Kyogre. Stamina waiting in this top choke point, looking for their opportunity to move in, and here they go!
Yeah, they're definitely trying to get some angle here. Stamina Esports, but they get separated themselves. Brute Dignitas is also in a terrible position because Zinda is going to go down immediately, and now Stamina takes the upper hand on this fight. They get the damage themselves. A nice Hydro Typhoon that manages to equalize, and now that's going to be that Zacian going down. Stamina is still in a good position to try to get Zuggerg away, and they do. Forces out that eject button. Now with a fly onto the air, going onto Kira alongside that Evil. No, actually, Zealot on that Quackot Val. It's still a 2v4.
Yeah, this fight is still ready to pop off here as everyone is deciding how they want to continue. Stamina waiting for the Zacian to come back. Meanwhile, Root Dignitas is going to have the entire squad back with a Psyduck Unite, one of the most impactful team fight unites in the game. This could be massive that they didn't use it earlier. Next time Stamina comes in, they're going to have reduced damage against Root. And Root's way up right here. They do not need to take this objective. Stamina right now, moving through the map, looking for all the experience they can. They would love another Unite move here. 55 seconds on the clock, and they're caught!
Yeah, Zagra goes in with that scuffle. They managed to get in a good position to separate people, but there's a nice block coming out by Minato too. It's gonna be one knockout there for Surface on the side of Stamina. They're continuing to push forward, and he's still surviving. They managed to escape, and now Inda is gonna go down. The only one surviving there is Tomb, but you have to be careful. It's still a Talonflame. It's a fly on this Talonflame. Kyogre is getting attacked. They are separating it. That's how you do it, Stamina. Try to get away. There's still too much HP. Stop attacking this Kyogre if you want to make this one. Toon still standing. They use the eject button. Stamina Esports confirms that one-way ticket for Rayquaza Trolley into day 2 of Worlds. Or do they? 10 seconds, do they have the points? 100. Is it enough, Spriggles?
It's going to be extremely close. They're trying to score in the top path right now. There's 50 points on that Pokemon. Were they able to score in the middle? Time is up. Who was able to get it? I think they did.
I think Stamina did it.
And they did!
It! Make some noise for Stamina Esports, 361 to 330 points as Group H gets decided into day 2. Oh my word.
We talked about it. I mean, we talked about how close this group was, how good these teams were, how any team could be walking out of this and heading to day 2. What a win for Stamina there. What an unbelievable fight. The patience on them. Dignitas, I mean, absolutely gutted, obviously. Such an incredible team, such an incredible season. And it all ends here in San Francisco on day 1. No question about it, one of the biggest heartbreaker matches that you are going to see here in day 1.
It really is a team that conquered the champion title at LAIC, at NAIC, now out of Worlds 26. But we know this was close. This was close all throughout. We had scraps all around, but the final stretch was so decisive, and getting that objective, Kyogre, with 10 seconds to go was so close.
Yeah, it was right there. So, I mean, the fact that Talon was able to move in, take out the Zacian as well, that was so impactful. This is when Indra goes down in the first fight, not able to use their Unite move, but they are able to come back in the second one with the Unite, which was very impactful, but it just wasn't enough for Dignitas right here as we were kind of taking a look at this first one. Everyone has a massive skirmish here, and then we reset for another one. Talonflame moving in, looking for the KO on Mufasa, but instead it's the Quaquaval that goes down. They catch any sus there with the Psychic. They move through. Zacian not going down. A double KO for the Surfetched here, and it's just Talonflame trying to, as best as they can, get rid of a member of Stamina and see if they can drain time on the clock. Here comes Stamina looking to score, and it has to be Hitman, the Skeledirge, scoring that makes the difference here. Right? Hitman on the bottom path, there's the 100. In the top path, they score. Talonflame puts some more points in, but of course, it was not enough for Dignitas. 330 to 361. Mufasa, once again, our player of the game, and they really had an amazing fight there at the end. Again, so one of these incredible teams had to leave our tournament early. It is Root Dignitas as Stamina Esports is heading to day 2.
In fact, this is one of the most exciting yet heartbreaking moments if you are a Root Dignitas fan, if you're rooting for NA in general, and being ourselves here in San Francisco in NA, I know that must really hurt. But Stamina, they grasped it. They just took it by the claws. Game 2, they said, nuh-uh, we're going to game 3. Game 3, they said, we're keeping our strategy, we're keeping our draft. Everything looked good, and they managed to control the team fights well, especially with the pickoffs on Inda, on Zealot. Those were the very, very important, like, pinpoint moments that made that final stretch so important for Stamina.
And now we have an interview up on the big stage with our winner. Let's send it on up there. Take it away.
All right, thank you so much, Spriggles. That's right, I'm here on the main stage with Kira from Stamina Esports after a huge, huge win. Congratulations. How good does it feel to know you're headed to day 2?
¿Cómo se siente que va a ser el segundo día?
Estamos muy felices y la verdad que vamos por más.
They're really excited and they're going for more.
All right, even more. I love that. You're looking higher and higher. Kira, your group was scary. A very scary group. We saw it earlier on before the tournament. How did you prepare for this tournament?
¿Cómo te preparaste para este torneo?
Practicamos bastante en la screen y estábamos viendo los demás equipos para tomar un poco de ideas e implementar en nuestro juego.
They practice a lot in the stream and they were taking ideas with that.
All right, awesome. Yeah, tune into the Kira stream. Absolutely. That's good. Some good prep being done. Kira, you get to rest a bit for tomorrow. Are you going to be resting and relaxing, or are you immediately going back to practicing?
¿Se van a relajar o van a practicar más?
Primero nos vamos a relajar y a comer y después a seguir practicando.
First they're going to relax and eat and then keep practicing.
All right, a little bit of both. I love that. Last thing, Kira, we see some people cheering for you in the crowd, but I know there's people at home cheering for you as well. Anything you want to say to everybody who's been supporting you and Stamina Esports?
¿Algo que quisieras decirle a todos los que te apoyan?
Gracias a todos los que confiaron y a los que no, aquí les demostramos.
Thank you to everyone, and the one that not, here they are.
Amazing. All right, well, congratulations on making it out of your group and into day 2. Good luck in your future matches. Casters, back to you.
Stamina Esports definitely showed them. That was Kira. What a lovely interview. Thank you so much, Zoinks. This was an insane match. Game 3, all the highest of stakes. And like we said before the series started, Spriggles, it just could have been a grand finals.
Yeah.
It was a day 1.
Yeah, that is how good these two teams are. That is how good the Reject Stamina game was. That is how good the Reject Dignitas game was. Obviously, we are losing a fan favorite, the 3rd place from ACL. Multiple IC wins this season. But when the groups were drawn out of those golden eggs, it just happened to be, it was me, that just happened to be the end for Root Dig as they go down to Stamina here. We're taking a look at our group stage. Reject and Stamina from Group H, our scariest group, are moving forward here. Let's bounce around and talk about some of these here. Let's go backwards. Komai, 2-0 in their group. Peru also has taken a game win. Deep Cross has lost 1. Evos, unfortunately, losing 2, which oftentimes does mean day 2 is out of reach.
Yeah, at this point, it feels like that is the case. We're talking about a group that has 4 teams, so that's where we stand. Group F, finally, we see a final game happening, and they are 1-0 with a 2-way tie there between Team Nemesis and DreamHack at 1-1, and Lunax therefore in a 1-2 record.
Yeah, I've got to assume, looking at this, that would mean Fennel played Lunax and Fennel beat Lunax. And I know this isn't fair. Every team is incredible, but it does feel like the question was, how are the other teams going to do outside of playing Fennel? Because Fennel's going to do pretty dang good.
Fennel is Fennel.
Yes.
That's yep. They've been first place on almost everything they've played in Asia, and that is the energy and the competence they're bringing here to the world stage. Now, Group E with T1 in a 1-0 record. Zeta Division still waiting to play, and 7 on a 0-1.
Group D, Evil Geniuses, Zipto Esports, and Looking for Org. We had the Chaos trigger the 3-way tie, and we were informed that Evil Geniuses and Zipto Esports are moving forward through tiebreaker rules. I believe the rule that they are going with, but don't quote me on it, is the seeding from the group. There are multiple tiebreakers, but I believe because Evil Geniuses and Zipto were higher seeds, they are moving forward here. Heading to Group C, Gremio 2-0, Volticons 1-1, Onyx having a tough time, and Dark Peach, our lone representative from mainline China, also having a little bit of a tough time at 0-1. Group B, not looking too bad for BH3.
Yeah, well, there you go. BH3 on a 2-1 record, while CC there from Japan in a 1-0, with strong basketball player on a 1-1, and Legends reappeared there from OS, unfortunately, on 0-2. And now finally, Group A, Spriggles.
Yeah, Group A exists 1-0. Team Peps all tied up at 1-1 with Tuesday, and SideQuest having lost a game. I have to point out, we've talked about so many times how Japan is incredibly strong. It's not that they haven't dropped a single map, but if you look across the board, they have not dropped a single series as a region. Reject 2-0, Fennel 1-0, CC 1-0, Exist 1-0, Zeta Division having not yet played. We could have a situation where 5 teams from Japan move forward to day 2 and just continue the domination from the most powerful region in the game.
Oh yeah, and if you are from Japan rooting for any of these teams, or if you are international and also rooting for any of these teams, it is a wonderful time to be rooting for Japanese teams. I love to see how things are going in day 1. Group stage has been remarkable. As we've said, one of the most exciting day 1s that we've had, especially on broadcast. The matches have been very par on par, just a lot of great Unite all around. And we don't really see that much disparity. It just feels like everything is just so high quality.
Yeah, high quality games, high quality teams. Obviously, we saw everything out of Group H because of how unbelievably important that group was. And now we know what the craziest group turned out to be as Reject and Stamina move forward to day 2. We have so many more amazing matchups, so many more teams that need to get qualified, and of course, so many more teams that unfortunately are not going to make it to day 2, not going to make it to that single elimination bracket. We are going to take a very short break and be right back with more of our group stage here in San Francisco. Don't go anywhere. I know I won't. Wait, should I go somewhere? Probably.
Should we go?
everybody to the 2026 Pokemon Unite World Championships here in San Francisco, and we are in the thick of our group stage. Day number 1, we got 29 teams competing to be the final Pokemon Unite World Champion. I'm Zoinks, this is Duke Snacks. We got Unite mics in front of the mic.
Woo! Feels good. Day 1 here at the Pokemon World Championships, of course, as you mentioned, in San Francisco. Woo! And we are finally getting to see an EU team take the stage.
I know. I mean, these teams have been performing actually extremely well in our group stage, kind of quietly. We haven't seen them on the main stage quite yet. I cannot wait to see this Team Peps play. They were the first team to qualify for this event after all at EUIC, happening right before Asia Champions League when we had many more teams to get added into the mix. But with Team Peps having such a strong start to the season, it's a big question mark how they're going to do here at the World Championships. So far, mixed results, they are sitting at 1-1 in their group.
Right. They do have the opportunity to take their destiny in their own hands. Of course, they're squaring off against a team that is 0-1 in what is a pretty hotly contested group, so it really can shake out anyway. Anyway. It can shake out anyway. That's where I wanted to end that sentence.
Exactly. It gets shaked out anyway. It is exactly what I was also thinking about this group. SideQuest is going to be a lot of other familiar faces as well. A team out of SEA. These players are very familiar with this World Championship stage, but I think for a lot of the players on Team Peps, you could be making the same argument. But I am so curious in what we are going to see when it comes to kind of meta picks or lack thereof potentially. Team Peps was crushing it. It was a Kyogre map starting tournament, but it was double defender all day long to push them all the way through that grand finals. On the other side, we got greeted players. So like we really could see anything going into this next game.
Anything is the word of this matchup for sure. Yeah, you mentioned it, Peps, double defender squad. And when you're talking to teams like Reject, like, we don't really want to play defenders at all, actually.
Yes.
So that just shows how much different regions have different play styles and how they approach this game completely. Now, that being said, not to say that Peps has completely fallen off the wagon, but they were a pretty quiet performing team after their touchdown spike of a win there at EUIC. So we'll see if they've actually just honed in on that similar strategy and maybe sharpen the tools that they're bringing to the table in that same department, if you will, or if they decided to just kind of go away from that and start doing something else.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. I mean, meta pick-wise, of course, you were talking about a few of the players, though, like that have that experience. They were playing in that double defender. I know you're a huge fan of both of those players, Bruv and Marv. I mean, you can't really get more storied options. Bruv, of course, specifically played on the very first World Championships Grand Final in that second place on that Nouns team. Once upon a time, Marv on just a litany of incredible EU rosters. EUs came to play this time around. I mean, we have Volticons with some big wins in another group as well. Komai, I believe, is leading their group as well. So EUs came to play. Cannot wait to watch them. ABAC, on the other hand, has been struggling in a few of their groups, SideQuest included, as starting off their tournament with a 1-0 loss. We'll have to see if they can turn things around when it comes to the main stage.
Without a doubt. And, you know, sometimes we have teams that step up when they're on stage, teams that kind of maybe shy away when they're on stage. So this could be their opportunity to springboard into some momentum and really get going here.
That's true. Now, Deuce, one of the best parts of this day number 1 is how we get to do this caster rotation, mix it up a little bit. You and I haven't had the chance to share the mic as of yet today. So what have you been liking in terms of Pokemon selection today? Like, what are some power picks that you're like, oh, that's crushing it? Teams need to be doing that every time.
Well, I think we got put on notice for Skeledirge, which is something I am surprised it took so long for it to become a factor. So Skeledirge, very impressed with. Overall, until this last set, very unimpressed with Sir Fetched. But here, I'm open to be convinced either way, because these teams are the best players going. So if they see something in it, I better start looking a little closer.
All right, well, we are looking at 2 brand new regions here in APAC West and EU. It's going to be a really interesting clash, and already we are starting out with a Comfey ban. This was a staple one from Root Dignitas, we got to see a couple of times on the main stage. Seems like other teams not wanting to deal with that is interesting when you have a player like Klaus on there who's just such an incredible hyper carry on someone like the Zoroark. So that option is not going to be available, and wow, look at that. SideQuest doing a bit of prep work. That is a Palkia ban. In fact, all their bans under 10% total. That is targeted across the board.
Yeah, and immediately the defender of the defenders here, Snorlax, gets picked first. Brava's like, whatever, we banned Blastoise, we hate that thing, I agree. Get it out of here. Gonna grab a Snorlax. We'll see how SideQuest responds, though, here.
Okay, they're going to be starting off with a Mew. That has been such a powerful pick in the hands of Zante previously. So taking it away, Rhyme is going to have to really showcase that they're a powerhouse on that Pokemon.
It's amazing. Rhyme and Yang are choosing characters that I don't think Team Peps even cares about.
Yeah.
I don't think they're just like, whatever. Like, sure.
That is so funny to see after SideQuest is going so hard in the favor of target banning, specifically towards Team Peps. That is very, very curious. Zante is going to pick up the Yveltal, though, a Pokemon that's only at a 33% encounter rate, and that's actually coming as a bit of a surprise to me. And wow, SideQuest is going to get HT to equip the Zoroark sans Comfey.
Marv looks like to be locking in Eldegoss. Klaus on the Typhlosion, which means SideQuest gets to round this out with the gutter pick. Let's see how interesting they elect to make it. Umbreon is the hover.
Wow.
And that would be, you know, a pretty solid spot to be.
Okay, well, how about we totally
how about
flex
support
it up?
horse? How about support horse out of ice?
Double speedster. We get to check off yet another thing off of a bingo board that I really regret not making right now because of all the absurd compositions we have already seen picked up in our tournament. But yes, SideQuest is going to go with the Zoroark and the Galarian Rapidash. Now, we have seen the Galarian Rapidash in more of a support role before, and it will be likely falling in that way. Rhyme as a Mew does have a few opportunities to help out the squad, but Yemu and HT, I don't think they have any other arguments for any other roles. Their job is to get damage done.
Yeah, exactly right. And I mean, Ice historically, or the last couple years, has been more into that support part role into the team. And they obviously have a hard support in Yang, right, on the Hoopa.
Yes.
So this offers a lot of flexibility. But on the other hand, this might be the matchup. Team Peps goes to the drawing board for game 2 and goes, yeah, double defender, why not? Like, fight through it all. Who cares?
I mean, wow, what a great comp to play double defender into. Shut down a Gyarados, a Zoroark, and a Galarian Rapidash. All of those seem like options you would want a lot of crowd control into. But Galarian Rapidash is truly that double-edged sword where they don't love that crowd control, but they can dish out so much of it themselves. We'll see if Team Peps has a struggle maneuvering around the battlefield, or if they'll be able to rely on the tactics that have gotten them this far. Very important game for both these teams in this group. Who forges ahead in the pack, who lags behind is a 4-team group. You gotta make it in that top 2 position if you want to make it the single elimination.
Here we go. Team Peps, your purple team, SideQuest, your orange team, as we get straight into game 1. And you have to think the early lane advantage down here in the bottom belongs to Team Peps.
Yeah, I mean, Yveltal is just one of those Pokemon that gets going early and often. Not only is it huge damage, but also has a lot of bulk to work with that natural life steal. Potato getting a bit of early damage done as well. That full stack means the critical hits will be a little more frequent. Potato can dish out some heavy damage.
I am just surprised we're not seeing like Garchomp out of Patati. Something we all seem to like, and it looked really good earlier in the day when Zealot had that kind of pop-off game against Reject. But here we go. We're going with a different flavor here as we got a little 3v3 in the bottom path materializing.
Yeah, it looks like SideQuest just really focusing on Patati throughout that draft phase. But in the end, we'll see how well this Sirfetch'd can play out. You're right, it has been a bit of a mixed result style of Pokemon from team to team. But one thing I know SideQuest can rely on is Yang. I mean, how many years have we casted the World Championships with Yang playing Hoopa? Like, how many?
I mean, ever since maybe year 2, because year 1, I think Yang was a little bit more in the carry role.
Right, exactly.
And then taking control here. And of course, you so gingerly mentioned the bans in SideQuest.
I thought I did a pretty good job of subtly mentioning it.
Putting me just mental shambles over me talking about my excitement over Potato's Garchomp. So throw me in the bin right now.
I thought I avoided doing such a thing, but that's fine. We can move along. Potato waiting right just for these Natus to spawn in, but Yang getting dangerously close. A big amount of damage. Again, that Sirfetch'd, those critical hits, always a big threat.
Here comes the Gyarados, and I believe that is base model Gyarados as well.
Oh, wow.
Ice stepping up, and we are putting some pressure on Marv, who's just forced to A-press Pollen Puff and do their best in the face of 3 players on SideQuest.
Great call, a great spot during the draft to see that that was a normal Gyarados and not a Mega one. Nice job.
Thanks, man.
Really trying to make up for my past mistakes.
It was so gingerly done.
Thank you.
It took me the fact that it took me 40 seconds to realize that you were like letting me know that I messed it up was in and of itself how kind it was.
Thank you so much.
All right, let's talk about this game though, not my self-esteem.
Yeah, you got it. Regidraga going to be the center of attention. Then we'll pin up it off of you. Nice heavy slam by Bruv. Isolates 2. That will be a bounce Gyarados to get out of danger, but now Peps is on the aggressive.
All right, Yang going to use the Phantom Force to pop in and create a little bit of spread between players. We got a front lining here of Bruv and Marv. Bouncing towards Marv is Yemu, trying to get a knockout somewhere, but everybody seems no worse for wear.
Yeah, there is going to be not a ton of healing. I believe we have Trick Phantom Force, if that is correct, but at least Phantom Force ready to go for this Hoopa. Apply a bit of extra pressure in terms of the stun department, potentially even that healing. We are going to be rotating towards this bottom objective, though. Another major one is Typhlosion is already in position, but so is the Zoroark.
Typhlosion moving in slowly. We see the flame wheel there. Huge boosted auto towards the Registeel. Potato and Bruv moving up. Solar Beam's going to get a bunch of damage down. Still secured by Surfetch. Damage in the backside. Bouncing out is Yemu. Gonna make sure that they stay standing at least for now.
Yeah, Potato relatively safe in a lot of these sections. You got the tech to kind of ignore one of the instances of burst damage or crowd control will get him in position.
Oh, here we go. A nice pressure. Typhlosion just raining down from the skies, those fireballs, and that is enough to send SideQuest packing. So we are fighting a lot, Zoinks, but we are not really cashing in too many KOs early stages here in game 1.
Yeah, and SideQuest also just kind of pivoting away from that fight. So like you mentioned, avoiding that fight, but going for a bit of a macro rotation. Surfetch is going to be getting another one onto the tally, though, as they pick that up. What do you think about this Team Peps composition right now, Doomsticks? To me, it just looks like goodstuff.com a little bit on the side of that roster.
You know, I wish they would have gone 100% full Team Peps mode EUIC and put Marv on Trevenant and just start getting everywhere.
Or Mamo. Either one I would have loved, but all right. I can have my wish in Game 2 draft, I suppose.
Fingers crossed.
Exactly. One can only hope. Yang going to have a nice little out-secure moment in the face of Bruv and Zante. That little bit of EXP is so important at the moment as they are so close to level 9. There it is. Hoopa Unite move ready to go.
Good pressure on Bruv. We've got a big central area invade. You want to talk about a side quest out of side quest. They're grabbing buffs for themselves here. Potato missing everything on 2 characters that were very low. Can't get any knockouts. And now we have an eject button reposition. Going to knock out HT. The Zoroark. Heavy Slam is there. Rhyme, Yang, Yemu, and now Zante steps in. We're into the mist. And this is just another fight that seems like it's just going to devolve into nothingness again.
Yeah, a few KOs traded every other way. That was a funny moment for HT on the Zoroark. They had a choice to go towards the Pollen Puff and get some healing, but that would mean I get right in front of Potato Surfetch. So a tough choice. They make that choice to run to the enemy home base and get a little bit of damage done, a bit of aura farm, you know, really fill out their tally, but they're going to be back in the fight on the top side soon enough. But Team Peps right now focusing on Regirock, but they only got 3 members.
Klaus stepping up, quietly having a good impact on this game. Into the back line, though, trying to deal with Zante, and meanwhile, HT just steps up and secures. Klaus gets dusted because there's no support for with them. Now we're rings unbound, stuns on pads, solar beams to cover, and that is an easy goal zone break. 198 to 88, the push continues. Surfetch steps in, Potato shredding them into with the long sword here. Green onions for your dish.
And I like some of that Phantom Force trick combination, getting out of danger. That Surfetch can do a ton of damage to one target, but it's pretty tough to follow up on a target that can vanish at the blink of an eye. So nice work from that Hoopa, kind of from start to finish in that team fight. Obviously all set up by that Hoopa Unite move. A very aggressive portal right on top of the objective, but blocking out that area with that Phantom Force, making sure that crowd control area is tough for Team Peps to walk into.
All right, now we're trying to catch up the score the other direction, going for a quick break so they can send this Regieleki down the path here. Bruv going for a reset because we've got tons of points going in to this bottom tier 2, and it's 119 to 348 Zoinks.
Yeah, I mean, SideQuest has just found an incredible position in this game, and they might even have a chance to rally back to the defense. Regieleki lands, though.
Power nap right in the middle, going to find a lot of targets, a lot of knock-up, and a lot of damage as they close the goal zone, and now SideQuest has to run all the way back to base. Yang still in big Hoopa mode. They're going to shrink back down to baby, and now Marv is Gonna put 2 points in home.
Yeah, let's get those 2 points. You also need to get your Unite move back, so getting knocked out wouldn't be the worst situation for the support Pokemon right at the moment. AC does land that main combination of the 3 targets of that final hit, so decent amount of burst damage. But Surfetch maybe getting a little dangerous. That will be the Detect Dash with that full shield. They'll be able to walk off the Zora.
Yeah, Fury Cutter out of Potato has missed a couple times in some key moments, so we'll definitely want to watch Potato and make sure they dial that in here as we have 2 minutes and 30 seconds left in game 1.
Yeah, and Team Peps is going to totally rotate back to their own central area. We're going to have 30 seconds-ish to be able to knock out this bottom side Reggie, but that's going to be all side quests. Nobody there to contest because Team Peps are focusing on getting those levels, but more importantly, get some yellow dots above their Pokemon icons. Only 1 Unite move, count for 2 now, and 3. Wow, this is happening really fast. They now have their Unite moves.
All right, perfect, we did it. We were just missing Typhlosion and Snorlax. They're going to get that here, I'm sure, in a moment's notice, and bang, both of them on cue. Here we go. Groudon is there. We're just ripping. We're just going for it.
All right, we got Bruv open up a bit of space, but no, they're in.
Okay, now we're bouncing it. Now Bruv's on the backside of a Nightmare. The Bermuda Triangle is down for the Rapidash just run around into. Right into the middle, Power Nap going to kick up a couple, secured by Zante out of nowhere, as this has been an incredibly bizarrely split, disjointed fight, and getting the best of it right now is Team Peps. They're finding all the targets they want. Now Yang's all alone, going rings unbound with no real person to save. Gyarados going to go try score somewhere, or at least get some farm up, but really, Peps has the opportunity.
Yeah, they are behind by quite a few points, but that changes so quickly when we're in that final stretch double scoring. Zante with that secure, using the Lumiere of Demise, I believe. Did not think I was going to get to use. I can't believe I messed that word up.
Demise.
Okay. That's the one. 1 minute left on the clock. 6:18 to 5:08. Team Peps the one holding the lead, and they have a lot of Groudon buffs to work with. I don't believe they have foregone a single one. So that is going to be extra damage to help them on the defense, and all they have to do is defend this home goal zone. Marv with the Eldegoss getting a little bit of experience with these wild Pokemon, but also checking for where the positions are of SideQuest SG.
Zoroark with the Unite move here, gonna need to move up and join the team as quietly Peps is getting their Unite moves back as they just have to babysit this home goal zone. They now know where Gyarados is, but that's a bait and switch because look, Zoroark's coming over the top.
Yeah.
So stopped by Bruv very quickly though.
Yeah, tough Pokemon to be the first one to show up out of the tall grass. Snorlax, a nasty encounter. So much HP that even a Zoroark can't shut them down, and look at how quickly that glass cannon goes down.
Block immediately pins Yemu away. They have to go underwater to save themselves from the Typhlosion. Here we are, rings unbound, and the fight's breaking out. Tons of shields everywhere. Big lunge onto Yang for the stun. Potatoes on the backside. We are stunning them down with the fists. However, it is side quest. Failing the main quest here in game number 1. Can't win on the scoreboard.
No, Team Peps are going to defend that home goal zone and start this series in a 1-0 fashion. SideQuest SG, just not enough firepower in the tank at the end to break through that impenetrable Team Peps defense.
I want to think about that Groudon fight a little bit. It felt a bit disjointed, right? It almost felt like there was a pseudo rip going on, but no, it was bait, right? As soon as they went in, we actually had Ice use their Unite move on Bruv, the Snorlax, in the middle of the pit for no real value. But then they each everybody just split, you know, northeast to southwest, and the fight continued. But it was really Peps with just enough sustain with the Eldegoss and the Snorlax able to just kind of take over.
Yeah, I mean, with a Snorlax in as talented of hands as Bruv, I think you can count on so many moments of chaos like that at the very least, Snorlax is going to give your attacker player space. Like, at the end of the day, Bruv knows that Zante needs to be untouched in some of these team fights. I think that Snorlax was doing a really solid job of that. You say Yemu does not dive all the way on the opposite side of the Groudon pit right there, too.
Oh, the rocks from the Groudon actually force HT to reposition, which allows Typhlosion and Zante to get out of the way on the engage. Huge power nap. Look at that. That was the big power nap after the heavy slam. Stunning 3, and that opening the door for Zante, like you said, the space they need to secure the objective.
Yeah, and of course, a huge Lumiere of Demise.
Yes.
Okay, said it right that time. Here we go. Team Peps going to be starting this series in a 1-0 position. Team Peps' MVP is going to be Potato on that Surfetch. Got knocked out 3 times, but dealt 2 KOs of their own. But maybe the most important stat line on here, 9 assists. Rocky Helmet Surfetch helping out the squad with a little bit of extra damage.
I'm still not convinced.
Okay, sure.
Please. Please, somebody convince me of this Sirfetch'd. I'm taking a look more at SideQuest's draft, though, and I've got questions.
Okay.
It feels like they're not exactly sure what Peps is up to. They clearly, as you mentioned, tried to isolate Potato, right? Like target ban them down. And that didn't really work, as you see our player of the game is in fact the person that they were targeting down.
Yeah, no one's more upset to see the award for player of the game Potato than SideQuest is, I think, at this final screen. That is, draft strategy, very focused on one player, and that can be the dark side of that strategy. Now, this was a close game. Like, SideQuest SG playing really, really well, keeping up that score lead at any given moment. But yeah, that final fight just being devastating. I am curious, actually, and I know we don't talk about this too often when it's a team that's in the winning position in 1-0. I'm curious if Team Peps flexes their picks at all and actually goes towards a Hoopa ban of their own. Just being such an iconic pick for Yang at this point in time, like, maybe you want to just make that player a bit uncomfortable. Either way, they were on their comfort pick, and you're starting off 1-0, much in thanks to your top path player, Potato, having a great look on this Sirfetch'd.
You know, I actually really like the Peps draft strategy.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure the Hoopa is enough for me to make it switch up.
Sure.
Because Comfe is definitely targeted, right? We've seen ice on Comfe so much. And of course, on the other side, you have Blastoise. And if I'm in the seat of Team Peps, if we don't have it, we don't want it played.
Yeah.
Especially the style that they play, because they want to force the other team to do some more squishier strategies so they can insulate themselves with that double tank or tank, pseudo-tank setup. I mean, Eldegoss is now so strong.
Yeah.
It's a thing that never really gets buffs, but the things that change around it raises and drops its stocks, and right now they are way, way up.
Yeah, Eldegoss having a great tournament. It always feels like EU happens to be the Eldegoss region as well, like where we see it pop up so frequently. So not shocked to see it within the hands of these players. But game 2, we got a lot of questions. Obviously, I'm kind of curious what map we go to, because if I'm SideQuest, I'm probably choosing the draft side that I would like to be on. I think I'd prioritize that a bit more, but that just goes for Team Peps to go, well, we really like Kyogre. We really like that map.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking to Overlord earlier out in the crowd when we were watching a couple games, and after Dig chose Rayquaza game 2, they were like, we're choosing the map for game 2.
Yeah,
This is ridiculous.
Enough is enough.
So they were like, well, we don't care what side we're on. We do not want to do Rayquaza again.
Very interesting. I was curious about their perspective too, seeing as that Japan does play with a different kind of map format in their tournaments than we do. Here for a lot of our Western tournaments and the World Championships, that's what we're playing.
I mean, look at this Team Peps. They kind of look like they got ice in their veins right now. The job's not done. They're up a game, but there is another 10-minute stretch ahead of them right now, as SideQuest is going to be on that purple side getting that first pick. And it looks like the ban so far, Sirfetch'd now going away. So let's see where Peps goes. One thing to note, though, Zacian was not banned or picked at all last game.
Yeah, that is true. Okay, a Pokemon that has been doing quite well in the encounter rate so far in a tournament, sliding off of that option. Team Peps are going to ban the Yveltal. Pretty big surprise to me, seeing as how important it was. We are going to Groudon again, by the way. So we're going to see that map 2 times in a row. Wow. Okay, SideQuest says now we're up to 4 picks focused on them. Out of the 3 bans and first pick priority, they want to force Potato into something.
Yeah, you'd like to think by now Potato might have picked up another character. I guess we'll find out. What about that one? What about the best one?
Buzzwole has been another pretty powerful option. I know a lot of Japan teams playing it. Actually, if you want to take some other pages out of their book, how about Zarina as another viable option? Maybe similar vein to Quavel into that look too.
All of a sudden, look at Team Peps. Marv back on Eldegoss. Zante snatching up Mew. And these priorities, I think they're twisted, but right now, Team Peps is up a game, so we'll see where they go. Blastoise, 90% encounter rate getting snatched up along with Hoopa. Klaus back on station.
No way.
Meganium game.
Oh my word. All right, we know one of our co-casters, Danley, is loving this pick. They have been asking for it all day long. Bro, I mean, they're the master of picking up weird Pokemon with yellow backgrounds. We have the Mr. Mime all the time. How about Meganium?
Meganium is great, and also another example is Brub. Like in the last calendar year, has been the only person to make Lapras look good.
Yeah, true.
So like, whatever. I trust Brub. He's awesome. Ryman HT. We got Miraidon, and we've got what I assume or presume to be a Scyther. Scissor's a bit more rare, but when you're talking about APAC West and side quest, you never know what adventure you're going on.
If we see Portal Hoopa, maybe there's a world that we see the red Scizor, but I'm not too sure. Another steel type on the opposite side, there was Potato picks up the Metagross. I just think such a phenomenal Pokemon right now. Able to have I personally love its matchup against Blastoise kind of overall. Sure. It's one of the few Pokemon that can kind of shrug off a lot of those pushes that Blastoise is putting out and actually enhance their own defensive capabilities. So I think it's a pretty good look. It is more late game focused though than that Surfetch is going to be. So Potato, that has been something we've talked a lot about this player and that team's storyline is there's going to be a lot of fights 4v5 for a bit. We're going to wait. Potato's going to be leveling up. They'll get there when they get there. And boy, they impact the game a lot once they show up.
Yeah, well, that's kind of where the basket in which they place all their eggs is how long can we withstand or weather the storm until this kid's ready to start playing.
Batten down the hatches, the Potatoes aren't ready quite yet. Pretty sure that's
we boiling them. We boil these potatoes. It takes a while.
Yeah. So the microwave sometimes. Groudon map, we're getting too far into it. All right, we're almost
quick recipe for those of you at home. Take a potato, peel it, of course, wash it, of course.
Yes.
Wrap it in aluminum foil, throw it right in the microwave for 2.5 minutes.
Yes. I imagine that's how Potato cooks his.
I would bet my bottom dollar, brother.
Here we go. We're getting into game number 2. SideQuest SG is going to be on your purple team, and they're playing from behind. 0-1. Team Peps leading the way on the orange side.
Ryman Ice stepping up. Zante there, though, with a nice little light screen. Bruv. Little Chikorita, trying to make its presence felt. Type advantage, if that means anything.
I've been saying a quick mode where type advantage is relevant would have been so fun for a whole long time, but right now, not going to be a factor for Chikorita in this matchup. Zante back on the Mew, though. We talked about it immediately at the start of the draft. Such a powerful Pokemon, and Zante, one of the most prolific Mew players this season in particular. I feel like that EUIC run, we talk about the double defender all the time. That Mew, also a superstar.
Yeah, it was a great pick for them throughout that entire tournament. And it was really kind of the character of the tournament, if you're really looking at it as a whole. I do love that Peps has been able to, in that moment, carve out their own strategy here. We've got a 4v3 removing forward. Potato leading the charge, going straight for him here, able to bully them back to pad. And it looks like that's just enough for everybody else to back out. We still have Cyndaquil there. Ooh, look, the score stops here. Yemu trying to put some good pressure on, and now Peps is all going to get their points in.
Remember that whole thing I was talking about late game and not much early game presence? Yeah, we can throw all that to the wayside. Team Peps is loving what is happening in this early game right now. SideQuest SG forced to actually only take their own ball toys, and they're going to have to contest over this blue buff. It will be HT picking it up, though, on the Scyther.
Running away here is that Quilava? Is that
yes, correct.
Jeez, oh Pete's the kid's an encyclopedia of knowledge. Quickly KO'd, though, for whatever that's worth.
Unfortunate turn of events, but we do have a fun combination on our screen right now in that Scyther and that Phantom Force Trick Hoopa. I love seeing one of these kind of speedster-style Pokemon, assassin builds, these big dive moments, and then having the awesome escape route of that portal immediately after. Takes a lot of coordination, but these Worlds teams can pull off these combos so well.
Oh, absolutely. They've been working on it since year 2, waiting for it to be good.
Yeah, finally. Yeah, that's true. The Trick Phantom Force combo. It's here. The final moment.
Good engage here. Typhlosion again with the Flame Wheel. We've got Bruv. Does have Grass Knot online. E-Ball puts him on the razor's edge. Enough to bully out. Swablu Altaria still there. Tons of damage from the Charge Beam Miraidon. And that's something Peps has just been put on notice.
I really like this Charge Beam Miraidon. We've seen a little bit of Electro Drift earlier today and kind of an but it was getting caught out quite a bit. I like this passive damage tick. It's going to make that Eldegoss and Meganium have a more challenging job, but they do have a lot of healing to answer back with.
Yeah, that Petal Blizzard, right? A well-lined up Petal Blizzard out of Team Peps from Bruv is going to be critical in these team fights, especially to combat that charge beam, as you mentioned. Regieleki shredded off the map by SideQuest, as now it's just Potato there left to babysit. Marv going to peel up and support theirs. We've got a 3-person push in the bottom path. Yimu and Yang slowly making their way there as we tick over to level 7, and we'll see if things have settled out in time. Yes, the Thunder is chasing out those two characters.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about how much healing there is. We also have the Miraidon with that Cursed Incense. So that charge beam is going to be applying a lot of healing stoppage in some major moments.
That's my favorite.
Zante caught out is going to have to use the Mystical Mirage, the Unite move, to get themselves out of danger. Big resource, great play by Ice on the Blastoise.
Definitely one they would like to use here in a more protracted team fight, right? Yeah. Get some knockouts on some secures, maybe even a critical piece of wild Pokemon or objective. But staying standing helps your team a little bit too. And I think Zante's ready to go. Bruv steps forward, gets dragged into the deep waters by the Blastoise, pinned against the wall. Unite move is used immediately. The follow-up is there. Potato in the backside builds the Coliseum, but can't turn into a mausoleum just yet. Bruv stepping back, good grass knot on Ice, and that's enough to get all of Team Peps out of danger.
And just look at the communication between these two teams. You see both central area players not rotating down to that team fight. Both teams are saying, we don't see Scyther, we don't see Typhlosion, and they are playing it very carefully. Do not want this team fight to kind of slide out of control either way with a major force of damage. So both these teams playing this one close to the chest, but it's Team Peps with a strong lead of 82-0.
Yeah, also ahead on the experience lead as well. So a bad fight out of Peps can just be the opportunity that SideQuest needs to roar back into this game. So they're walking on eggshells right now. We'll see how they handle this situation, because we just crossed the halfway point.
Yeah, I think these team fights start getting real scary when we have these big impact Unite moves. Obviously, Klaus is going to love the position of the Typhlosion, be able to avoid a lot of incoming damage. But Miraidon and Scyther all have tons of damage to output on their own right. Team Peps is going to have to play this one carefully.
All right, Yang is seeing that the goals are going in, and that's going to break plus 32. Regieleki's walking. Yang goes rings unbound. Misses. We go over the wall here through the coaching. Potato gonna eat the Scyther Unite right into the mist. Getting covered by Zante, who steps up and eats the brunt of the attack on the behalf of Potato. Meanwhile, Klaus is working on Regirock. We're going straight to the Scyther. HT bounces out though. Just hits a little kickflip, gets out of there. Bruv now has to peel back to pad. Klaus did take the basement Reggie, Hydro Typhoon for 2, and now SideQuest is looking to push.
They've earned themselves so much space. Regieleki on the top side, great push on the bottom. Team Peps does pick up the Regirock, and that buff's going to be lasting for a while. But that felt like a pretty greedy play by Team Peps to me. That Mew and Metagross kind of sticking around in that fight for so long and bouncing back in multiple times. It feels like they just tried to get everything done across the map. They do get the Regirock buff, though, so at least that investment is working out in one direction.
I'll tell you what. One Direction, Jonas Brothers, Backstreet Boys, I don't care who you like, these band of brothers right now playing well with Team Peps. I am liking what they're doing. They're up by over 100 here. And yes, they played a little greedy, but not enough to cost them that lead that they have, which I think is a great, great eye of control, especially for players like Klaus. Here we go. HT steps up and snags the Regidrago out from Peps.
Man, this Scyther burst damage is starting to get out of hand. If they get into that level 13, potentially even that 14 range, Team Peps, despite having double support and a very tanky Metagross, might have to play very safe around this speedster Pokemon. It could be so challenging to deal with, and breaking through is Scyther's main job.
Look at Bruv, knows exactly where to check for anything. Bruv knows that Ice is there now based on like auditory cues, right? Like sounds that are made within the game when you hit something with your move. And it's just like a fruitless endeavor. Like Ice knows he's been found because he does the same thing too.
Yeah, exactly. So trading of information. We don't exactly have wards in a game like Pokemon Unite, but we certainly have opportunities to gain vision, a valuable resource at any given moment, especially so when we enter into that final stretch. We are just 20 seconds away from Duke's next, and Team Peps still holding on to a nice point lead, but that level disparity disparity seems to be getting closer and closer to parity.
We're about to get a lot of information here. All of Peps is going to rip this Registeel off the map, get a nice offensive buff here. Big surf on Bruv. That has the potential to be a catch. Well, Ice has to use the Hydro type when Eject hits too, but everybody's going to the deep waters now. Ring's unbound. The Coliseum is down, and Metagross is fighting. Bruv taking a ton of damage. Can get a decent Petal Blizzard in. No, Marvin does it. But so are two players back the other way, make it 3. Peps is standing tall. They're up a player here. Rhyme is getting chased down. Big surf out of Ice. Converts on the KO. Yes, it is confirmed indeed. As Miraidon is chipping out on this Groudon, and the rest of Team Peps is converging. Groudon's at half. Rhyme is still in the distance. Thunder is down. The action continues. We're slowing down the rip. Here comes Yang on the backside. They gotta watch for it. Zante steps up. Mew secures the Solar Beam, and this is Peps bell to bell in game number 2.
Oh man, Marvin's gonna take down that Miraidon right near the end, and now Team Peps off to the races for these goal zones. They don't need to score a single point if they can defend side quests at any given moment, but these Groudon buffs in comparison with the Reggie buffs as well, that is a ton of damage to play with. Team Peps got firepower, and they are headed towards this tier 2. Leaf Tornado in tow.
Bruv stepping up here. Gonna use their Unite move, eye down the Quaquaval. The goal zone is gone. They've stretched this lead a little more. Quaquaval is in fact not only bullied out, but completely dusted, as Ice is putting in a paltry 52 points the other way, and that's not gonna be enough.
All right, Team Peps in such a good position at this point. SideQuest has an almost impossible fight to force their way out of. That will be 48 points in for Potato, and more points just start raining in. Scyther taking down the Typhlosion, but it's too little, too late. Team Peps are looking at a 2-0 sweep over SideQuest SG.
What a showing by Peps. What a showing by EU as a region.
Absolutely.
Already on the world stage, making NA look weak in comparison, as they barely have one team limping into day 2. And right now we have all 3 EU teams still fighting for their lives here in pretty good position.
Yeah, such a good spot for them to end up. Team Peps 2-0 secure their day number 2 and celebrate amongst themselves. I believe that's a secure, or at least puts them in incredibly good position in terms of their group standing. SideQuest now are looking at the opportunity to have to beat Exist later on today to be in a better spot. But Team Peps, your winners in here in Group A.
Bruv, Sante, Klaus, Marv, and all the way down on the end there is Potati, the targeted player on Peps. That SideQuest said if we can take them out of the game, we can win this. And guess what? Didn't work game 1, didn't work game 2. This Metagross got the job done.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's a lot of players I want to shout out in terms of how good Team Peps played. Potato is almost more just because of their versatility and, resistance to be able to fight back against SideQuest strategy to shut them down. But let's face it, Zante with back-to-back major secures in those 2 games. Groudon was under control by Zante. Whether it was Yveltal or Mew, great pickups to take out those major objectives.
Yeah, I mean, you see the Scyther there to the left-hand side of your screen. HT was on the chase down for Zante specifically. But what that allowed the rest of Peps to do was pivot on some of those frontline weak characters, just like the Hoopa and Quaquaval, and it made it incredibly difficult for an Ice that got caught out early and took a ton of early damage to really help sustain and protect the Miraidon, which once everything else goes down, well, it's pretty easy to take care of.
Yeah, it's a tricky spot. And 2 seconds, this is now the 2nd Leaf Tornado I think we have seen out of these Eldegoss players. I'm not sure if it's just kind of a Eldegoss player all talked before the tournament and said, we're just going to play Leaf Tornado.
Leaf Tornado.
You know what? We're doing it. Enough is enough. I want to play that move. It's more fun. But either way, it's helping out the squad, and players like Potato get into the action more often. 53,000 damage done for this Metagross, a Pokemon that's doing really, really well in our World Championships.
Yeah, it's like you said, it's doing a great job combating Blastoise specifically on the other side. We saw Reject play it earlier, Potato using it now to great success. Again, the player they tried to target down ends up the player of the game, which means you probably came up with the wrong strategy to combat this Peps squad. Peps winning 2-0.
Yeah, looking great. That double support working together for a lot of healing. Obviously, Marv's numbers are going to be a little bit lower going into that more damage/supportive set in terms of utility, but the Meganium making up for that slack, no questions asked. see Potato on this Metagross. Again, I want to apologize for talking about Metagross's early game. I was not familiar with Potato's Metagross. I mean, so early, they got some massive KOs. See that? Their first KO at 253. Their first score, getting that attack weight stacked up at 136. A Pokemon like Metagross loves that attack stat to get as high as it possibly can, enhances those shields, extends the fights, and I mean, just hurts. It just hurts real bad.
Yeah, I was going to say exactly right. You beat me to the punch here. Getting those stacks and getting that shield boost that you get through its own attacks is, of course, pivotal. And the earlier they get it, it's almost like the domino effect, right? The first one tips over, like, oh, you've got one, then two, and then all of a sudden it's like every time it's hitting, you just see the shield bar go, boom, and you're like, oh, God, this is a crime scene.
I guess we'll fight again.
I guess. Team Peps, though, doing it their own way here with Leaf Tornado, Eldegoss, Metagross, whatever, Meganium.
Yeah,
right, sure. That was cool. That was cool to see.
It was awesome. I mean, we had some really interesting picks, and I hope we get to hear about them because we have an interview on the main stage with Bruv. Let's take it away, Team Peps.
And here we are with Bruv from Team Peps. Congratulations, first of all. But before we get into the nitty-gritty, I need to ask, what's going through your mind? How are you feeling right now after your win?
I think I'm feeling pretty good. I'm happy with what we're doing as a team, and I'm glad we came with a good win on the stage at least.
Yeah, first one on the stage there, so coming away with a win. Now, Bruv, you have been in the Pokemon Unite scene. You are considered a veteran, or should I say a legend, really. Every single World Championships. You are here at your 5th one. How does that feel, knowing that you're here on this world stage again?
It feels great. I'm glad I can make it back here. Being the last one as well, the UCS with Unite. It feels great. I'm trying to do my best. That's the whole goal this time. Do my best for the team. See what we can do.
I suppose that's all we can ask. Just do your best, right? But I guess, obviously, the team's goal is to become, reach day 2 first and then become world champions. But are there any other personal goals or team goals that you have coming into the competition this weekend?
It's hard to say, really. We're trying to just take it one step at a time again. Don't want to think too far ahead because you might get lost earlier on. So, that's how we're going right now. And yeah, I think hopefully we make it day 2. I'm not really sure what's happening, so yeah.
Well, you still have a few more games to go. But before that, I have to ask, going into this second draft, Meganium, it's a supporter that we don't really see often. I mean, it's one of the newer ones, but why did you go with the Meganium pick? Can you break that down for us?
I mean, you can go fast with it, and you can go fast with Eldegoss, so I wanted to run at people. That's pretty much it. Yeah.
Okay. You just wanted to go fast. Okay, I wouldn't consider Meganium fast, but okay. There we go, it worked. He ended up winning that set there. I guess before we wrap it on up, is there anything you want to say to anybody that's here supporting you in the crowd, or anybody that's supporting you from home?
Yeah, just a big thank you to everyone in the crowd, fans, everyone at home. My girlfriend's here as well. Shout out to her.
Where is she? Is she here watching? Wave to us. Is she here? Surely she's here watching. Oh, well.
But yeah, thank you everyone for supporting us. We'll do our best,
Oh, thank you so much, Bruv. Let's give it up once again to Team Peps. Let's hand it back to the caster's desk.
All right, that was a great interview with Bruv with a very real girlfriend.
Yes, we all know they're there.
She certainly exists, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Also, another thing, Bruv, don't be afraid to just reach out to me on Discord and I'll give you a better arm workout.
Okay, all right. Congratulations to Team Peps after a really remarkable showing. EU's looking awesome this year. I mean, Bruv leading the way for this roster and other rosters prior as well. I can't wait to see that. I really hope we get to see that team in day 2. We'll have to see how the rest of this group actually works out. As Group A, a really hotly contested one.
Yeah, absolutely. Production, can we see the bracket? Hey! Nice. Yo! That is service right there. Group A, you were just mentioning it. That's where we are now. Exist 2-0. Now Team Peps 2-1. And in a great position here, of course. 2Z Esports 1-2. And their run is pretty much done. Which means I think we're just kind of locked into Exist and Peps.
Correct. Yeah, I was doing the math in my head. Exist does have one final game to play against SideQuest, but I believe that will still be locked up as Exist and Team Peps as the representatives. There might be a world in which it's a tiebreak for first or second seed out of that group if Exist is able to, or SideQuest is able to beat Exist, but we'll break that one down when it happens later on. But Man, these groups have been so interesting. Look at this other EU team, BH3 Esport 2-1. They did take a loss to C2 in Japan earlier on today. One of their games in that match was a tie. Game 1 ended at 480 to 480. A Pokemon Unite milestone moment. Love to see it. Volticons at 2-1, also qualifying out of their group, and Komai currently leading 2-0 on Group G. This is the year of EU.
Yeah, for sure. Over in Group D, of course, we have ones across the board, and Evil Geniuses, based on, I believe, seeding, limps in at the first seed. Embarrassing. Group E, we have T1, Zeta Division, and Seven. Is that right? 7?
I believe it's 7, yeah, what they're going with.
That's just confusing. That's unnecessarily confusing. That wasn't in the doc that that I was reading. T1, of course, 1-0 right there.
Yeah, I can't wait to see Zeta Division play. One of those teams that we love cheering for from Japan, obviously a semi-finalist last year. We'll see what it looks like going forward into this one. Group F, obviously we have Fennel leading the way. Lunex Gaming taking a loss to them sets them at 1-2, but Team Nemesis and DreamHack still fighting it out in that group. Group G, like I mentioned, Komai leading the way at 2-0, but Peru Unite is also 1-0, so undefeated so far, and I believe that might be our match next on the main stage is Peru versus Komai. I think.
That would be great. We pointed to Soph. She's not paying attention. She's not helping us either. We ain't getting no help.
Is it Komai Peru?
So we've got Komai Peru 2-0, of course. Okay, that was useless. Let's go to
Group H. Reject 2-0.
Unite Mikes, baby!
Salmon Esports in that 1-1 position. They will be moving on, and Ruth Dignitas will be dispatched for the tournament at an 0-2 finish. I mean, upset city across the board. I mean, we were just talking about how crazy EU has been doing. Not a lot of predictions in favor of that region, but Japan looking great, EU looking great, and some other regions maybe not so much. But that is the best part of the World Championship, seeing all these clashes, and we're seeing it all day long, all day tomorrow, and then on Championship Sunday. So you got a lot to wait for, unfortunately. We're going to jump to a very quick break, and when we come back, more group stage action.
And welcome back, Pokemon trainers and fans. We are coming to you live in San Francisco, California for the Pokemon World Championships 2026. It has been a pretty epic day, if I don't say so myself, for Pokemon Unite, and I feel like it's only going to get more epic. I don't know if that's a word, but I'm Calisaurus. We have Soph. How have you been finding today?
Oh, amazing, Kelly. Honestly, I'm just so happy that we got incredible matches all throughout day one. Even from the first one of the day, there was Root Dig and Rejects. That was amazing. We just saw recently as well the Group H, seeing their qualified teams being Reject and Stamina. And now we're going to be covering all the way now to Asia with T1 versus Zeta Division.
Yeah, 100%. We already have teams that have locked in that day 2 position. We've had some hype moments, some heartbreaks all round as well. But, I mean, that's the thing. That's what the brilliance of the Pokemon World Championships bring. It's the ups and the downs, right? And we are just on an absolute roller coaster. And, well, no time to get off that ride just yet. We're still riding that roller coaster.
We are riding. I mean, it could be just us mounted on a Rayquaza, soaring the skies, and that's just how we're feeling, because so incredible ups and so upsetting downs. And, well, it's just what it is, right? It's day one. You're gonna see these teams seeing some good play, of course, especially on groups of 4, a lot of best of 3s, but then you're on to day 2 as well, and it's a single elimination. It's just as ruthless.
Yes, and, well, for these next 2 teams, this is just another step that they need to make in order to get closer to grasping that day 2 position. So, T1 versus Zeta Division. I know before this game you were like, I am so excited. to cast T1. Why is that? Tell us why you're so excited to cast T1.
Okay, so the thing is, when we started getting regional play and we saw more orgs coming into Pokemon Unite, it's like, gosh, I love T1. Because I love T1 as an org in general with other esports. And then they came in and I was like, oh, I need to cast Worlds now because then I need to cast T1. And then I got the T1 match with you. I'm like, yes, this is incredible. I just love watching South Korea play. And I'm such a huge fan of Zeta Division as well. So this is a dream come true match.
Well, I think also just given this roster that we have here, some of these players, they have been on this stage before. Specifically, Serum and Mysterio, they were here in the World Championships last year. And, well, funnily enough, they were actually knocked out by Zeta. So coming on into this, it isn't the original roster that we had last year. There have been a few adjustments, but they still do have that core of Bitopo and Rom continuing it on through. So it's somewhat of a run back between these four members across these two teams.
It definitely is, and it's just the beauty of having this regional league style where we see teams actually maintaining that same roster and us just getting to know them all throughout the season and getting into Worlds and being like, yeah, we know how these two teams play. And that is what we're going to have here as we're starting a draft of T1 on your purple side versus Zeta Division on your orange. Of course, it is a ground-on map 1 of best of 3s. And, well, I haven't seen a Shifu beam. Is this production? Are we good? Is this real?
Don't overthink, it's real. Yeah, I mean, yes, we haven't seen an Urshifu band come on here on the stage, but we have seen it in play here today. So, you know, going up against Zeta, knocking that out, along with another all-rounder being Zarina as well. And we know that in Japan, Zarina can be quite popular. Although, one thing though, the Latias one is an interesting one too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think I was kind of like doubting everything when I saw there was a hover from Zeta Division on a Decidueye band as well alongside the Feraligatr. So I was like, am I daydreaming? What is this about? But we have this here, nothing coming from production. So this is the real deal. A Shifu, Zarina, and Latias for T1 as their bands, and Zeta Division with the Feraligatr, Psyduck, and Buzzwole.
I've got to say, Blastoise being up there, encounter rate of 90%. We have seen some incredible play from Blastoise players here today. I mean, to give this one up, I'm really interested to see how this impacts the draft, but two other strong contenders picking up Umbreon and Zacian. Like, we have seen some incredible Zacian plays here today as well.
We really have. Anissa's playing earlier on the stamina roster, just so good, and we know that Zeta Division really strong in general about team fighting late game, and Zacian is just so good when you have everybody stacked up, and who better to stack people up than a Snorlax?
Yes, stacking on up, smacking them down with a heavy slam there. But yeah, I think even then, just being able to get that shield from that block, if that's what moveset we are going to see here, has been so pivotal. But ooh, we have two attacker picks coming on either side. Alolan Raichu over for the side of T1 up against Glaceon. So I guess just having that backline damage there for either side to round it on up. Take it away, so.
Yeah, okay. I like it. I like it, Kelly. I feel like it's interesting as well as the last pick for Zeta to be that Mimikyu, because then you can have backline access, or you could just deal with the fact that you can have some crowd control on the side of T1 as well. I would say the Shadow Sneak to try and get onto the Mew by Sabine there would be something that makes quite a lot of sense, especially if you pair it up with an Icy Wind on this Glaceon to chase them down. I think those are all great options, and I totally agree with you in the take of T1 and having these two attackers.
Yes, having the double range there, especially with Mew and that Solar Beam, just that ability to go and check the tall grass. You don't want to go close to a tall grass where a Snorlax is hiding, waiting to come in and heavy slam you and get caught out. But even then, I'm just looking at Zeta Division's composition here. They only have that one ranged attacker there. So it's really got those defenses around this Glaceon. It's just a matter of protecting them. That way, well, they can come in with their shots.
Yeah, I would say as well, there's a very big angle here for Zeta Division to just really trust on Mizu on the top side and just have the Zacian controlling the early game. getting that break point when you have the Umbreon together and you're already level 4, that can make that top lane just so powerful. And we are already into game. That is T1, your purple team, versus Zeta Division, your orange team.
Yeah, we are going to have that Chansey and that pretty cool Squirtle with those glasses heading on down into that bottom path. But as we pivot up to the top here, we have Subin putting the pressure on with that Electro Ball. But because of that, Resta is actually going to take the opportunity to get in a little sneaky dunk.
Yeah, you gotta love those sneaky dunks at the early game, and you gotta love the invades as we are seeing here. We have Resta coming to this side, but Kami was able to confirm both buffs here in their own central area. That could be a big rotation of 4 people to the top side, but it does look like Zeta Division is focusing on the bottom.
Yes, they are going to focus on the bottom, which is going to give opportunity to go and corner this Zacian. They are unable to make it to safety and grab any berries, which means T1 are able to empty out all of their pockets.
Just beautiful rotation and response, I would say, here by T1 to just deny this early game powerhouse that Zacian can be, and they did that really well. Now Zeta is again getting punished here, now with another knockout going out to Kami, just really leveraging this Alolan Raichu.
Oh, 100%. The fact that it's so close to level 6, but even then, just shutting down that Eevee, so close to getting that Umbreon status, is really just going to slow down Zeta Division in their tracks. But it looks like we are going to have a bit of a rotation here as we have Rom down in the bottom side, but Umbreon is, I can see on the minimap, helping that Mimikyu. That way they do get their evolution on time.
Exactly. You have that level 6 on the Mimikyu, so they're trying to enable even more for this Pokemon to actually be impactful as we're getting into the Regidrago phase. 3 members here of T1 defending, but it's going to be a steal that I think is going to be stolen back. Well, not if it was, it would have been, but it's just a takedown there with a trick room actually for this Hooper on the side of Zeta Division. Vitopo is just really layering the ground there.
I actually really like this move from Vitopo though, going in with that trick room to just go and nullify some of that outside damage coming from this Alolan Raichu and Mew. We are going to have that Regidrago taken on up, and looks like members are just getting ready for those second lot of birds to come in.
Okay, we have Safeguard here on the side of T1's Blissey for Saram, so we know that there's not going to be a lot of healing. That is something very important because Zeta Division can burst them down really fast with the Zacian, with the Glaceon, and with the Mimikyu. They are going to get engaged upon here. Vitopo has to be careful, but they don't burn that much HP, and because, of course, you have the Umbreon with the Wish, you're safe.
Yes, they are just going to play it safe considering there's less 10 seconds left to go until these objectives spawn. We'll have to see which random Reggie we get in, but Vitopo is dancing on the disco floor.
They definitely are, and they're showing out some moves. Now with the Glacier stage as well, it's looking like everybody is performing. Zeta Division is now on a 1-in-1 trade for this one. Very close to take them down. It's going to be Zeta Division who still takes the red ice, but Vitopo is still standing on his sliver of HP, but the Alolan Raichu will be the next knockout there by Zeta Division as they successfully win the fight and objective.
Yes, they've done their job there. They're just going to retreat, focus on whatever wild Pokemon is available to them instead of continuing to put pressure onto that Tier 1 pad. We still have that Regieleki up and running, but nobody is going to focus on it just yet.
All right, with 2 members there of Zeta Division, we are looking at both teams kind of trying to see where to gather that experience across the map because there aren't that many yellow dots. So we'll see Epe going for a potential stop on the invade by Resta. They are a little bit exposed.
Yes, Resta just making sure to provide vision over to that team, able to go and heal themselves up with whatever Epe throws at them. They're already at half HP, and there we go. Almost full thanks to that wish.
Okay, 4 members there of T1 on the bot side, just waiting for that rotation to come from Zeta Division. They are on 4-on-4, finally comes in with a Mystical Mirage as well. Subin is in a good position to deal that damage with the Mew, but instead, it's the Heavy Slam with the Power Nap that sets them up, and Zeta Division is going to take this fight. Mysterio going for the berries. They are able to escape, but this zone is completely exposed.
Yeah, it's completely exposed, and it looks like they're actually not going to get the 40 dunk from Mimikyu. They're going to opt for this 24, but no,
No, I don't know. They're stopping and starting. What are you doing? They're actually not even going to bother dunking at all.
That is pretty crazy decision making. We'll see where that leads us because there's still a Reggie on the top side. 20 seconds for the bottom Reggie, Kelly. So it seems like Resta is once again just trying to get as much vision and control over the map as possible for Zeta Division. Although T1 is moving pretty effectively here to the bot side.
Yeah, I think it's just a really interesting call from Zeta Division to not go create space down in that bottom path. We have this Reggie Steel that is up and running. Huge solar beam comes across, chipping away a lot of damage from that Blastoise.
Gotta be careful there, Pisterio. Having that Reggie Steel activated already. Rum comes in. There's the damage that comes through with the Glacial Stage as well. But it's gonna be that Bone Rush from T1 on the Lucario that gets the objective. Now they're chasing out after Nomu. There's the back line. Vitopo trying to get some access, but Snorlax is gonna get in danger. Vitopo gets one down. Ooh, but it gets traded back just immediately, Kelly.
That was such a well-timed shield from Serum there to go and protect their member from getting knocked out. But once again, no pushes down here in the bottom path. Each of these teams just focusing on the wild Pokemon because look at the amount of yellow dots that's on the mini-map.
But I have to say, though, I think the decision there for Zeta Division to not knock down that Tier 1 bot side was just to deny the XP that they would get from the extra wild Pokemon. So I feel like Zeta Division is playing the long-run game, especially with a level 13 on the Glaceon, plus 2 level 12s, Zacian and Mimikyu. But speaking of them, just sent to the Pokemon Center.
Oh, but now T1, they have managed to get a knockout, but here come the defenders to go and deny these dunks once again. It's pretty much just a stalemate down here in the bottom path.
Oh, and in the picture-in-picture, we saw Zeta Division guaranteeing that Regieleki there with that Zacian. Going into the central area, Regidrago is standing. We have a 4-person rotation there from T1, matched by Zeta Division, with a nice heavy slam as well on the block, getting them back, but the Mystical Mirage will allow Sabine to continue to be safe.
Yes, once again, playing it safe, just trying to gear the other team towards their paths, but that Mew is going to deal out that huge Solar Beam once again, but Snorlax going in with a dive.
Ooh, and the Hydro Typhoon as well. Finally, the Go Zone gets taken down. Rum is trying to escape. Got to be careful with Kami on that Lowland Raichu. With a nice position there with that block from Nomu, they still need to be careful. Right, in the backline, Zeta Division was able, on a 3v1, to take that Lucario down.
We have 45 seconds left to go until the final objective ends up spawning on in. 31 points. T1 haven't dunked any points in so long, with Zeta Division in 118 points, which isn't much of a lead. It's really going to come down to this final stretch.
It definitely will. Regidrago has unspawned, and we are on a timer here for our Groudon. As much as possible, T1 is trying to clear out the map of those wild Pokemon. Vitopo getting a good position here to try and get us some vision too from the enemy central.
Can see hiding in the tall grass, T1 are going to make a move into that top L-Bush. Serum taking a huge chunk of damage from that Icy Wind, and they do not have eggs to go and heal him up.
Yeah, it's a very, very difficult position to be in, but started out Mizu already shredding down on this Groudon. They have a good position there. Zeta Division, but coming from the top is T1. They're going over the wall. They're trying to get this one. It's going to be the Blissey! It's always the Blissey! T1 will guarantee this objective. They're trying to push on the fight. Already 2 people down from Zeta as they push in, and finally with just one flip, they change everything around. A full KO streak for the Alolan Raichu.
It really just goes to show that Blissey doesn't need those eggs. All it needs is one good old slap to get that Groudon secure and allow T1 to get those shields and go and take the lead. But there's still 1 minute and 15 seconds left on the clock, and these buffs can be transferable.
That is very true, and it's 400 points between these two teams. Odd. So we're talking about Zeta Division trying to look for an angle to potentially go for a push. They're choosing top side. 58 points here. They could try to get as much overdunk as they can. Nice Aura Cannon doesn't actually go onto Resta, but does cancel the other two. 238 is just how much Zeta Division has been able to score this far. 45 seconds to go. It's starting to become slimmer and slimmer.
Oh, Zacian on that picture-in-picture is looking to go and defend, but Blissey is still able to go and get 100 points to go and create the buffer. Zeta Division, they're not going to give up just yet as Snorlax is going in for a power nap, and now we have another 42 points go in, but it's still not enough.
It is not. It's still missing out 400 points in T1 with that Bliss assistance as well. And Mystical Mirage, they're saying we have sealed the deal. And this is going to be game one. There's not enough time to do anything else. Nobody's standing but the Zacian on the side of Zeta Division. And now we have seen T1 just completely wipe off that final stretch from the current second place world winners.
Yeah, I think it's just really surprising the way that they were able to go and take that game back. They were obviously behind in levels, behind in points throughout that whole game, but it really just came down to that final stretch, being able to get the Blissey secure to go and push on fourth. And with that Groudon buff, not only that extra scoring speed, but that damage buff, they were able to just go and pave that way.
They definitely did. It was a very interesting game, Kelly, I would say, in all around, because Zeta Division had good control over early to mid, and then a couple of things changed. I will say some moments when we saw the Snorlax go in with the Heavy Slam and try to get a block back, sometimes they didn't connect and they were immediately punished by T1, trying to go into the backline, trying to eliminate the Glaceon, the Mimikyu. And I feel like those were points when T1 very well noticed that they needed to go for it because it was an open opportunity.
Yes, an open opportunity indeed, and you can see there with that replay, Zeta Division were the ones to go and engage on that Groudon, forcing T1 to make their way out of the tall grass. That Blissey helping hand to go and buff that team, but I want to see this Blissey do it. Oh, they end up going into
with the Bliss assistance.
Yeah, the Groudon pit with the Unite move to go and get the slide. That's it.
You can't even see it. It's just so many things happening at the same time. It's one of those cases where we call it a flip because everybody's just like, I don't know when it's going to be 1 HP. I don't know when it's going to be 0 HP. Blissey says, I'm a psychic type now. I know when to throw in that slap. And now they managed to take it. As we all know, it's a tradition in UCS that the Blissey always gets a secure.
Yes, but after all of that, we do have Kobe there on that Alolan Raichu, picking themselves up, that player of the game, dishing out 97k damage, but also 13 knockouts.
13-3 and 5 KFA is really impressive. Like you said, almost 100,000 damage dealt is just amazing. You have a lot of coordination between this team here for T1 because there were many moments when they were behind. And that made a huge difference to know that they knew, okay, we're behind, we're going to get the wild Pokemon when we can, we're going to deny the invades when we can, but we're not going to overextend.
No, yes, I think it really worked out well, especially considering, well, they did have the double rage over on their side. I mean, we can see, yes, Rom did manage to do 69k damage, but the thing is, when you have that Blissey front line, you have that shield, but then also that Blastoise in your face as well, it's just so difficult to go and target that backline damage.
It definitely is. It was a tough composition for Zeta Division to execute, considering all the points you've just mentioned, and honestly, they were doing pretty well.
Oh, yeah.
I don't feel like they were.
Well, they were in the lead for the majority of the game.
They
so
were,
yeah,
Kelly, they
yeah.
were. So it's props to T1 for noticing and recognizing how to not lose control over the mental and just understand, yeah, we still have final stretch. We can turn this around. And although, yeah, it was a Blissey slap, I still feel like it was a good comeback from T1 because, like you said, Zeta started the Groudon themselves. So T1, okay, they were forced onto central area, but still the way they approached the central area was a good one. Blissey didn't try to go around, just went over with the Bliss assist. So they used the utility that they had to try to access as quickly as possible.
I suppose in those instances, it really comes down to that high risk, high reward, or high risk, no reward. And Zeta, unfortunately, ended up being on the end of the no reward in that circumstance, going in and with that rip on the Groudon. But we are heading on into our second game draft. We are going to actually have the Groudon map once again, and it looks like it's the same bands, Zarina, Urshifu, and Latias on the side of T1.
That's pretty crazy. That is mad respect for the Blissey that has been banned alongside the Alligator and the Buzzwole here on the side of Zeta Division. We know that priority for first pick has been the defenders, so it's either the Blastoise or the Umbreon, sometimes the Snorlax, and usually right side for Orange, you're seeing the Psyduck, you're seeing the Zacian, you're seeing the sometimes of Mew. It is going to be that case. Busterio is going to get that Blastoise for T1.
Yeah, locking that in. So it'll be interesting to see whether Zeta Division are just going to stick with these same picks as they did have that Umbreon Zacian last time round. And yeah, I mean, we mentioned it, you know, in terms of their composition, like there weren't really any problems there. I feel like it was pretty robust throughout that whole game. It just came down to that rip and flip. It's just a matter of whether they can hold these circumstances going into this next game to try and take this to game number 3.
Exactly. And now Seram and Epe have picked there a Mew and a regular Lucario, which we have seen today as well. So we'll see how that's going to go. I think it was it you casting or was it us watching together that we were like, oh my god, the Bone Rush on the Lucario, it's doing so well. We might see something similar here, especially because we know that T1 can perform so well. Zeta Division now with a Snorlax and a Glaceon to complete this next phase.
Yeah, so far it's exactly the same draft that we saw in the previous round. Alolan Raichu is going to be locked on in. It's just a matter of whether we're going to see, Blissey selected to tie this puzzle all together, but no, they're actually going to go pivot over to the Psyduck this time around.
Yeah, Blissey being banned is something that was forced
Not
out,
true.
right?
Blissey's banned. I didn't even see that.
Yeah, Zeta Division said, no, you're not slapping my objective away from me anymore. Thank you very much. Already though, trio here. All right, so we saw a melee-focused composition from Zeta. That continues to be the case, and now they are changing the approach from a Mimikyu with Trick Room to even more backline access with the Dodrio.
Yes, I'm wondering what the play is here for Vitobo on this Dodrio. We know Dodrio is notorious for having that scoring speed increase, having the split across them, or whether they're going to be more utilizing it for those team fights. Are we going to end up seeing, I don't know whether Drill Peck would end up working here though. Would it end up
difficult.
Yeah, it would have to be the other moveset.
Yeah, it's very difficult here, and I would say it would kind of be somewhat of a, especially mid to late game, somewhat of a play style coming from Vitobo on this Dodrio that matches the Mimikyu in regards to trying to get vision, trying to get information across the map, right? Because they're so fast, they can afford to do it.
Yes, I guess, yeah, that's the thing that we saw in that previous round is Zeta really prioritizes that vision on the other team. Just having Resta constantly over in the enemy territory just to go and allow the rest of Zeta Division to go and do what they need to do. But we are about to head into game number 2 here with T1 over on the purple side. The one-up advantage against Zeta Division. Their backs up against the wall.
Yeah, this is the moment. They either make it or they are not going to make it. Well, that's usually how it works on a 50. Yeah, make it or break it on a 50-50. Right. We saw that these two teams were pretty aggressive here in the early game, especially for the bot side, in trying to control their wild Pokemon and just get the experience. But again, instead of that, we see another knockout coming from T1 focused on the Zacian.
Yeah, focusing, you got to shut down the Zacian earlier on, especially just how much of a presence it has. Otherwise, once again, Resta just being a nuisance in the enemy territory, but is going to retreat on up as it's now going to be a 3v2 up in the top path with Komi joining the party.
Exactly. We were still waiting for the 850 though, but that is an advantage that Zeta Division gets here on the bot side, especially with the Dodrio. Like you mentioned, scoring speed is their specialty. They're able to score quite a bit, and it's similar to what we've seen last game. The Zeta, although losing some of that pressure on the Zacian side of things, they can still score.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's the thing. You got to give and take, right? Try and take your wins, your accesses wherever you can, and that's what they ended up doing down in that bottom path, which does mean Zacian is still left at that level 3. Nomu making a run for it, popping their X speed, is able to get to safety and replenish that HP with that berry.
All right, we have some presence here from Saram here in the enemy central. Subin at the same time doing just the same. Gonna get cornered there. Very nice coaching by that Mew. Getting them, oh, they're gonna burn it down because T1 is defending their central. And Zeta Division forced to use the eject button to get away.
forced to use the eject button. They did put the pressure, didn't end up losing any members from that. I guess that's the benefit of having Wish Umbreon by your side. And once again, Resta, even though they're at a quarter HP, they are still just continuing to stick around to provide that vision for the rest of Zeta here.
4 members of T1 in the Reggie Driver trying to steal it. It is gonna be Nomu who does it on this heavy slam.
Yeah, the heavy slam to go and take away all that work that T1 did onto that Reggie Drago. But once again, it's somewhat the calm before the storm, right? Waiting for these next lot of birds to spawn on in, looking for that vision, just grabbing up whatever wild Pokemon is available to either side.
And it's so interesting as well because we've had so much action that I'm like, wait, hold on. How is this the first Reggie that we're seeing? Like the first set of Reggies? Like what's going on? It's been so much action. Right, we have 4v3 here in advantage to Zeta Division as they are going to have that priority here for the bot side. We'll see if it's going to be a Regieleki or we're going to see a Roulette Reggie.
Well, we can see Resta is coming out of that tall grass, has revealed their position, does get targeted by that Electro Ball, but doesn't really matter because of that Wish. We are about to see which Reggie we do end up having spawning down here. It's going to be a Reggie Steal, and this is going to be valuable for whichever team is able to secure it.
Absolutely, Kelly, and numbers are in favor of T1 on this one, although there's a flank position there. Very nice heavy slam on 3 members of T1. Now Nomu pushes in Subin with that block. They're still trying to get the damage onto Reggie Steal, but T1 has finally reconvened. Now they're going on straight onto the objective. Nomu is in low HP, but it's going to be the Mew who takes this one, and T1 comes out on top, at least taking 1 knockout on this trader. They're going to go for pad immediately. They don't look to be posturing that aggressively about it. I think they're going to be cautious, but get the goals when they can.
Yeah, just making sure to bait out that icy wind that was fully stacked to go and eat that damage before making their moves. They now have the lead at 116 points, still leaving that tier 1 pad up and running though.
We have the Regieleki on the top side, but we also know that the yellow dots on the block are also so incredibly important. The other yellow dots, because Regieleki is also a yellow dot. But anyways, Zeta Division here getting some scores on the top side, but great defense from T1 as well to try and just get the pressure away from top side.
Yeah, but you got to keep members up at the top, down in the bottom there. As we have T1 going and starting this Regieleki uncontested, this is going to carry on through to T1 that is left on 39 as the rest of Zeta Division are looking to pressure this tier 1 pad down in the bottom path.
Very interesting moves here, considering that the Zeta Division has the level advantage. Well, we'll see how that's going to fare for them because right now at this point, T1 has doubled how much points Zeta Division has scored.
Yeah, 136 to 74. So this is a different story that we had during that game 1 with T1 now in the lead. But once again, we find this Umbreon here in that enemy territory with multiple members to go and chase them down. Zacian coming to go and save them, but unfortunately it's just a little too late for them.
Yes, it is. But again, I feel like T1 has been successfully defending their own central really, really well, which has allowed them to get even more position and pressure across the map to score as much as they have. Although Zeta Division has conquered 114 right now as we have bottom Reggie spawn.
Yes, it is going to spawn. We'll have to wait and see which this one is as another 5 points goes in from that Umbreon, taking the focus of that Alolan Raichu down. But that is 1 defender for Zeta Division down, which means this is risky for the rest of these members.
It definitely is, especially when your frontliner is such a low HP. Nomu got to be careful there. They are away from the Hydro Typhoon, but they use the Power Nap to defend themselves. Very nicely done. Regijack's going to get melted by Mew, and Saram guarantees that this one is an objective for T1. Now with another heavy slam though, Kelly, this looks interesting. Zeta might have, over-pressured and is like, okay, calm down.
I think everybody needs to just take a deep breath, calm down. I mean,
take it easy, take it easy.
We are inching closer to that final stretch. And, well, at the moment, Zeta Division, I don't know if they even have a moment to breathe, considering, as I said, they are currently 0.
they have their backs against the wall, but for the moment, just focus on getting this experience.
That's what they want to do, and they're trying to push here on the top side as Reggie like he has once again respawned. There is a Reggie Jugger in the central too, but there's not have been such a big interest from Asian teams that we saw today. Rum with that wish on their head, they're gonna be like, oh, thank you so much, Resta.
Yes, thank Arceus that they ended up getting. Well, actually, thank Umbreon for that
Yeah.
wish there to make sure they don't end up giving that experience over to the other side. But once again, T1 making a rotation up to the top path. Zeta Division seems to be just playing it safe, potentially looking for a steal here, but we have Snorlax trying to corner the Alolan Raichu, who's able to kite away.
That was really good. It forced out an eject button though, but still the Bone Rush was going to be enough for T1 to take down this Reggie Alecki. Now in a great position is going to be that Snorlax Nomu pressing them out into the wall. Zeta Division takes one down, make it four, and it's just one left standing for T1, and it's the Blastoise, and they're already on the other side of the map. So Zeta will take the objective, plus this goes on.
Yeah, that is huge for Zeta Division to go and pick up multiple KOs and now claim back that lead in points as we are 20 seconds left away from Groudon. New beam is going to come out, but thanks to that shield from that block, that is not going to affect that Snorlax at all.
Yeah, it's such a steady, just reliable frontline as Snorlax because of the shield, because of the survivability and just how much engaged they have. Final stretch is here, Kelly. This is the moment the Zeta Division needs to turn this one around to take us to a game 3. With T1 on the lead, they're feeling like they can take this easy. Zeta Division is forced out to attack Groudon, but a nice flank coming out by Nomu could be the key. They have been very careful though.
Yes, I was going to say, is this deja vu having the Zacian engage on the Groudon once again? They are going in with the flip. Who's going to get the secure? Zacian is able to go and do it for Zeta. Now this is going to be their chance to go and get the team wipe, but also take it to a game number 3 because there's no one to stop these dunks that are coming on in.
Yeah, and it's a lot of them, Kelly. I'm hungry, and I want those Hundo Burgers right now because Zeta Division have made themselves just this much closer to a game 3. They are on the lead. They have scored. They have the buff. And once again, like you said, a deja vu in final stretch, just feeling like, we're flipping again?
We're flipping again. They did. Well, you know what? This time there wasn't a Blissey because it was a locked away. They didn't have to worry about the slap.
Exactly.
They had the sword to go and get the secure. But the thing is, it's not over for T1 just yet. Less than a minute left to go. 156 points to 176. But the thing is, looking at the Aeos energy that they have on hand, I don't even think this is enough money in their pockets to go and take the lead.
Really isn't it? It's another Hundo Burger going into the home base goal zone. It is the Umbreon, and Resta make sure that this is just the perfect lead for them to get themselves safely into game 3. Norma will get taken down, but that doesn't matter. 30 seconds to go. Not enough economy in the pocket, like you said, Kelly, for T1 to try to climb this back around. And Zeta Division is just really just skating away on that glacial stage. Look at that Sovereign Sword once again, and they are making sure that this not just ends for them with a win, but also ends pretty much in style.
Yes, they're definitely going to, well, either side are definitely making the opposite team work for it, and work for it hard indeed, as we have another game 3 situation happening here on the stage here today.
We have a couple of Resta fans here. We got the Zeta Division supporters.
So
love that last Worlds as well. The Zeta Division supporters, they were amazing. They're just so nice. And I want to see everybody rooting for T1, rooting for Zeta Division. Love it. Love to see you guys enjoying this, because game 3, you cannot get better than this.
No. You know what? We want as much Pokemon Unite as possible, okay? We need all of the game 3s happening here today. But as we go and have a look at these highlights here, T1, I mean, as I said, in comparison to that previous game that they had, they seem to have a lot more control this time round, being able to go and get multiple secures on those objectives, and really just conquer Zeta Division's plan. I mean, to just constantly invade them.
They really did. And I feel like it was key as well for firstly for T1 to get those secures with the Mew, and now this time around with the Glaceon, with the Zacian for Zeta Division. Let's have a look at that once again. Yeah, it was just the last hit. It was really close though. The Hydro Typhoon was just, I don't know, a millisecond away.
Yes, but in the end, it ended up being disaster to get the secure, but we are going to have Rom there, our player of the game, on that Glaceon. They have 7 knockouts and 0 faints. They were not touched during that round, which is insane. I mean, especially when you have that double defender front line working for them.
Oh yeah, and considering, like you said, the fact that they didn't get knocked out, a 7-0-4 perfect KFA means as well that although there was the heavy artillery range coming from Alolan Raichu and Mew on the side of T1, the way that they defended, especially Resta, with the Umbreon and the Wish, really making sure that they were going to be okay.
Yeah, 100%. I'm actually curious to see what the healing percentage was for Resta there on the Wish, because I feel like it was either them or somebody else that constantly had a Wish on them. It was just constantly happening. The cooldown is nuts.
So true. So true. Gotta love that. You just feel like the timer for Wish to activate and you're up, it's already up, and you do it again and up, it's already up again. It's off cooldown. We love to see it. And well, it's one of the reasons why we have discussed, Kelly, how powerful Umbreon has been and just how consistently we were going to see them either getting banned or just encountered overall.
Yeah, 100% is definitely up there in terms of that encounter rate. Okay, well, you know what, 46k, that's actually pretty high for an Umbreon. Especially, you know, as I said, it was just constant there.
Exactly. And it's, if you think about it as well, when you have a composition that doesn't have as much HP bar, it's only the Snorlax that does. The Dodrio didn't, the Zacian, it's okay, it's an all-rounder, and then you had the Glaceon. So you don't have as much HP to be healing, because if they did get knocked out, it would be a burst, and then you don't have time to heal anyway. So it's kind of like the deal with a type of healing that takes a while, that has a ticking timer on it.
Yes, ticking time bomb indeed, with that overall the other side. But yeah, so we're about to head into game number 3. T1 up against Zeta Division. Really, anything can happen here. It's one step closer towards landing themselves that day 2 position. And there's just, as I said, we've just had celebrations and heartbreaks here today. Like, we're about to have another heartbreak and celebration all in one.
Yes, we
coming
will.
up next, yeah.
And it's so interesting as well, because we've talked about the high quality of group stage this year. Just the fact that we've had groups as we did, meaning so many intricate storylines that were already like being traced all throughout the season, and that culminated here in those matchups. With this case in particular, for me, it's like a personal favorite with T1 and Zeta, 2 teams I like very, very much. What we had earlier with Group H just being so incredibly contested, the fact that Brute Dignitas didn't make to day 2, so many just so meaningful and just very important storylines that were built, I don't know, 3 games into the day, right?
Yeah, I think that's the thing. It's not just season-long rivalry. Like, this is Pokemon Unite's 5th year in the competitive scene. The fact that we've had players from these teams up against each other on this world stage previously, just being able to go and have that run back, that potential revenge match between them, to go and I guess, you know, prove it not only to them, but also to themselves to be able to achieve those goals.
Absolutely. I'm just so in love with that plush.
It's so fluffy!
It's amazing. It's the same type of plush that I got my Dedenne. It's so incredibly soft. But you know what's not soft? Well, the tension between these 2 teams is just so much hardcore gamer energy to try and take this one home. We are game 3 with T1 on your purple side and Zeta Division on the orange.
Yes, so far it is going to be the same bands either side, with Zarina, Latias locked on in, but it looks like they're going to pivot over and wipe out that Glaceon. It was just too much of a threat for T1 to handle. Otherwise, Feraligatr, Blissey, and Buzzwole are going to be locked on out by Zeta Division once again.
And I agree with you totally. Rom was so impactful with this Glaceon pick. The Icy Wind was amazing. But now we have a situation where we might not see, for example, a Psyduck, because we have the Blastoise in the first pick. It might be something that Zeta Division takes away from T1, because it has been a constant pick for themselves.
I suppose with Rom's Glaceon being locked on away this time around, they're actually going to take the opportunity to first pick Mew. So take that away from Serum. It's just a matter of a question of what ranged attacker is Serum going to go in with here. They're going Mewtwo Y.
Okay. Very interesting, especially considering we have here the case of Blissey being banned once again. So that usual, Mewtwo Y plus a Helping Hand safeguard is not going to happen. But like you said, it's a Mewtwo Y plus an Urshifu. Like we mentioned earlier, it had been banned. This time it's going to be on the table. Zeta Division completing the second phase here of picks with Snorlax and the Psyduck, which we mentioned. And now Resta is not on the Umbreon anymore.
I feel like having that Snorlax and Psyduck combination, just the crowd control that this pair can bring, can be incredibly annoying. So it'll be interesting to see how T1 are going to end up handling this one. It looks like they're going to lock in that Lucario once again, and we are going to pivot over to that Clefable pick.
I like him. I feel like Sabine is a very, very powerful supporter there in regards to being exactly where they need to be to support their teammates really well. So we'll see how Zeta Division is going to do. The last pick there for Vitopo is the Blaziken. So there's a lot of lined up damage that needs to happen. The Sovereign Sword, the Overheat, the Solar Beam. So everything has to be timed really, really well. And for example, Nomu has to be very precise on using that block, not to get people away from these hitboxes.
I guess, yeah, a matter of, well, what do you mean by that? Like, as in get them away or pull them in?
No. What I mean is the block could get them away from the area of the damage. Like, so they have to be careful not to use the block and accidentally take somebody away from the Solar Beam or away from the Overheat.
Okay, so I don't want to end up catching them in that. Oh, okay, I see what you mean. I'm like, I'm trying to picture it in my head.
And like, what are you talking about?
It's not clicking right now, but no, I'm a visual person, so okay.
Yeah, because all of these abilities.
See what you mean. Draw a picture for me.
I'll use the telestrator. So the thing is,
no, I know what you mean now, but
all of these abilities, they kind of have a little bit of a charge up. The Overheat has a little bit of a charge up. Then you have the Solar Beam, which has a little bit of a charge up as well. And you pair that with a Sovereign Sword, which you also have to charge up. So that's my point,
all the charges. All the charges, but you know what? So
there's the wind up.
That's enough charging here for just a moment as we are heading on into our game number 3 here. T1 over on the purple side, Zeta Division on the orange. It is currently 1 apiece to these squads.
Ooh, Nomu actually makes out of that no scratch with both berries in their pocket, and they were able to just create as that little diversion that was necessary of an invade. But T1, again, they are very good at denying invades.
Yes, denying, they are on point, making sure to just go and protect whoever is in that central area. But I guess, that is going to slow them down. They still only have that couple at that level 4, so is going to have to go and look for that experience elsewhere.
Serum here hiding in the tall grass. Meanwhile, Vitopo is taking those Natus there as they are going to get found. Nomu again doing really well to gather information across the map, which has been something very important for Zeta Division all throughout the series.
Yeah, so as we pivot down into that bottom path, we didn't even get a sight of those birds. They were just gone within a flash.
Goodbye.
But Nomu here is popping their X speed. Fortunately, it just isn't enough to go and escape that strike from that water Urshifu.
Yeah, Kami just doing really well right now. On level 5, we have 3 Pokemon on their side with the Lucario and the Clefable. And there's also another knockout here on the Psyduck. And Zeta Division is really falling behind in levels.
I mean, you know what? Considering they do have that level 6 Combuskin, I feel like mentally I just can hear Doob Snacks making his sound.
I hate how that Pokemon looks.
Yeah, they're not too far behind, especially now as all of this talking about Combuskin. It's now Blaziken. So they're doing what they need to do.
Yeah, they were doing exactly as they were told. Regidrago, and again, not Combuskin anymore already. A Blaziken will guarantee the Regidrago. Zeta Division, though, getting punished there with Psyduck going down, still guarantee the objective.
We are going to have that Mewtwo who is at quite low HP, but they are able to get a little bit of support from that healing and that pushback from the Tier 1.
Okay. Okay, that could have been really good, but Vitopo unfortunately put themselves in a very tricky spot and they get taken down there. But no, wait. Yeah, no, that wasn't Vitopo. Vitopo was taking them down. Never mind.
This is the brilliance of Blaziken, right? Just to be able to blaze kick all of those Swablu and Altari away and then overheat to go and get the secure. T1 didn't even get to touch that, but we can see some rotations happening here on either side. As those objectives are about to spawn up in that top side, it is going to be that random Reggie, Red Ice, to go and give them the buff to whoever gets scored. But there we go.
Starting out is Zeta Division here, very much successful with Azation and the Blaziken. They just melt them down.
Yes, melting down that Reg Ice to that fire after all.
Exactly.
Going to go and give them that HP buff, but also the team-wide experience. We do have that Blastoise soloing down this Reggie Alecki, but the thing is, there's a massive threat with that Mew lurking about.
They definitely are. I'm trying to get a good snipe. It was just enough. I'm telling you, it's just the fact that the wind-up makes it tricky to try and predict when the Mew is going to use it. Amazing block by Nomu here onto the wall, and Supine is going to try to escape, but the Clefable is not safe. Blastoise was able to do so, but the Reggie, like, he has hit the pad, and Zeta Division can try to use that mess the best way that they want.
Yeah, well, it'd be really interesting to see whether they're actually going to commit to breaking this bottom tier 1 pad, or whether they're just going to stick with that strategy and leave it up to go and starve T1 of any comeback experience that may come their way. And it looks like they've decided to do that, as Reggie Alecki has expired.
Well, that is, it's definitely something that happened. 131 points for Zeta Division versus 49 for T1. As they're trying to score some here on the top side, they get denied by Zeta Division. A nice knockout on Lucario, followed up by another onto Urshifu, as Resta is just getting those waves onto Saram, and a nice lined up Solar Beam as well to chunk them down, but still not enough to complete it, but it's still a great position to go for another invade.
Oh, 100%. And this has just been the name of the game for Zeta Division. To go in with the invade now, that one didn't work out so well, with Blaziken not able to go and take away that red buff, instead just doing the work for T1. But nonetheless, it is still going to provide that much needed vision for the squad.
I have to say, when that happened in my head, just played... That's
the trumpets, the sad trumpets.
Yeah, the sad trumpet and the 1 HP buff is definitely difficult to deal with. Nice block there, getting Blastoise in a terrible position for themselves, but still forcing out their Hydro Typhoon. They are dropping low on HP. Zeta Division still doing amazing at punishing them. Their full power Sai as well to follow it up. They go on to bad, finally, 2KO Shriek, going to rest of themselves, as it is a great moment for the Reggie Rock to also be confirmed by Zeta Division.
Yeah, not only have they secured their first 2 buffs, they've now gone and secured a 3rd, and that is really going to provide them some extra momentum as that Reggie Alecki has spawned down in that bottom path. But T1, all members are accounted for, as we can see Zeta Division scattering up from the top to the bottom to go and contest.
Oh, great play there by Kami, just getting 2 members away from this buff. It's going to be the side of Zeta Division who confirms this one with the Solar Beam yet again. And Reggie Alecki is going to pop towards the purple side of the map. Rom is in trouble. And no, not Rom. Was it Rom? Anyways, continuing here for the bot side, Zeta Division is going to continue with the aggression. They can do it. They have the buff, and they are going to be taking this opportunity to try and make the most use out of it.
It's really risky, considering there is that jump pad and members have gone and spawned back in. But Zeta Division, they're not going to retreat too easily. But Blastoise has a different thing to say about them as they push them back. But once again, going and stealing away these buffs. This fight isn't stopping here, so.
No, it is absolutely not, because Zeta Division loves to go on an invade, and that's what they're doing. Once again, heavy slam, another beautiful Solar Beam, and Ram is just really making this Mew work. Now, Vitopu is in danger. Those 2 members on top of this Blaziken. They go in again with the stance, and they are going to be able to score, get a little bit of HP back, and finally Vitopu goes down. But that was such a long play.
Yeah, that was definitely worthwhile to go and dodge T1, to go and get that 43 points right as that Reggie Alecki was expiring. It didn't end up breaking that pad, but now Zeta Division, they have a huge buffer coming into this Groudon fight with 60 points to T1, 253 to Zeta Division.
That is such a healthy lead, 190 points around, and with 10 seconds for the top Reggie to spawn as well. That is going to be very meaningful. We'll see what's going to be the buff that is going to affect or not this final stretch.
Yeah, we can see Zeta Division. Looks like they're going to prioritize, once again, taking away these buffs from T1, but also that positioning in that tall grass, giving up whatever random Reggie we have up on the top path.
Yeah, it looks like T1 might be able to do so. There's still 10 seconds to go, so I believe they would have enough damage.
Ooh.
And it is a Reggie steal. That is going to be very good for them going into final stretch. The Zeta Division, they have the levels lead. They're starting out to rip this one straight onto the pit. We can't even see that HP bar. Just trying to get something on the ground on. He's going to get taken down by Zeta Division. Take that win. Sovereign Sword will just make them the king.
Not only did they get the majority of the objectives this time round, they got the most important objective of all, being that ground on, and also getting that 5-player team wipe. 92 points to 529, a minute 30 left on the clock. Zeta Division, know they have the comfortable lead. They're just going to retreat instead of continuing to push on forth.
They don't need to overexpose themselves, Kelly. This is just the right play, right? You're talking about the fact that they know how much they have scored, they know how much they have accumulated, and just how much they have in their pockets as well. If they overexpose, they give all that energy away.
Yeah, all that energy, but also these levels. They just have such a grand level lead as that Urshifu gets wiped off the mat once again. And I guess knowing that they have the numbers advantage, this is now their time to go and buffer that stat score.
651 to 751. It is Zeta Division taking this one with a beautiful late takedown on ground on, and a very, very fast one. They knew that the moment it spawned that they had to rip.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know whether it was a matter of high risk, high reward, because it wasn't really that much of a high risk, knowing that they had that vision of T1 securing that Reggie Steal buff. So it really worked well in their favor to go and get that rip, and we'll get the secure.
Exactly. And Kelly, Zeta Division, we know such a strong team. They were bested by T1 in this series once, but not twice. Zeta Division with a 2-1 record for this game will take the best of 3 home. And now we know that this team, oh, do they belong at Worlds?
Oh, I mean, every single team here that we have here today is worthy of being at World. These are the best of the best across the globe, but Zeta Division really just demonstrating, hey, you know, we may have had a rocky season here, but we are on the world stage and they are here to win.
They most definitely are, and that will make this group stage, this group in particular, Group E, become a 1-1 record for T1, while Zeta Division will be on a 1-0. So that is going to be very, very interesting, because I believe that we would be one series away from finding out who's going to be the first seed and who's going to be the second seed.
We're not going to have any more Chaos Triggers, are we?
No, I don't think so, because 7 has already lost 1.
Okay, yes.
That would be,
Math ain't math.
I am, no, yes, I agree.
I'm traumatized by the Chaos Triggers.
I am so traumatized ever since Regional League. I don't know why, who, when,
how
we started, talking about that. And I have been like, brain go mush, no thoughts, only Psyduck.
Only Psyduck?
Yeah.
But I like Psyduck. You know what?
too.
Psyduck is doing a fantastic job here today. So
how about this? Because I know you had your Slowpoke blush. How about you Slowpoke and me Psyduck?
Okay, I like that.
You like that? Okay, cool.
All right, highlights the slow-mo reel there. Thank you so much there, Bob, for providing that secure. As you can see, yeah, once again, Zeta Division, knowing T1 were up in that top path, prioritizing that objective to go in with the rip. But, wow, that is some insane stats from Rob on the Mew, the player of the game. 98k damage dealt. Not only that, 10 knockouts and 0 fates.
That is crazy. The perfect cafe, we love to see it. Almost 100,000 damage dealt, 71,000 heal by Subin as well on this Clefable, which was very, very impressive but just not quite enough there to sustain T1 in this late game. In Zeta Division just really brought it home.
Oh, yes, they brought it home, being able to go and to get that match win for them. Their composition working out well in their favor, but yeah, just the fact that Rom pretty much remained untouched during this match. You know what? We are going to go in with an interview over to the stage. All right, everyone, welcome to the main stage for our winners interview. Round of applause for Zeta Division! So we have been graced with the presence of Nomu. Welcome to our winners interview. Congratulations on your win. You must be so happy. So first question of the day, I want to ask you, how did you feel coming into the tournament, and how do you feel now after playing so well?
ここのトーナメントに来る前の気持ちと今ここにやっと来て今どういう風に感じてますか？マイクはこちら。
来る前は正直不安でいっぱいだったんですけど、試合に始まったらもうゲームに集中できて最高の気分です。
Before coming here, I was a bit worried, honestly, but once I got started, I managed to concentrate on the game pretty well.
It's good that you're able to calm down and feel much more confident playing Pokemon Unite today. We have to talk about game number 3 because that was the most important game for this set. What was the strategy coming into game number 3 that helped you win this best of 3?
この3試合目はとても大事な試合だったんですけど、この試合に向けてのなんか戦略とかありますか？
今の3試合目はもう始まる前からもう最後グラードン全員でラッシュして取り切ろうって決めてたので、その共通認識が取れてたので多分勝つことができました。
So for this game, we made sure to agree before that we wanted to get the Groudon, and we were all on the same page, and we managed to achieve that. So I feel really good.
I think that's very important to get those secure on those main objectives. So do you feel that teams maybe are not focusing on getting those very strong last hit secure Pokemon, such as that Blaziken?
その他のチームはそのグラードンを制するためのなんか高バーストダメージのポケモンの馬車網とかを用意してないと思いますか？それはなぜだと思いますか？
いや多分、たまたま今回相手にバーストダメージラストヒットが強いポケモンいなかっただけで、基本的にはグラードンはラストヒットバーストが出るポケモンを選んでいくんじゃないかなと思います。
Well, I think this time was a rare occasion, but usually you always want like a high burst Pokemon to secure the Groudon at the end of the game.
Okay, thank you so much for the interview, Nomu. I do want to have one more request for our wonderful fans and viewers at home that are watching you. Would you like to say anything to everyone that is supporting your journey here at the World Championship?
ここにいるファンや家にいるファンの方に何かメッセージはありますか？
頑張ります。
I'll do my best.
Okay, thank you so much for the interview, Nomu. That's it for our winners interview. For now, we're going to throw over to our casters to get ready for our next best of 3.
Oh, that was such a lovely interview. Thank you so much, Danielle. And honestly, Nomu was such an impactful player on the Snorlax that I see them playing something else? Because to me, they are Snorlax now.
Okay, I guess that's the thing. Some of these players here, they just have staple. You think of a Pokemon and you instantly make that connection. We've now just made that connection, Snorlax and Nomu, because of that incredible set that we have just seen from them. But no, that was such a great interview from Nomu, and it's so wonderful to see that they have supporters here in the crowd with them all the way from Japan as well.
It's just so lovely because you were there in Yokohama, so I can only imagine how the crowd in Japan must have been as well. So to see them come here to the United States and just supporting the team and continuing to be wonderful fans, and it's lovely. Right, I know everything is lovely, but it will continue to be lovely just after this very short break. So stay tuned. We're going to be right back with my Pokemon Unite at the World Championship Series.
heading into the end of day number 1 here at Pokemon World Championships 2026. The matches are not stopping. We've got bangers coming up, 3 more huge matches coming up right now. We've got the return of a team that y'all maybe have been a little bit familiar with, as they are our reigning world champions, Peru, coming up next.
Yes, so we've got Peru coming up next, and their opponent will be none other than Komai. And I think this has to be one of the most anticipated matchups today, because we have 2 Titans going head-to-head in the same group, Chef. So I think what we kind of want to see here, right? What do we want to see? Like, obviously we want to see Peru doing normal Peru things, just absolutely rocking the field. But then the question is, like, can Komai actually be a team to maybe step over our champions?
Yeah, I think it's definitely possible. Of course, for those out there who maybe haven't been following along all season, Peru are our reigning champions, and they are extremely strong, but they had a little bit of a rough time, I would say, at the start of the season. They had to kind of refigure themselves out, not nearly as dominant as they were at the previous year's Worlds, but towards the end of the season, they started just winning and looking undefeatable as maybe, again, their best I guess, team from their region, right?
Yeah.
There are a lot of teams from the kind of sub-regions, one could say, because it's LATAM, but they were looking extremely strong. And on the other side, Komai has so many legendary EU players on it. This is just an all-star squad. So you can see here, and actually something I really wanted to talk about. I know that a few of the other casters have gone through the entire list, but we are on the verge of EU making it out with all 4 teams out of pools. And you can see it's going to be Team Peps in Group A, and then BH3 in Group B, and then Volticons in Group C. That was actually a cool little lineup. They're all in the second place seed spot. But Komai fighting here, a win would guarantee them a spot out, and then a loss would maybe put them into a potential tie situation. But EU, a team that got an extra qualifying spot from Peps being able to qualify via EUIC, has now proven that they are an entire region, basically, to watch for this entire tournament.
Yeah, well, whoever was doing invites this year, they kind of knew that EU was going to be the region to kind of rock things this year, apparently. So good job to our person that was in charge of doing invites this year. I do want to sort of narrow down into Group G, though, because that's where we are currently, right? So Komai and Peru are currently leading the charge in their groups. Komai with 2 wins, Peru with 1 under their belts. Now, Peru could still be in a bit of an interesting position, right? Because, you know, they have to also deal with Deep Cross later today, right? Now, scenario, what has to happen here for Peru to stay in the top 2? I've got the brackets open here in front of me, actually. So according to the points, Peru sitting on 2-1 for their scoreline. Deep Cross is sitting on 3-2. Would Deep Cross be able to take over Peru's spots if they 2-0'd Peru in their next game? And if Komai takes Peru 2-0 here, that's the only scenario that they don't make it, right?
Right, so just a little clarification for those trying to follow with the math. I think Komai won against Deep Cross Gaming already, but it was 2-1, right?
Yes.
So that is a pretty big deal to have won 1 game in that set for Deep Cross Gaming. Another amazing team, by the way.
Yes.
So that one particular loss could mean a lot. So like you were saying, Peru ends up getting a 2-0 over Komai, theoretically.
Then they just make it.
I think they probably make it. They're still going to be playing up against Deep Cross Gaming later, but that should probably win them any sort of tiebreaker potential situation that could happen. However, Deep Cross could beat Peru, and then we would end up with like a 2-1, 2-1, 2-1 tie, and then it goes to tiebreakers, and then it goes to game score, and then it gets a little bit confusing for me.
Yeah, it gets convoluted there.
Right. So basically, if Komai wins, easy. It's so easy because it's going to be
easy for them. Yeah.
Well, it's easy for everybody to figure out what's happening. Komai's out and in top seed, and then Peru versus Deep Cross Gaming, which I believe is a matchup that we're going to have later on, is going to be right up next. Thank you very much, production. One of us is paying attention at least. No, that match will be a qualifier match for making it to day 2. Very easy. If Peru beats Komai, then it becomes another chaos trigger, and unfortunately, I am always wrong on tiebreakers.
Yes, so I think at this point of time, it's safe to say that Group G is not confirmed yet. There's a lot of things that can still go right, can still go wrong, depending on who you're kind of rooting for in this particular group. But regardless, we're in for a really fun ride here, right? It's still Komai and Peru Esports. I think they're going to put on an amazing show for us. And I think it'll give us a good idea as to, if both teams make it through to tomorrow, what we're going to be expecting going into tomorrow's games, right? Are they going to be coming in guns blazing? Are they maybe feeling a little bit cool today? Maybe they're just trying to feel out the competition before bringing out the big guns? Because I feel today there have been some teams that have already kind of revealed their aces because they wanted to guarantee their spot tomorrow.
Yeah, there's also been a lot of matches that have gone on pretty much, or I should say like matches from groups that have been pretty much completely off broadcast, right? Group B, you can see here, C2, which is the top team from Japan in that group, and then BH3, like we haven't had a chance to see anything from those groups, so lots of, like you said, potential like
unknowns.
Yeah, unknown situations, and I don't know which teams have really brought out their 100 yet. Some of the teams you clearly like they had to because it was so close, but some of these teams have made it out of groups. I don't want to say uncontested, but solidly, and maybe haven't had to show their entire hand. So we'll see. You can see here though, Kamai and Peru. By the way, Peru will be playing not our next match, but the one after that. So production lied to me. I'm going to make sure that he's not on our next show. Let's just let's put it that way.
Chef just shifting the blame.
Anyway, amazing portraits of some legendary players here. I mean, Peru, the world champions, and the other side. I mean, how many names are we super familiar with inside of Kamai?
Look, I want to get some energy up in the arena here. Can we have some energy for Kamai and Peru? They have made it to Worlds. They're about to put on an amazing show. Send them your love, send them your energy, everyone that is in the arena and everyone watching in our online broadcast, because I promise you, they do go back and watch those VODs, and every comment that they see supporting them, that's the drive. You know, that's the drive that pushes them to play better and better every day here at the Pokemon Unite World Championships. But let's talk a bit about Kamai and Peru, right? What are we kind of expecting in terms of Pokemon, in terms of play style? Like, what do you kind of feel like is going to be the bread and butter picks for both of these teams?
One thing for Peru is that they have so much tape evidence, you know, like if you want to see a team and study them and figure out what they've been doing, obviously they are world champions. They've also been in the league the entire season, so they have so many games, but also I feel like they haven't changed up their style all that much. It's not been like a huge, gigantic shift. Their roster has been the same. So I feel like we're just kind of expecting to see exactly what we saw from them before. And they're really still a really strong all-around team. They're aggressive, as I would say most LATAM teams tend to be. When they're running the game, it just feels like it is a 100% like, well, it's a one-player game, basically, at that point. And Peru, they are so good at doing that. But on Kamai, EU in general, to me, has been a really interesting region with some real big like meta shifts, and they've also, I feel, been a lot more aggressive this season than they were in previous seasons. Not that they haven't been pretty aggressive, but a lot of the more aggressive players have kind of, I would say, risen to the top of their rankings. So I'm excited to see what they're going to bring out. Of course, Gatlu is always a big one to mention on this team, who does tend to play a little bit more of like a roaming play style, very well known for playing Greedent, which I would be surprised if we saw it, but they've been giving him some really great Pokemon for the role where he gets to kind of go off, do his own thing, be self-sustaining, and again, in the most complimentary way ever, be extremely annoying to the other team.
There's a compliment for Gatlu if anyone's going to receive that compliment. All right, it looks like we are ready to jump into the draft here, Chef. So let's see what's going to be on the table here for both of our teams. And off the bat, we have our defenders and supporters going to be receiving a little bit of love for the bans. No Blissey, no Umbreon. And look at this, I have to say, respect ban from Kamai, just removing the Scyther from Peru. That is a Peru special if they're allowed to have that Scyther. So fantastic choice of ban there. We're going to be getting rid of the Surfetched as well. Snorlax going to be the final ban for Kamai. And what is Peru looking to ban here? Will it be a specialized ban, or is it going to be a general ban? If you were going to ban something against Kamai, what would you ban?
I think for Alligator would probably be solid. I don't really know what they're playing. You could do something weird too. I mean, Comfey is really interesting. That works out. Definitely a lot of support bans we've been seeing today. I maybe could have gone for like the Learn Rapidash or something. I don't know. I'm always the wrong one to ask because all my bans are like targeted and fun, but we'll see what they end up choosing. Now that there are a few really strong Pokemon on the table, I mean, the Feraligatr that every team seems to think it's quite strong right now. I think it's quite strong right now. It's on the table, but this is, I mean, Espeon has been a game winner so many different games so far this weekend.
On the main stage as well, right? We've been seeing so much Espeon, and I think teams have started to realize the power of Espeon again. Just having the ability to be able to snipe Pokemon from a distance is a great objective securer as well. Can at times be a little slippery, and you have a Unite as well that can supplement the team. So no surprise for Espeon to be on the side of Kamai. Feraligatr, as you said, will be appearing, but this time on Peru. And Draken is going to be able to pick up the Crustle. And this is actually another Pokemon that Peru had so much success with last year. We saw so much Crustle. And I'm actually quite surprised that Kamai, I'm not sure if this is something that maybe slipped through or if they're okay with letting it through. I don't know. I kind of feel like letting the Crustle through was a bit of a mistake.
Yeah, it's a signature Pokemon here. Actually, fun fact, there's drops on Twitch right now. So if you watch, I think it's for 45 minutes, you get to choose a Pokemon that Peru won with. And you can see they're going to be choosing a lot of them or having a lot of them banned over the course of any of their matches. So that's pretty cool to be able to get that license. But oh my goodness, I gotta say, Kamai's comp is disgusting. They have the Machamp Espeon combo, plus the Psyduck, which just works so well with it. Blastoise has been a super early pick today, and when we have seen Mimikyu, it has been game dominating.
What?
But okay.
No way. So Pokémon is going to be on the side of Peru for our first game. Okay, let's be realistic. Kamai's draft is nothing crazy. I think that these Pokemon, we see them quite a bit, so this is not too out there. But
nothing weird. But it is kind of crazy. It's really good. But aside from that, yes.
Pawmot is kind of weird, and I think we have to kind of mention this as well. So because Pawmot's encounter rate is currently a dash, I believe this is the first time Pawmot has been picked this weekend.
I think that's true as well. I believe that's what that means. And we're looking through the entire tournament, so it's even the matches that are off broadcast, I believe. But one really interesting thing to me, too, is that we did see Pawmot get this really big boost in popularity, but it was really always paired with kind of like a hard support. And most of the time it was a Comfey, most of the time it was a Sweet Kiss Comfey.
Yeah.
However, Peru banned the Comfey, so they obviously are not getting that. And I'm interested to see what their strategy with it is going to be. I mean, it definitely
It's
Anemo.
It's Anemo as well on that
Exactly.
Pawmot, so we know how he plays. He loves to be in his opponent's faces, so I mean, I'm kind of keen to see what Anemo is going to be able to do with the Pawmot. You know, all of a sudden, maybe he unlocks the potential of the Pawmot, and all of a sudden that ends up being the #1 pick ban for the rest of the tournament. But Chef, we are here going into game #1 between Kamai and Peru Unite.
Oh, here we go. Kamai on the left, Peru on the right side. And man, this is a huge match between potentially some of the best in Europe and the best in, well, the world. Reigning best in the world for a day and a half more for Peru Unite. And hey, they could continue that reign for sure.
Yes, absolutely. So we'll see who's going to be able to take the reins first. You can see, as typical, Peru love to play very far forward with their lineup. Obviously new, and eventually this is going to be a Crustle. They do want to just get right into Kamai's face, right? Just slow down the progress of Gatlu, and almost getting Gatlu there. But this is going to be a pretty rough lane.
Yeah, definitely the early on part of it is going to be really tough. Once we get a little bit further into it, then it's going to be be actually really terrifying, because that is going to be that big combination, right? The submission, which is going to throw people backwards into the side shock. I'm assuming that's what they're going with. There, of course, is a chance that they could not be. But once they get to about that level 5, they're both going to be at the point to be able to do that, and then you're going to be running away the entire rest of the game. So take your early advantage down there, that bottom path. They did manage to get some early experience, which is really nice, and nothing super aggressive so far.
Well, I think there's going to be some aggression soon, because Zynex is coming into that top lane with the Mew. They're going to go for a bit of a push, but the Psyduck is making things a little difficult here, buying time. And I mean, we could be seeing some rotations from Kamai soon, but Mimikyu focusing on that central area instead, letting Peru score. So that's going to be some free scores going into Peru's pockets. The Clefable going to go in for one more cheeky score, and I guess that's really it. You know, Peru, they rotated quite a few Pokemon there. They didn't get anything, but I think if I'm Kamai, that's a pretty big win.
Yeah, this is definitely a failure on my end, but I did not see what was happening, that the Mimikyu was not able to fully clear their center area, and why they were just kind of sitting there in the 850 spawn. I don't think there was an invasion or anything like that, but whatever it was, I mean, certainly it delayed them, and you really, really want your center area Pokemon to be helping out during those early first bird spawns. That was going to be literally the reason that you win a game or lose a game. Those particular levels that you experience, but we just didn't see the help over there from that Mimikyu. Regidrago being mostly ignored, as well as we've seen most of these teams do. And now that we do have some more strength in these paths, we are going to be seeing a little bit more, I think, patience, I was going to say. But of course, then we do see immediately a KO.
Yeah, that's a little unfortunate there, but it was a 3-man rotation. They brought in the Mimikyu for that as well. So bit of a commitment there for Kamai, but it does slow down the progress of the Feraligatr. So back into the central area there for the Mimikyu. Can we maybe see a bit of a consolation prize here for Peru? Because they're looking to grab something for Pokemon in that top lane yet again. But it looks like the Marchep will be able to get outside again, just being a nuisance, buying time for the team, just slowing them down, but not slowing them down enough to actually break that golden no, bring it down to 1. Peru looking to be extremely efficient with this overdunk.
Oh, yes. That is going to be, well, I mean, it was nice to get it to 1, but then they only had 19 to be able to overdunk with. But that's still really strong considering 0 points on the other side. Regieleci's going to go down for free, and then Basement Reggie going down as well for free. So the classic little trade, and there's a little bit of experience being farmed kind of all over the place. But I do have to say, I feel like from my perspective watching these matches this weekend, this is a weirdly positioned match where these teams are playing very, very safe, and specifically Kamai is rotating and switching around who is where a lot.
Yeah, I have to agree. And the fact that we've seen a couple of times, right, Kamai being potentially outnumbered by Peru, but they're able to be independent. They don't need to rely on the Mimikyu to come in and save them. So I wonder if the play here for Kamai is just that, okay, since Peru wants to try and be aggressive, if we can avoid the fights, don't give them the experience, we can eventually out-level them, which is currently what's happening with the lineup. They are out-leveling Peru. Maybe they just sort of take over with their levels, their extra stats, and also their Unite moves as they do eventually come online, because have a look at how many Unites there are on Kamai. They're almost all ready to go. We've just got the Blastoise, who is almost there.
Ooh, and they are going to be fighting over this, but once again, no full engage. I mean, we're going to see Blastoise move up pretty far. Gek trying for that Unite, the eject button to get 3 in a row. A beautiful surf, but the follow-up damage is not really there. In fact, Gek might be the first one to go down. No, barely going to be able to escape with that shield and the surf. We are going to be able to take down a Nemo, but that's really kind of the only target that they were able to find. A 1-for-1 trade off of a really beautiful engage from that Blastoise.
Oh, it looks like they're going to try and go onto the enemy goal zone as well, but Mimikyu is here. There goes Draken on that Crustle. Kia going to be running away with Zinus. Gets pulled back because of the Marchep. That's going to be another KO to Kamai with 3 Pokemon down. Going to go for 4 here. Mew goes down as well. And Kamai, they did a fantastic job reacting to Peru, who are the ones to be fighting into them first. They slowly drew them back to their goal zone, and then they turned the tables once they had everybody in position. Kamai, beautiful response to Peru's aggression.
I am really surprised that Peru decided to commit to that bottom tier 1 push. That's kind of why I even just stopped talking. I was like, there's no way they're just going to walk up to it and try to score for some reason, but they were outnumbered and it really showed. So, I mean, Kamai turning those things around extremely well, and the levels going to continue to go in their favor. It seemed like a great defense altogether from Peru to begin with, but
Animo.
Yep, still fine, getting caught out. They might be able to escape this.
He's in no, oh, but he does get saved by Draken, it seems, so he does have some support. Tempo, though, is not too comfortable. Actually quite deep in enemy territory and might be going down here. The shielding almost protecting him, but without the support, there goes the Feraligatr. That's going to be another knockout for Kamai. More experience to feed into their lineup. Now, whilst that happened, we did have the Regieleki taken up top. It is waltzing on to that top tier 2 tower, so that's going to have to be addressed at some point by Kamai. So maybe this is some breathing room for Peru to do something. They see Pokemon dealing with the Regieleki. Blastoise is all alone, even using the Follow Me, but we do still have that Mimikyu here. They're fighting on top of the tier 2 goal zone, and I think they're now regretting their decision. Kia's out of there. Draken is going to try and escape, but just being a big lumbering Crustle will be taken out for free.
Yeah, the defense opportunities for Kamai are just so good, right? I mean, they have so much burst damage, so much crowd control. I mean, we talk about the fact that Machamp can grab you, throw you backwards, that Psyduck can potentially do the same thing, but we also have Surf, right? We've seen these backward Surfs from Gek do a lot of work, which has been really, really nice position-wise. And every single time that somebody gets caught out, I mean, they are just taking so much damage from the entire team, and so they're just winning fight after fight after fight. And Peru is at comp. They're all returning right now, actually. They need to make sure that they're not overcommitting, maybe going down bottom. But they are a comp that needs to be able to brawl, right? The Feraligatr wants to brawl, Palmont wants to brawl, Crustle wants to brawl, and you want to be able to brawl so you can heal with Clefable. So if you're down in levels and not able to be the ones that push because the defense is so strong, you don't have any opportunities to win fights.
Yeah, but we do have to kind of talk about the way that Peru's playing this game as well, because like we can clearly see they also don't want to try and go into a 5v5 versus Kamai, because if we do compare the two lineups, Kamai has just so much more AoE that I think they would just win outright in a complete 5v5. So we're constantly seeing Animo try to go on his own little side quests, but he just hasn't been successful in being able to get those small little pickoffs. And I think this is hurting Peru in the long run because Animo, he's not playing with that high momentum that we typically see on him and his Pokemon. Now keep in mind, he is on Pawmot. This is not Scyther, so he can't play at the same speed as Scyther. But I kind of wonder if this is going to hurt the team in the long run because, you know, Peru, because they're so used to playing that high tempo, fast, aggressive play style, this is such a different game compared to what they used to playing.
High tempo's right. They've got their 20% tempo, actually. But we'll see what they do at this final stretch. Oh, nice. Little check over there on the tall grass. Catching Gek, trying to get some flank positioning. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a big Unite eject button pretty soon out of them. They've landed a few times before, and the Surf's going in.
Oh, two-man Surf. Gek catches out two. There's going to be the Unite as well. Catching out onto one. Oh, Animo coming in from the back. He's lost his teammate. He's isolated all alone. Komai jumping onto Animo, getting rid of the Pawmot. The rest of his team has been completely cut off. Gek on that Blastoise, doing so much work with the Surfs. We have Draken coming in, just trying to buy time with the shielding, using the X-Scissor on the Crystal as well. Groudon is super low, he's got a quarter of its health left. Maybe there is something Peru can do to just buy time, but Kamai's not going to have it. They want that Groudon. Follow me again to buy time, but the Mimikyu says no! This is our game! Kamai wants to take game number one.
A clean 5. I mean, it was really like 6 KOs in a row, even with the running back of the Clefable. But I was afraid the Clefable was going to have the Unite and somehow, I don't know, Hyper Beam for the secure. But this was so clean by Kamai. I mean, completely a cleanup job. They were able to take down every single one of them one at a time, not losing a single member, making sure there was no chance to steal. And there are a lot of opportunities to steal the objectives from the side of Peru. So they made sure that every single threat was gone. They did a great job, and now they've got to defend. But with the weird way that these goal zones have played out, look, they can all just sit around this tier 1 and say, hey, we know you have to go for this first. Come on, fight us. 30 seconds left.
Yeah, they could try and fight for the tier 1, but I don't know if they have enough time with 23 seconds left to go. They have to wipe Kamai. 458 points to 350. Maybe they can do something, but they've got to finish the game right now. But Kamai says no. They're out-damaging them. Their health bars are just not big enough. And with 5 more seconds to go, Kamai lock in game number 1.
A clean victory. It felt like from minute 1 to minute 10, it was just entirely Kamai in control. They're now 1 game away from qualifying for day 2 and making sure that all of Europe will be represented there. Honestly, with the tiebreakers, even if they lose 2 more in a row, I think there's probably a pretty good chance now that they qualify. But again, never trust me on that. But that's just the fact that they've won at least 1 game. However, we've seen some adaptation in losing situations from Peru. I mean, time and time again now. And we know that they're not going to give up on this. I mean, this comp was interesting. It really depended on them not losing so badly early on, I think, and that's what happened.
Yeah, well, I think it was really Peru just not also being able to play their game. I feel like Kamai just handled the match so well. They didn't let any of those fights go completely backwards. They always were able to keep some kind of control, and I kind of feel like a lot of the early game was saved because of the Psyduck, right? Because there was a lot of pressure in that top lane. They kept trying to pressure the Machamp, but Psyduck was constantly there to stop them from being able to get the free KO. Sure, they got the tier 1 goal zone, but who cares? They're not slowing down the progress of Machamp, who was such a key Pokemon in this team's composition. And of course, we do have to give a huge shout out to the Blastoise in that late game. That 2-man Surf catch set everything else up for Kamai to win that team fight.
Oh yeah, Gek. I mean, Gek is my personal MVP just from the plays, but of course Adesu. I actually ran into Adesu right before this match. Adesu is one of my favorite people I think I've ever met in my life, just in general. So big fan, and also just a big fan, of course, of how ridiculously good of a player he is. Always happy to see him up there, winning, doing well, and being our MVP on a Pokemon that is kind of just ridiculous right now.
Yeah, I don't think it's kind of ridiculous. I think Espeon is turning into a bit of an MVP over the course of the weekend. We've seen it shine multiple times for a multitude of different teams, and we've seen it banned out by quite a few teams as well. I think the respect for Espeon is growing over the course of the weekend because historically speaking, I feel like Espeon has just been kind of on the sidelines. It's existed, it was picked up every now and again, but especially at Worlds this year, I think people and teams are starting to really realize that, wait a minute, Espeon is such a great Pokemon because it can do a multitude of things. It can be your attacker. You can also, in some cases, play it as a support if you do want to flex and change things up a little bit. But yeah, I don't know if Adesi's going to have a chance to play that Espeon again. We'll have to see if Peru lets that through.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, Espeon, the thing is, it's always in a really good spot or like too weak, because when you have any sort of like design around burst damage, it's really hard to like necessarily balance it. And there we go.
There we go. No
you
more
made a good
Espeon.
call. Exactly. Going to be banned out very early. And I mean, it's so good at everything. It levels early. It becomes a pressure early. It's got secure. It's got damage. It combos all the rest of the Pokemon. Its passive is anti-crowd control. Its Unite is one of the best crowd control Unites. So it literally can just do every single thing in the game. You don't have to worry about
The
it.
only downside, it's a little squishy, but I mean, if your Espeon pops all of its moves, it's done its job, hasn't it?
Yeah, exactly. So, whoa,
the steal.
That's aggression. First pick combined now going to be on this left side, this first pick side, and they are going to be taking the Crustle immediately. I really like that. I mean, that is saying, like, we won one game, and now we are going to just take another step forward and just make sure there is no game number 3. They want to qualify right here.
I'm just thinking to myself, okay, so taking the Crustle here isn't a bad thing. It's a great Pokemon, but I'm thinking to myself, why would you want to pick the Crustle here when you could have taken the Blastoise for yourself, right? Because we already saw Gek play a fantastic Blastoise. So what Pokemon do you kind of feel are going to be struggling in a Crustle matchup so that you kind of want to take it for yourself so that you can enable your team to play? Is it maybe the Feraligatr pick that we're seeing here from Gatlu? Because we know Feraligatr kind of wants to be in everyone's faces, and it's annoying to play melee Pokemon when there's a Crustle on the field.
I think that usually when you choose Crustle, you really want to lock somebody down to not be able to escape some sort of really aggressive option or some sort of like a big AoE option. So we just saw right there, not necessarily it's going to be the pick, but Talonflame with Crustle I think is a really exceptional combo. But it definitely, Gatlu potentially being on this Feraligatr could be a great option to say, hey, you cannot escape from this. And there's just a lot of crowd control now coming into play on Kamai's side. So, I mean, most of all, obviously, I think they just want to take it away from the other side, which I think shaking them a little bit more in a losing situation is always like, you're already off balance, and now we're just going to give another push, you know, which I think is a really good strategy, because if it doesn't work out, you still have another game. You can go back to something a little bit more solid, but yeah, we get the Skeledirge again.
Not just the Skeledirge, you're also going to be getting that Blaziken as well. So lots of fire-type power here on the side of Peru. But for Kamai, though, okay, so let's kind of break down the lineups for both of these teams, right? So what is Kamai aiming to do with this lineup? Is it just really get in your face with the Feraligatr and the Mega Mewtwo Y just to kind of dish out the damage? Do they have Secure that can compete with the Blaziken, however? Because I feel like objectives are now going to be a problem for Kamai if it's going to be a race for those.
Well, in my experience, which, you know, it's been pretty often, the best secure is Psyduck, because it just somehow secures everything. I don't know why that is.
Okay, pressure on
It truly
Narami
just happens. Yeah. I mean, we've seen some really aggressive Psyduck play too, but no, definitely secure is going to be a problem. Not only do we have the Blaziken, but we also have the Zacian, and then we also have Skeledirge, which we haven't really had a chance to talk about too much because it's only been in one set so far, but it is a strong Pokemon, does tons of AoE damage. It secures really strong, especially with its Unite that can be a global projectile. So you can help secure objectives from across the map if you're really coordinated with it, and seeing this come out from our world champions, our reigning world champions, is a really cool pick. I'm excited to see how they play.
Yeah. So seeing that there's so much emphasis on possibly just taking objectives, and obviously towards the end game, getting the final objective here, if you're Kamai, how do you kind of identify your play style for this game? Are you just going to have to just starve Peru until they have absolutely nothing? Because I feel like, you know, with the game of Pokemon Unite, it's a very delicate line, right? We've seen teams lose because they just lose Kyogre, the Groudon.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to have to, I think, win a full team fight. I think that's really your goal here, probably, because, like, again, you really don't want to flip against this team. That's a no-go. But it's so aggressive. It's such a high-damage team that Kamai, I think, just wants to play to their strengths, and they're all playing Pokemon that I think they're pretty comfortable with, so I think they really just want to win off of being aggressive, literally just running the other team over. Like, it's not quite like a Death Ball comp, but it's, like, similar to it, I would say, and I'm excited to see how it goes. No healing, though, which is going to be make it a little bit different, but we'll see how how they end up actually playing it. Right now, this top path not being super aggressive, but a lot of people kind of meeting in the center here. We're going to see all these center area Pokemon start to meet, but yeah, you see 3 enemy Pokemon there, and Peru's like, no, let's walk away.
Yeah, I think this is a really good call for Kamai as well, because they're also slowing down the progression of Animo, right? Because again, Animo, very key player for Peru, because he's going to essentially set the tempo for the rest of the team. And the slower start he has, unfortunately, that does impact the rest of his team and what they're going to be capable of as well. So Kamai already from the get-go in the laning stage, just trying to slow Peru down. And eventually when they do hit that mid-game, Kamai's going to be in a pretty commanding position to maybe even take the driver's seat themselves and to basically tell Peru, like, hey, we're going to be the ones in control of this game. We hope you're ready to take every fight that we decide to take.
Right, one thing that we could have potentially seen happen is Kamai being a little bit more aggressive early on. Ooh, they're going to actually fight here. They're both getting really low. We might be a 1-for-1 trade. I'm not sure the tempo escaped this. Yeah, that's not a possibility. We are seeing Gek already catch out a lot of enemy Pokemon. Wow, Regidrago actually being immediately just ripped, which is not something that you usually see as a target, but we're going to give that to Gatlu, who, like I said, likes to roam, knows how to play across the map without being caught out super well. So getting a little bit of a scoring buff might help out in the end.
Yeah, I really think they're doing this just to keep Peru on their toes. Just don't give them anything. Up top, though, we do have Animo assisting the team, trying to go for a pretty big push up there, but their health bars are looking really, really low. They don't even get Gatlu, and instead it's going to be Peru to be trying to escape the clutches of Kamai. Tempo just running against the wall, super low as the Zacian, and you know, there's not really much Animo can really do here, right? Without the support of his teammates, there's not really a lot that this Blaziken can do. Like, he can try and go in, but there's just a really good chance he's going to feed himself away and just give that precious experience over to Kamai. So again, Peru just really struggling to find their footing here.
Sorry, it's always so funny watching Feraligatr run into a wall. But I love all the animations for Feraligatr. But yeah, the big problem here is that Peru's still not hit their power spikes, right? They need to get all their full evolutions, just to actually have, they still don't have their unites. And look at this, they don't have any resources to fight this off. 3 down. And another one being united. Can this Blaziken find some secure? No, it doesn't look like it's possible. Wait, no, actually, did they? I think they did. Wow, they did actually with the Blaze Kick. Yeah, the Blaze Kick of all things, not an overheat. That is a really nice timing. So a nice little buff there for Peru, but they lost so many members for that.
Yeah, that was a very, very expensive loss. But I guess, like, consolation prize, you still get the objective. I think at this point, that is really all you can be very happy with. But up top, they do manage to get the Reggie Alecki, it seems. So that's going to be another little win there for Peru. So they're not out of the game yet, but Kamai is still there trying to beat them down with this stop sign, and it kind of worked at the beginning, but it has slowed down a little bit. So we'll see if Kamai is able to get back into that driver's seat, because I do think Peru is starting to get their groove back.
I mean, it's looking a little bit tough. They might be getting a little bit of groove, but they're going to lose 2 members for it here. Tempo had an opportunity to maybe pick up a KO there. Didn't quite get it. Skeledirge going to fire off that Unite. It's going to go a little bit wide. And
beautiful.
Yeah, not going to be able to pick up anything off of this for the side of Peru Unite. Kamai playing, dominating, and they're really starting to take over this game. But like you mentioned, the secure is so good on Peru Unite's side that even at the 2-minute mark, if they're behind by quite a bit, you have to be so scared, because even if they're not in range, Skeledirge is Skeledirge.
Yeah, there's not just Skeledirge, you have the Blaziken you have to worry about, you even have to possibly worry about that Zacian. There's 3 Pokemon, effectively, that could possibly steal away that main objective in the central area. So, yeah, Peru's not out. Peru's not out, so to all of our Peru fans out there, do not worry. Peru is still very much in the game. Yes, Kamai might be currently leading, but they're not in a position where they're having that commanding lead where it's just unwinnable. All it takes is for Peru to just take 1 team fight off of Kamai before that last 2-minute stretch. And beautiful catch. They're coming in from the Crustle, using the overheat to prevent the stun. Looks like Animo is going to be able to slip on through Crustle, though, trying to take out that the Blastoise by himself. Tempo coming in on that Zacian. They do get the Mimikyu. That's a huge knockout. The level 12 Pokemon distributing a huge chunk of experience to Peru. And all of a sudden, this has reignited the aggression in Peru. And I think Kamai is deciding, guys, is it worth it? Is it not? Gekka's thinking about it, but the rest of the team is hesitating.
All it takes is one person to give away that experience. They are going to go in. Surf is going to make an attempt. Yeah, Feraligatr going in. Gatlu, though, getting eliminated, just completely erased. Gek, the next one, getting burns down. They're trying to do some damage from behind. Adesu already at half-life. but he's picking down. Yeah, Draken's going to be the next to go down. So finally a KO for the side of Kamai, but they are going to lose the secure to that Skeledirge, and so it's just going to be more and more experience going the way of Peru. They were able to take down more valuable target as well in that team fight, as they don't really care all that much if they're going to be losing a defender. And so this experience, you can see it's pretty much exactly even now. In fact, the second level 12 is going to be for Peru.
Yeah, so Peru has now effectively overtaken Kamai. All it took was one team fight for them to win, and Kamai, this lead that they've accumulated, the lead that they kind of needed to be able to keep Peru under wraps, it's now basically vanished. And being set back this much, this has just made the game incredibly difficult here for Kamai. They still can absolutely win it, but now their room for error has drastically reduced. So they're going to try and do what they can, maybe try and go for that bottom tier 1. It's very risky. Draken's there in the front line on that. Blastoise pops the Unite, will successfully pull it off. They do catch the Mimikyu. Another huge target. Level 13 Pokemon wiped off the field. And Desu being chased. Blaziken gets a double knockout as well. Animo coming in blazing on that Blaziken.
That Skeledirge Unite did so much damage. Oh my goodness, that was ridiculous. I did not think it was going to do quite that much, but Skeledirge, a Pokemon that Doomsex and I were talking about, I'm surprised we're not seeing it more. A little attempt to score right there, but realistically, I think just wants to get KO'd, maybe get that reset, get back home, get a little bit more Unite before we get to this final stretch, because this is a very even game, and we do see the level advantage for sure for Peru now, which is huge for them. They've caught up in points as well, but this is certainly a situation where anything could happen. The deficit is not that high on the side of Kamai. They have hit level 13 power spikes, so all it is going to come down to really is who's going to play better in these final moments. We're 26 seconds away.
Oh man, I think Kamai is starting to play some very, very drastic strategies. If they catch Animo here, it would be huge. They get the stun, but can they finish off the Fire Chicken? Animo, he needs help, he is out! 14 seconds to the last 2-minute stretch. Gek is low. Looks like Kamai, they're going to try and escape, but Gatlu, deep in enemy territory, looking for another one, eats up another Peru Pokemon. Gatlu on the Feraligatr, ravaging through Peru Unite instead. Deep in enemy territory, Zyrus trying to buy some time, but he goes down on the Skeledirge as well. Oh no, even popping Unites! Peru! They are in serious trouble. They do have Animo coming back in, but look at Groudon, super low. Who gets that final secure? It's gonna be Kamai!
Wow, after me saying, well, the one thing you don't want to do is rip and flip. I mean, hey, they had, obviously a huge numbers advantage, but there were a few unknown factors there. But Kamai was confident, a big win for them. A few members up trying to defend. They're going to be able to take down at least one. Heldagoss is gone, and now Blaziken gone. This is so many huge members that they really needed, and in fact, we're just going to see a pretty much a 200-point lead, right? It's 209-point lead, and then we're going to see a return for Kamai. They're going to make sure that they're not going to give up too many counter scores. There's still over a minute left, so this is definitely a time where an overcommitment from this team could spell their doom, and they are way too knowledgeable about this game, way too experienced to let that happen easily, at least. Peru has one more chance to push back for this win.
Yeah, you can see down bottom as well, Gatlu on the Feraligatr sitting on 50 points, looking to go for a 100-point dunk, so even if Peru gets a 50, a 100 themselves, that's not going to be enough to win them the game, so Gatlu gets the score in Peru, trying to fight their way through in that top lane with 38 seconds to go. Maybe they can do something, but they're still behind. 487 to 228, still pushing forward. Peru Unite, trying to get whatever they can, but they've lost the Blaziken. Now they've also lost the Skeledirge. 2 Pokemon down. I just don't think they have anything left in the tank, Chef.
There's a few attempts. I mean, tempo's still up, but they are just slowly getting taken out one by one, and Kamai making a huge statement saying that the 4th and final team coming out of Europe will be moving to day number 2 of Worlds 2026. Europe absolutely is a monster region for the end of this game's Worlds run.
That was incredible, and the fact that Kamai pulled off one of the most high-risk but high-reward plays, which is that 2-minute 20 attack, right? Just going in for the ambush.
Can we please get that on replay? Please, Bob, please get him kissing a Desu's head on replay. That's all I need. I know
somewhere.
No, it just happened right out of the camera. We need like a 4-minute supercut of that. But I'm sorry. I could not hold on for your comment during that. That was the best thing that we've ever seen on camera, I think, for Pokemon Unite. But yes, I mean, truly, They're not out yet, right? Sorry, I need to get back onto the actual match here. So Peru, we've seen them fight from behind so many different times, I mean, they're not even necessarily in like a loser's bracket per se. They just need to win their next match, which is going to be 2 matches from now on broadcast against Deep Cross Gaming. That's going to be an amazing way to close out the day. But Kamai, wow, they are looking so incredibly good, and Europe is a region that
this year was the reason why Kamai was able to take the game. I have to emphasize this because this is actually such a huge deal. The fact that most people would condemn this kind of this play, right? It's like, it's 20 seconds until the ground on. Why are you trying to go for a KO here? If they just tried to go for a 5-on-5 fight, I actually think Kamai would lose. Right? Because if you look at the level difference, like Animo's level 14 on that Blaziken, a 13 Skeledirge. Like if you try and go in a 5v5 there, it's very high risk. But the fact that they decided to go for that attack 20 seconds before the final 2-minute stretch, get rid of Animo, forced Peru Unite into panic mode. And that's when they started to use Unites and everything to just try to buy time for Animo to come back. But by the time it all happened, Peru wasn't even together anymore, right? They really wanted to fight as that 5-man unit, but Kamai just did a fantastic job just splitting them up and preventing them from having that perfect late game.
There we can see right here, Farala Gatlu, our MVP, and we get a chance to talk to Gatlu for the first time this Worlds and see how he's feeling about making it out in first seed and really securing the spot, the 4th spot for EU up on stage.
All right, thank you so much, Wonder Chef. That's right, I'm here with Gatlu from Komai Esports after a huge win here on the main stage. Some great games there in the top path. We'll get more into the game, but obviously this is a historic moment for EU. This is looking like EU's Worlds potentially. So many teams. How good does it feel to be on Komai right now on such an amazing group stage performance?
I'm very proud to be a part of Komai's crew because I feel like we have been putting so much work into preparing for this group, and I'm really happy it paid off.
Awesome. Yeah, I mean, the preparation is paying off. I have to imagine Peru was one of those teams on your mind when you saw that group stage. You were planning for them specifically. That draft number 2, we see Gek first pick that Crustle and take it away. How much of that was a game plan from before going into this match, and how much was just done right here on the stage? You made that plan right then and there.
I mean, like, it was right here on the stage. We just choose to pick the Crustle because you always have to react depending on the bans, and their way of banning made us have Crustle being a good pick.
Okay, that makes sense. You got to adapt to the other team as well. Well, it worked out pretty well. You got to play a really fun for alligator game. It got scary there maybe at the end, but an eject button waterfall gets you out of danger. What are the team communication like in a moment like that? Are you calling for help, or is your team just, they know to jump in and make that team fight happen in that enemy central area?
I mean, I think it's a bit funny because I feel like I always say Machamp is like a Renegator, but the Renegator doesn't kill people, he kills people. So.
Okay, gotcha. You're getting the job done, getting that damage, getting the KOs. Well, congratulations. You're going to be moving into day 2, representing EU in that single elimination bracket. A huge moment. Obviously, you've had some pretty big runs at the World Championships before, a 2nd place finish. How much is on your mind that you have the chance to become the final Pokemon Unite World Champion here this weekend?
I would be honored to be like the final World Champion because 2022 was so close, and we always managed to get like top 7, top 4, like top 5. So I feel like this year the team just feels like very in sync. Like it's not just someone does the preparation. The entire team is always, what is in your mind, what do you have, and it's like, it's pretty fun.
Awesome. Well, we love to see this Komai roster in sync. I know everybody cheering for you is feeling the same way. So Gatlu, good luck in tomorrow's competition, and we can't wait to watch. Casters, back over to you.
Always awesome to hear from Gatlu. I mean, I love this crew of players. EU has some of the coolest players just in general, and I always love to see them do well. It's great to see that they kind of were just like figuring out things on the fly as well, you know, just being able to say like, hey, I feel that the ebb and flow of this match is heading this direction, and this is how we throw them off balance, and that's exactly what we're going to do. So it just kind of feels like that's how these players, you know, they're all kind of fun. You just got to see them right there, get to see Gatlu, and we get to see, I mean, obviously, they're a fun little pop-off, but I think when they're feeling good and they're feeling not as stressed, they just play so incredibly well, which is what we saw right there, with now setting up a very cool match for our reigning world champions to fight for their tournament life in a couple matches from now.
Yeah, I think that's a predicament a lot of people didn't expect. I don't think a lot of people thought Peru would be the ones fighting for their lives, but you know, we're going to have to see what happens in that particular matchup, but we are going to get ready for our next up-and-coming matchup. If you're wondering what that is, it's going to be Fennel versus Nemesis, Group F. But we will be looking at that matchup after this break. Don't go anywhere because we're in for another exciting match here.